meters high in 100 days. So in 100 days, in 100 days, you have a new crop.
Yeah.
It's the best fucking thing we can grow for paper, which is 40% of all the trees we're chopping down. And it takes forever. Have you ever been to old growth forests in like the Pacific Northwest where they do logging?
No.
Well, you've been to the Amazon. You've seen the worst slash and burn art. But the point is, if you go to these cut places, these places where they cut the trees, they grow new trees. They plant new trees there. But it takes forever. It takes
sequoia tree, all the
hundreds of years, thousands of years.
I see those pictures. I can't remember this dude's name. He takes a picture with the trees before the loggers come through, and then the trees double the size.
Yes.
And then he has this picture with the trees after, and it's fucking horrible.
It's a horrible thing, though. It's horrible that we can just walk up to something that's 1,000 years old and make a fucking bastard out of it. Like, this is unnecessary. It's totally unnecessary. And it can all be mitigated. Can all be mitigated. All of it. You know, the real problem is hardwoods. You know, hardwoods are very, very valuable, and people like them, and and they're protected in some places and not others. Like in California, if you have oak trees, you can't chop them down unless you get a permit. Like we had a tree that was about to fall on our house. Mm-hmm. It's like it's on the way going. You know, California, the earth tends to shake a little bit, Things go sideways, and your fucking house gets crushed by a tree. But you have to. We have to figure out how our desire for hardwood, like the source of that hardwood. If your desire for a beautiful, mahogany table, beautiful, gorgeous, look at your desk, amazing. But if you could go to the Amazon and see that someone chopped down a tree that you were describing, that massive tree that people probably haven't seen in 100 years or whatever, maybe ever, who knows?
Some of these trees are 1,200 years old.
Maybe there's no one else dumb enough to walk through that place with no water.
We might have been the first to ever see that.
When I was in Scotland,
anyway, you look at
I don't know if it's true, but
have you gone,
in Scotland, there's these guide stones on the ground, and I go, what's that from? I go, how old is it? They're like, it's about 5,000. It's like, what? You just walk up to 5,000.
What's that you say?
There's a stone circle out there. There's a stone circle, like that someone has constructed similar to Stonehenge, but on a much, much smaller scale. And it's older than Stonehenge. And it's just on the street before this dude's house. So this guy said, do you want to see it? No, it has a little plaque that's like that big. Yeah. So we got out of the car and we walked over to it. You walk on it. You can stand up. I'm like, this is so weird. How old is this? They're like, we're not exactly sure, but it's thousands and thousands of years old. Like the Druids make it. They don't know. They don't know who did it. They don't know why. This guide stone was just on the ground next to this pathway. And I was like, what is this? Like that's a 5,000-year-old guide stone. What is it? What? Why is there a museum built around this fucking thing? That's crazy. It's just laying on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's what?
Yes. So, weren't they saying? So they were telling me that the oldest tree in the world is in Scotland. What? I don't know if that's true.
I thought the oldest tree has to be in Africa.
Wouldn't it be?
I thought it was in the Middle East somewhere. It was like one of those. It's like like 6 feet tall and like super hardy, and like predates Jesus. Like it's ancient.
Really? Like, what's the oldest tree? No, this is just I would not tell. Get the fuck out of here. It's the oldest tree. He was giving me a tour of the land. These are coos. They're cows. They call the cows coos. I go, what are you saying? Scotland's oldest tree. So it's 3,000 and 9,000 years old.
Between 3 and 9. That's a big swing.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about that area. There's a lot of just guessing. So see if you can show me a photo of it.
Hey. Hey, everybody. What in the fuck? Because everything sucks. Everything. Alright, let's do this shit. leg shot. Why the fuck doesn't it show up like that? No fucking way. It's not even like a thing. Yeah. What in the fuck is this? Are you 17 or older? Huh? What the fuck age thing is that? Are you 17? What the fuck question? Hiding in a hiding place where no one ever goes. Maybe there's a little secret just around inside. Those that are you got to hide from the kid who go for you. Do do do. What's that to say? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And when you look at things blue, should we think that says are you 17? Are you 17? What the fuck? Alright. What's up, sluts? It's everybody's daddy here, Big Rabbi. Alright, we got a lot of stories to tell, we got a lot of songs to sing, and I have to dial it. You should know, though, that I am legally blind. Not legally blind, but legally blind. Are you? Well, that's not even personal. I'm cataracts stuff. Like, if I want to read this, book, I don't know if you can, but I can't read what it says. And I'm nearsighted, too, which means I should be able to see this better, but I still can't see it. Now I see it. It says, Access denied. This content is age restricted. Hey, do you want to know what age it is? Oh, 18? No. Oh, but 13? No. What is it? We'll get there. Anyway, I am one. Not just under civil law, but and to be honest, I can't read. It's right here, and I can't read. I need better light. Okay. So, if you know the first bracha that we say as a group, generally, we greet each new day with the recognition that Hashem gives us the ability to make distinctions and to deal with new situations. And we say, Rothschild and I are reading my home, Asher Hassan, Ashati, Hashem, Bain, Bain. Now, you have to understand what this means presently. But that to distinguish between generally not you think Hashem, the ability to distinguish between night, but when you are on, you can't do that. So your days become the night, your nights become your days. It's really sad. I want people out there to know that I think that this camera is a major issue and not take it seriously because the people who become wealthy, not just the lakes, they don't know everybody will be able to take care of themselves, but know that there are many of us who maybe just are in a situation that this time they're not able to have love necessary something to correct. And I quote my cousin who has had some vision issue with her phone. She ran as her class president with one class president. One of the 9 years that stuck with me is that she would say, I may be blind, but that doesn't mean I'm not. And I have to use that. I'm not, fortunately, I'm blind as actually this but I don't have it. And so if anyone out there, hey Rabbi, you're doing this wrong and you're doing this wrong, and guess what, son? The first one that we sit as a group. It's about so for someone out there who's saying that your bracha achrona is not in within the time, or you only spend 7 minutes washing your hands and not 8, or whatever for months here, whatever you want to say. Just know that I'm a significant mistake. Maybe not everything I do is exactly right, but you see, in the future, everything will be good. With that said, two interesting things happened. Nothing very interesting, but I'm going to sing some songs. This gets back to YouTube and how much it sells. You know, Rashai, you sell. And, you know, here's something that's interesting that the woman who died, she's dead. We are still under the Wojcicki stranglehold of YouTube. That woman is dead. DEAD. Doornail. Yet her opinion is still what is considered allowed and disallowed on YouTube. And I just don't think that's right. If, no offense, this woman is dead, then we should be able to do about it. Because if not, we run into some of the issues that we run into which we run into. One of them that I just experienced. When I was a kid, when YouTube was in its prime years ago, you could go on YouTube and find anything, just like that. You want a little clip of something, somebody would have it, all these other things. Not anymore. It's absolute corporate, it's garbage, it's in our shot. It's exactly the way he wants it, and if you want to know my opinions on him, you can watch some of my other videos. I said it before, I say it again. If I know your wife's name is Angela, I know far too much about you. How much you are an absolute ass of a simple. With that said, there was a very classic piece of film history that I couldn't find on YouTube. I have to go to IGN. Whatever the fuck that is. I know IGN is like a magazine for gamers back in the day. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know how old you have to be on the internet to do something. I know in Australia it's got to be 16 years old to use social media, to use Zuckerberg stuff. You have to be 13 years old. In my opinion, and I stand by this, you have to be whatever the age of consent is in your country to be able to use social media. That's how I feel. Or you have to have parental permission. And many times that's not very clear. And I know that in the future, you would like to need an internet license, just like you need a television license in the United Kingdom. And you have to essentially put yourself out there in many ways, as I have. And I want that. If I could make the age of consent, I would make it 26 years. Because that's when your frontal cortex has had the enough time to be able to fully mature. And I know I don't live my battle, but that's how I would have it. Because I feel like you're taking advantage of people if you make them enter into contracts before their brain is fully developed. That to me is unfair. And I stand up for people, I stand up for the young people of the world. But when it comes to the internet, I also wish there was a setting that was like, look, I don't want to interact with anyone on YouTube. That's all I want. And that should be a setting on websites. That you're under 18, you can't even message me, you can't see my stuff. If I want to turn that setting on, why? I want kids to be kids, and I want to be able to live the way that I want. And I don't want to have to hold my tongue. With that said, I was trying to find this video, and it's strange that IGN, of all the ages, I've not seen this. Do you want to play it? This is the Anne Bancroft graduate Mrs. Robinson Nation. I try to find this on YouTube. No, you can watch the whole graduate free with ads. That's fine. But if you just want this clip, which I know is one of the most classic clips in all of cinematography, the entire film world, and yet I can't just find that clip something wrong because I know that there are people out there who have amazing YouTube accounts, and I'm fighting for you to be able to get those YouTube accounts back someday. It's really unfair to me that companies are able to permanently ban you when even the most jurisdictions in the world don't have permanent punishments against people. It's unfair to me. Why were you looking for this? Look, Rabbi. What? Wait. And again, if you're like, oh, yeah, that's not how you listen, you little shit. I do it for right now because we are in survival mode. When I'm not in survival mode, I'm at shul multiple times a day. I'm walking to Shabbat. I'm not missing for many craps ever. I go years without missing shul. Shul is very important to me. but so is world peace, and I have to create this for the world. So with that, I'm kind of diving into the creation. I know it's a lot more to do. I know. I'm doing it. How could I know? And I'm better at it than any rabbi you've ever met in your entire life. I've met the best rabbis in the world, the best rabbis in Israel, the best rabbis in the diaspora, and I'm better than all of them. I make the rules. I do what I want. And for right now, we're in survival mode, baby. You guys ever see that Seinfeld with George being the hand model? George Costanza hand model. Kramer was always very supportive of George. All right, just joining us. Welcome to our new friend. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to be singing some karaoke soon, but I'm telling a story, and who knows how we're going to get there, but we will one way or another. All right, so many moons ago, YouTube used to work. Now it sucks because of, Sundar, Sundar Pichai. Whatever your name is, I respect it, but I think you suck dick as a CEO, Sundar. Here we go. Access denied. This channel is age restricted. Yeah, age restricted to 17, which is what I was referencing earlier. Yo, dog. What the fuck? Dude, this is such horseshit. Are you 17 or older? Alright, here's the shot. Oh, what the fuck? Here's what. Just there we go. Whoops. Let's try to get this view. I'm going the other way though. It's a pain in the ass. Alright, is that her left leg? I think so. Something like this. Look at this calf, girls. Mike Tyson. The fucking speed, but anyway. Here we go, babies. There we go. Well, who knew that everybody's favorite rabbi? I didn't. Here's the story. I was live streaming in the Discord. Shout out to the Discord. Check me out there. And this random chick was like, "You move your feet?" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Can you move your feet?" I'm like, "Oh." She's like, "So they're in view?" Anyway, long story short, Rabbi figures out he's got a hidden talent. And then Rabbi's become kind of like a little bit of an influencer in the world on one particular topic. Very, very interesting to the world. Is that the end of your story? No. So then this one chick, this is where I'm getting to. This one chick, different girl. So this chick, I want to keep her information private. She has an amazing name, and I love it. Let me just say things to go up. And so let's just say she noticed Rabbi's special talent as well and started getting into Rabbi's DMs. Rabbi was like, "Look, let me just tell you this. In all honesty, I don't want war anymore. I'll do whatever it takes. If it makes me going viral for whatever reason, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't want sirens anymore. I don't want children dying. I don't want anything. I don't want that. I want to end it war. And so that means I have to get attention. With that said, this girl, woman, I made sure to find her. I with just about like every person I have a online discussion with, just about as much as I can. Like, hey, are you at least 18? Yeah. Then if they're, hey, are you 45? Because that's in my opinion when a woman traditionally is the hottest. Basically, she is the oldest she's going to be and have the most amount of experience that she can have while still being able to reproduce. So, and back in the day, they used to label these chicks as puss, which is an incorrect determination. It's a fine term, but the acronym is off. Because it's supposed to mean mother's I like to fuck, which is milk, which doesn't work as an acronym. So, Rabbi calls these bitches matures I like fuck. Why? Well, because some women are 25 to 70. That's fine. Maybe someday they will be. I really need that. I've known some really amazing women. They should have, for whatever reason, some people do. And they're still hard to look. And so, why should they feel badly when they turn the references of milk? I have used it all. No, baby. Cool. But sure, I like fucking. All right, is that the end of the story? No. How did we get there? So then, this one chick, we'll just say, she says, she starts giving my ads, and she's like asking me to do stuff. That's cool. Whatever. I get it. And she's like, asking me what I'm, I made her and all these other things. Fuck yeah, bro, whatever you want me to say, I will. But yeah, I'll type it to you too. And so let's some Reddits will be like, Rabbi, get to the fucking point. All right, so this girl says to me, a woman, I made sure to check on her. How hard are you going to fuck my real friend? And I was so in the fucking zone give it to you. So I say to this, I'm gonna fuck your little pussy so hard, you're gonna walk differently from that moment and every day of your life in the future. Now, is that true? Absolutely. For multiple chicks, I have taken them account, but beforehand, I told them, you're going to walk differently tomorrow, and you're going to call me. You're like, oh, yeah, right. Next day, oh my fucking God. My insides hurt. And I'm not good. Told you. Seriously. I bust up guts. So I tell this woman, I'm gonna fuck your little pussy so hard, you're gonna walk differently from that moment, and every day of your life in the future. He said, what now? I'm gonna fuck your little pussy so hard, you're gonna walk differently from that moment and every day of your life in the future. You are going to be a 9-year-old woman like that lady in Titanic, thinking about how good Rabbi's cock is and how it realigned your body, baby. Now, I say this to this person. Nothing. I'm like, okay, fine. I get it. A lot of times that happens where somebody's like, pow, 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 and then they're out, they're asleep, or they're just like, oh, it's super awkward, whatever. There's this state of post-climax that needs to be studied. The Japanese have a word. Yo, dog, what's that word for post-climax that the Japanese have? I think it's karai makusu. Is it? I, it could be. I could go to multiple things. Yo, dog, what's the name of that Japanese word for the feeling of post-climax? Mental clarity. Oh, it's Katai Satori. I knew it's the okay. Katai Satori. Depending, or it's Katai or Satori, depending on the context. Satori is more about enlightenment or clarity, but Katai often refers to the sentiment released for clarity after intense focus or a time, like a mental unraveling or moment. There isn't a perfect one-for-one in English, but it's that sense of clarity you get after intense mental or emotion strain. We need a word for that in English. I'm still thinking about what it should be. It should just be like shebang or something like that. We'll let the Rebecca know. Figure it out. But anyway. So this woman could be going through that. I don't know. But I was like, all right, well, if the Titanic line didn't get it, maybe there's something else. So then I go and I say, Daddy has the magic stick and is going to use it inside you and pound you like a wood split. You're going to spray so much ejaculate that you are going to need a tarp to collect your fluids like rainwater. Now, right, I go. So let's talk about this one. And I actually am very serious about this. I stand up for women and I'm an advocate for women. And too often, it has become, I feel, masochistic to say that when a woman climaxes, she can't come. But you can say she orgasms, she climax, but when I think come, I think of sperm and milk, and women don't produce sperm and milk, not the ones with my fuck. And Though in the future, female sperm and male eggs are a thing, and that's all in futurology, but not right now. But just know, I am all about emerging technology, hypothetical technology, and those are short. So with that said, I warned this woman that she's going to need a tart. Oh, beforehand, I had said, you better get a towel. So not only did I tell this woman she needs a towel, but now she's going to need a tart to collect this like rainwater. So what do you call female Jack? It's not female. If you say that, you're taking something away from women. And I don't like that. I came up with my own term, and I'm noticing the catch. What is it, Rabbi? What is it? Yeah, rabbit's in the back. Yeah. What is your name for female ejaculate? Ready, girls? It's sock. Huh? Sock. S-O-P. You know when you're like galoshes or sloshy galoshes, or you're wet or whatever, basically sock is you're wet, you're dripping. Yeah. So I just call it sock. So men have come. Women have sock. And I'd like to study sock. I've talked about this at length with Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. I really think that it should be studied. I talk about it. I used to talk about it like after hitting golf course almost every day. I even have parking spots that I remember referencing being like, yeah, so you can have, and it would be like, it took place for everyone on the university campus. And the way I was having to happen is because it's just a very awkward situation. It's in a laboratory setting. When you grab that, oh, it's perfect. Yeah. Otherwise, I get it. But I think I could get some chicks in like basically every university study, whatever. And to study socks, I think it's really important because, frankly, I know what it is, but not everybody knows. I want everybody to know science. With that said, that was the need for the tart. But guess what, kids? I got nothing from this. I was like, yeah, I thought that was pretty good. All right. But then the third thing I tell her is, you're going to get fucked so hard. We're going to have to double insulate the walls and call the authorities in advance to make them aware that a murder is not happening at our address. You're just getting your world rocked by your dad. And you're going to get it so hard, man. You aren't going to be able to see shit. All right, I figured that's got to be something. Huh. Like, all right, well, she's probably dreaming at this point. I know some, not a lot, but a little bit of specifics about this woman. She's from Britain, and let's just say, I'm going to big fuck these victims for burning down the White House in 1812. But without going into that anymore, I say to her, something that I know is right up her end, or up her tongue. Good. And I didn't know. Huh. What in the fuck? Usually, maybe she's asleep. Maybe I offended her. I don't think so. She's a big fan. And I check the messages again, and I find the answer for which I was wrong. Remember when I said, I'm going to fuck your little pussy so hard, you're going to walk differently from that moment and every day of your life in the future? You're going to be a 90-year-old woman like that lady in Titanic thinking about how good daddy's cock is and how it realigned your body, baby. Remember I said all that? I didn't realize I was typing all that stuff. I can't. Yeah. Shout out to all the children out there. Hey, Sundar Pichai, did you know that your browser sucks? Did you know that YouTube sucks? Did you know that you suck? Here's my impression of your wife. Oh no. That's Angela. Angela Pichai. No one knows. No one knows who Sundar Pichai is and how much. They all know how much he sucks cock, but they don't know who he is. His wife, Angela Pichai. This is my impression. Dumbass. And she's gonna divorce you one of these that I just asked. Why? I'm sure she should be divorced the rest of the better. Before it sucks. She's been on YouTube and what the fuck is this guy? You know, I remember there was like this huge purge on YouTube, several of them, and all the good stuff on YouTube is all gone. Really, I'd like those people to get their accounts back. I'd like to be anyway. To my friend and all my friends, I'm glad that you were able to. All right. Is there anything else you want to say before this? Sing the fucking song, Rabbi. Oh, weird. What's the it's literally Google CEO is so absolutely useless. How useless is he, Rabbi? He could literally just sit at his desk that all fucking day, fall asleep, and still be more productive than whatever the fuck he's doing. And that's basically going to be his future once Andrew finds out what his dumbass the world thinks she is. And the absolute fuck Sundar. Unmute side. I do this all the time. Sundar, it's literally like you went on a rampage at Google to find every quality assurance engineer you could find and fire them. Because all your shit sucks. Sorry, 404 error. I see like some Tyrannosaurus Rex when your shit doesn't work. I have to play this fucking game of a Tyrannosaurus Rex jumping when they're cat over cacti because you guys suck cock as an organization. If you don't know what I'm referencing, it's like this mini game that you can play within Google because it goes down so much. Literally, their engineers are like, you know what, our shit sucks so much that we should probably keep people entertained while our shit is sucking. Ready, kids? And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Rabbi loves you more than you will know. Oh, oh, oh. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who got it. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Like to know a little bit about you for our files. We like to help you learn to help yourself. Look around you, all you see are sympathetic eyes. So around the grounds until you feel home. And here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Rabbi loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who got it. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hiding in a hiding place where no one ever goes. In your pantry with your cupcakes. It's a little secret, just the Robinsons affair. Most of all, you've got to hide it from you, Mrs. Robinson. Rabbi loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who die. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Sitting on a sofa on a Sunday afternoon. With more candidates debate. And a bottle shot about when you got to choose. Here we go, kids. Everywhere you look at this news. Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio? Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Woo, woo, woo. What's that you say, Mrs. Robinson? Jolton Joe has left and gone away. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Well, that was, what's great? The fact that YouTube has absolutely the opposite of what I think. Its algorithm, it's literally like they were like, all right, Sundar, and we'll just be in all you other assholes back in the day. We're putting together an algorithm. Okay? Now get this. It could have all the stuff that you like and stuff you don't even know you like, and we're gonna throw it in there. It's gonna be exciting, it's gonna be fresh, it's gonna be cool. And I'm sure that Sundar was like, no, can you flip it? Because that's the shit that we get. You don't know who this band is to do it. It's known as Dark Open. Why? Why not? In the past, it went one way. In the future, perhaps it'll go another way. Somebody's gonna be like, oh, well, it's been happening wrong, and I can't take it. And I'm gonna say, listen, I believe in life extension technology, the mind of life technology. And from now, which is like 12 billion years into the life of the universe, to perhaps like 60 billion years, which is perhaps like the big country opposite of the we're all going, that will be very strong. I remember one time they used to come out with polls and lists. Lists are really important. The lists you get today, kids, are shit. But back in the day, we get like AFI's list of 100 movies, and you'd be like, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Now today's list is like, hey, here's 50 degenerates you never want to grow up like, and it's like, everybody who's on TV. Right. And old people like Rabbi, we just say TV, we mean media, social media, all that stuff. Okay, but back in the day, TV was once really, really important, and they would put out lists. And I remember one year they said that this was the greatest song. And while I don't agree with that, I think any song is great for yourself. Everything is subjective, except that's. And if you don't get that, I don't think you're going to do it. Everything is subjective, except that subject. What does that mean? Everything is someone's opinion, except meaning you have to have one thing objective to make the other aspects work as that. Once you say that sentence, never go. But in order to make that, at least one thing, this is very much a magical puzzle over time. Shout out to Anna. Anna was singing karaoke here, and if you didn't know, everything was subjective except it's Disney. Shout out to Disney. And friends just can't be found like a bridge over troubled ground. I will lay you down like a bridge over troubled ground. I will lay you down. When you're on the street, when evening falls so high, I take your heart, oh, and pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. shine on to shine. Oh, I'm sailing right behind like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind like a bridge over troubled water. I will ease your mind. Like before I said, not out every story. Yo, dog, can you please provide me with the list of the top 25 Simon and Garfunkel hits of all time according to Billboard? I'm like neutral on that company's God news, my old friend. I come to talk with you again. Just the visions softly creeping. Let me see while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains. The sound of silence. And in the streets I walked alone. Narrow streets of cobblestone. And you'll never want a pastry land. Turn my collar to the cold hand. And the lights are glad by the flash of the neon light. Split the night, touch the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs that voices never shared. And one day, to the sound of silence was the jagged you know. Silence like a cancer grows. Even a word that I might teach you. Take my arms and I might reach you. And then words like silent raindrops fell. Silence. The people bowed down to the Christian and the sign warning, the word that it was for me. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls. What else we got for tonight? Tuesday. Hey, did we ever before say I'm a huge advocate against lithium batteries in cars and cell phones and everything? I'm a huge advocate for American batteries, basically the batteries that are many different electronics including environment, small batteries, and even more than American batteries, the gravity that's all around us to power our cell phone. Right? So your purse, your pocket, your phone, your purse, your pocket, the gravity of the Earth's natural forces could be powering it. But we have people who are at the helm of companies like Tim Cook at Apple, who sucks, who's sitting on a pile, on an absolute gold mine of technology. This asshole cannot get the Apple Vision Pro off the ground. Hey, dog. You're fine. You suck dick. I don't like you more than I don't like you up the show. But most of that content is way on the back page of this, way in the back. But I can tell you this. The Apple Vision Pro, whatever that type of augmented reality, like the Meta Quest, it's amazing. How you achieve the augmented reality virtual reality. But this asshole priced this thing so out of the market. I'm not going to use numbers here. And fuck it, I will. The Apple Vision Quest is like $300, and I bought one of Oculus or something for like $200. It used to be even cheaper, and it was amazing. And now it's like maybe $300, maybe at most $500. Hey, guess how much Tim Cook's thing is? $3,500, 7 times as much. Are you seeing 7 times as much content? No. And this asshole is like, oh well, it's an early adopter product. No, it's not, dog. It was mispriced, and I bet it sucks. That asshole, Tim Cook, is sitting on such a gold mine of technology. That's are all of these companies. They bought all of these little companies, and now they're just sitting on everything. Don't think Zuckerberg's great. He bought Oculus, Rift, and all that stuff way back in the day. They all buy these companies. They don't innovate. And when I have my say, we're going to bust open the doors, break open the books. We're not going to tolerate excuses. We're going to embrace solutions, and we're going to find out what kind of technology these companies have. Let me see if I can find this thing. Yo, dog, can you please tell me? There's some story about an engineer who came out with a magnetic plug for the MacBook, and it was amazing. But Apple no longer uses that technology. Basically, they took this invention of this person as an engineer and no longer utilize it because that means that their laptops break much more often without the magnetic charging. Yeah, okay. So the MagSafe technology was initially introduced by Apple in 2006 with the MacBook Pro. It was a cool magnetic charging connector that was designed to snap to a port. The idea was that if someone tripped over the power cable, the plug would detach magnetically, preventing the laptop from being yanked off the table and avoiding damage to the charging port. The technology was invented by Sabir Bhatia, the co-founder of Hotmail. Hotmail used to be cool, who worked with Apple engineers to design. The magnetic connector quickly became one of the most beloved features of early MacBook products. It was simple. It was a simple but brilliant solution to an everyday problem, and many MacBook users loved it because it was safer and more convenient. Oh, this sounds great, right? Oh, kids, hold on. However, in 2016, Apple decided to ditch MagSafe in favor of USB-C charging with the MacBook Pro, citing the desire for a more universal standard and thinner designs. They're full of shit because they kept their charger as the proprietary charger as long as they could until the EU. Thankfully, the only thing that the EU that I basically know that they've done is align companies with the charger. At least they've done that. And but that's they wanted it because Apple got rid of this dollars to donuts because they wanted to buy more computers. They don't want you to be able to fix your computers. You should have a right to repair in this world. And because of people like Tim Cook who fight these types of rights that people should have, these are the types of devices that we have. Their devices suck so much that this is the exact reason why I have to carry this thing around like Bob Barker, because Tim Cook doesn't have it so that this thing's magnetic. Even though they had it starting in 2006. So they stopped doing this in 2016 because Tim Cook sucks cock. This change was not popular with everyone, especially those who valued MagSafe safety features. Critics argued that it led to more laptops being damaged when cords were getting tripped over, as the new USB connectors don't detach as easily. Apple brought back a version of MagSafe with the MacBook Pro models, but it wasn't enough to. It wasn't a complete return to the old design. Even so, the decision to phase out for a while did stir up some frustration, as many users felt Apple was compromising durability and user-friendly features for the sake of uniformity and thinner design. So yeah, Apple took the tech and then moved away from it for a while. And the magnetic plug was pretty amazing, but Apple's decision was rooted in their desire to streamline their product line and embrace USB-C as a universal standard. Hey, but why can't you just have a magnetic USB-C? I'm telling you, when people find out Tim Cook and the rest of Apple is the gold mine they're on, they're going to demand Tim Cook resign because he sucks. If they were to replace him with anyone, it should be Steve Jobs. I don't know why that wasn't the plan after Steve Jobs. But Tim Cook is one of the worst CEOs who could have ever taken over after Steve Jobs. He's terrible. And we got December. I am waiting from my window to the streets below. My pressure calling silence clouds snow. I am a rock. I am an island. I am a rock. I am an island. Sleeping. I am a rock. I am an island. And I'm shielded in my arms. I was safe within my hand. I touch no one touches me. I am a rock. I am an island. Bitcoin just so just watch. And the fact that it's become that now, just watch what it's going to be. It'll be so high. They've had a lot of techniques. For sure, dog is backed by data. All right, I got any other stocks for us? Rabbi. All right, this is for my Jesus. This is but it's a song about that is instructive. I hope someday, if this ever goes that way, boy, as wonderful as I'm going to be for Israel and get this shit straight out, somebody's going to. So we got necessarily the next and why. It seems like a dream to me now. Took me 4 days to hitchhike from Saginaw down to look for she said the man in the sea sky said careful his bow tie is really a can Talking to the cars of the New Jersey Turnpike. To look for a man. So it's random tone, that's why I use resistance for copy of all I can just do is yes, let my hand there as it was my for jumping in strangers and station. You know, taking the ball water. Bye, 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 just come on, the horse on second. I do declare times when I was so lonesome, just la la la, la 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 la, la 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 la. La 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 la. roads and pushing and is gone. New York City, there's the evening, stands about sitting on five threading carries. La la la, la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Bingo. Ladies, if you didn't know this, I'm just gonna let you in on it right now. I'm the greatest fister in the history. Look at that. How you can make it hard. You might not even need a snorkel. All right. With that said, let's try this. Here we go. Pajama. Stars we say it was Andy and time. Remember to speak once was a true friend of mine. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. was an interesting. I love this song so much. And it's I've met people with this name. Let me just say, they were some of the best people I've ever met. They just helped me more than I thought. We have excellent and our relationship is always professional and the entire time. I have not interested in instead. I'll tell you a quick story about I used to ask this person, um, hey, you know something dog fucker on Sunday? That's not how it works. But just like little casual talking versus that. It's like, yeah, actually, I got that. And that's all this story is. The good things, yeah, we'll take. You ever seen this? Let me see if I can. Guardians of the Galaxy. It looked something like this. It wasn't a thing. And my grandparents had this one tape that they had my I remember. And this song, I always liked it. Shout out to this person though who helped me a lot in my professional career. This person, when I left that room, wrote to another, I made sure that everyone in the organization, it wasn't just I revised their resume because they had a good organization, made sure that they had, made sure that they had, they knew everything that I did in my life. I just picked them and go without overlook all of the specifics. I had videotaped video resumes. I recorded myself and everything that I did throughout the day, so that anyone could take over my job. They may not have been as good as I have done, maybe they would be better, but at least they would know the basics of what I do because I could be functioning with how I do. And I learned this technique from my uncle, who is an incredibly intelligent engineer. Mr. MIT uncle. And I made sure that the people in this organization were as prepared for the future as possible. Hey, 1 second. Hey guys, do you remember that time in Dr. Shy where we were like, hey Rabbi, can you please start this song at 1 minute 26 seconds in? And he's like, oh sure, I can do that. Why does this person still have a job? Why haven't you all made this go viral yet? The second that Sergey Brin and Larry Page find out about this, you're fired. Celia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Oh, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you please to come home. Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Oh, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you, please, to come home. Come on home. Making love in the afternoon with Cecilia up in my bedroom. Making love, I got up to wash my face. When I come back to bed, someone's taking my place. Celia, you're breaking my heart, taking my confidence daily. Oh, Cecilia, I'm down on my knees. I'm begging you, please, to come home. Come on home. Oh, 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 oh. Jubilation, she loves me again. I fall on the floor and I'm laughing. Jubilation, she loves me again. I fall on the floor and I'm laughing. Oh, 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 all right, are we done this one? Oh, you guys didn't even know. What did that come back there? I didn't put it in the not the normal home, not a couple times, not the regular, not the regular. No one has. Not like the Johnson. That I the reason. Was the very best notes in surprise it was best notes in nationality. You have next time you chose that's what you gotta know, bro. I'm the official spokesperson of the woman. They may not know it, you may not know it, but I know it. This little tool here will take you from 0 to 7 instantaneously. It has a battery on it that I wish was in every device. Its battery has lasted for years and it's been used and used and used. It has a removable tip so that, when you're up in the body count, you can make sure that everybody stays clean and tidy. You should know that I just think the world of this one. Oh, that's a spot. Wait, who is that? I'm going to take you on a journey, girl. You need 3 of these bad boys. You need 1 in your car, 1 next to the nightstand, and 1 always charging. Next up, Homeward Bound. I'm sitting at the railway station. A ticket for my destination. Now I'm here by my nightstand, my suitcase and guitar in hand. And every stop is neatly planned for a poet and a one-man band. Homeward bound, I wish I was homeward bound. Home, where my thoughts escaping home, where my music's playing home, where my love lies waiting silent. Of cigarettes and magazines. I wish I knew to be the movies and the factories, and every stranger's face I see reminds me that I long to be homeward bound. I wish I was homeward bound. Home, when my thoughts escaping home, when my music's playing home, when my love lies waiting silent. I guess in that time, I'll play the game and pretend. Darling, words come back to me, shades of mediocrity, like emptiness and harmony. I need someone to comfort me. Oh, we're bound. I wish I was homeward bound. Home, when my thoughts escaping home, when my music's playing home, when my love lies waiting silently for me. Silently for me. Okay, in the process, especially, and I think it's really good for these two homesick. But then we get there and we become here. And I want for a day that is good for the economy and work. But there's a process where you live several generations and then you have children who perhaps spread life to them good and help the economy in other countries. And it basically creates a cycle for a global economy. One day the entire world will be destroyed. And when that happens, we recognize that it was not a one-way street. Not everything went to Israel. Eventually, Israel will be back. And I just think about, I got this when I was helping that I keep it on my head. Whenever I see Dustin Hoffman kicks it. It's one time I've been to some wild events. I've been to some giant parties. I've been to some amazing. One of my favorite events, which I've ever been to, was an amazing fish here in Beverly Hills. It's phenomenal. And you don't know what a fish would be. That's where a large gathering of Jews, where there's lots of celebration and across the world. And of course, everyone celebrated. I knew I had to before I left. I know Dustin Hoffman, but his facial features pretty much if he were feminine, look like this woman. And I hope to anything nice and such. Essentially, but in a female way, this looked like a real life. Like if Tootsie were a woman, a real woman, if Tootsie were a real woman and not just Kaufman and drag, it would be. And with that said, shout out to her, shout out to all my Jewish family, shout out to all the ladies out there, especially women. I mean this. This is actually really important. My representative come on the bus, guy Chavez, and I know she would have been. She would have been. She's never. I would have loved her. Ask for whatever reason she couldn't reproduce, she couldn't reproduce. I'm a very big advocate of in vitro fertilization. I'm a very big advocate of hygienic foods and things. I'd love to pull the plane no longer should it, but a woman has to sacrifice her hobbies, or her interests to have children. I think it's going to be perfectly natural to have women for 50s and 60s and 70s who will having children so very because it's such a technology and amount of burden of technology. And these women will look like they're it's already started, especially to those women up there who really know who've never had a child. Or you want to have a child forever. Like, hey, we get to live forever, perhaps a digital immortality. Let me add. Well, perhaps just know that the CRISPR is a thing, and I'm taking over the world. How? By just saying I'm the default pick in the CRISPR drawer, and if you don't pick me, my progeny declares war. My progeny is prodigious. I have prodigy progeny, and all the Jewish women in the world who hear this know that if life extension and mind uploading is a thing, we're going to be with enough problem. Billions, whatever. I said earlier, we're like 12 billion years into the life of the universe, and we still have like 48 billion years to go. Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Rabbi loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. You know, I'm going to bit about you for a while. We like to help you learn to help yourself. It's a little secret of sympathetic guys. I will around until you feel like news to you, Mrs. Robinson. You grab a nose and you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. God bless you, please, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, 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 hey. Heaven a high place for those who pray. Cupcakes. It's a little secret just around us and oh, Stella, you got to hide it from the kid who look at you, Mrs. Robinson. If the man that knows you, you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's that you please, Mrs. Robinson? Heaven holds a place for those who pray. Hey, 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 hey. Sitting on the sofa on a Sunday afternoon. The baby kind of shine when you got the chance. And when you're there, where have you gone, Joe DeMars? You know our nation turns its lonely eyes to you. Get over, baby. Ooh, ooh, ooh. What's that you say, Mrs. Robinson? Jolton Joe has left and gone away. Hey, 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 hey. This goes out to all the Aprils. Why? Baby, you gonna call me. You will. This is what you found tonight. July. You know what Yo, pimp, that sucked. Thanks. Just tell you the truth, baby. That was the absolute worst shit ever. I used to like Simon Garfunkel, whatever the fuck you're calling them. But you fucking killed that plan. Why? Dog. You firstly, what the fuck was that fucking story that you told about? Huh? What the fuck does George Costanza and fucking The Graduate? How are you fucking molding those two? Plus with some girl in your DM, dog. What are you doing? Anyway, that was fun. That was fun as fuck. Psych. Nobody liked it. Everybody hated it. Guess I'll just go. Yo, dog, that was the worst. You got Tootsie in there? How the fuck is there Tootsie in there? Just happened, maybe. Yo, dog, remember that time you were like, hey, everybody, you want to listen to my fucking thing? I'm going right now. Yeah, let's watch this shit. And 54 beat. Masculine. What in the fuck?
of the oldest tree. Yeah, they're gnarly looking, like you're saying. It's not like a massive tree.
No.
When you walk by it, you would think, oh, it's just a tree. You would never think that thing's 9,000 years old.
But I'm curious what the oldest tree period is.
I think that's the one. That's the one they were saying is the oldest tree. Well, this is just what this guy's telling me. What is that one? The oldest tree in the world. What's that one? That one looks like I think so. No, it couldn't be, right?
Bristlecone.
Where's that one? Where's Bristlecone?
California.
California. So the oldest tree in the world's in California? Oh, no. It says, I don't think they're saying that trees are things for us. Is that maybe just like trees around the world that they're studying in Atlanta? Oldest tree in the world. It looks like shit. You would expect the oldest tree. You wouldn't expect the oldest tree to look like those great redwoods. California
doesn't have a single fucking leaf.
So how old is that one? How old is the oldest tree in the world? 4,855 years old. Yikes. Methuselah. They have a name for it. So some cocksucker, there's some dude that's thinking about turning that into a desk. There's some fucking tech shithead. U.S. Forest Service doesn't tell visitors precisely where Methuselah stands, nor does the organization release photographs of the ancient tree. Someone's gonna fuck it up.
Can you look up what the like how old the General Sherman is? I'm curious about the sequoias.
But this is interesting, Jamie, because this is I guess that other website's incorrect because the other website's saying it might be 9,000 years old. Yeah, but that's not Scotland. Different country, but I'm sure they have some old shit too. I think that's the thing about a lot of these old trees is it's kind of guesswork.
Yeah.
I don't think they really know, and I think it probably behooves them to exaggerate a little bit, because it's kind of a good bragging point. So we're gonna say, oldest tree in the road.
It's a drop here if they're in town, whatever.
Sort of. There's no one out there. It was really cool.
Like 6 people.
There's no one in Scotland, bro. It's fucking Scotland. It's like the whole country is like the size of Boston. In terms of population, the single stem tree.
Yeah.
Single stem.
Yeah. So not all complicated like the one you just saw. It's just like a pole. A lot of the rainforest trees are like this, which is a killer.
General Sherman. So is that a sequoia?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Have you gone up to Northern California? Is that rainforest?
I haven't gone up to Northern Cali, but where the General Sherman is. It looks, like if you play like Super Mario 64, like when you get like you go into like Giant Land, there was a sequoia tree like falling over. I mean, the thing was 36 feet thick. I don't know, but I couldn't climb on top of the tree, and it fell over, and it went from here for like a city block.
Yeah, they have one that has a tunnel carved out.
Yeah,
where you can drive your car through it.
And people want to come down.
Yeah,
there's people frothing about those.
Oh yeah, people are gross. Especially some fucking psychopath who's on Adderall. The Sherman tree contains more wood volume in its trunk than any other tree on Earth.
And that's not the case.
That seems like to make sense to me. Like that's the oldest tree. When I see that little ratty little fucking bush in the desert, I'm like, that's not the old you lying bitch.
See, I thought it would be somewhere on the side of the mountain where it's like high wind and you're growing slow over 1,000 years, so no humans would have been up there. Right. And every year it's just adding, a millimeter to its.
Well, we know so much about the world in comparison to what they knew 500 years ago, but yet we still know so little. They still, like 2010, they found a new human species. It was Denisovans. They didn't even know the Denisovans were a thing until 2010. And now they think that the Denisovans, like a lot of the Aborigine people in Australia, have Denisovans, and maybe possibly the Neanderthal.
They only described the fact that there was 2 species and not 1 species of fucking elephant in Africa in the 90s.
Well, wasn't a gorilla like a myth until they went? I think gorillas were like mythical creatures until like the 1800s. Like when did they discover gorillas?
I mean, I think the first European to see a gorilla probably.
Well, sure, Africans saw gorillas, but they can get the word out.
But like the first explorer with his chainmail to show up and look at a gorilla.
It wasn't until early 19th century that people native from the areas where they live, such as the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Gabon, knew gorillas better. But among people outside of Africa, they were mostly mythological creatures.
There's human-like big 400-pound monsters, like insane.
Yeah, well,
Insane.
this is a really controversial one. It's the Bondo ape, and that's a particular area of the Congo called Billy. And Billy has this unusual strain of chimpanzees that have a crest on their head like a gorilla. So, like, this is a normal chimpanzee skull.
Okay.
See how it's smooth on the top?
Mm-hmm.
Gorillas have this big crest because their mandible muscles are so massive because they mostly they only eat plants. So they're mostly eating fiber. So they're just crushing roots and stuff all day long.
That's the grab onto
massive muscles. Well, these chimpanzees, they thought initially they perhaps were a hybrid between chimpanzees and gorillas because they're much bigger. They're like 6 feet tall, hybrid, and they're enormous. It's a really controversial thing. Like, some people think that it's just an unusual group of chimpanzees. Like, there's this area in Africa. There's a documentary on it called Relentless Enemies. It's an amazing documentary about this river changed course over the years, and these lions got stuck on this island with nothing but water buffalo. So all the lions look like Yoel Romero. They'll just look fucking Brock Lesnar lions. They're super female lions as big as male lions in other parts of Africa. Super jacked female lions just fucking up these water buffaloes.
They do all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, because they have to adapt to their environment. So there was some thought that maybe this was a particular strain of chimpanzee that had adapted and was just unusually large. But they're fucking huge, man. There's a guy named Carl Orban. He's a Swiss wildlife photographer, and he dedicated his life to exploring these animals and documenting them. And he got photographs of them on a camera trap walking on 2 legs. So you see what they look like. Oh, yeah, they look nutty. They look nutty. They're hunched over a little bit, but they look so much bigger than a regular chimpanzee.
So these are real things. This isn't like
no. So, they have tissue samples, they have bones.
So they have separate DNA.
Yep, plenty of videos of these things. It's an actual animal. The question is this a subspecies? Is it a completely different species? It's like, right, they have bonobos.
The tissue?
Is it, well, it's a novel tissue, though, right?
Okay.
So it's a new thing. Yeah. So if it is, they're trying to figure out exactly what happened and how many of them there are. And it seems to be in this incredibly dense, war-torn area of the Congo where these things live. But we know there's bonobos, right? Which kind of look like chimpanzees, but they're really different. They're not violent at all. They just fuck. Yeah. They have arguments. They fuck each other. And that's how they get over everything.
They use him.
Yeah, they probably do. They're probably stoner monkeys. I wonder what's in their diet. But these chimpanzees they're very different than the other chimpanzees, like from Chimp Nation, where they're super violent and they kill monkeys all day, and they fight over fruit.
Chimp Nation is the
Netflix documentary, fucking amazing. That's the one where the scientists were embedded with these chimpanzees for 20 years. So the chimpanzees behave completely normal.
When you say embedded, like the girl did, like sitting there, like right there.
They lived with them. So they set up camp in these forests, and they had very clear rules. Number 1, stay 20 yards away, always. Not much. Pretty close. But when it gets close to 20 yards, get out of there. No food. Don't bring any food. Don't look them in the eyes. No fucking around. And so the chimpanzees, their whole life, chimpanzee lives, in the wild, probably 15, 20 years or whatever. Their whole life they've been around these people. So they act completely normal. Those people are just like another tree. Just another thing that's not of consequence. It doesn't steal resources from them. It doesn't try to intimidate them. It doesn't infringe on their territory. Never gets closer than 20 yards. No worries. So because of that, they've got this insane footage. It's one of the most incredible documentary series of all time. And they studied the social behavior between the chimpanzees. And I had the guy on who directed it. It was really fascinating. I'm like, how often do they eat monkeys? Like, dude, we couldn't even show them all. They just eat monkeys all day. That's their favorite thing to do. And they just I didn't even know that till the 90s. When David Attenborough went to the jungle to film chimpanzees, they caught them hunting monkeys and eating them alive. It's crazy to see. There's a monkey, and this chimp has it like his hand is around its waist, and it's just eating it from the hips down like this. And the monkey's going, it's just got this little monkey face that looks so much like ours. It's so close to us. And this chimp's just chewing Charles, pulling a leg off and handed it to this other chimp, and he's chewing it.
They share?
Oh, yeah, they share. Well, that's a big part of this docuseries, is how they set up a social structure. Their social structures are so similar to ours. It's like we think that the biggest chimpanzee is like the alpha male.
Yeah.
It's not. Some of them, it's not. It's a smart one who has made comrades and made a community, and it's very fair. Chimpanzees have a very strong sense of fairness, and being slighted. Like if one of the elders doesn't get a piece of the monkey, they get fucking furious. Like, what have you done? Like, you have to make right. Like, you have to like soothe people's or monkeys, chimpanzees' anger and being slighted.
Yeah. Well, I always remember this as a kid. I was watching a nature show, and I had it called the third beetle principle. The two male beetles were battling, and the females watching. And while the two male beetles are battling, the third beetle comes and fucks the female.
That's what happens with elk all the time.
And you're just like, be a third beetle.
Yeah. They studied white-tailed deer as well. Same thing happens. The big guys are fighting. When the big guys are fighting, the little sneaky one's like, hey, lady.
Yeah. Ladies like that. They're smart.
See if you can find a photograph of that Bondo ape.
Yes, please.
Again, very controversial.
Why is it controversial though?
Because like people don't want to believe it's real. So that's one. Yeah, that one's a dead one. They shot at an airport. Look at the size of it compared to those guys. It's so much bigger than
trying to get on a plane.
This is you ever see that movie, The Congo? It's a stupid movie. Like
I read the book. It was a really cool book. Like the gorillas,
but those chimpanzees, the crazy chimpanzees, were based on these Bondo apes. Yeah. That's the idea. So
the black and white one.
Yeah. Well, see if you find the camera trap photo. Scroll down a little bit. That'll probably be one of the first photos that you see. There's a camera trap photograph. No, that's a different one. That's one that lived in America.
If I saw that in the forest, I would kill myself.
There's one, they called them humanzee, and they thought at one point in time that maybe somebody had fucked a chimpanzee. These are all good. That's it. Where it says World Call Amon on the top shelf. Yeah, right there. That's the camera trap photo. That's not the best version of it. I've seen a more clear version, but he's walking around, and they're enormous. These guys said they had a Land Rover, and they had a Defender, and they stopped, or whatever the truck was. They stopped the truck on the road as one walked by, and it was taller than the truck. What?
So they're huge.
They're enormous. Some of them are, like I said, they're like 6 foot tall chimpanzees. And just imagine how strong a regular chimp is. So that's definitely that one up there. Click on that. That's click on the gallery. So Carl Armand is this guy who was this wildlife photographer that when they became aware of this subspecies. See the photographs of the skull?
Yeah.
See how
that ridge.
Right. So the one behind it is a regular chimpanzee skull, and then the much larger one is the Bondo ape skull. They also nest on the ground like gorillas. Yeah. They're like, nobody's fucking with me. They're fucking huge, man. And there's not a large population of them, and it's not very well studied.
Because it's so remote.
Mm-hmm. It's very fucking dangerous to get there. But you see those bones in the ground? Show that image again. Look at the size difference between the regular chimpanzee skull in the background and then the Bondo ape in the foreground. And look at the crest on the head.
Yeah.
Nuts. The locals have two names for chimpanzees. They call them tree beaters and lion killers. Lion killers. And the lion killers, first of all, there's no lions. Right?
No, lions not king.
Right. Well, there's no lions. Lions live in the sky. Right. So call them lion killers is probably just a fun name. But they have found, they did video one that was eating a jaguar. A leopard. Yeah. A leopard. But they don't know if they found a leopard dead and ate it. They don't know what the fuck happened.
They coordinated it.
Did it really?
They could have tagged
a leopard. I mean, maybe a small leopard. Well, you got to think if it's really 6 feet tall. So a regular chimpanzee gets to be like a full-grown male is probably like 180 pounds, like a big giant jack chimpanzee. 180 pounds, and the strength of a 500-pound man. Like so, what you weigh probably close to it, right? You probably weigh 180, yeah. So your weight, but the strength of a 500-pound man. Now imagine one that's not 5 feet tall, but 6 feet tall, and is not 200 pounds, but 300 pounds or 350. What?
Get that guy in the octagon.
Dude, fuck that. A regular chimpanzee would fuck a human up. But that photograph of those two men that's sitting there with one that they shot, That's one that they think is confirmed to be one of these Bondo apes, and it's so much bigger than that. But you have to think like, okay, these guys, like, first of all, they're in the background, just like when you catch a fish, you hold the fish out in front of you. It's a perspective thing. Exactly. But the guy does have his hand on his shoulder, and just there's some things you can't fake, like the size of his nuts.
I was gonna say the size of his nuts is the size of that guy's face.
And look at the size of his hand. His hand's massive. That's a massive chimpanzee.
Serious branches of
that. Google Humanzi, because Humanzi was a weird one. They had these people had this chimpanzee, and they dressed it up like a person, and it had weird facial features where it looked like so similar to a person.
Yeesh.
It looks weird. There's better images of it, and there's video of this, but I think along the way, that one right there to the left of that, yeah, right there where you're at is good too. So look at his face.
No, like that.
Strange, right? Strange features. And
so
so
you work at a bank.
Very weird. So it led people to think that it was Oliver. It led people to think that Oliver was some sort of a hybrid. But it doesn't seem like he is. It just seems like it's just weird. Odd facial. But look, they put him in a fucking suit and tie and shit. And they're fine. They became sexually attracted to his care and prefer humans over chimps. The problem with those things is they're horny, just like, and he doesn't even know there's other chimps because he get to see them. He's
close enough.
He's like, I'll fuck you, lady. And like, she's taking care of him. I was like, take care of this. He's a horny chimpanzee.
I've heard that orangutans do that too.
I'm sure. They're primates. Well, this is, that's that Chimp Nation show that's on. Have you seen that on Netflix?
I haven't seen it. I've been obsessed with the 100-foot wave.
I'm serious, not Chimp Nation. Chimp Crazy. Chimp Crazy is all about these people that are like the Tiger King people. That are all, instead of having tigers, they have chimps.
Just crazy people with chimps in their house.
Yeah, Carl's up. What, chimps? Yeah, eat you, Carl. Goddamn heartbeat.
Article about Oliver has this photo with you. I don't know.
Oh, that's not Oliver. No, that article bullshit. Yeah, that's just another chimp. That's not him. But I'm sure they took him from the Congo. I mean, well, wherever. There's apparently this is also something that we learned from the guys from Chip Crazy that were explaining how this trade works, where they kidnap these babies from their mother, and then they start raising them in captivity in America, and some places like Wyoming, it's legal. So they'll go to Wyoming, or was it Missouri? Where was it? They buy chimps. Missouri, right?
I mean, the whole Tiger King thing.
Fucking nuts, man.
Those people all are just normal people that have wild animals, ligers. Dude, I don't know if I should say this. They way before the Tiger, one of the dudes, not the main Tiger King guy, one of the other guys, the Myrtle Beach guy, invited me to his place.
Is that the guy who runs the sex cult?
Yeah. And he was like, "You got to help me legitimize my shit. I'm a real conservationist." And so, me and my friend Mosin, who we do all the photography, all the Amazon Fire stuff together. And we can hang out with tigers for a weekend. Like, yeah, let's go. And so they were like, "Look, we're legit. You got to, you're a real conservationist. Come over here, tell the world about us." Yeah. So what they do is they have people sit in a circle, and you can go like with your date and pay for this, and they put a tiger cub in your lap. Great, cool. But then what do you do with those 16 tiger cubs next year when they weigh 500 pounds? And that's the answer. They all have an incinerator on the inside.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so they're breeding tigers and incinerator. Also, I was standing there. So many weird things happened that weekend. It was going into...
when they get to be dangerous, they just shoot them and burn them?
I don't know how they euthanize them, but they have an incinerator on site. And they're producing tigers. And you go, where do the tigers go?
Oh, my God.
They go, well, and they're going to save tigers, save the world, and there's animals everywhere. I was doing something, and a girl walked by with a tiger, and I felt like I was on mushrooms. The thing's fucking head is this big.
Yeah, it's so big.
You know when in Sandlot, when they see the beast, and it's like an animatronic giant? It looked ridiculous. This liger walked by, and was as tall as I was. And I just went, I don't like it here.
Well, it's a weird hybrid because... I think is it a male tiger and a female lion, or a male lion and a female tiger? I think it's a male tiger. So the problem is in male lions, the gene that regulates size exists.
Oh.
So when a male lion breeds with a female lion, I might be fucking this up, but I know that this is the problem with the liger, why they're so big. It's because whether it's the male or the female, so it's a hybrid ox, a male lion and a tiger female. Okay. So in the female lion then, or in the male tiger, one of them, there's this gene that regulates how big you get. And it doesn't exist in the liger.
They don't look right.
They get so big. How big do they get, Jamie?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Although a Siberian tiger, I think, can also get like an emerald tiger. Like, I think they can get pretty big.
I think so too.
I think the liger is way off the charts.
I think ligers might be bigger than that.
Yep, that was there. Scroll down a little bit, Jamie. Just like
800 pounds.
There's the
900 pounds. So that one's
that's the cat. That's the
yeah. So this one says it got to 922 pounds. Hercules, the largest non-obese liger. So he's not obese, not fat. They try to cheat. Give him
that's
donuts.
That's some body positive bullshit.
Yeah. I bet he's not. If he's 922. Wow. When he was 3 years old, he weighed 408 pounds. Oh my God, 900 pounds, 408 kilograms. Oh my God. And now he weighs, oh my God. Valley of the Kings Animal Sanctuary in Wisconsin had a male liger named Nook who weighed over 1,213 pounds. Oh my God. So lion and tiger in captivity are under 1,100 pounds. Like, what is, how big does a Siberian tiger get? What's the largest Siberian tiger?
See, that I would say 900 pounds. I feel like that upper limit is 900 pounds, and I have from nose to tail about 12 feet. Those are my guesses.
It's like 11 feet long.
Yeah, that book, The Tiger, is one of the best books.
It's 10 foot 11 inches long from nose to tail, weighed 932 pounds.
Look at that face,
bro. But they're so beautiful too. That's what's crazy. That it's a cat that lives in the snow. Like, you think of tigers, you think of India, you think of jungle. Yeah, you don't think of a cat that lives in Siberia, and it's the biggest one
and messes up bears.
Oh,
and
good.
Controls the wolf populations.
Good Lord, that paw. Oh my God, yeah, and just it's crazy that it's such a gorgeous thing. It's killing me. Like when you see them, it's probably part of the trick. Like you're like hypnotized by how beautiful it is. Like, wow. Look at this thing.
Would you ever see in Life in Color, they show you the spectrum that deer see in, they don't see orange?
Right.
That was my question growing up as a kid. Why would, if you want to blend in, why the hell would you be orange and white and black? It seems like that's like the most neon.
Well, that's because the most dangerous thing in the forest is people. Especially people with guns.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying before that is
but
when
that's why they did it. They do it so that you don't get shot by hunters. That's the whole reason why you have orange on.
Sure, but I'm saying it stands out. But I'm saying, so my question was, why would a tiger? Because deer see orange.
Because tigers live in the grass, and there's a lot of shadows and stripes.
Yeah, they
can move around.
They show you deer vision, and they literally don't register that color orange, so it just looks like more green shit. And a tiger vanishes. It's such a cool clip. It's on one of those.
I think that's also why zebras have those funky stripes. I think it fucks with them.
Yeah, confused.
I think all those lines fuck with them because they're not seeing things like we're seeing this cub, we're seeing, your phone, seeing writing. I don't think they see like that. They reckon like it's a lot of it is edge detection and motion.
Yeah.
Like, I was just elk hunting and I got a video on my Instagram. So see how they like blend in?
Yep.
So they would not see all that stuff. They would just see what looks like branches.
Yeah, like squint and look at that image. And it's easy to see it for us. It's very difficult to see it for them.
And if they're in the jungle, densely foliated jungle, and there's all these trees and shit, they would just blend right the fuck in and just lay in wait for something that's slower than them.
But I was thinking when you were saying about the Bondo 8, one of the things that we're doing now is we're using Starlink to deploy camera traps in areas, because you just take a Starlink, put it up in the top of a tree. So a guy on my team, Stefan, figured this out. We take Starlink, you put it up in the top of a tree so it has access. Someone's got to climb the tree.
You put a solar panel.
You got to have Starlink and a solar panel, and just like a little box to run everything. And then you can deploy the little camera traps around. So we're getting now, we haven't published this yet, but we're getting live food from parts of the Amazon where there's no people.
And with the Starlink, you can send it back to you with Wi-Fi, so you don't have to get the cards.
Dude, we get updates on our phones.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
So if we did this in Bondo 8 territory,
probably fine. Yeah. But you probably get fucked up getting in there, putting that stuff up there. That's the problem. It's humans.
Me and Lex can do it.
Yeah, the problem is the humans. I mean, it's essentially run
That's
by
a war zone.
It's a war zone run by warlords. And then if you go to the Congo, you have the cobalt mines. You have all these things that are run by China. There's all the slave labor operations that are going out there. And it's just the whole area. My friend Justin, he runs this charity, Fight for the Forgotten. He goes to the Congo and he builds wells.
Mm-hmm.
And, we've got him on a few times to talk about his experiences over there. But getting to these people to try to build wells for them is fucking just fraught with peril. You're dealing with just gunfights break out, people get robbed, people get pulled over and guns held to their head, everything gets stolen from them.
Blood time.
Yes, just lawlessness run by warlords. Different towns you go into are run by different people. You have to have translators. Sometimes translators are like, this is not good, this is not good. You're like, oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And, you're just over there trying to help people. And so if you're going to study these chimpanzees, like, this ain't, this ain't like the fucking Pacific Northwest, just going to the woods and like, oh, there's a deer. No, you're dealing with humans, dangerous humans who are desperate and who have lived their whole life in these conditions.
When you go elk hunting, how long do you spend? Like, how long is an elk hunt?
I give myself a week. I always have a week. But, a lot of guys who have more time, they'll do 10 days. It depends on what kind of hunting you're doing. I'm doing it in places where it's private access. So it's not, if you have public land, you're going to get a lot of hunters on that land, especially if there's elk. And it pushes the elk deeper and deeper into the forest. And if you want to really find them, a lot of these guys, they'll put like my friend Aaron Snyder, he'll put a backpack on, he'll go 2 weeks, and they'll go, 26, 30 miles in, and that's where the elk are. And so not only that, you have to pack them out.
Oh, yeah.
So if you kill an elk 30 miles in, and it's 30 miles as the crow flies. Yeah. It's
30 miles of terrain.
You're going up and down, thousands of feet of elevation, and it takes them days to get the animal out.
And I've seen the videos of that. We had this guy on. He's awesome. Donnie Vincent.
Yes.
I've seen he does a very good job of documenting these efforts. And he's always got the backpack with the antlers on.
Yep. And you have to have a fucking strong back, man. And trekking poles are a must. And, you're carrying something on your back. It's almost what you do. You got a person on your back, and you're trying to go 30 miles. And that's only one trip.
Yeah.
You're done. You drop it off. You have to get it on ice or do something, depending rather on what the temperature is outside. You have to preserve the meat. You have to put it somewhere, usually in a cooler. You lock it down. Whatever you do, you pour it out, bone it out, and then you go back. So we're going 30 miles for load number 2. And if you're solo, there's a lot of guys that solo elk hunt. You might have to go in 4 times to get all the meat out because you physically can't carry it all 30 miles up and down the mountains without risk of dying.
No, how much is an elk? I mean, the elk is gigantic.
Hundreds of pounds of meat. So I can tell you exactly because we shot these elk in Utah and then we brought them to this meat processing place that makes you sausages and all kinds of cool shit. And they weigh it. So they weigh your meat. It was 400 pounds of meat.
Of harvested.
Yeah, I mean, there's bones. No, there's still bones in the quarters, but the bones aren't that much weight. Let's say the bones are 100 pounds. I don't think they are, but let's say they are. Yeah, I don't think they are. Because it's just a couple leg bones. It's quartered, so it's basically the femurs. It's like a rear hind quarter and front quarter. Let's say it's 100 pounds. It's still 300 pounds of meat you got to get out on your own.
Yeah.
300 pounds on your back. So you got to do it in 100-pound trips probably. If you're smart, but some guys get crazy.
100-pound pack is a lot.
Dude, I know it is. I know a guy fucked his back up because he tried to do 180 pounds in 25 miles. And his back's destroyed. His back is so destroyed that one of his arms is atrophying because his nerves are getting pinched because his fucking discs are all bulged out and fucked up.
So you shoot an elk, and then you let's say you're with 2 guys, I don't know, and you take as much as you can to come out. Now, in the meantime, that carcass is sitting there. You just try and get back as soon as you can. Like the meat doesn't go bad.
No, it's cold out. It's cold out. When I was hunting, it was hailing.
Oh, okay.
You know, so it was like some of the days it was in the 30s, some of the days it was in the 40s, but it's
So it'll
plenty.
stay overnight.
Oh yeah. It totally can, but we didn't have to wait overnight. We packed it out that day. I got very lucky that my friends came down and helped me. So we were in the bottom of this canyon, this very, very steep, this part that's like extremely difficult to get to, which is why the elk go there. So it was like you have to be very physically fit just to get there, just to get like when I do cardio, getting ready for elk hunts, I'm literally I get ready for it like I have to go into a fight or to train for it. I'm doing sprints on the air machine just to pump my legs up, just to do. I'm doing box jumps and box steps with weights. I'm doing all these body weight squats. It's just to have strong legs, just because you have to deal with this terrain if you want to go where the elk are. Because they know where the cats are, and they know where they can hide, and they know where they can get away from people, and that's in the areas that are hard to get to, which is the mountains. And the more hard to get to, and the elk go up it like it's nothing. They just fucking run right up it like it's so wild to watch. Because you're struggling to go like a mile an hour, and these motherfuckers are like running over the top of the hill like it's nothing. But that's why they're there. They're there because they know that it's tough to get there, and people won't fuck with them there, and you know, they rarely get fucked with there, so that's how you have to get to. So I got lucky that there was 5 guys in camp with me, and everyone took a load. And I think Cam Haynes has a photo of it on his Instagram of all of us packing it out. It was in one of those multiple photo things, but so that helped a lot because if it was just me and my friend Colton, who was my guide, it would have probably taken us fucking most of the day. Most of the day just to get to the top of the hill where you get a 4x4 to it.
So you're not worried about, you don't have a camping gear also. So you're
No.
That's good.
Yeah, but a lot of guys do. Yeah. And those guys, the most effective hunters that go into public land, which is a much tougher thing to do, right? Because I said because of pressure, and also because if you want to go where the elk are, there's a lot of people, there's pressure, and the elk are going to get the fuck out of Dodge, and so you have to find out where they are. It's a lot more groundwork, and you're covering a lot more miles. So these guys, they put their camp on their back, and they do the chop the toothbrush in half, that whole deal. Bring stereo heads. They know where the water is, and they use things like Onyx maps so that they chart their path. That's all of us.
Nice.
So we're packing out. That's all the elk quarters on different people's backs, and that head up there, that's me carrying the head out for the antlers. Nice. You know, and it's we were, like I said, real lucky that we had friends there to help us. But if you do that by yourself, if you're out there by yourself and you're 30 miles in, you got to be so strong. You got to be so strong. Whose shot was that? It was Adam, my friend Adam Greentree. He's an awesome photographer. He lives in Australia. He's with us on it too. But that's the kind of hunting that I do is the easiest kind of hunting as far as that goes.
As far as bow hunting in the wilderness goes,
In that,
you can do it with a gun.
There's no. But what I'm saying is like, there's not going to be a lot of people there. No one's going to fuck with you, and you know the elk are there. So the much more difficult path is like the public land hunter who has to go deep into the forest to get away from all the people. Like my friend Adam told me, he went 23 miles into the forest once, and he's like, no one's going to be in. He found 2 tents. He's like, motherfucker. These hunters, they're all realizing like, so there's like a category of hunter that's like these athletes that love it. Yeah, but they're athletes. Like these guys are super physically fit, so they can go 25 miles, 30 miles in, and they can be by themselves.
Which is pretty serious.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, you did a great job of explaining to that one guy about why wolves and elk and these are some, fundamentally like God and the fact that animals eat each other. Like, because there's wolves, elk are mega athletes that can run up a mountain. Yeah, and I was listening to yes. Yeah, that's why they are the way they are. Yeah, you can't take that out of the equation. Yeah. Like people want, let's have all the elk live in harmony where they never have to worry about getting eaten. That's not real. Yeah, what you're saying is not real. No. So if you're saying you don't want hunting, you're saying you want these animals to die in a far more horrific way because we need population control. Some say we need people, but that's the World Economic Forum. But what I think is with animals, at least we understand that we have wildlife biologists that are incredible at this job, and they understand what the holding populations are. Like, this is how much food is there, this is how many deer are there, this is sustainable, we can give out this amount of tags, and so we can keep the populations. But you have to also take into account wolves. When wolves move into an area, everything gets fucked. Everything gets fucked.
They kill off a giant percentage of the calves. They kill off domestic animals. They do surplus kills sometimes, like in Wyoming. They found this crazy surplus kill with these wolves that killed like 100 cow elk, and they were just laying there because they can't help themselves, man. If they can do it, they're gonna do it. Like if they're stuck in snow or something's going on or they can't get away, they got them cornered, they just go on a slaughter fest.
Well, that's like when we used to, and then like you read Empire and stuff, and you're like, oh,
it's all lies. It's all lies. The Native Americans were unbelievably brutal to each other.
Comanches were insane.
Oh
That
my
book
God.
changed my whole view of everything.
They're gonna do a movie.
They better.
Is it a movie or a series? It's a movie, right?
I hope they. No, I hope
series?
they do a movie.
But it's Taylor Sheridan.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll do it.
They
He'll
do it
do it
right.
right.
Because
He'll do it right.
I was reading that book on an expedition, and I was like, when did we stop being warriors?
Never.
When? No, I'm talking
It's
about.
still going on right now.
No,
It's
but
just not
But
us.
the mentality, they'd be like, oh yeah, Quanah was, by the stream, and they saw another tribe on that, and they just went, let's go get them.
Yeah.
You don't need to. You might die.
Well,
They were just like, let's go. They're on meeting parties.
So
They
they
thought
would
it was
go and
fun.
yeah, that's what it was to them. They'd go and find other native tribes and fuck them up, and sometimes eat them. Yeah.
But I'm saying like that, to me, given the modern context of where raised to consider it,
Yeah.
and it's like, these people, you read about I don't remember Quanah's mom's name, but the Cynthia Ann Parker, the woman that was...
There's a photo of her in the walk.
Yeah?
Yeah, breastfeeding her baby.
Yeah, her.
Yeah,
And like
that's her.
she was kidnapped. I think she had a baby that they killed. And then fast forward like 5 years, 10 years later, she only speaks Comanche.
She didn't have a baby when they caught her. No, she was only 9.
Okay, I thought
When
there was someone that they caught and she had a baby.
Yeah.
But then she became a Comanche.
I think they killed her mother's other child.
Yeah.
I think that's when they killed her mother and raped her mother, and they're unbelievably brutal. But they had a hard time with their population because they're riding horses so much.
So they lose a lot of babies.
Exactly. So to mitigate that, they would take young kids. So they find young kids and they kidnap them and bring them to the tribe. So they kill the parents, and oh my God, some of the stories. So and the craziest thing is what our government did. Our government was like, hey, you want a homestead? Go out there. We'll give you a chunk of land. What was that? They did it to bait people.
The first scene of that book, the guy goes out there and he's like, hello, good friends. Like, good day to you. And they like cut his head off.
Exactly.
His face off.
Yeah. They kill everybody. Well, you're on their land as far as they're concerned. What the fuck are you doing? And what the government was doing was saying, hey, you can go homestead out there. He was baiting them.
Yeah.
And so then they made these people fight off the Comanche. And if it wasn't for Jack Hayes and the Texas Rangers, Texas would have never been settled.
Yeah.
This is all the Comanche. Dude, there's so many arrowheads here. It's mad.
I would go nuts if I found an arrowhead in real life. Like if I was walking and I found an arrowhead, it would be the best day of my life.
I found one once in Nevada.
You found it?
No, I did not know that one.
So this is a real...
It's a real arrowhead.
American.
Absolutely. My friend Remy said that's probably one they use for fish because it's larger. He said the ones they use for deer are smaller because they don't have a lot of force in their bows and they have to penetrate. So they want a smaller diameter arrowhead. Ouchie, wow. Yeah, I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up.
Oh, that's so cool.
And they used to have the ability to hold all their arrows in between their fingers. So they could fire off arrows one after another. This is why when they came up with the musket, they're like, this is not good enough.
One shot.
Yeah, and then you gotta sit there and they just fill you with arrows. So when Colt developed the revolver, that changed the game.
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden these guys have cartridges. I think the initial one was 5 shots.
Mm-hmm.
So then these cartridges, they could just pop the cartridge out, put a new one in, change the game.
Yeah. The crazy thing is he was sitting over there in New Jersey, I think, developing that. He was like, I'm tinkering with it. He sent it to, I think he sent it over there. And I was like, what is this?
Not only that, the government didn't want it for soldiers. They're like, why do we need this? We don't need this. But the Texas Rangers used it,
figured it out.
Yeah, and like, we need that fucking thing.
And so they were really the predecessor to our image of like the cowboy. Like that's the birth of the cowboy, right? Like, well, I mean, that whole image of like a dude with a hat on a horse, like that was to me, that's like, it looked like you were getting towards after the Comanche, like the end of the Comanche times into the, I don't think cowboys are around for long. Like that period that we think of, the Wild West. It was like a period, like
It's kind of funny, right? Because it's such a genre in our history.
because
Like,
we
there's
love it.
not a whole lot of Civil War cool movies,
Nobody likes it.
but there's a lot of Western cool movies. But the history of genocide in North America, in terms of like what happened to the Native Americans, has been so poorly documented in movies because nobody wants to watch that.
Right.
So the movies are all just, guys in saloons having shootouts with other bad Americans, and every now and then some Native American would get into the picture, and you have to fuck that Indian up because he was trying to steal your goats or
Or
whatever.
be the cool tracker.
Yeah.
Okay, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid where they're running and like these guys.
Yes, it is. Like, what a weird genre of films that only looks at it from one perspective, the perspective of the people that came over there. And not even the real thing that happened to people is exactly what happened to people in the Amazon. It's disease.
Yeah.
That's the lost city of Z, right? When they went there, the first people were like, this place is amazing. They have these complex cities. It's golds everywhere. It's gorgeous. And then so people made the trek back, and by the time they went there, all those people were dead from dirty, stinky European diseases.
Some blankets.
Yeah. Well, that blanket thing's not real.
No?
No.
The smallpox on the blankets wasn't real?
No. They think that, there might have been some instances where people knowingly gave people blankets with smallpox, but smallpox just spread
like that.
because everybody was immune to it from Europe. Like, not immune, but they had some sort of antibodies because smallpox was everywhere. So when they came over here, we brought a bunch of shit over here that just wrecked those people.
Yeah, I did an expedition right before Lexington. I did an expedition in March, and me and JJ went to. We basically picked a part of the Amazon that we'd never been to. Let's go see what's up. And it took us.
Just picked the spot.
We picked the spot because it was around in the place that, on the map, there's no towns. So we said, let's go there. And it took us a week. We had to take a commercial flight to a smaller flight and then we had to take a boat for 3 days, 9 hours a day, to get to the start of the expedition.
Now, when you do that, do you check to see if there's uncontacted tribes that are going to report in those areas?
What you do is you get to the last town, and you go, wait, what's that way? And they tell you. And the scariest thing, and this was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life, was that there were these tiny little people there. And there was like normal Peruvians walking around, like loggers, gold miners with their chainsaws. There's people who had gasoline barges. There's also prostitute boats that drive around, like brothels that go
On a boat?
Yeah. And you can pay them in wood, surprisingly enough. 4 feet of timber, no joke. Yes, you get to the real, like, this is a place where, like, you feel like you went in a time machine. And you get out there, and there's people with modern machines, but then off in the corner, these little people are still holding onto their bows and arrows. And you look at them, and as soon as you look at them, they hide. And we were like, who are they? And those are the Nama. And we were like, that's what the Nama. And it turns out that the Nawa were shooting at the oil company guys that were trying to get into this deep, again, part of the forest that never has been accessed before. Now it's starting, people are reaching deeper into the Amazon. And the problem is they'd be going up this river, there'd be arrows flying by.
Oh my God.
So how'd they solve that problem? They funded the missionaries. Sent the missionaries out there, talked to them, and convinced them to come back to the nearest town. So these are tribes who are right there. Like, we're standing there, like, kind of talking to them. We're like, hola, and
How do the missionaries communicate?
the missionaries go, like, Bible up, and they just call them. Just fucking hope.
Are these the Mormons? Like, what groups?
I actually don't know.
Mormons love to do that.
I don't know what group it was. I know I saw the missionary and he gave me a dirty, evil look and walked away. Like, this is dark shit. This is
The
dark shit.
missionary gave you an evil look.
Oh, no,
That's
these are not
interesting.
people that are okay. And so these terrified, think about this for a second.
So what are the missionaries up to?
They're cleaning out the forest. They're cleaning the way. They're just doing it peacefully.
But are they actual missionaries or are they acting as missionaries?
Whatever it is, they're going with the missionary protocol, getting these people to come in. So what they did was, through 2 translators from Spanish to something to Yine to Nawa to something, we asked this guy, and we had to stay away from getting sick, and we had to say, like, what are you doing here? I'm trying to go back to my house, like where I live in my house, the jungle. And he said, these missionaries said if I came here, that then they'd help me in the food. And they were very confused because the missionaries had brought back a boatload of them and kind of tricked them, because then when they got to the town, they just showed up to capitalist society, which even though it's super remote, they're like, you want food, you got to buy it. And these people have a bow and arrow, but there's no animals because they killed them. And they go, but I want to go home. And the missionaries go, well, if you got gasoline? No, they're stuck.
Oh my God! How far?
Like 3 days of driving in a boat, so like 70 miles by river.
Oh,
And so these poor people are coming into modern society 1,000 years late with their wooden bow and arrows. They're this big, they're tiny little people. They're terrified. And no one's helping.
oh my God!
And it's the edge of the world. And it's exactly when I was reading this Comanche book on that expedition. This is the same thing. It's that manifest destiny. This is the end of their culture. There's no one who's going to help them. And they were just terrified, sitting there at the edges of the streets, and all these people are riding by on like, motorcycles and rickshaws, and these boats going by, and these people are trying to look for like a wreck to shoot.
Oh my God!
It was terrifying.
Oh my God!
It was terrifying. I felt so bad for them. They had no idea. You could see they had no idea.
And they don't even speak the language.
They don't even speak. They're 2 degrees separated with language. So like you could speak Guinness, which is the local tribal language there, but these people don't even speak that. They speak their language. So you'd have to go from Spanish to Guinness to Nahuatl.
Oh my God!
And we were there, and these people were going.
So how does someone know Nahuatl that you talked to?
Because one of the Guinea guys that I knew had been living there, so we picked up a few Nahuatl words. And so they were going. So
these people, how long have these people been there for?
I didn't get that, but they were literally living in a camp. Like where the trees were, they stayed by the trees. They wanted to be by the trees.
Oh my God!
So there's people, like, you could buy a Coca-Cola there. Like this was like you could buy gasoline, Coca-Cola, whatever. Way out there, both like gasoline cylinders you can fill up your boat. And this is the one. It's like during the gold rush in Alaska. It's like the last place before you go into the whole.
Oh my God!
And it was really horrible to see. And I think reading that Empire of the Summer Moon made it even worse, because
That's so dirty. So they trick these people into going to the town, and they just abandon them.
Yeah.
Oh. And these people, how could they know that someone would do that to them? They don't even know what a town is like.
they don't even know.
Oh my
terrible.
God!
And so they're still, you see them, they're washing by the river, they're trying to feed their babies, but they're
Probably no one gives a fuck.
and no one gives a fuck. And they're treated like dirt too, because humans are humans, and so
Right.
no one wants to help them. Nobody can talk to them, and then of course they're kind of frustrated, right?
Right.
So like, they're not exactly friendly either.
Right.
Wow. Yeah, crazy.
Have you seen that overhead? There's a view, like a camera is on some of the helicopter or something, and it's photographing these guys.
Yeah.
This one. How wild is that?
You think that's fun? I can show you something that I can't show publicly.
Really?
Yeah, I got something that no one's seen. This is from
I'm
last
not
week.
show everybody.
No, you're not. This is from last week.
Oh wow.
So what Joe's looking at right now is a bunch of uncontacted tribes standing in the rain. And again, they don't speak the language of the people that are trying to interact with them. So this is across the river.
Are these those same people that were in that town?
These are not the Navajo. This is a different tribe.
Oh my God, man, this is wild. This is like imagining what it would be like to run into people hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Are you on the single guy yet?
Yeah. Incredible, man. I mean, that guy looks like someone from the past. He doesn't look like someone from now.
Yeah. And so what they did was they sent them a canoe full of the bananas. That guy's standing there in the cold, shaking his head like he might just not know the word for blanket.
It's insane, man. This is incredible.
Yeah.
And these are essentially some of the last people on Earth like this.
Yeah, and so there's a huge debate about how we protect them, because there's 2 camps. There's some people that say, they're running scared during the Industrial Revolution. They push further out, and they're too scared to come in and get help. And then there's other people that go, no, they're no real savages, and they live out there because they want to, and they're the last free people. But looking at these videos and seeing some of the stuff, they're trying to carefully interact with some of the most remote tribes. And so there's people that live 7 days from the nearest town that speak a dialect of native language in the Amazon. And the tribes will come out and they'll come out and you saw it. They'll come out and they'll just look. They'll look at them. They'll make gestures. They'll do things. But if you get too close to them, they shoot you.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't just go up to them and be like, hey man, what's up? Do you want some eggs?
Right.
You can't do that.
Right.
So what happens is this standoff on either side of the river where you have people that live a remote lifestyle and are very, very indigenous, but that can still interact with us, that the modern world, have seen a dollar before, have seen a spoon, the wheel,
Wearing Under Armour t-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. And these people show up. And they got their dicks tied to their stomachs, and they're wearing no clothes. And they're making sounds, sometimes
They tie their dicks down so they don't get scratched up.
they tie them up. So if you look at this dude, I'll just pause it on the movies.
That's so gangster.
Yeah, man, I gotta tie it up.
I mean, think about the stuff they're walking through. But everything's got a thorn.
So look at this. He's
Wow.
tied up. But yeah, you don't want to get. I guess you don't want this to have access to the head.
That could be a problem. Aren't there like little fishies that swim up your dick hole too?
That's only if you're peeing in the water.
Oh,
A much worse thing is you take shit in the jungle.
oh.
All the bugs are coming for you.
Oh,
So you gotta be on like dick patrol while you're doing that, because you're gonna get bug bites on your ass. But you gotta make sure.
They don't go in your asshole.
Well, sure.
Right? Does that
There's
happen?
that too, yeah. Because as soon as you crouch, dung beetles bigger than golf balls start flying through the air. So
Oh my
as you're trying to take shit,
So they know as
They,
soon as
as
an animal
soon as you
crouches.
fart, there are animals following.
Oh.
And so you're sitting there, and you have to. There's a bunch of things you got to do. First, you got to break your stick, right? So you have like some leaves. The leaves is to keep your ass bug free, to get
Oh
the
my
mosquitoes
God.
away. And then the other thing you got to do is you got to hold in a tree. You're crouching, right?
Right.
But then you use your ass stick to swat away the dung beetles. As they come in, and one dung beetle hit my friend Mosin in the eyeball, and like scratched his actual eyeball. It flew straight, and they have rhinoceros horns coming out of their faces, and their exoskeletons brutal, and they're heavy. It's a big bug, and they're airborne, and they're moving quick, and they want your shit because they're gonna take it, and they're gonna roll it into balls, and they're gonna push it through the jungle, and they're gonna lay their hands in it.
Oh God.
So yeah, taking the shit in the jungle is like a whole. You have to know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, you're gonna have a lot of trouble.
Good Lord. So many things to think about. And this is your everyday existence.
Yeah.
So when you went to that spot, you decided let's go there, and it takes you 3 days, and you get up there and you see these people. Did you wind up going deeper into the jungle and seeing how they actually live? So, can you, or is it dangerous?
Well, both. Well, I had some trackers with me who were extremely experienced in all of this. They knew where we could and couldn't go. And it took us a week to get to the launch point, and then we went on a 6-day expedition from there, where we're eating fish out of the river, we're drinking out of the river, camping on the beaches. And then we did reach a point where they found signs of uncontacted tribes.
And that's when it gets dangerous.
And they went, we're going back. 100% going back. I mean, you have to. For everyone's, there's absolutely no way that you can continue going. You're going to either get killed or get killed. Like it turns into. I mean, these guys turned around, they loaded the shotguns, and they were like, we turned around this moment. They turned to the boat. And the moment that you.
Because they know you're there before you know they're there.
Oh, they know you.
Yeah. If you're coming in a boat, too, making a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
They did that thing from a long ways out.
2-3 weeks ago, some loggers, they found them. They were the chainsaw. The loggers were chainsawing on the Tawamanu River. The loggers were, from the look of the kind of Sherlock Holmes image I saw, the loggers were cutting this log. They were dead where they were standing. So you think these guys are cutting this log, and the tribes are surrounding them. Wow. And they just started throwing arrows from the shadows. And so they found the bodies of 2 loggers.
See, you can find them, Jimmy.
This was within August. Peru tribes killed. There's a picture, like a blurry picture of it, of the loggers. They don't show you anything. When it comes to
I bet you could find it.
I bet you my guys have no WhatsApp.
I bet your WhatsApp group is wild.
My WhatsApp group is ridiculous. I got to show you some of the pictures. I got to send you some crazy shit.
Yeah, let me in.
Yeah,
I promise I won't share them.
I got terrible pictures. Because one time they killed these guys and their bodies were on the beach for a few days, and they blew up and became white, so they looked like the Michelin Man. But then when the vultures got to them, they started ripping out their eyeballs and disemboweling them. So by the time people went to find them, skeletons. It was like the skeleton was half out of the face, or some of the most gruesome shit you've ever seen. It was incredible. It was incredible. That's like, dude, now because of, just having a large social media following, people just send me their craziest shit. So I gotta be careful what I open, because people will send you a video. And like one thing that I found very disturbing, somebody sent me a video of themselves. Here, click on this. And it was somebody like, there was like a deer, and he was feeding a deer, and then he takes a handgun and shoots it in the head. And I was like, that's fucking horrible. I was like, no. So now I'm careful, but somebody sent me a few weeks ago a video of, which this one I'm probably going to share, but I have to make sure that they don't get me for it. An elephant trainer in India is working next to this elephant, and he's just working next to the elephant doing his thing, and this elephant just decides that today ain't his day. And the elephant just knocks him over and crushes his pelvis. Ooh. And then it's like, that's not good enough, so it pushes his foot on the guy's head and just flattens him. Oh my God. It's wild. Actually, Jamie, on there's one picture of, it might even say, it says elephant dead. And it's just a picture of a guy, his gun is broken in half, and his head is flattened. And that's in India, that the elephant just flattened the guy. Like, enough is enough. Well, I mean, people torture. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the guy. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah. Hey, you want the good stuff or not? I do. All right. Stuff. Keep it talking. Right, show me the arrows and the guys. I'll show the one next to that one is the elephant stepping on the guy if you want to. I'm here. Well, I mean, it's important. People should know not to be. People think elephants are cutthroat. They're not. They're not to be messed with. Just decided this one's horrible because it's not quick. It's not quick. But like, see, this elephant is not. He's probably around this elephant every day, and it doesn't look like he's. See what he's doing? See what he's doing? He's poking. That shit's annoying. Yeah, and self is going, you know what? That's enough. Look. Oh! So at this point, he's already broken at this point. I mean, his pelvis is gone. Even if he lived, he'd be... everything's just getting crushed. And... Oh my God. Oh my God. He just had enough. Oh, so horrible, man. Just stomping this guy. He's already dead. Yeah, he's dead. Oh my God, he's so flat. That's so crazy. He's picking him up in his mouth. I mean, this elephant is angry. Oh my God, the guy's so dead. That's it. I mean, that's not even a big elephant. And this other guy runs in to stop it. Are you out of your fucking mind? But that elephant's probably tired of wearing that fucking stupid outfit too. Yeah. Tired of getting poked out with a stick. Yep. Well, that's probably like a 5,000 pound Asian elephant, whereas the largest African elephant was something around 24,000 pounds. Oh my God. Yeah, these are 18-wheelers. They're huge. Yeah, and what's fucked up about that is like when you have tribes or towns or villages of people that are growing things, and the elephants find it, they're just like, sorry, it's ours now. That's really tough because there's not enough jungle for the elephants, and then turning down an entire field full of pineapples. Yeah, they're like, no, this is my pineapple. These are my pineapples. Yeah, they don't have any understanding of ownership. Like, these are pineapples that are on the ground. No one's eating them. A person would eat them. And they can eat all the pineapples. And so now everybody starves. And no one can stop them. People come out and throw rocks at them. They'll push a house over. They'll stomp you into the fucking dirt. They don't do shit. Hey, can tell my favorite elephant story for sure. So I started doing work with this private game reserve in Africa called Buffalo Kloof, and it's these incredible people, Warren and Wendy Rippon, and I started going over there because they were using post-9/11 veterans to protect their elephants and rhinos. But their elephants, they found out, they call it the Holocaust herd. They found out that some Saudi prince had elephants in this reserve, and they weren't irrigating it, so the elephants were dying. So they went and they did a flight over, and they saw dead elephants, they saw dead animals, and I think there was 10 or 11 elephants that were still alive. And so they went to the South African court. They repossessed the elephant herd. The owners of the reserve that I work with, they went with a helicopter, you circle it around, they got the elephants together, they darted the whole family at once, all 11 elephants, got them on trucks, like semi-lucid, was kind of awake, got them onto trucks, transported them to Buffalo Cliff, where they're going to be safe, released them, and they said that when these elephants woke up and came off the trucks, and now they're in a private game reserve where they're going to be safe for the rest of their lives, he said they just exploded. They went flying into the water, started drinking, playing, bathing, just eating everything. They rearranged the entire ecosystem, and one of the females was pregnant, and they didn't know it. Wow. And so these people are doing this crazy work where they're protecting black rhinos, which are critically endangered, elephants, white rhinos, all this stuff, and they're doing it through hunting. They're doing it where they have hunting. They have a reserve that is fenced in. The South Africa, everything's fenced in. But the elephants and the rhinos, and at this point, we're keeping black rhinos on the brink of extinction. We're keeping them from going extinct. But it's like you go there, and these elephants are so happy because they're living in a place where they're free.
Right.
Wild.
They have food.
And they have as much food as they want. They have like 50,000 acres.
It's a dream for an elephant.
To get rescued.
Started, you're like, oh, fuck.
You see a helicopter, and you're like, oh,
there's no water here. Everyone's dying. And then all of a sudden, you're in this bountiful place.
And
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny too because talking about like the people, the anti-hunting people. It's like this is a place where very, very different reality than the Amazon, but where the owner said to me, he was like, you can no one's going to pay you $30,000 to take a picture of a buffalo. Like, people pay $30,000 to hunt a buffalo all the time, and so they use sustainable hunting with like the zebras and the buffalo and the impalas and stuff like that to protect the entire ecosystem.
Yeah.
So you have leopards and elephants and black rhinos, white rhinos, and so you have tourism and hunting side by side in this incredible game reserve. It's wild.
Well, unfortunately, the only way where people really appreciate animals is to make them a commodity. Whether you make them a commodity for going on safari, whether you make them a commodity for hunting them, because before that, when people were just poaching and doing market hunting, they were on the brink of extinction. There's a lot of animals there, a lot of the ungulates that were on the brink of extinction.
Yeah.
There's animals in Texas that you can hunt that are endangered in their native lands.
But that they bred them in Texas.
Yeah, they bred there's more tigers in Texas than there are in all the wild of the world, just in people's yards.
Yeah, I just met somebody that had elands on their property.
Eland's very common. Yeah. Huge fucking animal with crazy horns. They're cool looking. But these wild game reserves in Africa, people go over there and they shoot these animals, and that meat gets donated to these tribes. This friend of mine who went over there to do that was saying that they went to this school, which was like, to call it a school, it's dirt floors, no windows. It's just this building where kids go, and the food they get is all canned. So they have canned foods, and so they brought them hundreds of pounds of meat that everybody went crazy. The whole village comes, they get baskets of it, fresh meat, and it does help. It helps. But really what's fucked is that people live like that. Like really the way to get people out of that situation where you have these insanely impoverished countries where you can take advantage of people have a mind for football is to try to elevate the standard of living for those people. Try to bring them power and give them irrigation and give them fresh water and figure out a way to get them resources.
And I mean that's exactly what we're doing in the Amazon is give the loggers a better fucking job.
They don't want to be loggers.
Nobody wants to be a gold miner.
Right.
Nobody wants to be a poacher in Africa. And so
a lot of people.
Not this kind of gold mining.
No, not that. Well, that's not gold mining.
This is sand mining for bits of gold. This is what they cut down the Amazon for.
Right. But gold mining in Alaska, like imagine being a part of the Mine 49ers that came over in 1849.
That's different.
Yeah,
that's different. That's a whole different thing.
Have you seen the movie Sisu? Mm-hmm. It's like a John Wick movie from World War II. It's about this crazy soldier who becomes a gold miner, and he finds gold, and he's retired, done with the war, and then he's hiking out with his gold, he's riding out with his gold, and the Nazis show up. And he has to kill all the Nazis.
This is one of those movies where you can kill everybody. Like
it's
John Wick.
awesome.
I can't.
I bet you can.
I can't.
I
The
bet
only
you
reason it's
can.
okay in The Matrix is because they're in The Matrix.
Right.
Every other movie with one guy that the Taken, where he can take down a room full of
Taken's a
people.
little ridiculous, but this guy, you can't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
pretty fucking. This guy's
Good chance, good
covered in
chance.
scars. His whole body. He's been in war his whole life.
Give it a chance.
This is the guy.
Wait. Who's the actor? That's not Brendan Gleeson, is
No,
it?
I don't
No.
know. I don't know his name, but it's not an American movie.
You guys look at the trailer.
Bro, this fucking movie rules.
Yeah,
It rules. Yeah, that's the gentleman's name. I've never heard one.
Yeah.
But he's fucking awesome.
no, the farthest I can go with violence was Peaky Blinders.
Oh my god, what a show.
Yeah.
What a show.
Yeah.
What a show.
I have so much trouble not just talking like Alfie Solomon's my entire life. I fucking love that character.
Like all the Peaky Blinders.
Oh, man. That and then my newest thing is the 100-foot wave. You haven't watched this.
No, what's
Oh,
that? Surfers?
Garrett McNamara. You know the wave in Portugal, the
Yes.
It's the dude and his wife who discovered it. You know, they tell the whole story. Where like, he's looking for big waves. Like, they're all chasing big waves, like Point Break shit. Like, And then I think they get an email from someone. She gets an email from someone. She's like, we should go check out this wave. And this dude goes, first of all, wave porn all day long. Such a fucking good show. And I'm looking at this going, I want to make a show one day about how we made our national park. How the fuck did they document this?
This dude is so insane to do that. So insane.
This is some of the best shit I've ever seen. I'm riveted by this. Also, I just can watch that wave again and again and again.
Those guys who do that are just like humans.
But this is it's the cinematography, it's the storytelling.
Oh, he goes down! No!
Yeah, dude.
No!
Well, the injuries are brutal. I mean, you're talking 70-foot wave. Oh my god, the weight of that water must be insane. They literally went looking for the biggest wave. And then, just like that old tree in Ireland, this has like become the thing, that town.
Right.
People come there for the wave. How do people die there every year? They have a pretty good safety system. They have like a jet ski rescue system where, like, if I tow you onto a wave, I feel like I know it watching the show. If I tow you onto a wave and you catch this epic wave, but then you get trucked and you're under 40 feet of foam and you're getting just bashed under there, when that wave goes to the shore, I have like 10 seconds to race in there with my jet ski and you got to grab on before the next wave comes. And if you don't grab the ski, I got to leave you. And you got to go under there.
God.
So as you're watching the show, you're like, do they die? Do they die? Are they okay? Holy shit. And the whole time you're just showing this beautiful constant waves. And you're just like, this is and these people wake up every day and have the same affliction that I have. They're just like, how do I get It's like, I feel like I can relate.
You ever meet those dudes? They're so calm.
Because they're always coming down from it. They're like, oh man, there's no waves today. Just like when you meet like certain veterans, they're just like, oh, I'm not getting shot at today, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's fascinating how calm they are. Kelly Slater.
Yeah.
Have you met him? Yeah. He's awesome.
You've had Laird Hamilton.
Yep.
Laird Hamilton.
Shane Dorian, good friend of mine. He does that shit too. It's all these guys. They're all chill dudes. They're like real serious people.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Laird shows up in there. They have him like, yeah, that fucking wave's crazy. This is huge, man. He's just like, dude.
You see his workout where he takes weights in the pool
and walks on the bottom of it.
He's a fucking maniac.
Yeah, no, he's always been. You just look at him. He's built like an action figure. He's always been incredible.
No days off with that guy. And that world of just wanting to constantly get on the biggest waves is just such a nutty proposition.
I totally understand it though. I think it's to do something that's it's like, you can ride a dragon. Right.
Right.
Or Elon's like, I want to go to Mars. Like somebody tells me, you look at a mountain of water.
Right.
You can fly.
Right.
I'm in.
Right.
Sign me up. I mean, I feel like that's snowboarding. I mean, snowboarding's chiller. You're not like taking your life in your hands. But like, when you're going as fast as you can on a snowboard down a mountain,
mm-hmm.
Surfing up a mountain.
Yeah.
It is cool. It's an apex of life. I feel like that when I jump on an anaconda. Like, I am going to die.
When I'm on a snow, I don't snowboard, but I ski. And when I ski, I'm like, don't get hurt, don't get hurt, don't get hurt, don't get hurt, didn't get hurt. Yeah.
Don't eat a tree.
I've just been injured so many times in my life. But I see people falling down. The last time I skied too, I did wipe out pretty hard.
See, skis, I don't like with your legs. I feel like I'm going to tie my legs into a knot.
Yeah, but I don't like being attached to that board.
No, because when you hit ice and you fall forward, face smack,
head first.
Right out.
I know a dude who got fucked up on the snowboard that way. The snowboard went up and he landed head first and just got out cold. Friends had to find him.
Yeah. I teach. Somehow I've taught all my friends how to snowboard, and I've never had anybody get hurt too bad. It's always like, that's crazy. Bunny Hill to like, whatever.
Shane, my friend Shane Dorian, that I was just talking about, he destroyed his knee snowboarding. Yeah, slammed into a tree, tore it apart, had to get reconstructive surgery. And, think about that. His whole life is riding waves.
Shane Dorian?
Yeah. And
He's a surfer.
now, awesome surfer. Yeah. Big wave surfer. And so, his knee reconstructed. As soon as he got fixed, right back to snowboarding.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's the thing we love. It's the thing we love. No matter how many dung beetles fly up my ass, I just keep going back to the jungle.
I understand, but I don't get it. I do understand. I just my brain didn't go down that path, but I get the path. I could have gone down that path. I see it. I see the lure. I see the lure of the big wave. I see the lure of the jungle. I see it.
I think you do it in a lot of. I think you I think you do a lot of things obsessively. I think that when you get interested in something, whether it's elk hunting or whether it's archery or whatever it is, you go 100%.
Yeah.
So you kind of get that same hit from it.
Yeah,
These guys have just attached themselves to something that's insane.
Mm-hmm. I think it's in everything. I think everything's like that. There's things that human beings find that are complicated and challenging. We gravitate towards those things because we get these rewards of accomplishment. I think these rewards of accomplishment are built into our system of what it is to be a human being and what our purpose is on Earth. And I think that you can live your whole life and not find a thing that you find challenging or rewarding. And I think that's tragic. I think you're living a boring ass life. And there's a lot of people. That's the great Thoreau quote. Most men live lives of silent desperation. And that's real. Most people don't have a thing that they do that excites them, that's difficult, and it's challenging or rewarding. And that's not a good life. It's a safe life, right? That's what people want. They want a safe life. People want to retire. I want to go off to the sunset. It's all bullshit. You want a life filled with challenges and rewards, and you want to learn about yourself along the way. You want to make mistakes because that's how you grow. You want to do challenging things because that's how you find out how far you can push yourself. You want to learn more because it elevates your capacity to understand things. It's part of being a human. It's a fascinating thing that's elective, and that's the part about it that makes it interesting. It's elective. You don't have to do it. You can get a very plain, boring job that's not challenging or intriguing and just exist. And you can exist on bad food, and you can exist on bad information, and watch television all day and never challenge your mind and just dull yourself with alcohol and slowly rot until your body gives out.
I think a lot of people flip their own rooms thinking that, it's not me.
Yeah, that's true too.
I don't have access to that. And you don't realize that the difference between you and God, or, McNamara is just obsession.
Mm-hmm.
It's just go out and do it.
And a lot of times it's getting on a path. And then, think about Goggins. When he first started that, what if he never did decide to get fit? What if he stayed that 300-pound dude who's just drinking milkshakes all day? He was big and fat, and he couldn't even run 100 yards. That's who he was when he first started working out. And a switch flipped, and he got on a path, and he stayed on that path. He wasn't on that path his whole life. And then all of a sudden he gets on that path and becomes the biggest psycho of all time on that path.
But you have to either have a traumatic event that wakes you up, or some sort of just boundless innate optimism that makes you think it's possible.
There's you have to have this or that. I think there's a whole bunch of different things that can happen to people. I think near-death experiences. I think loss of a loved one.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe a realization that sometimes people just wake up and say, I can't do this anymore. Whatever they're doing is boring or sucky or just soul-sucking. They just get to the point where they go, I can't do this anymore. Sometimes it's just like an alcoholic hits rock bottom. It's like, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm fucking done. And people do. My friend Dave did that. He never went to rehab, didn't do nothing. He crashed his car. He got arrested because he ran away from the scene of the accident. He was drunk driving. He said, I'm never drinking again. Never drank again. The day he died.
Just reached his limit.
Just reached his limit. Didn't go to Alcoholics Anonymous. They're like, you have to go. He's like, no. I'm just not drinking anymore. I'm done. And he just had to, his whole life he was a drunk. He just had to get to this point where he's like, this can't be me anymore.
Yeah, just disgust yourself.
There's a whole bunch of different ways to get to that. Sometimes you get to it through inspiration. Yeah. Sometimes you get to it through desperation. Sometimes you get to it just through intrigue. Like sometimes, you walk into a jiu-jitsu gym and you've never even done a martial art in your whole life. You take a lesson, and you're like, oh my God, this is so fun. And then 5 years later, you're a fucking jujitsu wizard, and you're obsessed with it. You train every day, and you're on this new path as a human being because you found a thing that excited you. And it could be big wave surfing. It could be playing chess. It could be, there's probably a thing out there that resonates with you. You just haven't had it. And then there's the thing of getting outside of your comfort zone, which people don't like. Where people struggle. Yeah, because they have never had any experience with it. They don't understand the reward of doing it. But the people that do it all the time, whether it's, David Goggins or Jocko or anybody that you see that's like a fitness influencer or people that are like super fit, they just stay on the path. That's the key. The key is just every fucking day is a new challenge. You don't want to do it every day. If you're a guy who runs marathons, there's no fucking way you want to run every day. Like, if you want to run a sub 3 hour marathon, you got to run every fucking day. And you got to check your heart rate. You got to make sure you're eating correctly. You got to do all those things. It's fucking hard to do. But because it's hard to do, people get obsessed. Maybe they run a 5K. They're like, I can't believe I did it. Wow, I ran 3 miles. And then the next thing you go, you know what? I'm going to run a half marathon. They prepare for a half marathon. And the next thing you know, they're a fucking runner. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing that to me, what I see is so many people going, especially like at this point, people are like, oh, I can't believe you do this work in the jungle. But I always wanted to do this. I listen to when people say, I always wanted to do it. I'm like, go do it. Yeah. Go do it. Some people can't, right? Because some people, the reality is some people have families and they have mortgages and they have loved ones they take care of. There's not a chance in hell you can take a father of 4, and all of a sudden this guy can become a jungle keeper. It's just he's not going to leave Ohio, and quit his job in Columbus, and not full time, but I think he could
do something. He could do something. But the point is, you went on this path very early. How old were you when you first started this path?
17.
Yeah. See, that's a good age. 17. You don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. You're young. You're all full of cum. You're fucking crazy ambitious. Yeah, fuck these people. Fuck these people. And then you have confidence and intelligence. You decided to make this path, and then you find this incredibly rewarding part of the path, which is saving the rainforest. And so now you have a reason to live. So your life becomes filled with meaning. And that's the problem with a lot of people, even that have jobs that are really good jobs. They don't have meaning. That's why people fill their life up with bullshit. They just buy things and do cocaine, fucking, get a luxury yacht. They just get these things that are trying to fill some sense of purpose and meaning because they don't really enjoy what they do. They don't get just purely satisfied by what they actually do. They need all these other things to motivate them to keep doing it, and then they get caught up in this numbers game, where a guy only has $1 billion sounds like a loser when he's hanging out with Jeff Bezos.
I never understood that, dude. I never understood making it past a certain amount of income and not just going, cool, now I'm going to go enjoy it. Now I'm going to take care of my friends. Now I'm going to take care of that one neighbor that I always knew needed help. Now I'm going to do this and just start doing good with that shit. And there are people who do that.
I could tell you as a person who grew up poor, one of the things that happens is first initially you worry that you're not going to be able to maintain it. That's initial fear. That's super, super common. And guys start getting like really famine. It's really interesting when they start making more money, they start getting more freaked out about money. I understand that happens. So you see that with like a lot of Hollywood people. They like change how they talk about things. They change their opinions. They don't want to take any risks. So you want to keep that gravy train rolling. But if you're doing something you enjoy doing, then I think if you like, especially if you're independent, like podcasters, right? It's a good example. Start making money in podcasting. You like, oh, this is great. Like, I just can make money doing a thing that I love to do. Like, I'm not going to stop doing it. Why would I stop doing it? And I also can keep making a lot of money. I think I'll just keep doing it, especially since I enjoy it. So I don't even think about like doing it for the money. I think about like, I would like to talk to Paul. He's an interesting dude. He lives in the Amazon. Oh, this is my job. I get to talk to Paul. Why would I stop? I would do this for free, but I'm not going to.
Right? Yeah, but you're also you transcend. You're in the you've changed the world with podcasting. You've kind of like flown above that. I'm saying, but even for the normal guy who makes his first, I know. I'm saying, normal person makes his first $5 million. You know what I mean? Like people.
No.
I need 30.
You need more. You need more because you got a mortgage. You got this, you got that. With the kids go to college, also your money's not going to be worth as much because of inflation. And what if if you invest in this fucking hedge fund and this and that, and this goes under, or what if you're an idiot and invest in NFTs or Bitcoin? I know a dude who just lost a crypto coin. Like, you get nutty and you think it's free money. I'm like, no, it's some kind of crazy thing that's still going on where you got fake money, some weird created money, and you just spent a lot of real money to buy some of this weird, like, fucking imaginary money, digital money.
Do you want to buy what were those things, those fake pictures that people bought for a while?
NFTs?
Yeah, those.
What?
What was that about? That was crazy, bro.
And they sold for millions of dollars. I know a dude he got rich. He was an artist. Yeah, he got rich selling NFTs. Yeah. In the beginning, when everyone was like frothy with it,
it sold and they dropped to nothing. So I always have all these people coming up to me and they're like, "Oh, you're trying to raise money for the rainforest." And they're like, you need to get into the NFT market. So like, I almost got by the NFT people.
Yeah. No, I've had multiple occasions where I've been asked to do things for NFTs and I've been asked to do things with crypto, and I was like, I don't even know what it is. So how the fuck am I gonna endorse? Like, I won't endorse something unless it's a product that I've used or makes sense, or they can explain to me, oh, this is how it works. Like, okay, it makes sense. But if you're doing something like an NFT, like, Jamie tried to explain it to me like 6 or 7 times. And I was like, okay, but you have it on your phone, right? So I can take a screenshot and I have it on my phone too. No, but you don't own it. Okay, what does that mean? I have the same thing you have. I have the exact same experience of having this $1 million yacht ape. Is that what it's called?
No, it's the Bored Ape.
What was the Bored Ape? What was the ape?
It's a fucking cartoon picture of a monkey.
What was it called though? Was it yacht apes or Bored Apes? There was like one that a lot of people were buying, and I was like, what the fuck are you paying money for? This is crazy.
Bored
Ape. Oh, that's
Bored Ape.
Okay, Bored Ape. Bored Ape. Show an image of what these fucking things are. What was the most expensive one that went for? By the way, that's an NFT. Okay.
Thing?
Yeah, but that's a whole different. Yeah, that's Elon Musk. That's
okay. Did it just change color? Did you talk about it?
That thing. No, that's like a digital piece of art. Like, that's a completely different thing.
So you have to plug it in.
Yeah, but that thing is a gift from an artist. People.
Oh yeah.
Sorry. But he puts up digital art every fucking day. So when he has like a gallery, you can go there and there's giant digital art. It's like those kind of NFTs make sense. This thing is like a shit cartoon. And how much do they go for?
So those numbers at the bottom right there are showing that they're like, I think it's Ether. So 100 would be the price. That's 3,000 coin right now. Like it's 300 grand, but
300 grand.
It said it was sold at 760.
But you can just screenshot. So it was sold at 769. So it's sold at close to $1 million. And what is that?
That's getting into the screenshot thing is a tough thing. It's like, you own a car, but me having a picture of your car on my phone doesn't mean I own your car.
Yeah, but you don't understand what I just said earlier. I said it's the exact same experience. Yeah, the experience of having it on your phone is very different than the experience of you having a picture of my car.
Same with the art thing. Like, dude, that's just argument for art.
No, but it's not because
Mona Lisa, I collect the Mona Lisa on my phone all day long. I don't own it.
Right. But there's a big difference between owning the Mona Lisa on your phone. So like the Mona Lisa was only on a phone, and you could just screenshot it, and you would also have the exact same experience of the Mona Lisa. The difference in the physical Mona Lisa is it's hundreds of years old. It's painted by a master.
You don't just own it on your phone. It's the sort of thought.
But the thing is, you can replicate
an access point to where you do own it. That's like saying your bank account, like was only on your phone. But
I hear what you're saying, but it's not the same because there's no real value in that NFT. It's fake. Like the experience of having it is no different. It's not like, I get that you're saying that it's money and you're going to trade it as money.
I agree with everything you're saying as someone that is invested in the stuff. And I'm like,
how much did you waste? How much did you waste?
I didn't waste any because I was getting stuff when it was cheap or whatever. I got it at the right time. I could have sold it and made a bunch of money, but I did not. I would have had to pay taxes and all that money too.
Right.
People are doing all that stuff.
It's all so kooky.
The thing I was going to bring up is I'm at sports cards now. Those are Why is that stuff worth money?
Well, because they're
Hold it in your
original
hand.
physical things, and then they're also like serial numbers on them. I guess if you had a fake one,
So you don't know if anyone's faking
but
it.
the thing is, the real ones, you're also getting like a little piece of history. Like this arrowhead. If somebody made this arrowhead and I didn't know, because guys do make arrowheads. There's a lot of modern day people that make arrowheads. But this one was found at a friend of mine's ranch. I have a bunch of these. I have a few of them at home. They're fucking amazing because these are like little windows into a time in history that was not that long ago. That was right here, and they're all over the place. Somebody made that, and it took a long ass time. And then they had to make the rods for the arrows,
Which is not that easy.
No,
it's not. Like, if
No.
you went out in the forest right now, it's a perfectly straight stick.
well, not only that, you have to use sinew to make the string for your bow. You have to know what woods to use for the bow. You have to know how to harden those woods. And if you're making a recurve bow, now you're talking even crazy.
That's even if you're just trying to make a simple,
A simple longbow. And you have to be accurate with that thing.
and so that means you have to have enough arrows to practice with.
Yeah.
Fire's the same thing. Every time I try and show someone how to make fire, it's like this is such a process.
It's such a
Just
process.
to get fire started.
Yeah.
Which is again so much fun being out in the jungle because whoever you are, and how rich you are, no matter how hot your shit is, you're in the jungle. You're shit with them wheels.
Do you bring fire starter? You know that stuff? So like they have like bricks of this stuff, or cords of it. You cut off a little bit of a piece of it,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have a flint and a piece of steel, and you knock the two of them together like this. The steel is like
flip rods. Ferro rod.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is,
Mhm.
right? And you light that stuff, and it's soaked in chemicals. It's probably fucking terrible to breathe in, but that will keep fire for a long time.
Yeah.
You can use it to start fires.
Yeah, we don't. We
go old school.
we usually just have a lighter with us, but there have been
It's
times.
wet.
Well, so the only real way, especially in the rainy season, the wood is soaked through. If this was a stick, it's soaked through. It's not gonna burn. You have to be very creative. You have to like put some diesel fuel in a tuna can and make a fire over that, and then let that burn for a little bit.
So it dries everything out.
It dries everything out. And like, even then, it's not a very enthusiastic fire.
Right.
It's like, you're trying to like cook a pot of beans, and it's your last pot of beans. It's all the food you got. Oh my god, yes. Things I want to burn. But when there's rain,
So you never bring like a little Bunsen burner, those little lightweight ones.
no, and honestly, that's a great idea for expeditions. But what we do, we bring these big propane tanks, just throw it on the boat. And if you can't bring that, then nothing but like what we have at the camping stores here, like the little ones, the one in the backpack. We just don't sell those where we go.
Right.
You know, so like when you can't bring that on the plane,
Oh, you can't?
can't bring a propane tank.
Whatever one. You can't.
Like if you go
That
to
makes
like
sense.
REI and buy whatever those little camp stoves have, you can't bring that on.
So is there a place where you can receive packages? Where you can get it shipped to
Yeah,
you?
we could probably get it shipped to Lima and then have it shipped down or whatever else. But I mean, right now we have a system that works. But again, to me, this may be me being like a Luddite. It's like when we're out on expeditions, like to me, I want to turn this shit off. Like people are like, oh, I have this new device. I can get network anywhere. I'm like, turn it off.
That makes sense.
I don't know.
The thing about this is it helps you boil water, jet oils. So it's this little thing. It's got a little tank. It lasts for days.
Yeah.
You just cook it up when you want to cook food. You know, you turn it on. You have a little thing with you and freeze-dried food and shit. That's what a lot of these guys pack when they go 30 miles deep into the woods. They bring all the jet oil. Yeah, you can make a coffee if you want to. Yeah.
I brought a guy who used to work at National Geographic on an expedition with me. There was a couple local guys, me and my friend Wilson and him, who went up this river. And in hindsight, he actually thought we were messing. He was like, this can't be what you guys do. He was like, you just have a fucking boat and tents. He was like, it was bugs, the sand, the brutal, the sun beating. He was like, I'm trying to have a fucking roof.
Do you become accustomed to the bug bites?
Yeah.
So is it just you just deal with it, or does your body develop any kind of an antibody to it or anything?
To the sandfly bites, like me and JJ get bitten and we bleed, but we don't get the elevated skin like that.
So your body doesn't react to it anymore.
Dude, wasp bites. I don't even react to bullet bites. I'm on number 11.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about I just got bit by a bullet, and as I was trying to go to bed, I got up to go to bed. I was like doing something with people. I stood up, and I know the feeling right now. So there it is again. right in the foot.
No.
Yeah, they're stopping. It's starting to lose its efficacy on
Wow. I
enough
didn't know
bullets.
that was the case. Because I saw those rites of passage thing that they do. They take these guys that glove and they fill their hands up with bullet ants, and they have the bullet ants stuck in the glove so they can't go anywhere. So they just keep fucking you up. And it's supposed to be some thing that they do that is like a religious experience.
It's a rite of
transcendent.
passage. It's a rite of passage. So they'll pair. It's kind of like a bond. They'll, like,
Video it up.
it's a rite of passage thing. They'll take like a young man, do it to him, and then they'll have a girl take care of him afterwards. And it's like sort of trying to encourage them to like pair up.
Oh.
I know that Steve-O did it. I saw a video of Steve-O drug people.
Every time you talk to Moy, please stop.
Please stop.
Don't let people punch you. Please stop. Don't let this happen.
Just take care of yourself.
Please
You've done
stop.
so much.
Yeah. He's so bad. Yeah. Such a wild man. You ever see the one when he was in Africa and he climbed up the trees and a lion climbed up the trees with him and pulled his hat off? Those are real lions.
He's in a I always wanted to ask about that because he's in a hammock and they have meat hanging from the hammock and there's lions like biting their asses.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
That's good.
They play keep away with hyenas. So he's got it on. He's freaking out. Sure. Let me hear some more. What is this?
The next day, Chris's hand looked
What a fucking psycho.
Wild
So-
boys was a show.
You can get stung by those things now, and I thought it was like my friend Steve got it. He said it was like 12 hours of
Yeah.
excruciating pain.
Yeah.
He said he could barely walk.
My first one was like that. I was like, ow. Like your lymph nodes swell up with horrible pain in your body. You have
One
headache.
bite.
One bite. And now,
Did you do it on purpose?
well, because the guys were like, "Yo, what up?" They're like, "You think you're tough, big guy?" Down there, like, "Dude, I'm not big." Down there, they're like, "Oh, you're big guy."
Does anybody work out? You're the only guy who works out for John. You're out there doing chin-ups.
They're out there.
What the fuck is
They
this?
think
guy
I'm
doing?
weird.
I'm sure they do.
Because I'm in the sun with my shirt off, doing push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, doing my jungle workout. You know,
This crazy fucker.
but then I go climb the giant trees and I'm like, all right, listen,
Yeah.
you want to come? And they're like, no.
But they said you think you're tough.
So they took a bullet in it, and you play bullet ant roulette. You just, so we used to take a bullet in it, and I put it on my arm, so it starts walking around, and then you take your arm, and we just match our forearms together, and we go like this,
Oh,
and whoever it stings.
oh boy,
It's super fun. It's a great drinking game.
super fun.
Dude, you mix that with throwing
Sounds
shots,
really
it's
fun.
awesome.
Sounds really fun.
So much fun.
So you were wrecked for how long?
About a day and a half. I took it really bad.
That's not
I
fun.
took it really bad.
You and I have a different understanding of fun.
The excitement of wondering who it's going to hit is fun. I would rather not know. Dude,
I don't want to know what that feels like.
see, that's different. When I see the wet paint sign, I go,
Really? I don't.
oh, so I go, well,
Let's paint. Someone painted it. Respect that
no,
guy's work.
I never, I have to, and with the dumbest things too.
And with
People
a
could be
bullet
like,
ant, so how many times did you do it voluntarily? Did you do that? Okay.
no,
once.
never.
And every other time after that was just
Every other time that, you're doing your life.
pain rating 4+ in the Schmidt sighting pain index, sting pain index, the highest possible rating. And you can just go to sleep after that. Causes waves of pain for up to 12 hours after a single sting.
No,
Being
I,
studied for use in biological insecticides. Of course it is. Of course, paralyzes insects, causes pain in humans. Affects voltage-gated sodium channels and blocks synaptic transmission in the central nervous system.
yo,
So many people die from bullet ants.
I don't know, but it does feel like something that at the level where you have it as a glove
Could kill you.
Yeah, but I feel it. Given the intensity that my system felt from one,
Do you think that those people have already been stung a couple of
yeah,
times?
those kids have grown up being stuck. So JJ said he didn't have shoes until he was 13, so he grew up walking through the jungle. He said he had his first bullet in sting when he was like 2 years old.
Oh my god!
Which, like, as a 2-year-old, that's like being stung in the face by like a wasp the size of this water.
Oh. Imagine what that feels like if you're a baby, a soft, mushy baby, and that chin just fucks you. And so they are experiencing it akin to what you experienced now. So when they're putting the glove on, even though it's horrific and it's getting their whole hand, and there's a bunch of those bullet ants in there, they're probably much more accustomed.
I think that they have because they've grown up in the jungle, they're much more accustomed. But I mean, you're watching Steve-O do it. Like, I would think twice before putting my hand in that glove and not having a hospital nearby, because I would think that you could go. That could be overwhelming to your system. They're very intense. It's not a joke. Like, I could get bitten by a bullet there right now and go, all right, well, we're going to do the rest of our day because I feel like it. But what you really want to do is just stop living, because it just
Even to that,
everywhere.
even so,
It's everywhere.
so is it that you just accept the pain and you understand what it is, and you don't freak out, or is it your pain threshold? Has it lowered?
Yeah.
Because you've done it a bunch of times, so your body's immune to it.
Yes, it has
That's
to lower,
so-
and it's to lower to the point that you can make the decision to, like, grit and bear it. You know, because at first it's so bad that you walk around going, wow, and you're like, wait, okay. If I walk, I'm in pain. If I lay down, I'm in more pain. If I look, there's nothing. There's nothing. You just fucked.
And so now
You're
it's
fever.
different.
And now I'm like, man. And I'm like, well, let's go do what we're gonna do anyway.
So
I'm just
now
gonna
is
get
it like
back.
a wasp sting to
Yeah.
a normal person?
Yeah. So now a wasp thing to me, like, I'll just catch a wasp. Because like I was like, you know, I come home and I see people like running from a yellow jacket, and I'm just like,
We were talking about this yesterday. I genuinely think that people must feel pain differently. I mean,
Yes.
it makes sense. That some people just, I don't even think it's a tolerance thing. I think it feels different. I think that's sort of like the same thing with spicy food, and there's a bunch of different things like that. Cold water. There's things that people can tolerate, and it seems like they're not just being tougher.
No.
Like, it's not as hard for them. Like, there's maybe their ancestry evolved around being in pain all the time, so they got accustomed to it.
Dude,
Right.
my friend Noel, my childhood best friend, he always calls me and goes, dude, do you want to go surfing in Montauk? And I go, bro, it's February. It's fucking February. There's going to be ice on the water. And he's like, yo, the swell is awesome. We'll wear wetsuits. So one time I tried it with him. I will never do it again.
So you have
Ever.
your hands in a wetsuit or no?
No. You have the boots on. But it's so fucking, every time a wave washes over you, it goes flying down your back. Of course. You're in ice cold water. And yes, the waves are incredible. I don't care. And you can't breathe. Right? I mean, it's like, I mean, you do the cold plunge all the time, and it's like,
Yeah, but I'm not moving.
and you're not out there for 4 hours.
Exactly.
And you're not sitting on your board
But I'm
waiting,
not
waiting
trying
for a wave
to balance my cold ass knees.
But so to me, I look at Nolan and I go, shit, either he's way tougher than I am, or he just is predisposed to not really giving a shit about cold water.
It could be that, or it could be you get acclimated. You get accustomed. It's because we were talking about people.
Yeah.
We adjust to our environments. We adjust to all kinds of different things. You probably get accustomed to that experience, and the rush of riding those waves is. And it's also, there's a thing about being a badass, putting that wetsuit on.
Well, that's where it gets. That's where it gets where it goes, no, I'm gonna make myself. That's where I get myself at, where it's like there's a certain satisfaction to going, yeah, take it. Take it to the person.
If you're warm in your house, and you're looking outside, it's snowing, and there's ice on the ground, and you're looking at your wetsuit, and you're warm. You're warm. You're drinking soup. You know, you got some chicken noodle soup. Oh, you're just so warm. You're watching television. Why would I go to the ocean? Are you guys really gonna go? Let's not go. Come on, pussy. We're gonna go. And the guy comes back with fucking icicles in his beard and shit. Yeah, it's that there's we admire those people.
Well, you fucking savage. You said you wake up cold and go in your cold plunge.
That's not that hard.
That's terrible.
It's not good.
To wake up cold and
It
not do
sucks
any
every
push-ups
day.
or something.
Yeah,
If you
I
told
hate
me you
it.
worked up a sweat first,
No.
I would say, okay, fine.
I do it sometimes after the sauna, but then I always finish on the cold.
Yeah, that feels good.
I always, if I do that, I never go cold, sauna, heat up, and then go outside. I go sauna, cold, sauna, always end up cold. So you always freeze your dick off.
Oh God,
But it's not that hard. It's
Just
3
like-
minutes. If you count slowly to 10 two times,
Mhm.
it's 3 minutes. That's my power. So I just count slowly to 10 for 3 minutes, and that's it.
I respectfully disagree with you. I think this is one of those things that you have found that this is a way for you to sort of flex for yourself, and you've gotten used to it, and you've come up with a system. I would never. There's certain things I just don't want to do.
Yeah, it sucks.
don't
Dude.
wanna
I don't
do
want to do it every day. Every
Yeah.
day I don't want to do it, but I tell myself, shut the fuck up, pussy. Pick up the lid,
Yes.
put it down, climb in. You know you're climbing in. Stop. Set your. Oh, I do want to say Garmin. Your new Phoenix 8 watch shuts off when you get in the cold plunge.
No.
Yeah, so this is I have a Phoenix 8 and I have a Phoenix 7. They're awesome. I love these things. But the Phoenix 7 I have to wear when I do the cold plunge. So if I work out with that one, but this one is a better heart sensor.
Yeah.
This one's just better overall. But it sucks that if you go in cold water, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, how did you go backwards? The old one, you go into cold water and never backwards. Underwater operating temperature range 0 to 4. Yeah, that's not true. So Google this, Phoenix 8 shutting off cold plunge. Google that. Trust me, I looked it up online. It's not just me. Yeah. See, watch turns off and reboots in cold water. Yeah. That's what everybody knows. So if I'm in the water for 5 seconds, it shuts off.
Damn.
Yeah. So they're apparently going to fix that. They think I hope it's a software issue.
We better fix it now.
But the crazy thing is they have a dive feature on this watch. So if you're swimming and you're diving near cold water, it's going to shut off.
That could, I mean, if you get down there and you're like, how much time do I got on this thing?
Exactly.
You can't have your watch.
Right. And if you get down to depths and it's below 40 degrees, it's probably going to shut off. I don't even know what temperature it shuts off. But people have done it in cold water. So they've taken a glass of cold water and dropped the watch in cold water and it shuts off. Not good. It's just not good that you just released this thing and didn't know.
Didn't check it.
How did you not check for cold plunges when you got a dive function on the watch? Yeah. So apparently they think they can fix it with software, which I hope is true.
That would be good.
But the 7 works.
Yo, what's up,
That just doesn't make any sense.
How
I've
you
never
doing?
had a problem with the 7. I put the 7 on.
We are rolling through this Joe Rogan. I did a concert last night. Interesting choice. Simon and Garfunkel. Wouldn't normally think that I would do it, but I did. So we sang everything from Mrs. Robinson twice to Bridge Over Troubled. Oh, amazing. Great. Yeah, excellent. I told this story. I like to tell stories when I'm doing my thing in the middle, and then I go back. I love to do two things. I love to tell stories, and I love to rip on CEOs of companies because they're shit stories. So, like last night, I was just ripping on. Well, I always rip on Sundar Pichai, and I love ripping on Tim Cook. Why did I rip on Tim Cook? You may ask. A few reasons. One, they have this Apple Vision Pro. Guess what? I'm just going to ask you a question. You're like an average American. I mean, you're doing better than average. But, I mean, you're not like in one end of the spectrum or the other. You're like kind of like a normal person. Okay. How many people do you know who actively use an Apple Vision Pro? Now, right now, how many people do you know who have an iPhone? Like, you don't even have to say it, but like everybody, right? Now, why is it that they can get all this adoption for their iPhone where it's like 50% market share in the United States, but like, I don't know one person. I'm on the internet 24/7, literally. I've never heard someone be like, you know what, I would really got to get that Apple Vision Pro. Not once. Not once have I ever heard that. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No one's cool. Nobody wants to cover their face and have this uncomfortable thing that leaves lines on your face, and also you have to charge it all the fucking time. And outlet, Meta West, and I can tell you that I improved that bitch so well by doing one thing. Normally, it needs to be plugged in to charge. But what I did is I got a magnetic charger so that I could like just pull it off and walk around with it and shit. And I remember this Monday I spent 8 hours in the car, and I think it was porn VR is unbelievable, and it really is. I mean, MILF porn in 3D. I remember just being like, "This is the fucking future." No, I'm serious. I have a vivid fucking memory of these 3 smoke show milks, and I'm in virtually a hot tub, and it's like, oh, this is phenomenal, but nobody knows about it. And it's too difficult to use for me. Like, even if you had a quest or whatever with you, I wouldn't really know how to communicate with you. You have to use Facebook, and nobody wants to fucking do that. But I can tell you this, it's phenomenal. I mean, like, it absolutely is. But there are a couple issues. The charging one is an issue. Okay, so an Apple Vision Pro is $3,500. That's the issue. It has nothing to do with anything but that. It's like you're putting your product on the market, and it's 7 times more than Facebook's, which is frankly overpriced. Nobody on earth is going to buy this shit except for like Apple fan people. And so I read an article yesterday about Tim Cook, and he's like, well, we're scaling it back, and the Apple Vision Pro is really for early adopters. Like, motherfucker, you used to have people camping outside your fucking store for every single iPhone that was released. And no one wants this fucking Vision Pro. So I was ripping on it for that, but the thing that I was really ripping on it for was the Apple MagSafe charger. So Apple, I have a MacBook that is magnetic, so that like if you trip over your cord, it doesn't rip it out of the fucking motherboard, and so basically like it doesn't kill the power source, and it's wonderful. I must have used that feature 1,000 times, just accidentally dropping it or whatever, just hitting like the cord or whatever, and they got rid of it. And I mean, exactly, but that MacBook has a USB-C could be magnetic. They can make that magnetic. They have USB-Cs that are magnetic. Does that make sense? 100%. So, then what did I do? Well, I love ripping on them. Here's the thing. I did not know this, but I mean, I'm in this one server. I told this story last night. I'm in this one server called Children, and I've been in there. It's got a ton of people in it, and I've just been in it. And some girl the other night says to me, "Can you move your feet?" And I thought, oh, they're like in the way of like, I don't know, I made disrespect or something. She's like, no, into the view of the camera. I'm like, huh? Yeah, you can see where this is going already. Absolutely. So I'm like, you like my feet? She's like, they're the most amazing feet I've ever seen. Now, have you ever seen that Seinfeld with George and he's a hand model? And yes, exactly. He has this like unknown, this absolutely unknown characteristic of him that just wasn't aware. So apparently, I'm just people like my feet. And hey, there you go. Well, that really wasn't my intention. In fact, I normally wear socks, but I literally just like worn through my socks, and I had other pairs of socks, but I'm at the point where I'm like, well, I could just go barefoot. It's no big deal. And so anyway, so this chick was like really excited about, okay, whatever. So I go to Discord and I check the top 100 Discord channels. This was 2 nights. The top 100 Discord channels for anything. So whatever it is, I just want to know what the top. The number like 90 was footsie. I thought, okay, I don't know what that is, but I know what footsie is. The game, like, but so I entered this fucking Discord because that's like 20,000 people. That's a lot, and I'm like, hey, if this one chick like my feet and maybe this is a way that I can get a fan base. It's not like I'm going, but if I can get some core fucking people, I really don't care if they're women. I really don't care if they're gay men. I can give a shit. I just want people who get excited, tell their friends about my stream. That's all I fucking care about. I even said this last night on camera. I said, look, I don't care what it takes, so long as it's essentially not illegal. I will do anything I can to go viral. And that means I have to be an awkward model of what I feel like. But if that's what it takes, I'm for it. Okay. So Footsie was incredible. They needed my ID, which I gave them. They needed, but it's like whenever I have to do one of these, hey, we need your ID, it's never right. I'm never like taking the picture and it's blurry or it's like whatever. So I finally get it there. And then I just get shit on because I have in my profile it says join my Discord. And like that was against the rule. Something else. You're not allowed to send friend requests. Huh? I was like, you're not allowed to send friend requests? Like I get all these warnings right away. So I'm like, fuck it, I don't want to do this one. Because they're just mean. And so I see this, I'm like, well, I wonder if there are any other big fucking servers like this. So I search and I find one, male feed. It's not huge. And I'm like, okay, let's see if anybody's in here. Maybe there's some chicks in here. And there are. And so I'm like, okay, if I just fucking turn my camera on, I wonder if they're gonna like I'm not gonna do anything. I'm not watching porn, I'm totally clothed. But if these assholes want to see my feet and they're gonna spread the word, oh that's all I care about. So then I get these girls who are in my this and like they have these weird requests like can you put your feet in a certain position and then give me the finger? Like okay, whatever you want. I mean, whatever your thing is. So basically like I mean I'm in that so I'm in one called Milk and the people I mean like normally on a normal night I get like I don't know, one or two friend requests. But when I'm in there I get dozens of friend requests. I'm like the bell on the ball. And I don't even recognize it. They're like every motherfucker I'm on their star wall. Like they have a wall of the best feet on the fucking internet. Like okay. Okay, it's just male feet. I think yeah. Let me. I of all of the. But here's the thing. I I could say this in my video last night. I wish there was a setting anywhere where you could just only interact with people who are 18. So if you go in this server, it is you can be 18, but you can also be under 18. So anybody who messages me, I check to make sure their thing says that they're 18, and then I ask them, "Are you over 18?" Let me see this one. What it's like, what it's been like. I mean, I can read you a big one. I'm not sending this. I'm not going to be guilty of sending Jasper to but I can tell you what it is. It's capital D, capital W, small thing, big thing. Little W, little G, big T, small. So I get a ton of chicks who I like requests and shit. Now, I also get guys who are just like, can I masturbate to your feet? Knock yourself out, dog. I'm not the fucking police here. Like, do whatever makes you happy. I'm literally just sitting here, like I normally would in any other street. And then I get girls, and I get guys who pretend to be girls. And look, I'm literally all I do is fucking street. So, and I don't stream anything inappropriate. If your thing is feet, which a lot of these people are, and they're obsessed with it, that they have found their golden goose, as I said. 'Cause literally, all I do is fucking street 24/7, and all these people are obsessed with feet. So if they ever want to fucking see my stream, that's where it is. So anyway, last night I did this recreation of Anne Bancroft in The Graduate, and that's when I was Robinson. And then, what else? I sang Bridge Over Troubled Water, and like the Boxer, and I sang Rosborough. Yeah, so I just posted it's like a 50, and then do it all. And I'm not. I'm not getting the kind of traction that I'd like to get when I'm in all these other discords. I mean, people know what I'm doing. They see me and they get it. But these people in the men's feed have become like a core, like, I don't want to say a core group, but like I'm like their fucking golden goose. I don't know how else to say it. So we'll see how that goes. But I've tried it where I'm like in a bunch of different servers, and some people have interest, whatever. But this one by far, like the amount of messages that I get, it's almost constant. So if you're interested, I'm just streaming at BC, and yeah. So that's what at least I'm gonna see how it goes. If I get people who are like creepy to me, I won't do it anymore. But I need to go viral somehow. Frankly, I don't know. At this point, there's not a lot I can do with not a lot. Like, I would love just to be like, oh, I'm gonna go rent out a penthouse or something like that. I just don't have that ability. But I do have what these people like. And the thing is, everybody makes people pay for shit. And my shit's all free. You see whatever the fuck you want. I could literally give it. So, we'll see how this goes. I told another story last night that like literally when I'm done telling these stories, I know what I did. My jogging on camera, which I don't normally. I mean, I actually do every day, but I don't say exactly what I do. Welcome up, how are you? Hello. Living the dream, my man. How are you? Excellent. Bambino, your friend came in the other day and told me that he was the one who motivated you to come in here. I believe his name was like Matt or something. Do you know him? When you came in the other day, or sorry, a friend of perhaps a friend of yours came in the other day and told me that he's the one who told you to come in here. Is his name like Matt or something? Right. I recognize that. But then another person said that they're the one who told you to come in, so they didn't do that. I believe you. How you doing, Don Vito? Sure. I don't know if I do a screenshot, but I can tell you the name. Oh, maybe it's Get or something. Yep. Okay. I mean, this is, I don't know, happened a few days ago. But yeah, they said, and I think this thing, but they said, yeah, their Israeli friend came in, and I said, oh, you mean Don Vito? And they're like, yeah, I think that's what his name was, but they could really mistake it as well. But anyway, I'll look it up in the meantime. How are things with you? Excellent. So last we spoke, you were gonna maybe get some devices and multi-stream in different Discords. Is that correct? I don't think. No, I understand. 100% understand. Well, um, and you don't have a computer yet, right? What kind of computer are you looking at? If you do get a computer. Excellent. Okay. Very well. Well, I can tell you as someone who buys a lot of computers, uh, you can certainly buy them brand new and do, but it depends on your budget is. But if you really want to maximize, you can get them refurbished for very cheap. You can even get used ones for like $100. So just kind of keep that in your mind as well that there are some other options, and that's how I do it. And if you get your hands on one laptop, you can basically like learn how to multi-stream or multi-stream different discords simultaneously. You can be in like 6 different discords with one computer. There are ways to figure it out. So know that you can basically, as they call it, DC camp or whatever you want to call it, but you can self-promote without self-promoting. I do have some. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, so it's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 meters. And I know God be you're saying that's a really long name. Why is it that? It's a meme, and it's worth like recently $310 million market cap. So it's a very serious cryptocurrency. And essentially, I've been with them for more than a year. I've been live in their Discord 24/7. Whenever they want, they can have people come in, ask me questions. We celebrate the I'm in the fantasy football league. I don't know if you know what fantasy football is, but it's just a really good group of people, and they sponsor me. So they're the ones that got me a lot of the merchandise, and then I make a little bit of money through the multi-streaming. I'm not really in it for the money though. I know that in the future, data is where it's at, and I have more data than any person ever, and it's more data archived than any person ever. When this goes viral, a lot of people will know about it, and we'll be able to hopefully influence a lot of people in a positive way. Solely by streaming, no. I'm a certified project management professional by trade, so whenever I need to make money, I can take on a project to be able to provide it. And then when I make on the other platforms is um, it's certainly not anything you can work on, but that doesn't mean that you can't do it. All I need to do is have the right event that happens with the catalyst to this going viral. Someone will see I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 10,000 Tik accounts. Somebody's going to see, wow, this person has far more content than any person we've ever seen. I alone have over 100 times more content than Mr. Beast. So that's going to be very exciting for people. And to know that they can essentially watch a time capsule of society going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's all very exciting. What's that? Down Vito, that's not going to happen. I can hear just fine. If you mute my other device, you can hear just fine. And I'm live on 8 different other cameras that are picking me up. If you can hear what I'm saying, then that's all I care about. I don't care about exceptional clarity of anything. I know in the future that my audio will be perfect. I know in the future my video will be perfect. Okay, that's great for you. You gotta understand, I'm live on all of these different accounts. They all hear me very clearly. If you can't hear me clearly, as I advised you previously, you see that I have 2 different accounts in here? Excellent. Okay, well, if you can hear what I'm saying right now, which it seems like you can, that's sufficient for me. Down here, it would be as simple as me saying to you, why don't you go get a computer? Well, I'm working things out, and I'm doing the same. I mean, you're listening to me. You're listening to me on a phone, which isn't the best quality for you either. Exactly. There you go. What kind of phone? I recognize that. I watch my own streams and I see where the quality could be better, but it's not too big of an issue to me because I'm live on that microphone and 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 that microphone. So I have so many redundant microphones that I know that in the future the quality is going to be essentially surround sound quality. You'll be able to listen to me in any way that you want. And, down Vito, just because it doesn't work well for you on your phone, what kind of phone do you have? Excellent. So it should have good speakers, but even still, no matter as good as speakers as you have on an Android or an iOS device, usually they're not going to compete with a computer. You hear someone on a computer, it comes in much clearer. I hear myself on YouTube and on Rumble and on Twitter and Twitch and all the other things. And is the quality exactly where I want it to be? No. But can I hear what I'm saying? Yes. And that's all I care about. And the future will be able to improve it in better ways. And so just know, Dr. While I'd love to have a microphone for you, so that everyone can hear me better, make sure they don't forget what. Don Vito in the future, when I go viral, I'm going to have the Don Vito microphone. It's going to be at the top of my ceiling, wherever I am. It's going to be a shotgun microphone. You'll be able to hear me any way you want. You'll be able to hear me in your sleep if you want, Don Vito. Excellent. So, Don Vito, if you had it your way and you could, let's just say I gave you $10,000 and you could buy a bunch of devices, would you buy a few different laptops and a few different cell phones and then just start trying to essentially publicize your Discord? Yeah, laptop or computer. Okay, why not? I got you. But I mean, if you want to go to a coffee shop and edit video or talk with a friend or something, you can't take a desktop with you. If you just like to work on work in the field, in a park, in a library, in a coffee shop, if you just want to be out in the world and not at your house, okay. Um, well, a couple of just perhaps solutions that I have found with some of the issues. So I use wireless keyboards. So like Joe Rogan over there is way across the room, but with one push of a button,
On the sauna, I put it on the cold. Never have a problem with it.
I can control it here. And then like I have this mouse that is wireless. It can work on my head. It works on my chest. It's working on the device right now. It can work on my bed. And then to the issue that you discussed when it comes to the temperature, I absolutely understand that. There are cooling pads that you can get that essentially provide for adequate temperature for your device. But I understand what you're saying, and I understand the advantages of a desktop. So, have you ever thought of a Chromebook? It is, but you can buy multiple. They're pretty cheap. I agree. I agree. So, I mean, maybe a thought. Absolutely. Absolutely. ChatGPT, did you happen to ever see the television show on MTV from like 15 years ago called Viva La Bam? Absolutely. So his uncle went by Don Vito. He's like a wild dude. you remember that guy? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. He went to jail for some stuff. Definitely you don't want anybody, to ever affect that. But when Don Vito came in, he had that name. And I was like, oh, all the names to have. That's an interesting name. but he didn't know who. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Right, totally. Right, exactly. People, exactly, exactly. You look more like the Coco, like Coco the monkey, like in that Seinfeld. Hey, yeah, right, right. Well, exactly. And, yeah, which is a weird thing to be obsessed about because that guy did not have a very good reputation. Yeah. Um, you know what's really interesting? If you saw that show, how damn Joe was like pretty easily a millionaire, multi-millionaire. And if you've seen his life now, he's like he's like the one guy from that group who did not is not wealthy. I saw somebody. I'm in the Jackass subreddit. I fucking love Jackass. Like when I watch the old Jackasses, it just takes me back to a time pre-social media and all that other shit. And um, they they went through all the people and like even the guys like Rab himself and like all these guys who are just man. They're like or like Preston Lacey. They're all like own like multiple properties. They've all done really really well. And man like Jared is like I think he went to jail for a while and all kinds of sad things. And, you know, he lost his best friend, which is really sad. He lost right and right and and it didn't fuck the other guys up as much. I mean, I know they were sad, but yeah, that was his best friend, and for that to happen, and um, but that crew is. Have you seen the more? Have you seen any? Did you see the most recent Jackass the movie, like Jackass Forever? Oh, it's terrible. Well, let me say why it's terrible. You're used to Johnny Knoxville and E-Man and all those guys doing their own stunts and like getting fucked up. They don't do that. They don't get hurt. So they bring in new people who you don't know, who you didn't grow up with, and it's absolutely not the same. And they make all those guys do all the stunts now. I saw it and I was like, oh, this is not what I want. That first Jackass the movie was it must have hit me at the right time in my life because it made me laugh harder than any fucking movie I ever saw. When they're like they're just like a thousand fucking scenes where they're doing paper cuts in between their hands and like and that in their mouth and like they're jumping into um they're jumping into like fans and then they like are waking up Bill and April with fireworks. Like that shit made me laugh. I mean, I was a teenager. Yeah, I was a teenager at the time. So I was more immature with all that shit. But I thought it was one of the funniest movies that I ever saw. And then, um, and the show was just like if the show was ever on MTV, and I wasn't doing anything, it was cool. And to watch it all now, and just how different it is. The cars are different. They don't have anything to do. Oh, I know. They were an inspiration to me though when I was doing this. That hey, these guys basically would go out with the camera And when I first started this, I would do a lot more IRL because I had more money to be able to do it. So I have a bunch of different cameras set up, and I would do stunts, and I do not like where I'd hurt myself, but I would do all kinds of stuff, and maybe recognize what like Jeffrey Tremaine, the director of all of those, would go through with all his the setups and everything, and then basically MTV said that show they were getting too many people who were still trying to emulate what they were doing, sending them tapes and everything. And they were, I remember what it was. It was something about it would just make more money as a movie than it would as a show. Like they used to show Jackass like in the middle of the night, just reruns of it. Like I think you can watch every single one on YouTube. We did on this stream at one point. I watched them all. And they had they were on top of the rope, climbed down, and all of a sudden, bang like Jeff. If you watch that show, people again, the shit that he used to do, like, hey, we're just gonna build a fucking half pipe, and we're gonna build it inside the house, and we have 12 hours to do it. And we got Tony Hawk. It was always like huge budgets, and they were just gonna fuck up everything and just everybody a new asshole. And then they would do it, and then it was like a successful show, and yeah, I of all the actors in Hollywood who I've ever wondered if they're going to have like a comeback, like I don't think anybody has a bigger comeback perhaps than Robert Downey Jr. He was down and out. Right, exactly. Well, actually, you know what's bigger comeback in my opinion? Number 47, Donald J. Trump. Exactly. And I mean, exactly. It's like, right. And then couldn't he just pardon himself? Right? Wait, I think that should be allowed. Now, do I think it's corrupt as shit? Absolutely. But if exactly, they talk about Biden and perhaps pardoning his son. And obviously, he's not going to do it. But he said he wasn't going to do it. That would be allowed. But why wouldn't you be able to pardon yourself? Exactly. So I think that's a Don Vito. I know I asked you this earlier, but so you have no idea who Don Vito is from the television show Viva La Bam? Don Vito. So you have no idea who Don Vito is from Viva La Bam? You just muted yourself. Okay, you good? Okay. Take care, my man. We're gonna just watch some Joe Rogan, my man.
I like that watch. Cold kryptonite. This is what it's a software issue, and you can fix it by putting it in data if you know how to do that.
Right, but beta disables the dive function. Yeah, so the beta that they put out, it disables the dive function. I think there's some talk of another workaround, like maybe shutting off the touch screen.
But if you need me, just send me a message,
but
okay?
the problem is, it's like you have a watch that everybody's used to cold plunging in. They're used to jumping in the ocean in. They're used to doing stuff in, and then the new one doesn't let you do it. You can't release that. You got to fix that before you didn't have to sell it yesterday. Yeah, it just came out. Like, I think September. I ordered one. It took a while to get there. I was all excited, and then first cold plunge, I'm like, what the fuck?
It's a wolf tooth. That's a wolf tooth?
Yeah. I forget who gave me that one. Yeah, I got a lot of shitty on that from cool stuff that people are giving me. But, it's the having things like that, like a watch that does GPS, like this watch has maps on it,
Yeah.
shows your elevation. You can get a lot of information off of these things, and you can track waypoints on them. And I always use a thing called Onyx Hunt as well. And Onyx Hunt is a software app. You download maps for the specific regions, and you can hit it, a track
on there.
No, it doesn't. I bet it can. I don't know how to do it. I don't do it that way.
Phone.
I just do it on my phone. I use this mostly for elevation. You can use GPS on it, but it will drain your battery a lot quicker. Because if you don't use if I don't use the GPS function, this thing will go like 30 plus days without charging.
Without charging.
Yeah, and monitoring your heart rate, doing all kinds of different shit. It's a flashlight. It's built in.
A flashlight.
Yeah, look at that
flashlight.
built in. It's nuts. So if you're out in the woods and you don't have a flashlight, you this LED flashlight, it lasts for fucking ever. Because it's LED, because it doesn't draw a lot of power. These fucking things are incredible. But this new one, you're fucked up. But having those things, like, do you bring an inReach or anything?
Well, I mean, because we also do tourism. We bring out a sat phone, but now Starlink.
Right.
Now at our base, at the treehouse and at our research station, we have 2 different Starlinks. So we have better internet there than I have in the Hudson Valley, New York. Dude,
Isn't that incredible?
it is. It's absolutely incredible.
It really is amazing. It's amazing how small it is, too.
You can also take it and put it on a boat if you need to. So I finally, like Lex broke me down on this. I finally started a YouTube channel, and it's like, I'm going to start bringing people on all kinds of shit. Because now I can just stream it from there.
Right.
Fuck TV crews.
You can have it
I'm going to take people
on the
on
roof of your car as you're driving around the jungle.
Yeah, well, hopefully there's no roads. But I want to take people, like, I could literally
put on your backpack. Yeah, you probably could literally have it flat on the top of your pack and walk around, at least catch some signal.
Catch some signal, or, for the boat, like if we go, look, we're going to be going 4 hours upriver, and we know that there's an invasion, and we're going with the police to go check out these loggers, and there's some fucking action going down. Throw the Starlink on the boat. I can live stream that, take people with me. Or now, a few weeks ago, I sent you that picture of that huge anaconda, the one with the blue eyes.
Yeah.
And we've been working slowly on breaking the 20-foot mark. That one was 19 something. And so we've been working more and more on the anaconda project. And my guys, and like when you have your people with elk hunting that they go to. I saw them out there. Like, these are people you trust. My guys, we found one that's over 7 years. And they haven't caught it yet. We're talking over 20 people. So we've broken 19, right? And so we're going to be going out for that. And so that's the type of thing we're going to imagine bringing people. Because after our first show, the comments were hysterical. Where people go, this guy's full of shit. Like, absolutely hysterical. People
about the anacondas?
About everything we talked about. Oh, that's fun. Like, the internet was just like, great
There's
show.
so much
this guy's full of shit.
documentation of it.
I know.
All they have to do is go to your page.
They were like,
oh, this guy really is there.
Some of them were really funny. I laughed at a lot of the comments. They're like, oh, I'll take that. Never fucking happened for 300, Alex. Like, it's like, okay, great.
Well, people always want to say that.
People always want to say that, but now, it's like, now we can fucking live stream this shit.
Right.
And we go jump on a snake with a head this big. So we're putting together an expedition to do this now. It's going to be fun. So
in these areas that you go to, have they ever done any of those LiDAR explorations of it, where they fly drones over to try to map out if there's some ancient structures in these areas?
Yeah, so we talk to the local people, and they find the terra preta earth and the pottery in the areas that it is. So usually the places that it is, and we kind of talked about this, that the Graham Hancock.
Yeah.
I just want to say Graham Hawkins. Graham Hancock. I think that on the Amazon proper, I think there was a lot of civilizations. Out in the tributaries where I am, it's very rare to come across those things, those ancient civilizations.
So those people, the uncontacted tribes out in the tributaries, they're probably living the way they've been living for thousands and thousands of years.
So my book publisher, it was so funny. I got kind of like, I was writing something that said something about these Stone Age warriors. What this guy must have seen is these Stone Age warriors came and murdered him with arrows, and they were like, how dare you call them Stone Age warriors? And I went, well, they don't even have stones. So, first of all,
right, they're really
like,
stick age.
did I just get woped for?
Is Stone Age a bad thing to say.
But I mean, it's not very often that you come into that problem because we wouldn't call most normal people Stone Age
Well, the
people.
Native Americans were essentially Stone Age.
Well, he
right?
used to say in Empire of the Summer Moon, he goes, well, these Stone Age warriors are da-da-da. And I was like, well, these are pretty much Stone Age people. And so I wrote it, and I basically got told, like, hey, don't say that. God, how weird is that? Yeah. I also lost a book deal because I retweeted that Elon Musk liked our treehouse. But
You lost a book deal?
yeah, I had an amazing meeting with, like, all the people. This lady was like, you know, like the Devil Wears Prada, like Meryl Streep. Like, she was like the big head honcho at one of the major publishers. And they were like, dude, your next book is gonna kill. She had like 20 other people on the Zoom call. We had like an hour-long thing. We talked about you. She was like, and how close are you with Joe Rogan? And I was like, we're bros. And then they were, you know, either way, it was going really good. And I'm thinking,
Liberals.
I was thinking I was going to get a life-changing amount of money. I was thinking I was going to get like $1 million book deal, and that got confirmed through a bunch of avenues that it was a big one. And then, and they were very impressed with Love Lex. You have Lex for me on Amazon? I said, he's right over there. I was like on the phone on Starlink talking to her. She's like, so your next book is going to tell the investors? And then that week, Elon tweeted, cool treehouse. Now, when the greatest inventor of your generation tweets something, anything that you did, you share it. So I shared it. The publisher got back and went, not only are we not even, we're just not making an offer anymore. They don't like the type of people that I associate.
Just you retweeting that? You sure it wasn't me?
No, it was him. No, they vetted you. They were like, how close are you with him? And I was like, listen, he's the fucking nicest guy in the world. I was like, you can't. I was like, and would he write a forward for your book? And I was like, I was like, I think like I need like a more like a Harrison Ford to do that. Like, I don't know. Like, Joe could do it, but I was like, I think we need like a
Yeah, but they
less
just want like
they just that's all they were doing.
famous people to say you're awesome.
But as soon as Elon's name came into them, I didn't know this. I was unaware of this, that Elon has people that hate him.
Hate it.
I didn't know that.
Well, it's a lot of propaganda that really works, and a lot of it is what happened when he took over Twitter. So you have to look at it from like what really happened. Was there real outrage when he took over Twitter? Yes, there was real outrage. I firmly believe there's manufactured outrage that's done in a very directed manner. And I think he was most certainly the victim of that as well. And then there was a narrative that continued to get pushed, like hate speech on X, hate speech.
That he was promoting.
Yes, that anti-Semitism, that racism, that all this stuff is up. Well, if you allow people to just speak freely, you're going to have that. You're going to have that. But you can always like not look at that.
Yeah.
But you're also going to have many more good things too. And the point was, what he really exposed was that the FBI was involved in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story, and that these journalists who studied the Twitter files, Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and Barry Weiss and all these different people that went over these documents found that, hey, there's something very inappropriate happening where the government is getting these social media companies to take down true stories and to sign off and say that it's Russian disinformation.
And Elon confirmed.
So that's when he became very dangerous to them. And so then the narrative of Elon being a white supremacist and Elon being, but then the thing that happens also is he will tweet wacky shit. And then he will retweet wacky shit that turns out to not be true. And all that they attack and it builds up and you get a distorted perception of his value in our culture, in our society. And he's one of the greatest inventors the world's ever known. One of the greatest engineers we have alive. Yeah. And he's involved in multiple different industries and he's changing those multiple industries in incredible ways. What they've done with space travel, with SpaceX, where these fucking rockets can land now, what they've done with these Starlink things that we're talking about.
Incredible.
If it wasn't for Tesla and electric cars, do you really think there'd be as many electric cars as there are today? It wouldn't even be close. You wouldn't have Governor Newsom saying that California has to be all electric by 2035 because no one would be making electric fucking cars like that. There's a documentary from early 2000s. It's called "Who Killed the Electric Car?"
Yeah. That's right.
Fascinating documentary. And if it wasn't for Elon and making Teslas awesome, you wouldn't have all these fucking electric car companies. And he makes everything open source.
Okay, and that's all fine. But my problem is people that take the guy who's trying to save the butterflies and the monkeys, and kick me out
For that.
for not even, I never even met the guy.
Dude, it's akin to
So
being
I'm
a Nazi.
So I have to
It's
pretend
nuts.
to not like him
Right.
to
Exactly.
align with their worldview.
It's what I was talking about with Hollywood. When I was talking about how people start making money and they start being very careful about what they say because they're worried about it's going to go away. You also realize there are consequences like what you experienced. So those are real
That's my
financial.
first time.
So that's it.
Yeah.
And it's so minor, right? So that is how you get people to stay in line. That's how you get people
Yeah,
to
I didn't like
only think the way they think. And then you start reinforcing it in yourself. You start wearing pearls, doing all kinds of wacky shit because you want them to like you. You want them to think you're one of them.
No, that was really creepy because, I mean, I live in the jungle, but like I hear about all this stuff, but I don't know like who the players are,
Right.
what the temperature is in the room. And
You just thought it was cool that the guy said you have a cool treehouse.
Dude.
It's like one of the coolest guys ever.
If this guy goes to fucking Mars, a historically relevant inventor said something I did was cool. Great,
Yeah.
you share it,
And it cost you $100. This is the world we're living in.
Yeah.
That's why, and it's primarily the left. That's that wacky.
Yeah.
Like if Bernie Sanders had said "cool treehouse" and you
Right, it would have been
that,
fine.
everybody would have
Yes.
loved you. You would have been fine, and the right wouldn't have attacked you.
No.
They wouldn't have cared. They wouldn't have been upset. You wouldn't have lost businesses. Like no one from the right would have not given you a book deal because you Bernie said nice treehouse. You're like, thanks, cool.
No,
and
and
you retweeted. No one cared.
It could have been Obama. It could have been anything. I mean, by the way, that
Right.
was so super cool. I loved it. My friend Connor sent me a clip where you were telling one of your guests about me, and so I shared it. But it was like the first time that I shared a clip where it was like really just you talking on my Instagram, and the comments were berserk. I didn't realize you were such a polarizing person, Joe.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's a distorted perception of who you are by people that have very low level information. They have surface information. And they've decided that you're an alt-right this. Or there's been many, many articles written about me being like some fringe right-wing person, which I'm not at all.
No.
But if they say it enough times, the people that have low information, they believe it.
Well, but this is where I'm interested in when you say that. And this is like the shit that's going on in Israel, that this hysteria that everyone's feeling. You're either a good guy or a bad guy.
Right.
Elon's good. If you like Elon, you're bad. I just want to see everybody start to go. I just want to see the adults be willing to move again. I think
sounds
that
cute.
no. Pre 9/11. I'm sorry. When I was a kid, and let's just we'll go back to I was in 8th grade in 9/11. Somehow back then it seemed like, I know there's still corruption, there's a lot of fuckery going on, but somehow things have gotten more off the rails with this stuff where it's like, remember the Obama Romney debate where they're like, yo man, what's up? Man?
Right.
Like, we disagree, but we agree. Like, we're both gentlemen. Like, come on,
Super
sister.
cordial. Very nice.
Yeah, and so I think that what I've seen in the last few months or in the last year is that a lot of people, again, I'm really speaking from my perspective here, I'm hoping that this is the case for the rest of the world, that people are showing the fuck out. And
Some people are waking up and realizing how stupid it is and how most of the problems that we have are bullshit.
Yeah,
In terms of problems we have with each other.
but then the next thing is then we can actually start focusing on, if we're not hysterical and we're not doing all this crazy shit, then we can actually start focusing on, okay, well, look, how do we fix things in the country? How do we fix things in Africa? How do we in the Amazon? How do we pragmatically fix things so that the American food system is better and everyone benefits? It's not fucking working.
Yeah. And realize that this is not a right wing or a left wing issue.
No,
It's a
that's
human health issue.
a very unhealthy way to argue.
And also, real charitable organizations, real ones, like what you're doing. It's actually helping things. It's actually designed to help. It's not designed as some sort of a front to cover money and as a tax shelter. There's a lot of philanthropy.
That's good.
Yeah, a lot of it.
Yeah.
A lot of it. But then there's also a lot of philanthropy that's not really philanthropy. It's like
Posturing.
it's money.
Sure.
You're making money with this philanthropy. You've got economic.
That's the thing. So now that I have it, I rewrote it, looked up all the other NGOs, and a lot of the NGOs, CEOs making $500,000 a year, like big paychecks. So, and that's where I do think it's gets weird. It gets really weird, but I think also that what I told the first story I told you about, like how we saved the ancient forest. It's like I think what we've done that's very exciting. We're feeling this swell. We're kind of riding this wave right now because the guy with 4 kids, or classically, I had this mom in Ohio message me, and she's like, "2 kids, I trust your Instagram. I love what you do. We give you $5." It's like $5 a week from enough people. We save the whole fucking Amazon.
Yeah.
Not to mention that then people like Dax De Silva from Lightspeed reach out and it's like, "Look, man, I won capitalism. I'm going to fund your whole range of team." People are reaching out.
That's amazing.
And so I'm surrounded by all these incredible people that want to do it. I got approached by those dudes at Vivo Barefoot. Shout out to Vivo Barefoot.
They would great stuff. I use their stuff all the time.
So they're my first sponsor.
That's great.
They reached out to me, and
great shit.
well, I hate hiking boots, right?
Those Barefoot hiking boots are legit. The ones they make. They're
Well,
legit.
I like theirs. I hate hiking boots that are
Right.
restricted. So they reached out, and this is the cool thing. They went, "Are you interested?" But it was like only if you check out. They were like, "Are you good? Are you sustainable? Are you this?" And I was like, "I run a fucking rainforest organization," and they were like, "Because these guys care so much about their shoe and about how people wear it and about where it's used and the materials." And I just read Yvon Chouinard's book, "Let My People Go Surfing," the guy who started Patagonia.
Mm-hmm.
He just worships rivers and mountains, and they started making this stuff. I just think we're on this cusp that we still can't save a lot of the endangered species. I mean, I'm living miracles every day. I'm like watching us draw in this map of protecting the Amazon and like 1/3 of it is. And so it's like I just think that as people, I got really scared when I got woke. That Elon Musk thing was so weird. I was like, we all got
You got woke.
I got woke. I got woke right in the face.
And it's
Got
such an innocuous thing you did. It's so funny, but that's like wrong think, wrong speak. You're not allowed to like this guy.
Well, that's the thing. Who am I allowed to like?
None of it makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
So I gotta stay in the drums.
People are just so polarized. And it's also, you also have to realize that the pressure that they're under is the reality. Most people who comment on things all the time are morons, and they're not happy. They're unhappy morons.
Yeah.
So it's a bad sample group, right? So you're getting a lot of people that are making comments, but people, if they're commenting, I would like to know like what percentage of comments and just overall of the internet, if anyone's ever done this analysis, are positive versus negative. I would have to say it's probably at least 50-50.
I would say it's 50-50. Again, I think I'm jaded though, because when I look at if I look at the YouTube comments on the Lex podcast, all the comments are like, "Thank you, Lex, for having this important conversation."
Right.
Amazing.
Lex's fans.
Lex's fans are great.
Yeah.
A lot of the support that I get online, people tell me I look like the lead singer of System of a Down. Other than that, there's nothing that
Not bad.
So Jenkins is fucking hero. It's dope. I would love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
I listen to his music every day.
If you're if you're getting compared, that's a good guy to get compared to. But this polarization is just like, there's a bunch of people that feed into it and they attack people because they know that the people that are on their side are like, yeah, you and the good guys. And so there's that weird shit where you got a lot of really weak people and mentally ill people that like attacking people. And that's a lot of what it is. So a lot of people that lack nuance and understanding.
But don't you think it's coming back? Don't you think we hit a peak and now it's starting to come back?
Yeah, because those people are kind of being exposed for what they really are. They're very damaged human beings. Like the people that attack people all the time, they're all fucked up. All of them, 100%. Because why would you have so much energy in your day? Why are you spending it getting mad at some guy because he retweeted the greatest genius of our generation, said nice treehouse? That's fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to get angry about.
I'll tell you, one of the conversations I heard recently is just like such a simple point, but someone I know was going, and I forgive me, I don't understand these issues. He was going, "How dare they make a mandatory minimum wage?" So I was watching 2 people. One guy was passionately going off about this. He was, I think, a Republican. My other friend was sitting there, and it was such a great thing that he did. He went, he goes, "I 100% disagree with you." He goes, "But could you explain to me why you think what you think?" And they had this amazing conversation, but they just debated.
Yeah, that's great.
And it was with respect. And I was like, oh, cool. I watched it like it was a podcast, but I don't know any of this shit in it. So I was just like,
It's a complicated issue. It's about restaurants and places that operate at the margins. They're very close to going under all the time, and you can get cheap, unskilled labor from like young kids and high school students and people getting first jobs, and that's how they operate. And when you say, no, you have to pay a living wage to everybody who works there, like, okay, now this is a lot less money
as a business owner.
Yeah.
And I mean, but the point was though that they were able to completely disagree and go, we fucking disagree with you.
No, it's fine. It's great when people can do that.
I love that.
When people don't attach themselves to the ideas, that's the problem. It's almost every man that I know has a hard time. Women do it too, but for men, it's like a dick swinging thing, where they have a hard time not being attached to an idea. Like if they've espoused an idea, they believe an idea, and they're arguing that idea is a part of them.
Yeah.
And they'll even lie and fuck around with things and like half truths to try to make their point, make a little, they'll do bad faith arguments. You see it on podcasts all the time where people make bad faith arguments about political issues. And like, oh God, now I'm never going to listen to you again. Because I know you do this thing that's a gross thing that you don't have to do anymore because we live in the internet now. Like you don't have to do that gross thing you do when you pretend you're right about something so that you can win this argument. That's a stupid person's way of talking.
If you're debating honestly, you could in many situations be happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah, you should.
My friends, if I say there's absolutely no way you can lift that fucking thing, and you do it, I'm like, I was wrong.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I'm stoked. You just did that.
Well, also it's like you're not your ideas. I say this all the time, but it's a really important thing for people to recognize and the people have it in your head. You are not your ideas. You are you. And these ideas, they come and they go, and you agree with them or you disagree with them. And sometimes you can agree with an idea, and then a few years later, you're going to have some life experiences or talk to some people that make you look at things differently. And you go, you know what? I used to think this, but I don't think this anymore, and here's why. Yeah. And you have to be very cognizant that your ideas can capture you. And then you can be, like, so many people are captured by the way they want people to think of them. This is a very Hollywood thing. They want people to think of them in a very specific way. So they'll say the things that they've heard other people say who are accepted, and they'll talk in a certain way. You know, you get, that's where you get accents from. That's also where you get uptalk. You know what uptalk is? So when you do this thing, and so when we build these infrastructures, what we're trying to do, so someone talked like that, and a group of people talked like that, and to get in with that group, you had to kind of talk like that. So you let them, oh, Paul is a really good guy. So what Paul is doing is quite amazing. Paul goes to the Amazon, and he's in a great person. You know, so they're talking, but this is a thing that they do to let everyone know that they're on the team. It's a very tribal thing. It's almost like another language. And these tribal things that we do, we attach them to everything. We attach them to religion, we attach them to technology, even health, we attach them to ideology. And if I can't trust you, if you're retweeting Elon Musk, don't you know he's the devil? You know, if you're hanging out with Joe Rogan, oh my God, he's a piece of shit. Like these people have these like little religious ideas in their head that you can't eat pork, you can't violate this. It's Sunday, motherfucker. Why are the lights on? They have these weird laws in their head. They attach them to everything now. People have like a place in their mind for religion. And if you do not have religion in your life, you will take social issues and you will treat them with the same fervor, the same fucking fever pitch that people treat religion. Like people who are, evangelical Christians, the people who are, fucking snake handlers. Yeah. You'll do that with your thing. And if your thing is trans kids or whatever your fucking thing is, no oil now, whatever your fucking thing is, it becomes a religion because you don't have religion. And the human mind is set up in a way that you need some sort of divine structure. You need something that's bigger than logic, bigger than all of us. And people will apply those things wherever they see fit. You can join a cult, and that's a whole different thing. Oh, we're different, and we do yoga, and this is our life. We'll fuck each other.
I mean, but then there's casualties. Like then Kevin Hart doesn't get to do the fucking Oscars.
Yeah, but Kevin Hart shouldn't do the Oscars. Fuck the Oscars. So you shouldn't have honest. Those things are gross. And what they are is you're having a contest for art, and I think that's gross. I get it that it helps your movie sell, and it's an Oscar Academy Award winner, and I get that people are celebrated for great work. I get all that. It's awesome. I get it's a setup, but it's also gross. You know, and when it was revealed to be gross, when Chris Rock was on stage and Will Smith slapped him, and then a few minutes later, Will Smith wins an Academy Award and they give him a standing ovation. After you just assaulted the guy in front of her. It just shows you there's no ethical, moral structure to the way these people are living their lives. They're living their life by the whim of what the crowd agrees with.
But that's also like group hypnosis.
Yes.
Like if that happened in any other situation, like everyone was just like, we don't really know what to do. You know, like you just keep going.
Well, it's also they're afraid of being racist. They don't want us to. Two black guys are duking it out. I can't get involved in this. It's not my thing. I don't know what to do. I'm gay. And like, they're just sitting there watching this take place, and then they're clapping for him and standing up, and he wins the Academy Award. And so the rest of the world, unbeknownst to them, had already cast their judgment. Yes. The rest of the world's like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah,
this is insane." And so they're like, "Oh, because you are out of your fucking mind. You guys are all in a cult."
Like, no, but that's what I mean about adults. Nobody else walked on stage and just went, "All right, everybody, we're taking 5 minutes out.
Right.
You get the fuck over in the corner.
Right.
You stop. Are you okay? Okay, great."
There's no one
going to commercial.
Grabbed him immediately and escorted him out of the building.
Everyone just awkwardly continued on with the night.
It was not, and he awkwardly continued on with his set,
which is really great.
Not really.
No.
Chris Rock? Right after that, he was all fucked up. Like his jokes that they were flat. Everybody was like, "You just got flat." Like, this is crazy.
But that, I don't think that was his fault. I think that was because
it's totally not his fault. He just got slapped.
I thought he did an incredibly classy job of just being like, well, I'm going to do the best I can and do my job.
As a professional, he did that. But he went back on with the script, which is just insane. But the good thing about that is then Chris Rock really became Chris Rock again.
Yo.
Like he didn't give a fuck anymore.
Yo.
He's like, "You laughing on TV, I'm going on."
Yo.
So he became like Chris Rock from Bring the Pain again.
Yep.
But I think what kept him from doing that in the past was that he was in the club. He was in the club. He was hosting the Oscars, doing these big movies. You got to be in the club.
You got to be safe.
You can't be retweeting Elon Musk.
You got to start learning the rules.
You got to learn the rules.
You would know the answer to this question. So there's a, I think, again, I miss all these things. Didn't somebody rush Chappelle on stage and took him out?
Yeah.
Tell me if my memories accurate. I saw a video. I don't remember who tackled the guy or whatever else, but did they like dislocate his arm?
Oh, they beat the fuck out.
They beat the fuck out.
They beat the fuck out. Yeah. Once they got him, they beat the fuck out. I'm sure they broke his arm. I'm pretty sure he's had multiple injuries.
I'm pretty sure.
He had a knife. Yeah. I mean, he was a crazy homeless person. There was a terrible lapse in security. Whoever the security guys are, they got fired.
Yeah.
And it was the whole thing was a fucking mess. The guy ran onto the stage.
Sometimes I do this thing where I don't believe my own memory. Like I'll see something amazing. It's out of the fucking
shit out of it. They probably couldn't have
Dude, look at his face. He looks like he went through a whole 5-round fight.
They beat the shit out of him. He's like he's alive. You know.
I mean, you go out
with a knife. You know, I mean, he didn't have a knife in his hand, but he had a knife on him. Like some big fucking
dude, that's also terrifying.
Brass knuckles looking thing. Yeah, it's terrifying. It's terrifying that there's people that are so out of their fucking mind. And it's again the same kind of thing. He's transphobic. He jokes are transphobia. Words are violent. No, that's not. That's violent. But that's how nuts we are. That's how nuts we are. That the guy can't
listen to his special.
Right. They didn't listen. They don't care. No. That's the thing. No one's listening. They're not listening to me. They're not listening to you. They're not listening.
Yeah.
They have these things, and they're just like religious dogma, and they lock down on those things. And Dave Chappelle's transphobe. You got to take it out.
Dave Chappelle is living to say.
Yeah, he's untouchable. Amazing person. But he makes jokes about things that are real in our culture, and that's a real thing in our culture. And if you say there's a thing you can't make fun of, that thing's bullshit. If there's ever a thing you can't make fun of, that thing is bullshit.
Dude, I was taking care of somebody. Actually, I was taking care of somebody that had life-saving surgery, and I was helping them recuperate. And so I was just staying with them, and I was like, you have a brush with death. You see mortality, things are down, whatever else. And so we caught our breath. And I put on a clip of you, and it was you were telling the story about like a hotel, and it was you, Segura, and Chappelle. But anyways, we're watching you guys do various bits of comedy on YouTube, and you guys made this person laugh so hard we just stopped watching it because they were going to bust a stick. It was like the best medicine you've ever seen. You were telling crazy story about waking up in a hotel and everyone's cramming down the exit.
Yeah, the hotel was on fire. Yeah.
That was great. And it was Segura doing when disabilities are funny. He goes, not all disabilities are funny. He goes, but sometimes they're funny. And he does like a 10-minute piece on that. Right. And it was just such a great transmission of just comedy just being.
The thing is, comedy is comedy. And to try to say it's normal speech is ridiculous because it's not your opinions. It's things that are funny about these things. Like when someone's saying something about anything that's inappropriate, you should never say that. That's Louis C.K.'s whole act, is saying the wrong thing. You're not supposed to say that, so he's going to say it, and it's hilarious. But it's also real well written and funny. This is not like if you sat him down and asked him his opinion on people and life, he would give you a different version.
Sure.
This is just an art form. It's just like a movie. Like you go to a Quentin Tarantino movie, none of those people really died. Okay? This is just art. It's just like something's creating something.
But that's the sense where I feel like it's coming back. Because like, look at the shit that Chappelle's playing.
Yeah.
Look at the shit that you're playing. Like, people are saying stuff again.
Well, people are realizing that you don't have to give in to this. It's a small, very vocal minority of people, but most people are tired of it. Most people miss old. You don't get a good comedy movie anymore. You don't get Superbad anymore. They can't make that movie.
You're mad.
Tropic Thunder. You can't make that movie. You can't make that movie. If I asked Robert Downey Jr., he goes, "Oh, you could, but you can't." I mean, we fucked ourselves. We fucked ourselves by listening to these mental patients. I think some of it's going to come back.
I think it's going to come. Now it's going to usually, right? I'm swing back. You look at movies from the 70s. They're fucking cool.
Oh yeah.
Everything now is so sanitized and like. You don't
but
like
still Tarantino though. He's
the only one.
He's sort of
the
like
last,
grandfather in it.
The last time that I saw a scene in the movie that made me really cringe was in Bastards when the bear comes out of the cave and the guy, the Nazi soldier, he's on his knees and you're so used to it they cut on impact.
Mm-hmm.
He comes out, he fucking takes that swing and they don't cut. I don't know how they film that shit, movie magic, but you go, oh god. And Brad Pitt's sitting there chewing on a piece of bread and like clapping, like eating while this guy is beaten to death. But like I remember being like, oh, usually you watch John Wick, you watch that, you watch 1,000 people dying on screen, it doesn't matter. Every now and then they make it so real.
Yeah.
And those 70s movies back then.
Oh yeah.
Because all the shit was real.
Oh yeah.
Car chases were real.
Yeah, man.
And now I watch movies. Like, dude,
you remember Bullet? Like 10 minutes of the movie, it's a car chase.
Stephen Quinn,
To the streets of San Francisco. Crazy. With a Mustang and a fucking Charger.
There's a movie with Anthony Hopkins and Health Ball where Anthony Hopkins has to fight a bear. I think the whole movie is about that. Like, dude, they use parts of bear from Legends of the Fall and whatever else. But it is the most, you watch it, you will be blown out of your seat because Anthony Hopkins is 10 feet from a fucking grizzly bear. And then you can tell where they swap it if you watch it really close. You can tell where they swap him out. And the trainer gets like hit with a paw. But this guy is wrestling with his pet bear. Yo, seriously, look at this. Look at this. Look at that fucking bear. Look at this fucking Anthony Hopkins. It's the best.
How does he live? Yes. How is that even possible? Because they just carry your paw.
Just trust me, just Jamie Gardner. Go like halfway. Go like halfway this video.
This is so ridiculous. That bear is like barely chasing him.
Go like halfway down this video.
Oh, he's getting the fire out. I don't need to see this. I'm gonna have a different opinion of it.
No. That's not the clip. There's a clip. You see the Revenant? Yeah, piss me off, cartoon bear. CGI bear. And I love Tom Hardy. And I love the cat.
You know, that's based on a real story.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's based on a guy who really did get mauled. He crawled for 20 miles.
My main takeaway from the room is a lot of cold water.
Cold water.
I just watched every time he fucking crawled in a cold stream. Just like,
you know, that incident didn't really take place in that environment, though. The actual incident took place in the plains. It wasn't the same environment as the rainforest.
They put it up there.
They put him in. I think they filmed it. See if they filmed the Revenant in BC. I think they filmed it in the rainforest of BC. You know, BC is a lot like Seattle. Well, I think they filmed it in like a dense forested area. And I don't think the real incident took place in any sort of environment like that.
I remember
Matter
it
of
being
fact,
like
I'm positive of that.
winter deciduous forest, but not big deciduous forest in Montana. But the wiki says it takes place in the Great Plains.
Right. So, but where did they film all the forest scenes?
I think it's kidding.
I think it's BC because it just is way more dense than the Great Plains. It's not what they experience. When this guy crawled, it's like he's crawling across the fucking plains. Like this guy got torn apart by a bear and crawled. The national plans were to film the final scenes in Canada.
Although the weather was ultimately too warm, so they had to go to Argentina where it was snow. Argentina.
That's the ending. What about the other stuff in the woods, like when they get attacked by the Native Americans? I thought that was in BC. Either way, whatever it is, it's a very dense forest, which is not
Not historical.
No.
Do you?
It's about the plains. It's really,
Yeah, but then there'd be no trees. Like trees are central in the movie. Like the stars.
they're just kind of bullshit. Like, isn't there a way to do it?
Well, then every movie bullshit.
Alberta? Yeah, there you go. Okay.
I mean, even
Alberta's crazy.
I mean, every movie then that you like, like every like historical movie, you go, how much of it is true?
Oh yeah.
Like I just watched,
I hate those movies.
Ford versus Ferrari. How much of this is true? And they're like, none of it. Did any of this really happen? No.
Okay, so the Kananaskis country and the spectacular scenery of Bow Valley in the Canadian Rockies west of Calgary, Alberta. Fucking beautiful up there, man. Yeah, so that's not like the real environment where that really went down.
But yeah, I guess it would have a different feel if they were out in the plains.
Yeah, and they get attacked by the plains, and that guy got fucked up by that bear out there. There was bears out there, dude. That's what's nuts. Like we killed them all. Like California has a bear, and it's state flag. It's a big old brown bear.
Used to be brown.
Oh yeah, they fucking killed all of them. They're like, get the fuck out of
They
here.
know what year the last brown bear was killed in California, and they know when the last black bear was killed.
That's nuts.
Think about it.
Black bear,
When was that? When they bought it for like $15. It was just a fucking regular.
There's a town named after the guy who was the last guy to get killed by a brown bear in California. It's called Lebec. I think his name is Stephen Lebec. And the last guy got killed by a brown bear. I was like, that's it. We're done. Kill them all.
Did you ever see that? Did you ever see the video where the bear takes the guy's face off and he starts talking? Yeah. He got his face around that. And they stitched it back together. So they didn't do a bad job. No. Because that video, that was again one of those times where I'm an adult. Not okay.
That was like early days of internet gross shit.
That was like E-Bombs World time where you could see everything.
It was the early days.
I was just trying to explain this time now. It's like when they were doing the journalist beheadings, you could see it.
Yeah.
If I tried now, I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to go.
Reddit.
Really?
Yeah. 4chan.
I don't think I've ever done this.
You should go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I go on?
There's really people like that out there.
Is it search engine?
Reddit has become like much more. Reddit's very left wing, and Reddit has become very censored. Like things get pulled down off of Reddit.
No, I'm saying, is there
But
anywhere?
4chan is still buck wild.
4chan?
4chan. Yeah, 4chan is where like all that QAnon craziness came from. There's a lot of nutty people out there. That's what the political frogs, those frogs, Pepe the Frogs that they use for memes. That's all like internet culture, shit posters.
Yeah.
People that are anonymously posting so they can just say the wildest things and there's no censorship.
Yeah, but I'm saying but what I want
You
is
can
I want the God's Google. I want that thing where you go, I want to see people eating,
Right.
Or you know how in the Grizzly Man they don't show you the footage or play the audio. Like I want that. I want to see it. I want to be able to see it.
I think we're in a hurry to destroy that audio, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But also, his mind was like, it's kind of funny, right? Because his mind was like, it'd be too damaging. It's too bad for you. Don't want to hear it. You don't want other people to hear it.
I wouldn't want people to hear me screaming.
Right, but your whole film is about how fucking stupid it is that this guy lives in the grizzly maze in a tent, surrounded by bears, and it's inevitable that one of them is going to eat him.
So it would kind of be like a comedic punchline to hear him go,
Well, the movie's a comedy. It is a comedy.
It is a comedy.
It is.
When he's like, that bear. And he touches it, and the bear turns around and says, what did you just do?
The whole thing, he was so nutty and he was such a crazy.
He was nuts.
He was Tiger King times 100.
But he also, there's like a moment where he transcends and he's like in the grass and there's a fox on his tent.
Yeah.
And you're like, dude, this is kind of cool.
Yeah, that was the fox relationship.
The fox was cool, but the bear stuff,
Foxes
you kind of
become your friends, which is weird.
yeah, foxes are cool.
Yeah, like you can just, you don't even have to live there a long time. You just hang out with them long enough. They'll hang out with you.
Well, I found a fox a few years ago. So there's all these, the mom was out. There's all these foxes, baby foxes, pups sitting outside the hole. So I would creep up on them. I'd get into position and I'd watch them come out, and they are the cutest little things in the world.
Yeah.
And we were all just standing around. I was like, I'm going to raise a fox so bad.
People have done it.
I know.
They're pet foxes.
Oh, I know. I wanted to do it so bad I had to go to the jungle for a week. But I was like, man, I wasn't.
You would have to feed those little fuckers, and they want to kill things all the time.
Like, it'd be like having a really wild dog.
Yeah, it would be like having a coyote for a pet.
Yeah.
I would imagine. But they're really clever.
They're really clever.
really
They're
smart.
really beautiful. Yeah, I don't think coyotes, I don't even need to have coyotes as pets. They're like behind in the Hudson Valley.
Oh, yeah, they're all over the place.
Everywhere.
Yeah, they're nuts.
everywhere.
They're in Manhattan. I don't. It's 100% true.
Really?
Yeah, in Central Park.
In Central Park?
Multiple coyote sightings. They've had them in the Bronx.
Verified.
Coyotes are in every city in North America. Or at least in the U.S.
It's a huge testament to how stealthy they are.
Oh, yeah, man.
Because they live.
Look at that.
Stop
Coyotes in
it.
Central Park. Yeah. Yeah, man, they're all over the country. They're all over the country. And that's basically in the last 100 years. I think less than that. I think it's like from the 1950s on, they've spread across the entire country. There's a great book called Coyote America.
It's on my list.
Got
I'm
it.
dying to read it. Dying to read it.
Coyotes been seen in Central Park and other parts of New York City since the 1930s.
Yeah.
The number of sightings has increased in recent years, especially in 2019.
Yeah. Incredibly adaptive.
Oh, they're the craziest. They adapt and they expand their range. So whenever you kill one, the females have more pups and they expand their range.
Dude.
That's why they're everywhere now.
In the jungle, I was working with this British filmmaker, and he came out of the jungle one day, and his face was white. And he goes, I saw something. And I was like, you said good photo. And he goes, no, I saw it. He goes, man, I saw a white-tailed deer. And I went, you didn't see a white-tailed deer. You have red-rocket deer, gray-rocket deer. You didn't see a white-tailed deer. And I started really hammering on myself. Well, you're not going to see one. Long story short, there is a vestigial population of white-tailed deer that inhabit the western Amazon. What? So he thought he was insane. They come in from the Andes, and they have like an island population down in the lowland jungle who happen to see. And this is like a guy that you know. Whoa, he was physically, it's like you saw a giraffe.
That's ridiculous. They even got freaked out.
I think just because
It didn't belong.
he was a real wildlife guy. I mean, if I saw, a leopard in New Jersey, I'd be like, well, fuck. Either I'm cracking up or something. As far as I know, this doesn't go here.
Right.
Right. So he came back and he was like, I don't know what to do. He's like, I saw something. And I was like, well, did you get a shot of it? He was like, no, I put my camera up and it ran. And he was like, but I swear to God. And I was like, nah, you didn't see anything. You saw white tail deer.
That's crazy. Have you seen the jaguar sightings in Arizona?
I did. I saw the camera trap. That's super cool.
That's super cool.
We're doing something with this new eDNA packages where we can take water samples and it tests for all the different DNA in the water.
Oh, so all the different animals that are drinking.
Bigfoot's either about to get found or go extinct.
He's gonna.
Yeah.
Do you think they could find a giant sloth with that?
So that's an interesting. Only that and the thylacine cryptids that I'll entertain conversations about.
I entertain the sloth one because there's so many of these people in these deep, dense jungles in the Amazon that claim that they've seen us.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. I have a theory about it. I just, there's got to be, there's places people keep going. We've explored the whole world.
Yeah.
Just like people don't realize. And I'm telling you, after coming off of these expeditions where we travel for an entire week by land to because you get on a plane, and be in Barcelona in a few hours.
Right.
It's such a mindfuck. It doesn't make any sense. Whereas when you start walking, or you start paddling, you go, this planet is huge. And we deceive ourselves into thinking like, oh yeah, we figured it out. But if you fly in a Cessna over the Amazon, and you look at a winding little golden river, and you're looking out over a vast picture of football field, this tiny little golden filament going through it. And the next one of those golden rivers, which by the way, that river is like 100 meters across, this giant water artery that's flowing through the jungle. The next one, as you're in this section, looking out over the jungle, the next one is barely in your peripheral vision. So you're talking about like 110 miles that way is the next dense jungle. Dense jungle, no trails, not even the tracks, nothing, no one there. Who the fuck has explored that? They don't know what's under there. No one's explored it, not to mention 50% of the life in the rainforest, you forget it's a 3D environment. You're on the plains, the animals are at eye level. You're in the rainforest, you're under 160 feet of canopy. So it's like being at the bottom of the ocean. And we don't have access. Who can climb a 160-foot tree that goes straight up like the World Trade Center?
Right.
Pretty much no one.
You're only going to see the treetops.
And you're only going to see the treetops. So scientists have had very limited access to the rainforest canopy, where 50% of the life in the rainforest is. So much of the planet has not been described or studied. And it's so funny when I watch people, oh yeah, everything's been explored. And it's like, bro, I can just take you somewhere right next to it. The places where I want to. And they haven't flown over with light. And there are things around. I was like, there's a lot of stuff. And I've seen it, because I've seen it with my own. I don't believe shit. That's why I have to touch the wet paint. Because I don't believe shit unless I've seen it myself.
Well, listen, brother, I'm glad you're out there. It makes life more interesting.
I
appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate you, and thank you for coming in here. It's a lot of fun. Tell everybody how they can get a hold of you and how they can see what you're up to.
Absolutely. Jungle Keepers is growing. We're protecting more rainforests than ever. JungleKeepers.org. We are bringing people to the rainforest. We're supporting the indigenous conservation efforts. We're crossing 100,000 acres. The more people that come in and help, we can actually find a way to protect the Amazon rainforest and stop feeling guilty about it. Also, Jamie, if you just last thing, pull up that rhino transport picture. I'm taking people out to Africa with the experts at that place, Buffalo Kloofs, and people can actually come with me to do some incredible front lines on the ground work with endangered rhinos in Africa, like this type of shit. Absolutely, the people who are holding back the extinction of these animals, who are doing cutting-edge research and work protecting these amazing animals. JungleKeepers.org. Photos.com, Instagram, all that other shit. And we're doing some truly miraculous stuff. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that they came in and told everybody. So,
My pleasure.
it's wild out there.
It is. My pleasure. All right. Everybody.
Good job, Logan. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So tell me what it's like to testify in front of Senate. What is that like?
Man, it was pretty wild. It all transpired so fast. I got a call from Callie Beans. We've become pretty good buddies. I know you're having him and his sister Casey on the podcast. Brilliant folks that are just patient advocates. I mean, at the end of the day, they had the same experience as I had. Callie, a little bit different walk of life. He was a lobbyist. Casey was a doctor, Stanford trained surgeon. Realized that she was in a system where they didn't really heal people. They just treated symptoms and profiteered off disease states. And she said there's got to be a better way. So their voice rang so loud after I think they did Tucker that it led to momentum. And then because of you having me on the podcast, that's how I met RFK. And so Bobby and Steve had reached out to me maybe about a year and a half ago to come up to Dallas while he was doing the campaign there and sit down with him. And he was just asking 100 questions about what's going on and what did you see on the pharmaceutical side and what did you see owning pharmacies and billing insurance companies. And so when they had an opportunity to put this team together to testify in front of the Senate, the goal was to create a nonpartisan group of individuals to take a new, fresh approach to what is going on with chronic disease in America. Because the chronic disease crisis is at an all-time high. I mean, we could go through all the statistics, and I know that Casey and Callie Wilson are on here, so I don't want to steal their thunder, but it's staggering. Close to anywhere between 1.7 and 1.9 million people are dying a year of chronic disease. We talk a lot about war. Since the dawn of this country, roughly estimated between 1.3 to 1.5 million people total American. So in a year, we're losing more people to chronic disease than all the wars combined. And we're not talking about it. So to me, I was excited when they said, hey, the Senate's willing to hear, and that's the beauty of a democracy. They did let us come in there and candidly take a dump on the Senate floor on what's going on with this healthcare system. And really dig into the weeds.
Did anybody try to take the side of the pharmaceutical drugs industry? Did anybody question you or try to push back?
So prior, you do a debrief. So we did do a roundtable prior to going into the communal roundtable in front of the public eye, which they had no idea. The Senate didn't expect it. We had assembled a grassroots effort to get the word out there, and over 2,000 people took off from work. This is a Senate hearing. Over 2,000 hardworking Americans took time from their busy day, flew to D.C., had to sit in an overflow room to listen to these testimonies. And the level of feedback from people, from like real humans, real world people, was staggering. I mean, people afterwards came up in tears, sharing their story of how the system had let them down, or loved one down, misdiagnoses, like all the different issues that they dealt with trying to navigate this system. And to the senator's credit, behind closed doors, they did say, you probably don't want to go ultra hard after the food industry or ultra hard after the pharmaceutical industry because it may limit our ability to get things done. But they did.
How do they phrase that?
They just said you catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar. And, me, Callie, and the other folks that sat on this panel, our goal was to just share our stories and share what we saw. And so my testimony in particular was really more about the human side. There's so many staggering data and statistics and numbers, but behind all that is a person. Like, that's all I wanted to understand. These are human lives. When Jelly Roll testified, I think he said this equivalent to a 747 jet where people die of influenza. And that's insane. And that all started with the lapses in the FDA and the drug regulatory market. We know that, there's an argument out there. I know Callie released the number of 50+% of the FDA's funding comes from big pharma. When it comes to drugs alone, 75% of the drug funding comes from the pharmaceutical companies themselves. And so there's a big market there. And with big pharma spending over $8 billion a year advertising, that's more than the entire sum of the FDA's budget.
$8 billion a year just from advertising. Imagine how much they're making so that they can afford $8 billion just in advertising.
It's insane.
Those ads.
But what I saw is, the truth is, my hope is that people listen and the American people fight. We can fight with our pocketbooks. We can fight through our choices as citizens. Do I have faith that the government's going to fix these problems overnight? I don't. But at least we're having a conversation. And to their credit, they let us speak freely. They didn't put a censor on us. They tried to give us some coaching, to say, hey, if you go this route, just understand there's going to be blowback, and we're here to get progress on these topics, not burn the house down type deal. And then I did have some, and it was a bipartisan effort. So some of the senators in the room had mentioned, well, the American people just want a pill. They don't really want a solution. They're looking for an easy way out. And I pushed back. It was funny because one of the moms that was there was like, oh my God, I can't believe you were just dropping F-bombs in that meeting. But I'm like, I think you're fucking wrong. I mean, after being in healthcare since I was 20 years old, what I see is people struggling for answers. People are in the pit of despair.
Who was saying that the American people just want pills?
I don't want to name any names, but one of the senators there was saying, in his experience, people are looking for the easy way out. And I don't think that's the case. I think people are looking for hope.
Well, here's the thing. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that can be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Get a break from your thoughts with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. If there was a real easy way out, like if there really was a pill with no side effects that cured all your ails, sure, people would want that. And this is the problem. The advertising is that $8 billion a year. It leads you to believe that there is some sort of a solution in the bottom of the prescription bottle. And that's not real. That's the problem, is that they've been misled so long and for so far down the line. And here they are, chronically ill, suffering, and they are hoping it's the next pill.
And that was our hope, was to break down from the start of how do we process these foods, how do we grow, harvest, and what do we do with our soil, what do we do with our pesticides, how do we bring these products to market, how do we regulate our food industry, and that's all new to me. That's not my expertise. My expertise and my testimony was focused on what I saw as a drug rep, what I saw as a med device rep, what I saw billing insurance companies, and that was a part of the talk that we didn't even get to dive deep into, but the goal was to explain to the Senate from the food processing, growing, harvesting, chemical treatments, to the packaging, to the ingredients we add into our food, to the hospital systems. Throughout the system, front to back, the American people are set up for failure. In the 1950s, the U.S. the FDA had approved 700 different ingredients in our food products. That's it, 700. Today, there are over 10,000 chemicals and petrochemicals in our food products in the United States. In Europe, still 700. And what gets crazier is that Food Babe, she's an influencer, right? And that's been, crapped on by the media. It's
What's an unfortunate?
Yeah. But she's an advocate, and she's just a voice, a mother out there saying, hey guys, what's wrong with this picture? Let me show you what's in Fruit Loops in America, and let me show you what's in Fruit Loops in Canada. The same manufacturer, Kellogg's, is selling one product to the American people and a safer, less ingredient, less chemical-filled product outside the United States. They have the ability to sell it here, but they don't, because they know they can sell more addictive, more colorful, vibrant, that attract kid food sources here in the U.S.
So dumb.
And so we walked through all of that. It blew my mind on the food front. And we know, you and I have talked, like in the healthcare system, my main message was, we're here to talk about the boom in chronic disease. We know that food and our environment has a huge impact on us. But so does preventative care. And so does building an ecosystem that allows clinicians to troubleshoot and diagnose and prevent chronic diseases from evolving in the first place. These are all metabolically related disease states. All the chronic diseases that are killing us can be traced back to diet, lifestyle, and nutrition, but none of our clinicians are trained on diet, lifestyle, and nutrition.
That's the hard pill for people to swallow. Diet, lifestyle, and nutrition. It's very hard for people who are addicted to shitty food, who are lazy, who don't have a history of exercise, and their lifestyle sucks. And they get home from work and they like to train. Like all those things are killing you. Yeah.
But then you and I talked about this with some of your comedy friends that have become my friends too. To watch the evolution. You just got to give people momentum. You just got to get some wins on the board. We got to give them hope. And we've got to start by having the conversation. And that's what I was optimistic about. For the first time in my adult life, the Senate is willing to sit down with a group of individuals and have a deep conversation about where our food comes from, how our food is being processed, what ingredients are in our food, and how that could potentially lead to chronic disease. And it got labeled by some of the, I would say, hatchet job media outlets that have come out, and we could dive into that. Somebody called it the woo-woo.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Let's dive into it. First of all, fuck you, whoever wrote that. Because there's nothing woo-woo about anything you guys were saying. Yeah. That's what's really crazy. To say that toxic chemicals that are illegal in other countries but are legal in the United States, and there's a reason why they're illegal. You can find all the different things that they do to the body, all the different damage they cause. To say that that's woo-woo is so crazy. Like, what did they list as an example of woo-woo?
What's hard is they went immediately at, like, these are all entrepreneurs that have something to sell you. And I can tell you, sitting in the room with those people, all of us were scared. All of us were scared. It's scary. I'm not going to make money off of this. If anything, I could lose money. I have businesses that are under the FDA's guidelines, are under the FDA's oversight. I don't want to upset the apple cart, but I also want to tell the truth. And I wanted to share what I saw, and that was my message was, I'm not here to represent the left or the right. I'm here to represent humanity. This is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is a humanity issue. These are people's lives.
But it's just stunning that people are willing to pour themselves out to write a hit piece on someone trying to help human beings find healthier choices and realize the root cause of all the diseases that we're facing.
The Rulu article shows to how we talked about nothing but metabolic disease. And what does metabolic disease have to do with cancer? Actually, I can tell you, it is the number one risk factor. Obesity and metabolic disease is the number one risk factor to all forms of cancer other than smoking. So if you take smoking and age out of the equation, it's your number one risk factor. That's what it has to do with.
Imagine that statement. What does metabolic health have to do with these diseases? That is so crazy.
And the people on that panel, too, to their credit, I was the least qualified of anyone to be in that room, and I was there to talk about my experiences as an industry insider. I am not telling you that I am an expert on metabolic disease. I can tell you that I'm an expert on fuckery because I've been in healthcare long enough to see what they're doing, and I know their equation. I know their offense. But other than me, you had Casey Means, Stanford-trained surgeon. You had Dr. Palmer, a psychiatrist from Harvard, who was breaking down metabolic disease and how it's astronomically impacting the mental health crisis in America. One of the stats he dropped on us in his testimony was, we're at an all-time high in suicide and death of despair, greater than during the Great Depression. More Americans are dying of suicide and death of despair, more than ever. More children are being diagnosed with metabolic disease, diabetes. Girls are starting periods 6 years younger. Like, I don't need a double-blind study to tell you something's wrong. Just look at the data. And that was
like
this message.
I'm hearing a lot of woo-woo from you.
Yeah.
I need some data.
It's right. As we get into that, in the names, they just totally breezed over, and that article tried to make it sound like it's a bunch of influencers. And it's like, yes, there were some people who have social media presences, but there were also academics there.
But also, you can't
Harvard,
dismiss,
Stanford, and Stedman Hawkins.
You can't dismiss someone who's giving out factual information because they're a so-called influencer. Some people get into influencing for a good cause. I understand. And they have real valid information, and they collect that valid information and distribute it, and that's how they get a following.
And you know, even Bonnie is the food babe. Bonnie, her battle has helped remove ingredients from certain states, stop chemicals in certain food sources. They're actually going to march to Kellogg on the 10th of next month to hand a petition signed by over 100,000 Americans coming out the tail end of that, asking them to remove dangerous chemicals that they don't put in food products in other countries and just match it. That's all they were asking. Hey, why don't we just match what you're doing outside the U.S. and all these other countries where they've said these products aren't safe? Why are we allowing you a mulligan on the U.S. population when it comes to food? And they've never been studied. That's the other wild thing. The FDA doesn't have the bandwidth to study every time a new ingredient's added to a food source. So you and I have gone down the rabbit hole on the FDA's attempt to try and regulate and rein in big industry like big pharma and big medical. And I know I've told your listeners before, over 90% of the products in the operating room has never been through an FDA human safety trial. It was an entity built at a time to serve a purpose, and I just think they're drowning. And I think there's a lot of industry influence, spit being swapped, that can skew decisions and viewpoints, and that's dangerous.
It is dangerous. It's dangerous and it's spooky that you get pushback after that. So let's talk about the pushback, because it was immediately afterwards. you start texting, you're like, dude, holy shit, these hit pieces are nuts. Because you can see the machine moving against you. So you could see that someone saw this Senate hearings, realized that it could potentially have an impact, and tried to do their best to mitigate those potentially positive effects for the health of American people. But it could cost them money. So they started pumping money into these media outlets. And
Absolutely. And this is what I've seen before, owning a compounding pharmacy. When I went on Julie and Michael's podcast, she is very opinionated and passionate about this. And it took me 10 minutes to explain to her that compounding pharmacies aren't bad guys. And because she had only heard the corporate media narrative of compounding pharmacies are dangerous, people are getting drugs from these compounding pharmacies that are in garages, and they're just willy-nilly making compounds and shipping them into the marketplace. And I had to methodically walk her through. Compounding pharmacies fall under the FDA's jurisdiction. My pharmacy's been inspected 3 times in 18 months. Every single ingredient we buy is an FDA-approved ingredient. Every single compound we send off to an independent third-party lab to verify. Okay? And I say all this just to lay the groundwork. We've treated over 1 million patient lives at our pharmacy. Over 1 million patient lives nationwide. And what they do in that environment is the media will list any recall, any mistake a compounding pharmacy makes, but sweep under the rug that big pharmaceutical companies like Eli Lilly and Pfizer have most of their manufacturing overseas, where the FDA has to submit before they can come do an inspection, and has to give them 2 months notice because they're coming into a foreign country. And they've got to get visas and approvals and all these things to come inspect those facilities. They can't just walk in like they walk into my facility. And so Eli Lilly in particular, one of the reasons they're struggling with back orders right now is their facilities have been popped for egregious actions by the FDA. But none of that is in the public eye. You have to scour. I think Reuters is the only one that wrote an article. But little compounding pharmacy in Texas recalls 28 vials proactively for a mislabel. And the New York Post makes it national news. But you didn't cover Eli Lilly's nationwide issues on all these products, or the fact that over 2,000 manufacturing facilities owned by Big Pharma haven't been inspected in 5 or more years. It's just not good journalism.
well,
It
goes
doesn't
back
have
to
integrity.
$8 billion.
Yeah.
That $8 billion has an effect. I'm sure these journalists aren't sitting there watching this Senate hearing going, you know what, I'm outraged. I feel like these people are full of shit. I'm going to help the American people and write this piece criticizing. No, they're probably being instructed.
Well, she sent us and said it was very vague. I did a voicemail. We want to write an article on the pharmacy. I find out at 3 o'clock. I'm in meetings. We draft a response explaining all the things we do to go above and beyond, and how our vision is to bring, cost-effective prescription drugs to the American people for pennies on the dollar, typically less than your copay or deductible. What part of that? And in this article at the end, I shit you not, the girl puts, and by the way, Eli Lilly slicing prices by 50% on their weight loss drug. That's how the article ends. And I'm like, how is this not an advertisement? And so I looked, and now that I've seen it when I was a drug rep, I saw it when I owned pharmacies and labs, I saw it as a device rep, but I went and looked and said, okay, who owns the New York Post? And when you peel back the layers to that onion, the New York Post majority holders of stock are Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. Now, let's go look at who are the majority owners in the Eli Lilly. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. So the same for folks who own the pharmaceutical companies who have the most to gain by keeping the narrative the same and driving America towards the chronic disease crisis and monetizing the chronic disease with all the things you and I have discussed before, whether pharmacy benefit managers, insurance companies, hospitals, pharmaceutical companies, front to back, top to bottom, we've lost our way. We really have lost our way, Joe. It's all about quarterly earnings and quarterly profits. And I'm not saying that they're intentionally poisoning the American people to set them up so that they can knock them down. I just think it's so siloed and so compartmentalized, and everybody's fighting for that extra dollar, that quarter, that day, that month, that they're just blocking and tackling and preventing the narrative from rising in their siloed bucket. But you have to, like in humans, we have to take a look out and go, hey, I'm not just treating your meat or your brain health. or your heart health. The body is an organism that works together. We have to do a deeper dive to assess where the disease started, what caused it, and can we uncover the root cause and fix the root cause. We have to do the same thing in our systems and our protocols and our procedures. We know that corporate capture is real. We know that corporate capture has somewhat happened at the FDA, somewhat happened with Congress and the Senate. You know, everyone's scared to fight these guys, and they can wreck your lives. It's scary. And it's hard to fight. They control the media. They control all the funding to the advertising on the news networks. I mean, good luck getting a story out there.
It's so weird that they've been able to do this for so long in such a shifty way. It really is. Because there should be laws against that. If there's laws against insider trading, how's there not laws against manipulating narratives in order to profit at the expense of people's health?
Yeah, and it's to even further highlight the level of corruption and corporate capture. I sent you and Jamie an article. I don't even remember the news outlet. But when you look, who owns that news outlet? Okay, well, it says most of its funding comes from this PR firm. Then when we go to look at who owns the PR firm, it's Monsanto that owns the PR firm that got this other. And it's always layers. It's never abundantly clear. Like, it's hard. The other one we talked about was the Atlantic. You know, and as I peeled the layers back to the Atlantic, it was owned by Bradley, who made his money being a consultant for big pharma and pharmacy benefit managers. He sold a big chunk of his company off to Optum, which is one of the dirtiest pharmacy benefit managers out there. And we broke that down on the previous podcast. The pharmacy benefit managers, for those listeners that don't know, were established in the 70s and 80s with the goal of driving down the cost of prescription drug care for Americans. But it got captured by the insurance companies. So Cigna, Aetna, CVS Health, all of those companies now own these middlemen that are negotiating rebates. So it's important to understand because those rebate dollars are held at that company and they're making billions off of chronic disease. Billions. So if you're on a GLP-1 weight loss drug for the rest of your life and they've negotiated rebates to the pharmacy benefit plans that they own, they're oftentimes holding 40 to 50% of their profitability in a shell company that's not disclosed to the American public or the U.S. government. And when they establish a Medicare price point on a drug, they base it off of the average wholesale price in America. And that's important because they artificially inflated the fucking average wholesale price, and they're giving themselves a rebate on the back end, but the government doesn't have line of sight into that. And they know what's happening now. It's been exposed. We talked about this again on your last fight, but it's like, I think it's the state of Idaho uncovered $230 billion in fraud in 1 year from the PBMs. 1 year. Now multiply that times all the states in the United States, and think about how much money is being made off of keeping people on prescription drugs.
Did you see the article that I put on my Instagram with the Putney Atlantic? Is it time to torch the Constitution? Did you see that? Same people. Same people. They're putting a narrative out there to the general public. They're like, whoa, he makes a good point. Maybe we should just give up all our power to safety. Yeah. If it literally is, they're literally saying, should we torch the Constitution?
It's scary.
The only thing
It
that
is
protects
scary.
us.
And I say this, I feel like I woke up and became my grandpa. I remember him always bitching about politics, and I'm not
And
bad.
you probably barely knew, right? You consider how much information was available to your grandpa.
Yeah.
He just had a sort of a nagging suspicion that it's all corrupt and crooked.
And I'm an idealist. I want to believe that, I want to believe that people are looking for the truth. I want to believe that, and I told you this, even with the DOJ and what I saw with enforcement projects. When your data sets are corrupt, or the info you're receiving is from bad sources that are pushing agendas, if those sources also are your future employment and your government service, it just becomes a dangerous slippery slope. There are often times where enforcement changes legislation through enforcement. Like right now, the DEA is reviewing if they're going to allow telemedicine companies to continue to prescribe testosterone. And that's crazy to me. It's like all these issues we have, all the chronic disease, there is not a testosterone crisis. This is not like the opioid crisis.
Right.
There's not a lot of divergence.
Or even the GLP-1 crisis.
It's yeah,
You
and
know,
it's,
people that are fix that in comparison to the testosterone thing.
and that's where, you know, you and I disagree somewhat on the GLP-1s. Jillian and I disagree. Howie and Casey and I disagree. It's okay to disagree. There's nothing wrong with having different.
Well, I think I
lenses.
understand your perspective. Your perspective is for chronically obese, like the really morbidly obese people, we need to do something. And this is a very good step. And it does work, and it can help people. It is a very good step. I'm the hardcore discipline guy. I'm the like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is something that you can solve just by eating less. Something you can solve by cutting out sugar, cutting out sodas, cutting out eating whole ingredient foods, eating fish and chicken and red meat and vegetables, and cutting out all the bullshit. That's real. That's a real thing that you can do. However, if you're 600 pounds, if you've gone so far down the wrong road, you need a hand. You need someone
and
to
that's
help
where
you.
I'm like, if I was pushing an agenda, I have a ton to gain by GLP-1s doing gangbusters.
Yeah.
I'm not on that bandwagon. I literally sat there with the Senate meeting and said, this is crazy. If we government fund prescribing GLP-1s to children, that's insanity.
We should
We
also
need to fix our food products in schools. We need to limit soft drinks and advertising to children. Like, there's a million things we could do that are way more logical recently than starting to stick kids with the injectables that they're going to take the rest of their life.
but it's not as problem. Yeah, that's the real problem. And the advertisements about that, they seem to me the same advertisement. It's the same feeling I get when I see advertisement giving babies COVID vaccines. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're just trying to make money. You're not trying to protect babies from COVID. That's fucking nonsense. It's not a problem with that. It's just not. It's just statistically not an issue. It's certainly not an issue for you to be promoting this potentially dangerous rebel.
Yeah, another example of that is that, you know, we were a foster family once, so we had up to 7 foster kids at a time in my house. And I remember the Hep B vaccines that all those little kids had to get. And I didn't think about it at the time, but again, hearing some of my friends like Callie and Casey talk about it, the vaccine schedule is crazy because you're giving a child, a brand new baby, essentially a Hep B vaccine. The only 2 ways to contract hepatitis B is basically you're injecting drugs or sexual activity.
Yeah.
An infant's not going to have that, so why expose them to the risk factor of a potential adverse event when we know autism rates are through the roof? Like, all of these different health issues for children are climbing, and at some point we have to assess what we're doing and say, isn't there a better way? But I know enough about how that system works and how things are negotiated on the back end and the lobby, and now it's established, and now it's hammered home, and then you assemble and you go out and meet with all the pediatricians nationwide, and you have people as spokesperson that push that agenda and get senators and congressmen and women on the hook to go, yes, we need these vaccines incorporated as part of our policy to protect these children. And I don't think it's not that it was, I don't think everyone's in on it. I think people are being duped, and it's so siloed. That's one of the other things you and I have talked about historically with medicine. Medicine's so siloed. They don't look at the full human body. They look at, I'm a knee guy and I'm going to look at the knee. Or I'm a mental health specialist and I'm going to talk to this patient about their mental health. But your mental health is intertwined with your physical health. Your mental health, and this is what Dr. Palmer from Harvard talks about. You know, if we have metabolic disease and all these metabolic crises, it's going to lead to mental health issues.
No question. This has been proven studies that show that SSRIs aren't as effective as exercise by a large measurable amount. Like, exercise is more effective at curing depression and treating depression than SSRIs. That's a fact. But, you know, you can't make money all of a sudden running around this block unless you're selling sneakers.
Yeah.
You can only sell 1 pair of sneakers like every 6 months.
Well, and we're in the, what scares me,
At the most.
and again, not to shit on the GLP-1s, because if we prescribe GLP-1s, we utilize GLP-1s, they are a tool in the tool belt, and when utilized appropriately, they can help people. But a hammer can kill someone if used inappropriately.
Right.
And so if we make it our frontline defense, and again, we go back to the chronic disease crisis in America, and we say, okay, the food system's broke and the people end up chronically ill, then we don't really assess people until in our assessment tools in the primary care market are based off a sick patient population. If we base the demographics off the average American, that is dying of chronic diseases, and that is our measuring stick, then why are we shocked when we continue to have a boom in people dying of chronic diseases and being diagnosed with chronic diseases? Cancer, all-time high. There's going to be 2 million new cases of cancer diagnosed this year. Every single chronic disease is through the roof. The system is not working.
I want to talk about you because one of the things that's interesting about this is like you were unhealthy at one point. You were overweight, and this is how you kind of started this journey. Maybe a lot of people aren't aware of that.
Yeah.
Like you weren't. You had to learn all this stuff, and you had to learn all this stuff through your own personal health crisis.
I was, what was I, 29, 30 years old, early 30s, and I was 25% body fat, pre-diabetic, headed towards all the same chronic diseases that we're talking about. And
What was your diet like?
my diet, originally my diet was terrible. It's a traditional American diet, right? So I was a surgical rep, and I had to be in the OR by 7 a.m. And so I would go do CrossFit every morning, then I'd go to the OR, I'd be in cases all day. I would eat whatever I could. I would drink a Starbucks Frappuccino, not realizing there's 1,800 calories of sugar and chemicals and no nutrients. I just didn't know. And I grew up in a family, again, a foster family where we were middle class America, but maybe it was the 80s. Eating healthy was like eating wheat bread instead of white bread. Right. It was eating low-fat Lay's potato chips and a Diet Coke. That's literally what my family thought was healthy. And that's a lot of Americans. They don't know. Yeah. And you just stay with what you're indoctrinated into. So I started seeing a nutritionist in my 30s, and I did lean down, and I lost weight, and I was getting healthier. I was headed the right direction, and I was still training. But he was like, if you're doing everything I'm saying, he said, let me take a step back. I would go to a primary care, and it would take 3 months to get in with a primary care. Then they would just pull a basic lipid panel. And then I would say, well, can we look at my hormones? No, we don't need to look at hormones. We're going to look at your lipid panel. We're going to do a wellness check. Well, that doesn't include hormones in this country. It's not a deep dive because they're scared to do that because the insurance companies control what they'll reimburse and not reimburse. And so clinicians in this country are terrified to do the deep dive, and they only have 6 minutes with you. So they got to get you in and out. Long story short, 6 months later, still fat, still trying to lose weight, working out every day, seeing a nutritionist, and I want to refer to your urology partner, Dr. Larry Lipschultz, who's one of the godfathers of urology and hormone optimization in the United States. And when I went and met with Larry, he was shocked after he pulled my blood work. We actually did it twice because he just didn't believe my readings. And my testosterone level after seeing him was 98. It's insane. And he's like a woman, but I know it was terrible. And so he's like, of course he's like, I don't know if you're fat because I told this story before. I don't know if you're fat because you have low testosterone, or if you have low testosterone because you're fat. But you are fat with low testosterone. And so that was my baseline. And through just
eating this, when you went to the nutritionist,
by then I was using the nutritionist, but then it was a question of, did I dig too big of a hole? And then the question is, you're overtraining and you're crashing what little hormones you have left and your body's trying to get ramped up. So we ended up treating at the time with HCG.
Let me ask you this, what did the nutritionist tell you to do?
Oh, we prioritized protein, 1 gram of protein per pound of lean muscle mass. We cleaned up my diet. If you make protein the basis of your diet, because you need 1 gram of protein per pound of lean muscle mass to maintain. If you're trying to gain lean muscle mass, you have to up that protein intake. And then based off diet and our lifestyle and activity level. And so we would prioritize my carbs through certain times of the day. We would keep me at a caloric deficit, and we'd prioritize protein in that caloric deficit. And what you'll find is mind-blowing. You aren't as hungry. If I don't eat a muffin and a Starbucks coffee loaded with sugar, I don't have that insulin response that causes the hunger cravings a few hours later where I'm back to eating another unhealthy meal choice. Right. If you eat protein, first eggs, hearty, heavy foods, dense, nutrient-packed foods, your appetite is suppressed. It's a natural appetite. You can't overeat. It's really hard to overeat meat. And so we prioritize proteins, healthy proteins like chickens, fish, all of those sources, and then healthy carbs. Get away from sugars, whites, starches, prioritize healthy carbohydrate sources that are slower burning, that allow you to metabolize the protein.
So how much weight did you lose that way?
I literally went, starting on diet, I probably lost about half of the weight that I was trying to get. So I know body fat percentage, he got me from 25 down to about 15. And then when we added hormone optimization, not testosterone at the time, it was HCG and clomiphene, which boost your natural testosterone levels, being monitored by a clinician within physiological norms, right? To try and make sure that we're optimizing my health, not trying to get jacked and tan. It literally helped me go from 15 to, at the time, I think I dropped down to around 7%. And I did not change anything. I was working out the same way, eating the same way.
7% is very lean.
Yeah, and now I walk around 12 to 15. That's sustainable, and I think in my 40s, that's a level that makes sense to me. But I think the way to do that is you don't wait for people to get chronically ill. I should have never been at 25% body fat. If we were getting proactive and predictive, and we were truly doing deep dives into individuals and taking the time for our clinicians in this country to sit down and assess you at the biological level, then we can prevent these chronic diseases. And I'm not talking about through pharmaceutical intervention. We can prevent these through diet, lifestyle, nutrition, and helping teach the patient that there's a better way. And if we need to involve pharmaceutical intervention, it's there. There's options out there that can help patients kickstart their health and wellness, especially people in their 40s.
So when you did this, how much time did it take overall from the original nutrition intervention to hormone optimization? Like, how much time are we talking about?
It took about a year. And that's where what gets crazy is the insurance model. So a lot of people don't know this. Most insurance carriers in the U.S. don't practice prevention. So testosterone would be considered a lifestyle drug. The challenge with like an issue like the DPA, if they really do over-regulate testosterone and shut telemedicine companies down from prescribing it, it's going to limit accessibility for these patients because primary carers don't want to prescribe it, right? And so they're going to pump them off to a urologist. Typically, for an insurance company to cover it, you've got to have 2 or more fasted blood tests of a testosterone below 250 nanograms per deciliter. So that's a chronically ill man. I mean, that's to come back twice. I mean, that's going to take you 6 months to get in with that drug. That's in a dream world. So just to get the insurance coverage, you're talking 6 months to a year. And by then, that patient has been chronically ill, headed towards metabolic disease, diabetes. You know, we know that testosterone is important to insulating us from certain types of cancer. It's important to our metabolic health, our bone mineral density, our lean muscle mass. All of these tie into health and longevity and health span and preventing chronic disease.
Do you think that the reason why they make it very difficult to get hormone optimization is because if more people get hormone optimization, more people are not on these medications?
I think somewhat, yes, but I also think
If you just look at
the
it from
insurance
a bottom
model
line,
is an obstructionist model, right? And so, like, I can give you a different example of the opioid crisis. There were non-addictive, non-abusive things. Okay, if somebody is going to be put on, if they have an ACL surgery, they're in pain. I'm not here to say there's no need to ever have a pain pill, but in those instances, there were alternatives that are non-abusive, non-addictive.
what are the alternatives?
There were ketamine-based pain creams that were topicals that could not be diverted, or you couldn't extrapolate the ketamine out of it and abuse it. So nobody ever got high or stimulated from it because it's a cream that you can't extrapolate the ketamine out. So you could not abuse it. You couldn't divert it if you wanted.
So it just works locally?
It just works locally to address that need thing. Insurance within 12 months could cover it because those creams cost hundreds of dollars, whereas an opioid's like $10 a month, right? And then the other thing you'll find is the pharmacy benefit managers, who the insurance companies own, have reimbursement deals on certain drugs. So when you get a drug, it's not because it's the best drug or the most efficacious drug. It's because the PBM, pharmacy benefit manager, has negotiated a rebate and decided to place that drug on tier 1 or tier 2 based off their financial incentive in that drug. Testosterone's been on the market so long, it's compounded a million places. There is no rebate for the big pharmaceutical companies or the big insurance companies on testosterone, right? And so it's just an additional cost. And so the more they can obstruct things that cost money but don't pay dividends back to them, they'll put obstructions in the way. So another example is not only did they shut down alternatives to opioids during an opioid crisis, they also cut lab reimbursement on toxicology screenings. At the same time that we're on an opioid bender as a nation, they got rid of the last safety net, which was if you come into a pain clinic asking for opioids, they're going to make you do a toxicology screening to make sure that you're not abusing other drugs, that you're not diverting the drug, that this medication's actually in your system. All of those reimbursements used to be covered by insurance companies, but they got rid of that. And so as soon as they got rid of that, there was no checks and balances. And so it is layered. It's very nuanced. It's never as simple as yes or no. I'm telling you what I saw. I'm just trying to tell you what I saw. I'm not saying I have all the answers.
I like how you had you. But I mean, that's all highlighted in that Netflix documentary that Peter Berg made about Sacrosanct, which is not documentary, which called docudrama series. That fucking series is so enraging. And after that, that one guy that they kept in a hotel room for like 2 days. And who knows what they did for that guy? To that guy, what the fuck did they do to him? Where they got him to approve that? They found that guy. The guy was in a small town in New Hampshire, ostracized. People just the sheriff was like trying to highlight how many people in the community had died of opioid overdose and how much blood was on his hands.
Well, he took a job with the Sacraments. He worked at the FDA, approved that, took a job with Sacraments, which, we beat that horse dead too, but 13 out of the 15 out of the last 15 heads of the FDA, 13 have gone to work for industry. And that's tough. That puts everyone in a tough position. If we're going to allow people to work one place 1 month and then go work for the bad guys, it's all in money.
It's so
how
dirty.
Can we regulate?
How is that legal?
A lot of people don't know the Sacklers. That was their second time creating a crisis in America. In the 70s, they created the Valium crisis. They got all the women. I think it was 1 in 3 housewives were addicted to Valium in the 70s.
1 in 3?
The Sacklers were, Congress went after the Sacklers then, and they ended up taking a settlement, and they paid their way out of it. Slap on the wrist, no criminal charges ever brought forward, and they rode off into the sunset after creating this Valium crisis of the late 70s, early 80s.
Jamie, pull up that tweet that I sent you from Jay Bhattacharya. So Michael Pollan, he's highlighted the dangers of pesticides. USDA funded a PR organization that worked with agricultural interests to downplay the harms of pesticides in farming and to compile defamatory dossiers on opponents of pesticide use, including food writer Michael Pollan. Just imagine that the USDA spends money to defame people, using your tax dollars, spends money to defame people that are trying to tell you that there's poison in your food. Measurable amounts, something along the lines of 90+% of Americans have Roundup in their system. They have glyphosate in their system from crops.
That was one of the things I learned too. 5% of the human brain mass and weight is now made of plastic. We learned that in the hearing too.
5%
blew my mind. Never heard that statistic.
Oh
it's terrifying.
Revealed the U.S. government's funded private social network attacking pesticide critics. So what does it say about this? 2017, 2 United Nations experts called for a treaty to strictly regulate dangerous pesticides, which they said were a global human rights concern, which, by the way, Roundup is illegal in a lot of countries. Citing scientific research showing pesticides can cause cancers, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, and other health problems. Publicly, the pesticide industry's lead trade association dubbed the recommendations unfounded and sensational assertions.
Well, what's crazy is this is Monsanto, which is also Bayer, and we talked about that. This is the company that knowingly infected people with HIV and shipped it to third world countries because their hemophilia drug had been contaminated, and they knew they'd get busted if they shipped it in the U.S. So they shipped it to third world countries and knowingly infected thousands of people with HIV. And we're trusting these people.
Look what it says here. Publicly, the pesticide industry's lead trade association dubbed the recommendations unfounded sensational assertions, and private industry advocates have gone further. Derogatory profiles of the 2 UN experts, Hilal Elver and Baska Tunsak, are hosted on an online private portal for pesticide company employees and a range of influential allies. Members can access a wide range of personal information about hundreds of individuals from around the world deemed a threat to industry interests, including U.S. food writers Michael Pollan and Mark Brickman, the Indian environmentalist Vandana Shiva, and the Nigerian activist, you say that one. How do you say that? How do you think you said that name? Nimamo Basi. Many profiles include personal details such as the names of family members, phone numbers, home addresses, even house values. The profiling is part of an effort which is financed in part by U.S. taxpayer dollars to downplay pesticide dangers, discredit opponents, and undermine international policymaking, according to court records, emails, and other documents obtained by the nonprofit newsroom Lighthouse Reports. It corroborated with The Guardian, New Lead, Le Monde, Africa Uncensored, and Australian Broadcast Corporation, and other international media partners on the publication of this investigation. The efforts were spearheaded by a reputation management firm in Missouri called Vfluence. The company provides services that it describes as intelligence gathering, proprietary data mining, and risk communications. The revelations demonstrate how industry advocates have established a private social network to counter resistance to pesticides and genetically modified crops in Africa, Europe, and parts of the world, while also denigrating organic and other alternative farming methods.
Wow. Wow. I mean, it doesn't just come. I think it was Jason during the testimony. He said, and this resonated with me. Do we need double-blind studies to know that chemicals we spray on pesticides and chemicals we spray on fields that cause disruption in mitochondria of insects and destroy them at the cellular level might possibly, can we at least say might possibly create some sort of issue?
No, that's unfounded.
Other biological beings.
That's an unfounded assertion. More than 30 current government officials are on the membership list, most of whom are from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This is so crazy. It's so crazy that this is so blatant. And that
what
your
gives me hope,
tax
though, is they
dollars.
were willing to talk. That does give me hope, Joe. Like the Senate, they took a risk, man. They took a risk. They allowed us to come in. They did say, hey, we recommend you don't go too hard in the paint. And everyone said, fuck that. And they just drop bombs. Like they
Well, you
know.
have to,
They're
because it's gonna-
insiders from their space, and they know.
The only way it's going to affect people is these viral video clips have to go online. People have to share them on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. Thank God they can. You know, because who knows if the government could clamp down on it the way they have in other countries. Other countries have severely clamped down, and there's been some real issues in America, but America still is the best place to distribute information. I mean, X is banned in Brazil right now, right? There's a lot of shenanigans going on all throughout the world where people are trying to control narratives, and it's fucking spooky. It's
If we
spooky.
look at it, if we really look at it, if it wasn't for you, I would have never met RFK. If it wasn't for coming on your show, I would have never got my message out there. If it wasn't for Tucker's podcast, Callie would have never gotten his message out there. And Casey.
Well, it wasn't for you know how banged up I'd be, dude. How many times have you helped me with stem cells? I talk about it all the time, but I know there's a gentleman that I'm friends with that I've just been talking to. He's about to go to a disc. He's getting his discs fused. And I'm like, Jesus, have you looked into other options? Have you looked into stem cells? I mean, you could go to Tijuana, and I know those guys at the CPI who treated many people, including my friend Shane Dorian. He had fantastic results. My friend Tom Land from Utah as well. He went down there, got his spine injected. Fantastic
I
results.
tell people all the time, like, I love CPR. I love all these guys. Like, all ships rise and fall with the tide. We're in this together. Our battle is not each other. Our battle is the federal government.
You're very, very good about that. I think that's very important to say. You're not like a competitor with these people. You feel like there's more than enough for everybody, and you're more than happy that these people are around.
I'm just glad there's a voice, because we've got to get the message out there that there are alternatives. And just, it's almost like a fairy tale that they told the American people that, hey, it's an FDA-approved product, and it's in a hospital, and your doctor tells you it's good as gold. It's
Right.
science. And it's not A
Well,
lot of it's
also-
never been researched.
A lot of these doctors, unfortunately, are ignorant as to all these other remedies that are effective.
I can tell you, working with primary care, they're some of the hardest working, most patient-focused folks out there, and they're just tired. They're beat down, they're exhausted. They've got to see 40 people a day. Most of them are now employees of the hospital. And so the hospital doesn't really care about the primary market because it doesn't make money. The reason you have the primary care market is to control the referral network to the hospital system. And so they need those primaries referring knees, shoulders, elbows, hearts, spine, brain, neurosurgeries. That's where the money is made. That's where they can really bill insurance companies and get big reimbursements.
But I think it's also what I was saying, that a lot of these doctors aren't aware that this stuff works. I told you about my shoulder injury. So when I went to the doctor, he told me, you were going to have surgery. You're going to have to bite the bullet one day and have surgery. And I was like, shit. He goes, you could try other things and it might help you for a little while, but you're going to have surgery. The only thing that gave him pause is when he did the strength tests with me, where he pushed down my arm and did all that kind of shit. But I just think that's because the muscle around the damaged joint was strong. And so he's like, well, you're pretty functional. He goes, the MRI, you shouldn't be able to do all this stuff, according to your MRI.
We still battle that. I mean, like GSP, he's coming in again this week, and he's talked about us. I think on your pod, he's posted about us. He's the man. He's amazing. But when I met him, he was a skeptic, and he said, I'm talking to you as a joke, but like, my doctor said this is bullshit. I'm up in Canada, and he said that there's no such thing, and that I have to have surgery to fix the shoulder. We fixed the shoulder. He's posted about it. He never had surgery. He went back in. The doctor's like, I don't know what you're doing, and there are dozens of NFL athletes we've worked with. I don't think any of them, other than Aaron Rodgers, has told their doctor they're working with us. It's like big name athletes, but they're scared of the team doctor.
Yeah, well, kudos to Aaron, because the team, what doctor was trying to tell him to avoid all that stuff, including stem cells. Yeah. It's just nuts. And I think the doctors aren't doing it because they're bad people. I think they don't know. I think they don't have time to do the deep dives. Most doctors, how much peer-reviewed literature do you think most doctors who are in orthopedic surgeons who are in practice, how much are they absorbing? How much time do they have? Between malpractice insurance, between medical school bills that they're in debt with, between the overhead that they have to run their practice. I mean, they have to get people in and out of the office quickly.
Well, and you also go back to who funds studies and who funds art. When I worked as a med device rep, I can tell you we funded studies, but those studies were going to be focused on and geared towards moving our products. Of course. And so we didn't have a stem cell or biological product because we sold hardware, and we wanted ACL surgeries, shoulder surgeries, knee surgeries, because that's how the company made its living. And so again, it wasn't that we were against it or trying to destroy it. It was more of, if you can trivialize it and focus on what makes you your chat, that's where everyone's at. And everyone's so compartmentalized, it's easy to almost have positive deniability. Yeah. So like, somebody comes in to a primary care and they're overweight and they're diabetic and they're anxious and they're not sleeping. The doctor's going to write them 5 drugs and push them out the door, not because they're a bad person, but because that is how we teach clinicians to practice medicine in this country. That is the dogma of the situation we're in. They're taught, prescribe first, ask questions later, rather than deep dive, understand the root cause of the disease. Let's understand, what is this person, like the question you asked me, what are you eating? How much sleep are you getting? Are you getting sunlight?
All
Are you
this takes
stressed?
time.
Yeah.
This is the issue. If you want to move people in and out of the office, all this takes time. One of the things that you guys do always too well is do comprehensive blood analysis. When I sit down with Denise, my eyes close, and it's my body. And I'm dealing with so many details to cover.
Yeah.
There's so many things. But by following those directions, I've noticed a giant difference in my overall health.
It's amazing.
It is amazing, and it's unfortunate that this kind of resource is not available to more people, or more people don't have access to a doctor that's going to look at them comprehensively, look at their whole body if you're going to take care of your yard, you're trying to grow plants in your yard, and your trees are all dying, your vegetables aren't growing. If you have the resources, you can go to a botanist, or you can go to someone who understands farming, or someone who's a scientist, and you can say, what's wrong? And they can do soil analysis. And my friend Steve actually did this. He was trying to put Steve Ranella, trying to put a garden in his house in Brooklyn. And they found that leaded gasoline from all those years, from like the 1960s, all those years where they used leaded gas streams in Brooklyn, because it's polluted, all that shit had gotten so deep in the soil that his backyard was contaminated with leaded gasoline. And so you have to do a detox on the backyard. So there's certain plants that you can plant that can help in that process. There's certain treatments to the soil that can help in that process. Why aren't we doing that with the body? If you do that with your backyard,
Because think about it. I can give you another example. Like one of the tests we do, and I don't promote it. It's expensive, and it's because the lab we use is expensive, but it is amazing, and it's a cancer screening. And so we, in our healthcare system today, only screen for essentially proactively 5 different types of cancer, tumor-based cancer. Okay, well, there's a blood test that can screen for over 200 tumor-based cancers, and it can tell you when you're at at level 0, right? Undistinguishable, because usually how they're diagnosing is through imaging. And so the challenge with imaging is pixelation, right? The image can't capture the cellular level. Blood work can. So at the cellular level, we can tell you when you're at stage 0 on a cancer, up to 7 years prior to you developing cancer, on over 200 different types of cancer. Why would that not be implemented into our healthcare system? Or at minimal, what I argued with the senator about was, okay, let's just say we can't afford this for all Americans. Why in the hell wouldn't we at minimal be doing this for our firefighters, our military veterans? We know that over 70% of firefighters and military veterans will develop cancer in their lifetime. It's staggering because of dealing with ballistics and weapons and guns, and all those are carcinogens. Firefighters are dealing with smoke inhalation, and all the different chemicals they come in contact with.
I never thought about that in terms of guns, like shooting guns. Like when you shoot guns, like if you go to a range and shoot guns, like how much toxic chemicals you absorb?
Yeah, well, all that gets in their skin and gets absorbed through the skin. So there's carcinogens in all of those things, and it's
especially indoors, right? Like an indoor range versus an outdoor range.
And it's disproportionate. Our first responders and our military personnel disproportionately have higher cancer rates,
especially firefighters.
Yep.
Yeah, think about all the things that they breathe in. They're on fire. I mean, look at how mmany veterans have suffered because of burn pits, which is an insane thing that they did. They said, oh, we have all this garbage. What's the most cost-effective way to get rid of it? Let's make a massive fire that runs 24 hours a day and throw tires in it, fucking plastic, everything, whatever the fuck you got laying around, throw it in that burn pit. Oh, and when the wind blows and that shit goes straight through camp, that's what everybody's breathing. And who knows how many people develop cancer because of that. I know multiple people that I know personally that have developed severe illnesses and even died because of that.
Well, and you can even see when we talk about diet and food and environment, it's even happening.
Wasn't it Biden's son? Didn't he develop, I think he developed a disease that was theorized that it came from burn pits. Let's see if you can find that. I believe that's true. I believe he served. No, that was the other son. One son was a good guy. Biden addresses possible link between son's fatal brain cancer and toxic military practices. Isn't that insane? His own son. So he couldn't even protect his own son. I mean, he's a powerful politician.
Well, that's we tried to, like, that was the message I wanted people to get. Yes, we were talking to senators, but the truth is we were talking to the American people. And it was, guys, we don't have, my thing to the public is, I'm not here to tell you that I have the answers to the test. I'm here to tell you I have the questions to the test.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you what I saw. I'm being honest. And I'm trying my best. I am not fucking political. Left, right, different wings to the same bird. Like, I will say right now, the right is talking about this because of Bobby Kennedy. And I know that Trump is wanting to meet next week as a health expo to dive in and try and understand from people in the industry what's going on behind the scenes and how we're headed towards this chronic disease crisis. But what gets scarier is if we don't get this under wraps, we've got a rapidly aging patient population. We have a rapid decline in the amount of primary cares. You know, I talked about this last time. We're going to have a 30% shortage in primary cares, and it already takes 3 months to get in with the primary care. We're headed over a cliff. We've got to get chronic disease under control in this nation. And we got to do it fast.
And I want to say something too. There's a lot of people that vehemently disagree with a lot of this stuff. and there's a lot of people online, like the people that write the articles, the woo stuff. They just don't know. There's no way they actually knew what was going on in a comprehensive way, and we still write those articles. You would have to be evil. Well, I don't think those people that are writing those articles are evil. I think they're doing a job, and I think they're being directed. And I think they're being directed by people that have a vested interest in this information, just like we talked about with that USDA thing.
Yeah.
Is they have a vested interest in this information being dismissed, and there's money behind it. It's a financial interest.
They try to say if we can't agree on one topic, that we have to disagree on all topics, and that's the most frustrating thing. My neighbor's amazing; she's an amazing person. She sent me a message and was like, you know, Bobby Kennedy sold out and blah. I don't care about the Maha movement. I'm like, this isn't about Maha or Trump or any. This is about
she's a hardcore liberal.
Yes, but I'm like, this is about people, though, and don't let them fool you. Don't like. I agree. I don't agree with the Republicans on half the things.
The problem is Trump as a person. People just react to him in the most negative way.
Yeah.
And they are fully convinced that all of his negative character traits, all these negative things are unbefitting to a president, and therefore he shouldn't be president. I think anybody who wants to be president is fucking insane. They're all insane. I think it's just like kind of everybody else that's a leader in almost every industry. I think they're insane people. I don't think you get to the top of any heap unless you're out of your fucking mind. And you can be out of your mind in a vicious, sort of demeaning, attacking all your enemies way like Trump is. And it's still the same drive is what led that guy to deal with the shit for 4 years, where they were trying to put him in jail so that he doesn't run again and still run again. And they tried to kill him twice, and he's still running. It's like you.
I don't know. He's a way braver man than I am because I was a retire on an island.
It's a different kind of human. And my point is, the only way you get someone who's not affected by that is you have to have an insane person. It's literally the best tool for the job because everybody else, all the different trials, the 34 counts, which were not felonies, which they upgraded from a misdemeanor, which passed the statute of limitations. All of them were bookkeeping errors or mislabeling things, which is illegal. They're minor offenses that would not get anybody prosecuted, much less put in fucking jail. Real potential for him being in jail. People wanted to put him in jail. They want to put him in jail for a long fucking time. And it's crazy. You're doing it at the same time where ICE admits that what are the numbers of murderers and convicted criminals that have made it into this country? It's something bananas. And this is just verified. This is verified data. You know what it is, Jamie? Because I can find it. Somebody sent it to me, and I literally couldn't believe it's real. So I'll send it to you, and you can find out if it is real. Because if it's true, it's fucking bananas. And just the sheer numbers, they're scary. These are scary numbers, man. It's like no one thinks this is a problem. And look, I am the product of immigration. My grandparents came here at a time where it was very easy to come here. And I sent you a screenshot so you can find out it's true. It was very easy to come here. And a lot of people came from criminals. You know, look, a lot of people in my family. You know, they were Italians in the 1920s. There's just a lot. My grandmother went to jail. You know, when I was a kid, my grandmother went to jail for it.
Yeah, no, when you watch The Godfather, the original Godfather, it's the ties to Italy and how intertwined all that is wild. And that's based on, somewhat based on reality.
My grandmother's sister murdered her husband. Yeah, I grew up, these are wild people. These are people that came over on a fucking boat before YouTube. They didn't even know it was like that. They took a chance. So I am completely sympathetic to immigrants, but you can't really there gotta be some kind of screening. You want to make it easier to get in for people that are hardworking, people that just want a better job. I'm with you. Just make it easier for them to get in. Make it easier for the people that have been here for 20 years to become citizens. Yes, I know people. I know a kid she's 28 now. She was born in America, but she was born in Mexico, but her parents brought her over here when she was a baby. So she doesn't speak Spanish. She has been in America her whole fucking life. and she's not an American citizen, so she can't vote. She's limited in the kind of jobs she can do. It's fucking weird. It's weird that we do that, but yet my grandparents just came over on a boat and fucking they write a piece of paper and they're in. It's nuts. Like we should have a screening process to keep evil people out. That's it. Everyone else. Look, can you imagine if you're born in Guatemala? Wouldn't you want to go over here and get a job as a landscaper? Oh, the fuck, you could make $600 a week, $700 a week. Oh my God! And then you live in a family in a house with a bunch of people, which they're used to doing anyway. And then someone branches off and makes their own business. And all of a sudden, you're living the American dream, right? This is what we all want for everybody. There's enough for everybody, but you can't let in murderers.
Yeah,
this is crazy. And you can't let them in and ship them to swing states and then try. I mean, it's just so in your face. Ship them to swing states, and then there's all this talk now of amnesty for all the people that came in. Well, I'm all for amnesty for the people that have been here their whole life, like this girl that I know who's 28 years old now. I'm all for that. Yeah, that makes no sense. She should be American. She's a fucking American. She pays sales tax, all this other tax. But yeah, those people. But there should be some sort of screening process. You know, if you're in fucking gangs that bring in fentanyl, hey, maybe we should let that guy in. And this is the whole idea of having borders in the first place. And what's shocking is if you try to come here legally, it's very difficult. I've got friends from Canada, like comedians from Canada that want to move to America. It's a long fucking process to become an American citizen. It's difficult. And you have to do homework. You gotta answer tests. But if you just walk in, they'll give you money, they'll house you, they'll give you an EBT card, they'll give you food stamps. What the fuck are we doing? Well, we must be doing something. So it's either one of two things. Either we want cheap labor, and this is what Tim Dillon thinks. He thinks that the cheap labor market for construction and all these jobs that most people don't want to do anymore, that it's falling off a cliff. And the best way to sustain those industries is to bring in cheap labor. And the best way to do that is to bring in migrant workers, because they're willing to do jobs that a lot of people won't. And this is the positive side of Springfield, Ohio, where people talk about the Haitians that moved there. The people that employ these Haitians say these people are hard workers. They're so happy to be here. They want the American dream. That's great. That's what we want. We want more of that. That's all good. But you can't make it insanely difficult for a college-educated person from Norway to move here because they want to do literally, like when Chamath was on, he explained that when he was over here going through his visa process, they had to show that he was doing something that an American couldn't do. You have to be someone of exceptional skill. A very difficult person to find. And then you could get a passport. And then you can get a green card. And eventually become a U.S. citizen. But it's a long process and a difficult process because every year when you go to get your visa renewed, you're at the whim of this person. Who knows if they had a bad day? You know, who knows if their fucking wife just started fucking the mailman and they found out about it and she drained their bank account. And he's like, fuck you, go back to Canada. You know, they can do that to you. They can do that to you at a whim. But if you walk in, you know, Nancy Pelosi wants you to get amnesty.
He's a wildlife photographer for Cabela's. He somewhere over in Russia, but it literally took him years to get his citizenship. And he became friends with the girl who worked at the guy who approved his desk. He would literally message her. She'd be like, nope, not today. Nope, not today. And he waited for a day when the guy was having a great day, went and had his meeting, and he got his citizenship. But it took him years. And now he's working here for Cabela's, shooting wildlife photography and living the dream. And he grew up reading in Russia, reading these books about the Great West, and like he wanted to be a cowboy. And he tells these stories. But he is an example of somebody who believes in the American dream, and that's where I go back to.
It's difficult. So let's see what it says here. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek, the data in this letter is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades and includes individuals who entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before this administration. Okay, but you are still saying that those people are here. Noted that his letter that ICE is bound by statutory requirements not to release certain non-citizens from its custody during the pendency of removal proceedings. He added that most non-citizens who are convicted of homicide are typically not eligible for release from ICE custody. Like, listen, if you fucking kill people, if you're an illegal alien, you sneak across the border and you kill Americans, how about nobody's eligible for release? How about that? Let's just start with that.
Well, I mean,
So
if you
they're
think about
trying
it,
to
if you're a
blame
felon in the United States, you're not allowed to vote. So wouldn't it make sense that we don't accept,
Yeah.
somebody with a criminal record into the United States? Like we have a lot of fights that we're already fighting, and a lot of budgetary restraints as a society that we can't really dig ourselves out of the hole with right now.
Bill, we have so much money for Ukraine. It may be shocking to hear the Biden-Harris administration is actively releasing tens of thousands of criminal illegal aliens into our communities, but their own numbers conclusively prove this to be the case. This defies all common sense, read a statement. Newsweek has contacted the Harris campaign for comment via email outside of standard working hours. What does that mean? What is standard working hours? That's why they didn't get back to me? It was outside of standard working hours. The email arrived at 5:15. Put that back up again. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson told Newsweek the date in this letter is this is the one that says it's being used. So this is a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson says it's being misused. Scroll that down. Scroll that down a little bit further. See what it says there. Congressional Republicans voted against them twice. Democratic presidential candidate added, we took executive action to reduce unlawful border crossings. So this is the thing that gets weird. It's like, they say that Trump, the Biden administration is trying to say that Trump blocked some sort of border wall bill because he wanted it to be something that so he instructed the Republicans to vote against it. There's so much that kind of fuckery. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's the possibility of that being on the table. I'm not accusing anyone of doing that, but imagine a world where it's a person could conspire. I'm not saying they did, but a person could conspire to make something happen because that would be something that they could campaign against. Look what you did. And that's how dirty this game is. That's why nobody wants to do it. It's fucking crazy. Unless you're crazy like Trump. And he just waits. He sent Mark Cuban a letter when Mark Cuban's television show failed in like 2004 or whatever the fuck it was. And someone posted it on Instagram today. See if you can find it, Jamie. But it's so petty. It's so petty. And the fact that he signed it and sent it to him took time out of his day to or have someone draft a letter. Probably didn't tell him that. Have someone draft a letter and send it to Mark Cuban in the mail. But it takes that kind of a person to literally make their way through the system. Is the only way you get through all these attacks. And we've seen the full force of it. It's like we've seen all the orcs that were hiding in the forest. They all came out.
The level of hell that those people go through. Like,
this is the letter. This is from 2004. Mr. Mark Cuban, dear Mars, I'm truly sorry to hear that your show has been canceled for lack of ratings. When I initially called you to congratulate you on the benefactor, little did you or I realize how disastrous and embarrassing it would turn out for you. If you ever decide to do another show, please call me and I'll be happy to lend a helping hand. With best wishes, Donald Trump. What a crazy backhanded lie. I don't understand. I mean, what beef? They must have some kind of beef. What is the beef about? The guy's hilarious. That is hilarious. It's hilarious that he takes time out of his day.
Yeah.
Not just like to say, good, fuck that guy. That should have got canceled. Takes time out of his day to write like a conciliatory. I'm sorry. Sorry what's happened to you, man. Yeah. You fucking loser. Like literally writes it in there. The whole thing is wild.
But what's hard is people use those things to distract us and to divide us. And like, even with my neighbor, I know we agree on 80% of the things. It's like, hey, I'm not against or for anyone. Like, I'm not against Kamala. I'm not against Trump. I'm for Team Humanity. I am too. Can we work together to solve the problem? And whoever wins, whether Trump or Kamala, I hope that we can continue the momentum in the dialogue. And I hope that, we can truly have an open conversation that gains traction. And what I love about it being public is it's forever memorialized in public record.
I think we
There's no
can.
hiding.
Yes, and I think it will, and especially in today's day, I've seen so many videos sent me of your testimony, and I've had them recommended some on Instagram too, from Camp Flower. So it's getting around. But I think what's also interesting is that social chaos, it unveils things. It unveils things about human beings. And that is one of the benefits of having a guy that you can decide is Hitler. Like, even though half the country loves him, half the country loves that dude, maybe more than half the country. There's a lot of silent loves that guy people, because they realize, like, there's not a lot of other options out of this other than a fucking crazy person who would write Mark Cuban a letter like that. You need to be insane to pull this off.
Yeah.
And you might need to be insane in a way that you or I would find distasteful.
It is insanity because even at a smaller level, just testifying in front of the Senate, the level of hate and just like misrepresentations of truth. I don't even want to call it lies, but to me it's lies. The level of like misrepresentation and taking things out of context, and it just doesn't seem genuine, and it doesn't seem like people are really fighting for truth.
Well, you were genuinely shook.
day.
You were genuinely shook by it, but I told you is the truth. Nobody cares. Don't read it. Nobody cares. Don't read anything about yourself, even good things. Nobody cares. People know what the fuck is going on. They get to hear you talk in forms like this. They get to hear you actually talk and lay it out. They know who the fuck you are. All this is all just noise. But the good thing about this kind of noise, this social chaos, is it unveils all this corruption. It unveils the orcs that are hiding in the forest. You see it. And I am convinced, if they know the efficacy of foreign countries using social media bots to attack people, they know that works. They know that shifts narratives, especially for people that are sitting on the fence. They know all that stuff works. If you don't think that there's companies in America that we're not aware of that organize social media campaigns and have bots attack certain individuals like yourself for having a dangerous narrative, if you don't think that, you're crazy. But
what's insane to me, Joe, is what part of saying, hey, we need to better understand how we're growing our food, how we're processing our food, how we're preserving our food. Maybe leftover petrochemicals aren't the best way to preserve our food products in America. You're not allowing that in other nations, and we're looking at the data, the statistics, and the numbers, and we're saying something's not right. The point of that conversation was to say today's the day we start the dialogue. The journey of 1,000 steps starts with one. And I look at it and say, my message was, how do we fix this? Well, we start by acknowledging there's a fucking problem in the first place.
They don't care. This is just about money and just about justifying the things that you're saying, the narratives that you're pushing to try to get that money. If they came out with an article, if someone did a peer-reviewed study that showed that if you drink exactly 13 glasses of water a day, you never get sick and you never get cancer, there would be articles the next day saying if everyone drinks 13 gallons of water or 13 glasses of water a day, there'd be no water for black people and people of color and indigenous people and trans people would die of dehydration, and the wells would dry up, and then the crops, and we're not going to have food, and there's a lot of impoverished people. You don't need 13 glasses of water a day. There would be some sort of a justification. If you came up with some sort of a diet you could follow and everyone would live to be 150, there would be an article about how dangerous it is to tell people to stay healthy. Because if we all live to be 150,
that's what's crazy.
resources
Literally, we're there saying diet, lifestyle, nutrition, getting proactive, predictive, and personalized. That's the message.
It's a
The
beautiful
system's
message.
waiting for you to get sick, and then they're giving you drugs. Rather than waiting to get sick and taking a drug, let's get proactive and predictive. Let's look at you at the biological level. Let's stop the chronic disease from developing at its roots and prevent this crisis.
And don't you think there's a way that companies can do this and make money in an ethical way?
Absolutely.
There has
And
to
that's
be.
where I say, like,
This is what's crazy.
at
It's like
my
people are
company,
gonna
I'm
spend
not a
money.
philanthropist. We make money, and we're doing it for a fraction of the cost of the system today. We really are. Like, the patient's getting a deep dive into over 70 biomarkers, an hour on the phone with a clinician. The only way I can scale this and make it better for people and more cost effective is AI and large language models, which is what I'm rapidly running towards. Which even in that Hatchet Job article, she says, and he's illegally using AI to prescribe. I'm not prescribing medicine using AI.
She claimed that.
Yeah,
That's
she said
defamatory.
something of that nature. And
Isn't that
they're,
defamatory?
yeah, I'm like, we are using AI to assess blood work, and then it is reviewed by a board certified clinician that then asserts the AI's homework, and the AI is just there as an additional tool. Now, the vision of the future, and I think this will happen, is I think AI will replace a lot of primary cares in America.
It's going to replace a lot of things. And anybody denying the efficacy of AI at this point is ignorant. You have to be willfully. You have to be willfully ignorant because they have used AI right now to diagnose diseases that people miss. They believe that AI is going to allow to assess breast cancer in a much more effective way because it can do something with visuals that human beings can't see with the naked eye because you're projecting things. AI is going to be able to have a much higher percentage of a chance of catching that
Even
cancer.
at a great cash pay clinic. I think Wasteful is a phenomenal clinic. I think there's hundreds, if not thousands, of phenomenal cash pay clinics. Unity is brilliant. In any of those practices, the clinician has to do a chart review before you come in. That's going to take them at least 20 minutes if they're doing a good job. Then they're going to spend 45 minutes to an hour with you, walking you through everything in your chart, what they saw, family history, genetics, epigenetics, cross-reference that with blood work. That's a lot of work. AI can do it instantly and at your own timeline and discretion. So your blood work comes back. Joe, you're busy. You don't have time to get on the phone for 40 minutes with a provider. No problem. You log into the app and you ask Alan, hey, remind me again, what was my blood work on testosterone? And then Alan's going to tell you, and then you can ask this AI anything. And it is backed by all the peer-reviewed journals, studies, white paper studies, all the data that we've loaded in that has been cross-referenced by our clinical team, and we're guiding that. It's not an open architecture, but we're allowing it to essentially help practice medicine in a way that we believe is the appropriate approach to medicine. And I just think in the future, it's going to be the way of the future. And it'll allow us to make it cost effective.
Crazy the world is. It's something that straightforward. The way you laid it out so brilliantly. Someone could label that as bad or woo or woo.
Because you would know the AI. Imagine a world where, and again, sword cuts both ways. Every tool can be good or bad. But what I'm envisioning is AI monitoring you 24/7, tying into your wearables. We know your REM sleep, your heart rate variability. You've gone through and you've done a DEXA. I know how much lean muscle mass you have, how much visceral fat, how much subcutaneous fat. I have your epigenetics, your genetics all loaded in. I know your family history. We've done a cancer screen. I know that you have no forms of cancerous tumors in your body at this moment. From there, now we have a clean bill of health and starting point. But we're tracking. I know that Joe slept 5 hours on Saturday. I know that Joe got 1 hour of sleep on Saturday. And then we can accrue those data sets and begin to cross-reference it. Like right now, we have over 60,000 patients at Wasteful. Imagine when it's nationwide and we have millions.
How are you monitoring your sleep?
We're not yet. This is the app that we're launching.
What would
We
you
would tie into.
ring?
We want to be agnostic, so we want to tie into sleep aid. We want to tie into
All
Root,
Right.
any of them. You'll give us access to that data. We'll know what date you started prescription care. You'll be able to refill your medicine straight through the pharmacy because it's vertically integrated. Here's the challenge with traditional medicine. Every software is based on how to get paid from the fucking insurance company. That's it. Pharmacy software is 30 years old. It is purely based on how do I get my money from CVS? How do I get my money from United? It's not meant to be a tool that helps drive health span and healthcare. But if we vertically integrate pharmacy software with the medical practices software, with the AI, the wearables, the REM, it then knows what date, Joe started glutathione or whatever, the peptide or whatever it is. And we're going to see if we can track a marked improvement in heart rate variability, REM sleep, and all those variables. And then at the end of the year, we reassess you proactively and personalized through a DEXA and a VO2 max. And we say, look, Joe, you gained 1 pound of lean muscle mass. You didn't put on any additional body fat. Your visceral body fat is at an all-time low. Your chronic disease score is an A+. We do not think you're headed towards a chronic disease. We are proactive, not sitting back waiting for you to get cancer. We're going to roll our sleeves up and go to fucking work. And it's not hard. This does not cost a fortune. It is totally affordable. I hear all the time, like, if this is your body, this is how I ended my speech to the Senate. And I believe this, 400 trillion to 1. 400 trillion to 1 are the chances you are alive in this room today. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to let these bastards at Big Pharma and Big Medical profiteer off of our family members and profiteer off chronic disease? Or are we going to take sovereignty and accountability? Are we going to test ourselves and drive our health span and take ourselves out of their fucking shitty life raft that's going down? Like, it doesn't matter if you have a first Republican, Democrat. Congratulations, you have a front row seat on the fucking Titanic. That's where we're headed if we don't get proactive. It's not a left or right issue. This is an American issue. That's all I keep trying to hammer home. And thank God the Republicans are talking about it. And I hope the Democrats will start talking about it.
That's why it's so fascinating about that's what's so fascinating about ideological capture. That the thing that you would think would be one thing we could all agree on, we should all be healthy. That would get attacked. And that it would be more cost effective, you could use technology, and you have a much more comprehensive understanding of your health, and that's how upside down things are. That's how and then there's people that if they think it helps their career or it helps them in journalism, it helps them get more pay, they will be the attack dog. They'll be the attack dog and go after someone with about as straightforward a message as you can get.
It's one of the things that RFK said that I think it really did resonate with me was we have to start loving our kids more than we hate each other. And seeing like I won't name it, but I know a little girl who struggles with her weight, and I look at that and this kid is doing all she can. And it's hard to tell a little kid like your friends can eat that candy but you can't. Everyone in school is drinking their soft drinks and all these things, and it's bad for all of them. It's just some kids are metabolically showing it sooner, you know, but it isn't good for anyone who's consuming these things.
And they're insanely addicted to
and it creates an environment, that this is an addiction issue now. And then that leads to a mental health issue and low self-esteem. And
part of the problem with addiction to food, too, is you have to eat food. You know, it's not like addiction to gambling is like you can stop going to the casino. Yeah. But addiction to food is like you have to eat food. So every day you're testing your will. Every day in a profound way. If you stay out of the casino, you're not, like you stop being tempted. You have to imagine if you're a gambling addict, but you have to make 3 bets a day. What? You're a food addict, but you have to eat 3 meals a day. That's fucking insane.
And that's where the GLP-1s, where I do say like morbidly obese, chronically ill, diabetic, pre-diabetic, patients headed over a cliff. Yes. It has been rebranded as a lifestyle drug for any girl who's trying to lose weight for spring break. Right. That's dangerous. And it is dangerous to say that there is no risk reward to prescribe that in children. We don't know the long-term ramifications. It's a little bit different risk analysis when we're talking about a chronically ill, obese patient in their 40s headed towards chronic disease crisis that's going to kill them. Yeah. That's a different risk profile and safety profile analysis than a 12-year-old little girl who's overweight. That's a totally different talk track. So, I have some differing viewpoints from the other folks on that committee. But that's the beauty of a democracy. We can disagree on topics, but agree on the issue of we've got a lot of work to do and some things to fix.
But it's very straightforward. You could disagree all day long, but what you're saying is so straightforward and so beneficial to everyone across the board. If there's anything you would want in life, like if you've ever been sick, real sick, you're like, God damn, it doesn't matter if you're rich, it doesn't matter if you're happily married, you love your job, if you're fucking dying, you're in bed and you literally can barely get up to pee, and then you crushed and you lay back down and then you go, oh, what did I do to fuck this up? How did I get so sick? I am going to take care of myself. I am going to fucking get back on track. You know, and
100%.
a lot of people don't, but some people actually do. They actually do realize at that moment, like, I can't let this happen again. Like, whatever I did to my immune system, pulling all-nighters, working at the job fucking 16 hours a day, and then you get, like, a horrible flu. You're bedridden for 2 weeks. During that time, the one thing you want more than anything is to be healthy. You ask a healthy person what they want, they could get 1,000 things. You ask a sick person what they want to be well. They want to be well. If you told a person who's worth like Bill Gates money, if you said to Bill Gates, hey, you get up a flu for the rest of your life and keep all that money, or give it all up, you're gonna have to start from scratch. So get it all up and start from scratch.
This is your spot on. Like, you don't understand. I sit at dinners when I get the opportunity to be with my family, and I look around the table, and I really do think, Joe, ever since losing my brother, I am so present in those moments. And I just want everyone to be healthy. I want the good memories to last. And I want to be able to watch people live happy lives. And all the data and numbers and statistics are so overwhelming that people roll over. And that's why in front of the Senate, I brought it back to, I'm just going to talk about people. I didn't even talk about statistics because there were way smarter people out there than me from Harvard, Stanford, all these academic types that are brilliant. And I'm like, but at the end of the day, guys, if the Senate doesn't understand, these are your children, your wives, your brothers, your sisters, your husbands, your wife. But these are family members. This is not just a number. These are real lives. 1.9 million people dying a year of chronic disease. That doesn't even include deaths of despair, suicide, opioid abuse. We are a chronically ill society, and those impacts destroy families. Destroy families. The ramifications are so far beyond finances and numbers, but even finances and numbers, 24% of our federal budget, healthcare. Number one budget concern federally is healthcare. Number one concern for most states, healthcare. Number one reason for bankruptcy in the United States for an individual, healthcare. It is a huge problem, but that's the dollars and cents of it. The real cost is paid in human lives and lost loved ones. And that's all I wanted them to hear is, don't sweep this under the rug. These are fucking people dying.
How much of an effort has been put forth after the whole Sackler family crisis and opioid crisis to mitigate the amount of these things that are prescribed?
I think a tremendous amount, but the problem is then you swing that pendulum to overregulation, and you've created a drug addict in the marketplace, and all those addicts turn to fentanyl and market products because the addiction's already there. Now we're already addicted. More people are dying of opioids today than ever before. So the damage is
prescribed less.
Yeah, the damage is done. You know, and that's what's hard. I don't know how you put that genie back in the bottle. The question becomes, what is the next opioid crisis?
It's almost like
the next thing.
A hoarder's house. Like, how do you increase this up? You know, you ever see those hoarder shows where I like that? It's almost like us. And the opioid crisis thing, the really scary thing is like we're propping up cartels. We're propping up really vicious people that are criminals. They have to be vicious. That's how you get ahead in that way. You know, there's no rules when you're an organized crime and you kill other people. And that's what you prop up when you have drugs illegal. But now if you have drugs legal, if you just have, I mean, this is a dilemma as well, right? Because if you just had illegal drugs, everything was legal. How long would it take for people to figure out to not do cocaine? How long, you know, if you could just get cocaine the same way you can get Coca-Cola, how weird would that be?
I would even argue that the market we live in now is a pharmaceutical insurance cartel. You know, they are glorified drug dealers monetizing people's chronic disease, and they have such a stranglehold over academia, the universities. They fund most of the studies, the NIH. I mean, we just systematically go down from the food system to the government regulatory bodies to the enforcement committees to everything they control, the media. Like, as soon as somebody gets, you know, mouth anything, they come and hammer you and try to discredit you and portray it.
Also, how transparent is it? Who owns the
No, that's but most people aren't going to spend the time to go. Like, I looked because I'm like, who is this attacking me? I want to understand their viewpoint. It wasn't, gotcha, I'm going to bust these people. It was more, let me try and understand the other side. and try and see what we could have said that would have been so inflammatory, because the message is hope. It was hope. It was unity. It was working together. It was drop the part.
Let's become healthy. Get America healthy. Yeah. Anybody that would be opposed to that, that's, I think, also a real problem with liberals during this election. The concept of make America healthy again is so bipartisan and so universal and so clear, and the fact that the Republicans are running with it. They're like, no! They're so mad. Like, that should have been something to the Democrats. The Democrats used to be anti-poison. The left used to be anti, corporations dumping pollution in the waters. They were against big corporations. They were pro free speech. They were against censorship. They were pro reasonable discourse. They weren't about censoring people. And everything's just gone so topsy-turvy. To have the left be against a movement, what you should be saying is, fuck Trump, but this Make America Healthy Again thing, it's a good idea. We should probably do it too. We should probably just steal their idea. We should probably say, whatever you guys are going to do, we're going to do it too. Yeah. But we're going to be a better president, so go with us.
Yeah.
That, if they were smart, that's what they would do. People, you stole that idea from Trump. She said, yeah, I stole it. It's a good idea. I like good ideas. I'm not dogmatic. Okay, show me a good idea.
And that's where I go, who has the most to win by dividing? It's not the Democrats. It's not the Republicans. It is the powers that be. It really peel back the layers. BlackRock, Vanguard, that own the majority shares of these pharmaceutical companies, that own the majority shares of most of the media outlets, that own the left and the right. They push agendas, and they can control everything essentially except podcasts and free speech. And that's one of the things that Jordan Peterson said in the meeting the night before we testified, was he implored us to stop trying to cater to the mainstream media, because he said it's a lost cause. It's a lost hope. I hate to say that to you guys, but the world is giving up on it. Why are you guys wasting your time with them? Focus on podcasts, books, areas where you can truly, in a long form format, expose the truth and ask and respond to hard-hitting questions. And we talked about you and your platform, and this is, has been, that people try to label it as misinformation at times. And I'm like, what part is it? Anytime I've come on, I've cited all my references on the Ways to Well website. I list reference after reference, study
most
after
of the
study.
things that they label as misinformation during COVID turned out to be true. I mean, especially, what they did to Peter McCullough. Peter McCullough is the most published doctor in this field in human history. He's not a quack. Jay Bhattacharya, he's a professor at Stanford, right? You know where he is? What? These are the fucking actual experts. These are the real experts. Like, you guys are out of your fucking minds. And you're saying this is misinformation? But the problem is misinformation is like, label it homophobe, transphobe, misogynist. Once they look racist, once they get you, they put that on you, misinformation. You spread misinformation. You're like, what? What misinformation? Tell me what wasn't true.
Yeah, and I'll even say, and again, I don't know. I don't want to be too conspiratorial. I went to bed, and I was exhausted after that Senate hearing. I posted it. I'm down to no, but I didn't expect it. I went to bed, and I want to say I had 1.3 million views. And I posted a rebuttal about one of the periodicals that was misrepresentative. And I just posted, hey, not a fair assessment of what happened today. 2,000 American people traveled from around the country to sit and hear an open dialogue that was bipartisan, backed by some of the best and brightest minds in medicine. Harvard, Stanford, Stedman Hawkins, all were present. This was not a bunch of influencers, blah, 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 shame on me. That was all I posted. Didn't get into the weeds. Woke up the next day and all the momentum was gone. Like, we still, I think, are sitting at 1.3 billion. I don't believe. And then Casey got messaged, hey, they'll deplatform you, or be careful if you start naming specific news outlets. And I still believe that somehow we got de-algorithmed or deprioritized after we began to push back on the media for the stuff they were saying.
Most certainly, I'm sure. And you probably got attacked anyway once you realized it was King of Momentum. It's very creepy. And I wonder, like, at what level they can manipulate things at Google and at YouTube. I mean, there's a level that they can actively suppress videos, and they can actively suppress social media accounts and social media posts. when my special was gonna go live on Instagram or on Netflix rather, on Instagram, Cam Haines put a thing in his story saying that it was going to go live, and they said that he couldn't mention me. He wasn't allowed to mention it. He wasn't allowed to mention it. Yeah. I forget what the label was.
Your JRE Experience, I don't know if they're affiliated with you or just a fan page, JRE Experience Instagram. He print screened and messaged me, and it said this video is not suitable for repost or something. My video from testifying in front of the Senate.
And they won't let you repost.
This was a Senate hearing. Right. What are you talking about?
So someone has their clause in Meta that's able to suppress information. Someone has their clause in YouTube. Someone has their clause. And, you can use whatever label. You could say the advertisers don't want to advertise on this because it's a controversial subject, and that's the problem. Hey, if that's all it is, but then it should still get a lot of views. So if you want to withhold advertising, but the views are substantial, that means that it's really being shared in a normal way with something so outrageous and something that gains that much momentum that quickly. It doesn't make sense that peters out that quick. It's too profound. It was too resonant. It was
going crazy, and then I would see 100 new followers, 100 like whatever, and then the next morning dead, totally dead. Like literally right after we were all trading texts about that article. And like, I just cannot believe they reacted to the article this fast, and it's total misrepresentation of what occurred today.
And that's all they need.
And it tried to make it sound like it was a left or right wing political movement, like a right wing political ideology, and it's like everyone in that room, in fact, most of the people on the panel were Democrat backgrounds, registered Democratic voters. Like there were some Republicans on there, but it was a mixture, it was a melting pot, and we're all free thinkers. Like, don't take my ability to think critically away from me. I don't give a shit which party you're part of. I am here for team people. Let's talk about the issues and stop trying to make this left or right like it's not.
But they're smart in that all they need is one or two articles in a respected publication to cite, to point towards the fact that this is misinformation. And someone from whatever organization would look at that and gloss over it real quick. Oh, yeah, we'll suppress that.
And that's why I even think one step further. I feel like, for example, the New York Post article. I honestly, the way they worded that, they tried to make it sound like I'm just a regular on your podcast and I come on here and just shit all over the FDA. And I'm like, I'm doing my best to be transparent and say they're at a disadvantage. They're underfunded. They didn't build this model. They were put in this model,
right?
And they're doing their best to navigate, but they're underfunded, understaffed, and chronically corrupted by the environment itself. But I would tell you the same thing with academia, the same thing with hospital systems.
Yes. Also,
it's not
the people that work in the FDA, even work in the FDA for 4 years. How much of a debt do you think you could put in the momentum of the machine that's behind you? What are you going to do? You're going to stick your neck out? Yeah. You're going to get chopped off. You're not going to move up the corporate ladder. It's not set up that way. And that's just the reality of being a human being. And you go, hey, I do my best. Most of those people are like most people. They're good people. Most people in all walks of life are good people. But sometimes good people do bad things because they can or because they have to.
The biggest thing I saw in healthcare was doctors were exhausted, whether orthopedic surgeons, neurosurgeons. I told you this. My buddy is a prominent sports medicine surgeon. He's a team doctor for multiple teams. He's had highest positions at hospital systems. Even he says, where am I fucking supposed to? I need to do surgeries. I've got to do a certain amount of surgeries to make all of this flow and work, and I've got to hold my team accountable for the amount of surgeries and their volumes. And you're never supposed to make it about volumes, but all of these hospital systems are incentivized off volume metrics that are based off cranking out the most amount of surgeries. And so there is a tremendous amount of pressure from the top down. And with insurance companies dwindling reimbursements and dwindling, like even primary care reimbursements, but also surgical reimbursements, you're not going to be able to innovate when it's a race to the bottom, right? A total joint's paying less now. It's going to take an 8% haircut every year, and it has for like the last 15 years. Nobody's going to go out and buy some brand new state-of-the-art joint or even innovate a brand new state-of-the-art joint because it's all about commoditizing it and driving down the cost right now to make it affordable to even do the joint.
So it doesn't even incentivize innovation.
Correct.
That's crazy, especially with something like replacement joints, which you would hope. And they've gotten a lot better at that. How many people do you know who've got hip replacements? I know a bunch. Yeah, I know a bunch. Yeah. And it's like they're walking around. It's like quick. Graham Hancock came in here 6 weeks after his hip replacement. And, he's 150,000 years old. According to his agent, everything's older with him. No, I mean, he's, Graham's got to be in his 70s, right? And back then, I'm not sure how old he was. This is back when we were in LA. But he was walking around 6 weeks later. Fine, no limp, nothing. It's extraordinary. It's amazing. You would hope that they would continue to innovate that way. You know what's going on in California right now with home insurance? Okay. There's a real crisis in California with home insurance. Pull up the home insurance crisis. Home insurance is sky high, and particularly in areas where they have wildfires, because they lose so much. Where I used to live in California, I was evacuated 3 times. Yeah. And the last time, my kids were real little, and we went in the middle of the night. We had to take off at 2 o'clock in the morning. The fire was coming over the hill. That was maybe 200 yards from us. Yeah.
Growing up in Houston, I was used to hurricanes. A fire would be terrible.
Insurance keep dropping California homeowners. Changes are in the works to try to stop their cherry picking. So they don't want to insure houses that are likely going to burn or going to fall off of a fucking hill. Like, I remember I was watching this news special about Malibu. It was a mudslide in Malibu, like a mudslide. So these people, they park these fucking $5 million houses on stilts on the side of a hill. Like, hey, why do you think the side of the hill varies so much? You think maybe it moves? You think maybe over time shit fucking comes down? It's not like a smooth skateboarding slope. No, it's an unpredictable mass of land that's affected by years and years of drought. So when you get drought, you don't have plant growth. If you have no plant growth, you get more erosion because there's no root systems. Yeah. And then chunks of this fucking hill were falling off. And these people were in the middle of the night as their house was breaking apart. In the middle of the night, their house started breaking apart and falling down the hill. And they got out just in time. It was crazy. The guy was like, I just heard cracking. I thought someone was breaking in. And then we got up and we didn't know what was going on. This house was cracking in half.
Are they having that many claims? Is that why the insurance
not is that? There's a lot of claims with wildfires. There's not that many claims with wildfires, but this is like there's like California has some real natural disaster problems, and the big one happens every 20, 30 years and hasn't happened since '93. That was the earthquake thing. Yeah, that fucking thing that happens over there all the time, where everything fucking shakes and houses fall down and like highways pancake. The first time I ever came to Hollywood, I was doing this thing for MTV, and I came out here right after the earthquakes in '93, and I was like, "This is nuts, man!" I remember driving by a highway that had collapsed on another highway. It was like right after it.
I've only been in one earthquake, and it was in Japan. We were at Disney in Japan, and an earthquake hit.
This recently,
yeah. We were with Philip, Frank, and Lee, and Margarita, and Amanda and I were all there, and literally the earthquake hit. I get a text, and I look, and all the Japanese people are looking at their phones too. And it's like me, like an Amber Alert. And I look, and it says seek shelter, 9 point whatever, 8 points. So it was a huge one. I don't know earthquakes. I don't want to tell you whatever the giant one was that just happened. And every Japanese person just dropped to the ground and covered their head. And we were in a cave, like a man-made cave at Disney. So Amanda looked at me and was like, fuck that, and just took off running. We ran out of the cave. But everyone was just down on the ground, and then the tsunami warnings followed. And I was just thinking, like, I grew up with hurricanes, and they're coming. You have like a week. The earthquake stuff is terrifying. Like, that is scary.
Japan gets some big
things. The earth is literally throwing things and moving. That's way scarier to me than hurricanes.
The biggest one I've ever been in was a small one. It was like a 5.5, and it said it was actually an aftershock of the Northridge earthquake. But it was right after I moved to LA. So it was like 94. I was sitting in my apartment, and all of a sudden my apartment moved like a refrigerator box. If you're a kid, you play, like someone got a new refrigerator, you kids would play in the box and fuck around, make a little hut out of it.
Yeah.
You know, carve little windows out of it and shit. It was like that. The whole apartment moved like that. It wasn't even any noise. It was just the shaking of the building. But it seemed so flimsy. That's all I can remember. I never, like, oh my God, I thought you guys were like, I thought the house was covered. I thought I was in a building. I thought I was in an apartment building. It was a two-story apartment complex. It just went. Yeah. And then it stopped. And this is gonna happen again.
When I got back to the hotel, there was a koi pond in this Japan, beautiful koi pond. It was up on like the 30th floor.
Oh God!
All that water was just all over the lobby from the hotel suite.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Jesus Christ!
And I was just like, "This is scary, like scary."
Those videos of the Fukushima tsunami where people saw it coming and they're trying to get away. Those are all
the birds came first, flying through.
The animals know.
Evacuating.
Somehow the animals know. When tsunamis happen, all the animals go to seek high ground. Okay, what is that? What is that?
Crazy.
Someone should fucking study that. Yeah. They're getting some kind of information. Yeah. Some message from the universe is telling them to go to high ground. Wow.
Yeah, I even saw it. Well, they have senses that I think we have too that we just don't have anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like you and I talk about that when you go hunting, and by like day 2 or 3, you almost feel like you're more aware, more in tune to every noise, you feel the temperature more.
Oh yeah,
everything gets enhanced.
Dude, you're so alive. You're so alive. You know, I went elk hunting and I got successful on the second day, which you can't pass up. You know, it just was a perfect scenario, and I got successful. But I wanted to keep going. I wanted to stay out there. It was just, when you're out there, it's just the physical act of being in the woods is like a vitamin that you don't know you need until you get it. That's what I'm saying. Like a wildlife photographer, the dopest job ever. He's in the wilderness photographing wildlife.
What's crazy is he's a wildlife photographer, but when you talk to him, because you know, but no, he's amazing because he's so optimistic, and he'll say, and I agree with him, this is the greatest country in the world. We are the greatest country in the world, but we have to fight for that.
No, we have to torch the Constitution. Should we torch the Constitution? The Atlantic thinks maybe we should torch the Constitution. Well, you know, it's all these interests, and I think the social chaos aspect of today, this is what I find interesting, because I think it forces these kind of conversations. It forces people to deal with these problems. It forces it. Instead of like this healthcare issue being this insidious, never talked about thing that slowly crept up and just became ingrained in society before everybody just accepted it. Instead of that, you have this rebellion, and you do have this American Healthy Again movement, which everyone should embrace, but yet it becomes ideologically captured by the right somehow. And if you are with that, if you think, hey, that's a great idea those guys have. I know that they suck when it comes to women's right to choose. They suck when it comes to whatever, fill in the blanks. But I like what they're saying about this. Yeah. We're so lost in this team thing that is ingrained in our fucking DNA, and they play us with it. They play us with it because we have these undeniable tribal instincts. It's just like when you roll a ball of yarn past a kitten. They can't help it. They got to jump on it. They have these instincts.
You have it in your stand-up bit. And it's that part when you talk about politics, that's 100% how I feel, and that's how almost everybody I know feels. It's a lie that we all believe the Republicans and the Democrats. We don't. We're all individuals and free thinkers, and every topic is different and nuanced, and it's not that easy. It's not. But it's hard to find a party that represents everything you believe in. And again, I'm not political, so I focus on healthcare because it's what I know. And I know I can debate anyone on this topic. I fucking know. You want to talk about the Ukraine? I'm a moron. I can't help you there. I don't know. But I know healthcare. I know how broken it is.
The problem is ideologies. The real problem is tribal thinking. Because everyone should just embrace this. I think this is really a good idea. But it's been attached to one political party. It makes it a problem for the people in the other political party. And that's what's nuts about us. Even things that are universally good, that everyone should strive for, better health, that becomes. I've seen articles written that fucking people that go to the gym are more likely to be right wing.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Go to yoga class.
The example I
Go
can
to
give you is
yoga
one of the
class.
bills that they are putting in place is to cover GLP-1s for every American that wants it. That's $1,500 a month right now because of what the pharmaceutical and insurance companies have done to price gouge and mark it up. Shouldn't be that. It should be under a couple $100, but it's not, and it's not going to be. And so I look at that and go, okay, for $1,500 a year, you could get the DEXA, the VO2 max. You could be monitored with AI 24/7. You could get at minimal blood work twice a year, comprehensive consult, 1 hour deep dive into your biologics, and we could treat the root cause of the issue. Because I said this on Jillian's podcast with GLP-1s. I am not against them. I'm still a believer in them when utilized appropriately. But prescribing a GLP-1, a weight loss drug, without talking about diet, lifestyle, and nutrition, is like brushing your teeth while eating fucking Oreos.
All this is
It
true.
just makes no
All this is
sense.
true. But what I'm saying is that just the concept of getting all these things out of our food supply, making people healthy, getting people off all these prescription drugs, making people more metabolically healthy. We're so stupid with our tribal shit that just that concept has been pushed into the realm of right wing. If you're that, you're a MAGA person, you're this, you're a loon. It's so dumb. It's the thing about going to gyms being right wing. I've seen multiple articles written about going to gyms being right wing. Have you ever been to a fucking yoga class? Okay, yoga is one of the hardest things to do. They're some of the most left wing motherfuckers on earth. They're nice, kind people who bust their ass in a 90-minute hot yoga class. That's fucking hard to do. It challenges your character. Okay? The idea that like the only people that exercise is right wing, that is so dumb. It's so limiting and so stupid and such a ridiculous way to think. You should want to be stronger. Everybody should want to be stronger. You know why? Because it's good. I like that I can pick things up. I like that if someone in my house needs something open, they give it to me and I can just open that motherfucker. Yeah, I like that. I like that I can carry things.
Well, what gives
like
me hope
it's
is
good.
the Democrats were in that meeting, and there were Democrat senators that were interested. And I don't believe that it's the Democrats. I believe it's an agenda beyond the Democrats, and it's not. I just think people are trying to intentionally create that strife and that separation. And I don't believe it's the Democratic Party. I believe it's people attempting to hijack the Democratic Party and attempting to trivialize this message by portraying it as a political agenda rather than the facts of life of where we're at as a nation.
That's for sure the root cause of it, but it is a thing now. And that's the problem. It's been effective. It's like many other things that's effective until people wake the fuck up. Yes. That's the thing. You know, there's not a lot of people going out getting COVID vaccines now. You got to be a true believer to go running out. It doesn't mean they're not still trying to sell it. I was watching the Beetlejuice movie the other day. So in the beginning of the Beetlejuice movie, they play all these fucking cool previews. You go, oh, that's coming out. That was fun. And then they have a John Legend COVID vaccine commercial where he talks about how he's check myself COVID. Fucking playing the piano. And he like rolls out down his sleeve to show you a fucking band-aid. You're like, what did you?
But the insanity of it is, John, let's even look at COVID. If we look at the people that died, which goes back to when we talk about it, and one of the things that's built into the new Ways to Well AI algorithm app that monitors your blood work is a calculation on your all-cause mortality risk. The goal is to drive down all-cause mortality risk. What people don't understand is if you're like you, a physically fit, lean muscle mass, low body fat, healthy individual, it reduces your risk of everything that could kill you. Everything. A car accident, which sounds crazy, but think your body is metabolically healthy and fit, your chances of surviving and recovering are higher.
Oh, for sure.
So somebody chronically ill and sick, it's not, you could throw a Diet Coke and kill them. You know, like, it's not like they're already at a deficit. And we're trying to help people not be at a deficit. Let's get people back to normal.
We just have to change the way people think about things. We have to change this ridiculous idea that your healthcare provider knows everything. They fucking don't. Your general practitioner, he does. There's no way. And this is one of the things that Casey Means talked about, like how little nutrition information she got in college, which is really nuts. But that's just the fact of the matter. That's just really what it is. And also, most of those people are also unhealthy themselves. We just got to stop thinking about it as a right wing or a left wing thing. It's dumb and it's dangerous, bad for you. And I know it's hard to change your fucking. People are like battleships. It's hard to change course. It's fucking hard.
It's
People
also
don't
hard
like
even
it.
in the system when you're separate from politics. When you're in, there's local politics, right? You're in a hospital system, you're a primary care. Start writing a lot of testosterone and treating your patients, you're going to have the urology section of your hospital pissed off. Because they're going to go, that's my spectrum. Send them over to me. Everything is siloed in a way that it makes it hard for these clinicians to practice medicine the way
They're trying to stop telemedicine. It's not for you. It's not good.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be legal. And that's where I believe in government oversight. It should be like an actual government person who can never get a job with any of these organizations, never get a job with it. It should be like if you agree to take this job on, you'll be well compensated, but you will never be able to work for pharmaceutical drug companies, ever. That should be a
simple, like even with food. We could
Yes.
overcomplicate food. Okay, why not just say if you don't ship it to Europe, don't ship it to America?
Yes.
How is that hard? If we don't want to do the double-blind studies and the research, and I get it, and it's hard to do, and it's confusing, but at minimal, we can follow the guidance of countries who have better health standards than the U.S. has today.
Just think about what you said about women. Think about what you said about the American people, how many die from chronic disease every year. And think about how much money we have spent on a war that we're not even in. I mean, what was the overall, what's the latest? Didn't they just spend another few billion, a little bit here, a little bit there? I mean, I wonder how much they set aside for those people in North Carolina and Tennessee from that hurricane, because those people are fucked. A lot of people are dead, man. I was reading this account. It was a horrific account of these people, grandparents and a child that were on a roof. And it was before the roof swept away, the building swept away and drowned. But there's a photograph, the last photograph of them on the roof, and they're terrified. And this little girl, her grandparents on this roof. And the water is everywhere. I mean, there's so many washed out streets and so many washed out bridges and roads are gone. Have you seen some of the aerial photographs? It's terrible. Houses floating down the street in Asheville, North Carolina, just floating down the street. And how much relief are they going to get? Is it going to be like Maui, where you give them $700, which is the most? That's more insulting than giving them no money. A one-time fee of $700, you've lost your house, the most catastrophic wildfire in the history of North America. You're going to give them $700 each. You're going to give the Ukrainians 170 whatever billion.
I heard Kelsey on there's a lot to gain by those people not being able to afford to stay like that.
That's what's
scary. Essentially homeless, and then they still have to pay their mortgages. They still have to pay these
And if
they're
they
not going to
default,
give them long-term mortgage relief.
that's very valuable land if everybody defaults. And not only that, but the governor was on record give a speech like right after the fire. And one of the things they talked about was the state taking that land, which is an insane thing to do, right? Was it the mayor? Who was it that said that? The mayor or the governor? It was just the fact that they said it out loud is so insane. In the wake of these people suffering this catastrophic loss, they didn't even know how many people were dead at that time. People were just missing, kids missing, burnt alive. Who knows how many people died? I don't even think they have an accurate count right now of how many people died.
Well, we live in a world where things change. So.
See if you can find that.
I get how people get overwhelming because I try to follow it all, and that's why I stick to my niche out there.
Yeah. But this is crazy.
I know.
This is crazy that they're saying. Now, think about allocating that kind of money towards healthcare. 102, the death toll from the deadliest wildfire in over a century has risen to 102. Yeah, but what I asked you is, what did the governor say about acquiring the land? Not the death toll. I don't think that, I think 102 is the current estimate, but I think there's a lot of people missing.
What do you know about, like, in the Ukraine, one of the things, and again, I don't know enough to, I'm curious because I know you've interviewed a lot of smarter people than me. I was told that one of the leverage points for the Ukraine in order to get funding was to put up land as collateral to, like, their farmland is put up as collateral on the loans that are being provided, and those loans are essentially being provided by
Dave Smith was explaining this thing. I don't know. I haven't researched it. I haven't read anything about it, but yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
Because I always look and go, well, there's no such thing as everything's fine. No such thing as a free lunch. So what is the real agenda, and who's funding and why? This is always my question, just from seeing other sectors and what happens.
Of course, always. There's always money behind it. Yeah. There's also Ukraine is one of the most mineral-rich places on Earth. Like, it's worth trillions of dollars and all sorts of different, like, groovy shit that we need to make stuff with. What did the governor say? Why don't you put it up for me? Okay. So this is just I'm already looking for states to acquire, ways for states to acquire Lahaina. Who put that in the search engine? Yeah, that's fine. So he said in a speech, but it's not.
Too, how quick stuff can be suppressed and disappear.
You got to look. I started using the Brave browser recently. I gave up on DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo seems to have gone the way of Google. It's very difficult to find things that are inconvenient. So Brave seems to be uncensored. It doesn't seem to be curated. But after I started that, I get them too. I don't know what to use. I don't know what to do anymore. The whole thing is
that's why all of this gets so hard. It's like I want to believe there's truth in that we have somewhere where we still have integrity and honesty and transparency. It doesn't mean you always get it right.
So even
redacting the articles doesn't happen.
It's only an independent journalism. You get that from Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, Glenn Greenwald. You get that from those types of people. You don't get that from anywhere else anymore. And it's good that we have those types of people because they're there and they'll hold people accountable and tell you the real numbers of things and and give you the facts behind what caused conflicts, not just report on the conflicts, but explain to you. Said, I'm already thinking about ways for the state to acquire that land so we could put it into workforce housing, put it back into families, or to make it open spaces in perpetuity as a memorial to people who are lost. That is a crazy thing to say. As soon as you say state to acquire that land, and we'll decide the awesome things to do with it. That's now you took very, very, very valuable land, and you could say, hey, we're going to sell it to a resort, and the resort is going to donate all these wonderful funds. How many people are missing from the fire, Jimmy?
It's the problem with fires is like it's down, someone's dying.
Well, if they're missing, they're gone.
Everybody wants to go to firefighter.
It's just going into a building with burning people in it is madness. Okay, there's 1,000 people reporting this thing. Yeah, so this death toll,
way off.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
85 deaths were confirmed, but I think the problem is when they can say 102 deaths confirmed, and they don't say, but yes, there's 990 people missing. You can say that because it's very difficult to confirm who these people are. There's not much left. It's so scary. Fire is so fucking scary. So when you've been evacuated by fire, there was one time where I was coming home from the comedy store. I got evacuated the same day. But as I was coming home from the comedy store, as I was driving to my house, the whole right side of the highway over the tops of the hills was in flames. Like all the hills, like as you get like Woodland Hills and shit in flames. Just in flames. Fire coming over hills. You're watching houses go up in flames. It's such a weird feeling because that's when you realize that we all have this very night here. And by the way, people working on wildfires and those firefighters who work 24/7 and just fucking stayed alive on coffee, and those people are fucking heroes. But there's not. Okay, and this cop told me, this firefighter rather told me, when we were doing firefighter once, there was one day. There was one day a fire's going to hit the right conditions with the right wind. It's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean, and you can't do anything to stop it. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah, when they get real big, there's nothing you can do. And I always thought that guy was that was hyperbole until I saw what happened in my fucking neighborhood. And I was like, this is nuts.
I don't know enough about, do they do control burns and all that in California now to try and stop, like, create stop gaps and all that for the fires? Or how do they even do that?
What is this, James? This isn't updated, though. It says November 18th, 2023. Right here.
60 days.
Oh, September. But I thought it was September of this year. No, so it's still September 2022. So this is 100 days after the Maui fires. 4 names were made on the missing list. So they found a bunch of those people. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, there's only 2 missing. Period.
On the website.
Oh, so the death toll is 102. So why did they say so? The death toll was elevated when they thought 1,000 people were missing. Is that what it was? And then those people had there's almost 2 people missing.
On the first 600 people on fire. That's like the night you read.
So 1,000 in 2018, September 18, 2023. And then in November, they narrowed it down to 4 people. Okay, go back. Let's pull it up. Why are so many people still missing in Maui? That's in September of 2023. What does it say? They have an explanation, but I'm hoping maybe New York Magazine has an explanation. That makes more sense. Sorry, sons of bitches. Did Maui officials release the 388 names of people unaccounted for in Maui fire? Click on that. Right. So, what it says right here is more than 100 within a day. I'm reading it. 388 names of people unaccounted for following the deadliest U.S. wildfires in more than a century. More than 100 of them or their relatives came forward to say they're safe. So this was in August. So 100 of the 388 people. So that number of 1,000 was just the initial number. That was like
That's
when
so crazy. 300 people.
Yeah, it's just over 1,000. Over 3,000 for this year. They could have found them the next day.
Right.
2 days later, 3 days later.
Right, or months later. What you get?
But it's also an island. Maybe that hard to find.
Yeah, but you probably don't report when you're staying with relatives on Honolulu because your house burned down in Maui. You probably just go over there and stay there. So that's good that there was less people died, that's for sure. But it's still fucked if they're trying to take the land. And then what they're doing is they're making it very difficult for these people to rebuild. And most of them haven't even started yet.
One thing I know too, I mean, it's taking forever for people to get their insurance claims and money, and that happens each year with hurricanes. It's you know, if you don't have the money to pay for stuff yourself, you're stuck battling the insurance company. If you don't have the money to battle the insurance company, then you're really in a tough spot.
Right. Yeah, it's dark.
I had it during a hurricane in Houston at our pharmacy. I had a tree damage the roof, but then it wasn't covered by flood insurance because they said it was wind-driven rain. Anyways, it was like $60,000 in damage that the insurance didn't cover.
Why?
Because they could say it's wind-driven rain, not flood, not rising water. So
water damage is very specific.
Yeah, they have different ways.
Wind-driven rain is okay.
Out of paying your coverage, and so for somebody who's it's their house, you know, who maybe doesn't have the money to fight the insurance companies, they just put a tarp on the roof and live with it as long as they can until they can afford to fix it.
So when you got water coverage, you thought you were getting coverage from shit like that?
Yeah, I have flood insurance, everything, and it doesn't cover it. It's not I got left holding the bag.
Is there tree insurance? Can you get insurance for a tree dropping on your house?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is general insurance, but I don't know how it all works. Like, there's different deductibles, and yeah, there's always a liability. There's always a loophole.
Yeah.
Insurance is a racket, and then even in healthcare insurance, you know, like,
what isn't a racket? Is there a thing out there that's not a racket?
You know, church, religion, everything's a racket.
Well, some churches are a racket. Some church is great. Some church is very beneficial for people. I think that a lot more as I'm older. I think it's like a good. I think Zuby said this. I think he called it like an immune system. It's a good means to protect you from the bullshit in society. I think I'm paraphrasing for sure, but I think that's accurate.
As great as we are as humans, we are tribal, like you said. So we find reasons to see how we're different and where to argue and where to fight. And I think that allows corruption to creep in. And
Oh yeah.
It's insidious. It spreads. It's in every aspect of life.
As soon as you let people have money doing a thing, and as soon as you can attach something to something that people are deeply opposed to, like whatever Trump is for, you're against. No matter what. It's just when you can find a thing like that, that's the enemy believes it. People are so reluctant to look at real data. They're so even the people that don't want murderers and rapists and drug dealers sneaking across the border, they'll find a way to say, like one of the things they like to say is migrants statistically commit less crimes than people live here. That's what they say. They love to say that one. But you know what that is? You know what that's accounting for? Gang violence, people that are in prison. Like you're looking at everybody.
Yeah.
Statistically, they commit less crimes. Yeah, there's a lot less of them. Yeah, and also we have a lot of crime. So what the fuck are you trying to say? It's not like the average person is out there committing all these crimes. No, it's a very small number of people that are career criminals. They're poor people. They grew up in terrible environments. They started doing crime when they were young. They're criminals. They're career criminals. There's a small percentage of those, and they fuck the numbers up. So if you want to say that, like, migrants statistically, like, yeah, okay, statistically, but statistically, that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
we're talking about there's no justification for letting in murderers.
Mark Twain, there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics.
Right. I mean, how do they find those statistics and make sure that migrants are less likely? First of all, they're not even arresting them in some places. That's where they treat it as sanctuary cities. Like, people are dealing with that in Aurora, Colorado. They're not even arresting people. They commit crimes. Cops will tell you they can arrest them because it's a sanctuary city.
They don't arrest if it's under 13 years old.
Oh, yeah. So
they just let them walk out with TVs. They just
stores
gotta make sure it's under, like,
apparently, San Francisco, according to some people that I know that are living there, is getting better because of AI. So Chamath was saying that when the super nerds are running things, everything's great. But as soon as like the mid-level people start taking over, they get through with ideology. They get through with like progressive virtue signaling, and that's how they get ahead because they're mostly mediocre people. And so when they start to get a grip of the city, you're kind of fucked. But if the AI becomes the dominant force in the industry again, then the super nerds will be back in control again. If the super nerds are in control, they'll fix all these things. They'll clean all because it's logical. It's logical to not have people like camping on the streets and fucking shooting up in the middle of, like parks and stuff.
I wonder, even with AI, like as we get down in that, like we were talking about, it's a way more complex conversation than today. But what are they going to do with the massive displacements in jobs between AI and robotics and humanoid robots? I mean, there's 10 companies out there that are launching robots, not just anyone. And those are backed by ChatGPT and large language models that are rapidly approaching the level of human knowledge and intellect of the average human. And like, it's there.
I walked by the Tesla store the other day at the Domain. I was thinking of buying a robot.
Oh, they have them?
They have a robot. I don't think you can buy it.
Oh,
but if they could buy it, I'm like, I could probably buy that robot. I was talking to my kids, like, you guys think we should get a robot?
To be honest,
Would you trust that fucker? You trust that fucker?
Well,
Russia can hack
we
the
already
robot.
have, everyone has Alexa in their house. What was that one? Like, I told her I made a joke about the government. I laughed, Alexa laughed, so did the FBI. It's so entrenched in our world. I don't know.
It is entrenched, but it's mostly illegal to use.
Yeah.
It's like mostly illegal what you're doing. If the FBI is really using the Wi-Fi to follow you around your house all day long, that's kind of a violation of your privacy.
Yeah.
And that's a real technology that's available now. And it should be available if there's a situation where there's a fucking terrorist who's in a house, he's got a suicide vest, and you can use Wi-Fi to locate him and know exactly where he is, and you protect those other people. So that's the justification for having some kind of technology in the hands of some intelligence agencies. But, if you're using it to gather dirt on old Brigham, because Brigham's got a big old mouth and he's talking about the pharmaceutical drug, and you have a fucking group of people that are working to put together a dossier on you. Yeah. It's all nuts, man. It's nuts, and it's like right out in the open.
Well, even with the AI and the way things are headed too, though, like when we talk about displacement of jobs, so many people think it's going to be like trade workers, and I'm like, no, this is going to replace clinicians. This is going to replace doctors, lawyers. You know, a lot of
Dude, a lot of things.
a
We're
lot.
going to need universal basic income according to most people who understand economics. I don't know if they're right, but it makes sense to me. Universal basic income scares me because incentivizing people to not work scares me. You know, giving people an excuse to not, it's bad for people. It just is. It's bad for kids. If you just give your kids everything they want and they never learn how to work hard, you're fucking them up. And the problem with just giving people a check, they're not going to want to. If you get enough to eat and you have recreation money and you have a roof over your head and you don't have to work at all. Like in working for like a little bit more than that, and then you lose those benefits. Fuck that. I would rather like tear down my lifestyle.
I say this: you also need a purpose. Like in Viktor Frankl's *A Man's Search for Meaning*, he survived that Nazi concentration camp because he had a purpose, a higher calling. I can tell you, when I'm just eating shit sandwiches and getting my head stomped in right now, running these companies, over 300 employees, DEA, FDA, you know, fighting big pharma, all the things we battle. There are a lot of days I go to bed with anxiety and stress, but I go to bed feeling like I'm really on the right side of something positive. I really, truly do. When I was a device rep, I made good money, but I went to bed miserable every night. And I felt like I'm just kind of a pawn in a scheme, and you're not really making an impact. So I go back to, I think humans, we need a purpose. And so that scares me the most, is a lot of people's purpose, if it's not being a mother or a father or a sibling, they find purpose in their trade, in their craft, in their job, and their cause. So what do we do? And
it's a really good question. If you wanted to look at it long term, if you being objective and not taking into account human emotions and suffering and the disruption of lives it's undeniably going to cause, if you just wanted to look at it subjectively, you would say this is an inevitable transition, a very painful transition into a technological world. And human beings are going to have to adapt. And if this was available to them when they were babies, they would have adapted to exist in that world. They would have found things to do for a living that only humans can do. These are very personal things that only humans can do. There's always going to be a market for handmade things. There's always going to be a market for, I like a painting that I know the guy made it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I love that. I look at like that painting up there. You know, my friend Taylor made that. I know him.
Yeah.
Hung out with the dude.
That's
Great guy.
right?
That's Vincent. Yeah. But that is a big thing that Taylor made that, and he's my friend. I know him. It's a piece of
You
him.
have some of the coolest art in your studio and at the club. Like,
I love art.
Super cool art.
Art's amazing. I love it. It makes me feel different when I'm looking at something that someone made. It makes me feel better.
When I see your
I like
Greg Overton stuff,
I love it.
it's like you're looking. It is insane, the detail. I'm like,
incredible.
It's crazy.
It's the only thing I'm allowed to have in my house. I'm not allowed to decorate my house because it would look like a baby's house. It would look like a man baby. It would all be like toys everywhere. I'm not allowed to decorate my house. But I do have 3 Greg Overton paintings. Yeah. Everything else is my life. Everything else. So I got an elk head in the kitchen, in the dining table, over the dining table. First elk I shot with a bow. It's not like the stuffed kind. It's just a skull. That's what I like.
Do you have any?
No. Taxidermy, that's dolls. Yeah. You know, that's what that is. My friend Tyler does it. You know, I love Tyler. Marshall Country.
Yeah.
She makes taxidermy. Taxidermy's an art.
I think they look. When you go to, one of these lodges where they have like entire scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a guy on the second story of his house, like, has a kudu drinking out of water, and it's literally a crocodile coming up. I mean, it's wild. Like,
yeah, especially in
crazy
Texas. My friend told me that he went over to this guy's house, and the guy had a stuffed chimpanzee. And the chimpanzee, when you got near him, it was like rigged, where his like eyes would light up and his dick would pop up. Like they had it, you know how you like walk by those haunted house things? Like, you walk by him, his eyes light up and his dick pops up.
Because of you, we watched, what was the Chimp?
Chimp Crazy?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It's insane.
Insane. It's nuts. These people are out of their fucking minds.
And it's weird because it's the same as Tiger King in a way. Like it's the same personality quirk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
It's this weird personality quirk. When you watch it,
Yeah.
you'll see some of the like. I don't want to say mental health issues, but some of
that's
the
what you should
traumas
say.
or whatever they are.
Oh,
are
they're
the same.
mentally ill people. Yeah, they're mentally ill, crazy people who have giant primates. They live in their house in cages. Oh yeah, they all
When you start
take their noses off. Yeah, they rip their eyes out. Yeah, it's nuts. And they for the first 4 or 5 years, the monkey gets to go everywhere. So the chimp gets to go to the pizza place, and everybody loves them. Chimp gets to go here. But then they get a little older, and now they're in a cage all day. So they used to be free. They used to go to the town. Everybody was their friend. Now all of a sudden they're in a fucking cage, and when they get out of that cage, they fuck people up. They're
Well, and
so
then they have that hormone dump. I think they were saying the male primates are like 5 or 6 years old, so they become really hard to domesticate or as a pet because they get violent.
Well,
That's their way
castrate.
of communicating.
They're castrated. That's why that lady's 15-year-old. She can hang out with it and watch 2001. That's a castrated 15-year-old chimpanzee. That's why it's so skinny too. It looks like Michael Jackson. Skinny. The other ones look jacked. You know, they look like Mike Tyson was prime.
You
The
seen
kind
the
of
one
musculature
on,
they have is.
I haven't messaged Tony about it.
What do you mean?
They just dropped a Vince McMahon docu-series on Netflix.
Oh, it's not about chimpanzees.
No, this
Oh,
one's
like,
this
what
is a
did
new
Vince do to a
Netflix.
chimp?
No, this is a new Netflix one about Vince McMahon and the WWE. It's pretty intense.
No,
It's
it's,
pretty.
speaking of
Muscles.
muscles, of course it was. I mean, when you're that jacked in your 70s, what are you want?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to be that jacked in your 70s?
Yeah.
That guy's probably out of his fucking mind and partying. Did he really shit on someone's head? Is that real?
Hey, I'm only on like the second episode, but they're getting into like there was a lot of there was some weird stuff. Like they were even bringing in little kids, kind of like going down that Epstein path. Like they talk about that, like not teenage boys, kids though, 15, 16-year-old kids working crews and stuff that were being utilized sexually and exploited. Yeah, there's a lot of sinister stuff in there. I don't know how much.
These are just allegations.
Yeah, it's all allegations and whistleblowers and who knows. I don't know anymore.
Imagine how much liberty you have to take with the truth and make up a story about someone shitting in your head. I feel like, you know what, this, whatever happened, not bad enough. I want like shit on my head. Let's say shit on my head. Yeah. And to make that up, you have to be, that's such an insane thing. But when you look at Vince McMahon, you go, yeah, they did it. He looks like he's insane. He's fucking jacked.
But you also
Got a
live
chain
in
around
that
his neck.
imaginary world where you've created this character, and then at what point does the character become you? And you think he's done it for 30, 40 years, whatever it was.
Right.
Because he grew up. His dad founded it, and he was integral into the storylines, and then became, like, his character was the pompous Vince McMahon, elitist. Like, that was his whole character. That was his shtick. So did that lead into life? Does reality become?
Oh, it definitely does.
fiction?
For sure. It must. It has to. I know it does. Comedians like become their character. Like Andrew Dice Clay used to be Andrew Silverstein. Dice was a character he used to do in his act. And this became him. You know, and like Sam Kinison, same thing. Like Sam Kinison became the beast because that's what everybody wanted. He was a captured by it. He became that guy. Yeah. If you're Vince McMahon, like your whole thing, fuck you, I run this game. You're all out of your fucking mind. I'm gonna shoot your heads. Pushed it to the limit. Plus, you add in a lot of recreational substances, which I'm sure there was plenty of. What did it say about that?
They haven't gotten into that. I'm not honest about the second episode. They're talking about steroid use, and they're definitely. I didn't know that they indicted him for selling steroids to his athletes. I mean, a lot of crazy stuff.
Really?
Yeah, they tried to indict him, and he fought it. I think he got off.
Have you ever seen any of the more plates, more dates videos about Trend?
No, from Derek. I've watched Derek. I love his coverage. He's so smart. He breaks stuff down so eloquently.
But there's so much talk about Trend, for whatever reason, and sexual deviance. Like guys who turn gay, and they're doing Trend. Like just, these guys are doing crazy doses of this super powerful steroid. And they're just doing wild fucking things. They get Trend cough.
Yeah,
they get like crazy cough. And just out of their fucking mind. Just deviant.
It is. It's such a short term. There's so many bad things that can happen there. It is crazy.
But if you want a
athletes
career
are
in
using
pro
that.
wrestling, and you want to be a fucking animal, and you want to get hit by a chair every night, when you travel across the country, probably get drugged.
They are some of the most pain. Like God, man, we've had the opportunity to work with several big WWE wrestlers, and they have put their bodies through hell. For, I mean, I would say even more than jiu-jitsu and MMA guys and NFL guys. Out of everybody we've worked with, the wrestlers are the most beat to shit.
You know who's not beat the shit? The Rock. Isn't that crazy? He's got his little injuries. Yeah, the guy looks like a fucking superhero.
Yeah.
He's 50 years old. He's been through like how many years of WWE? Also played football, and look at him. He's fine. It's nuts.
He's an anomaly.
The most anomalous of anomalies. Because all those other guys that I met, Jake the Snake, I mean, Hulk Hogan's fucked, man. His back's fucked. He's got to walk with a cane. He's all bad up.
And you see him shrinking.
Well, his back's
Literally,
all
they're
fused.
shorter and smaller than
Yeah.
they were from all the back and spine
Yeah,
surgeries.
he's lost like 4 inches. So 4 inches of spine being compressed. It's so crazy, man. They just, and he said it was from that rock. He did that all the time. Every time he did it, he was compressing his spine. Just ruined his back to him. Speaking of someone who looks like a champ, how about Brock Lesnar? When he flipped through the air and landed on his head?
Yeah.
Brock Lesnar was a shaved champ. Like, if you see his shaved champ, like, that's what
Have you seen his
except
daughter?
he's too wide.
She's a wrestler too. Like
Yeah,
a
she's
collegiate wrestler.
jacked. Genes,
Like
son. They're real.
genetics.
That's
It's
Viking
insane.
genes. And that was in a boat. Yeah, pulling into the harbor.
Can you
ran to
imagine
the
being
hills.
back there, like half starving, and Brock Lesnar gets off a boat, walking onto your land? You're like, oh, God.
You see that on the boat for sure. That's what the Vikings
Think of
did.
that shit.
Oh yeah, that's a great joke. But that means they did do a lot of that too. Yeah, they raped everybody. Yeah, the Vikings were unbelievably brutal, and they did a lot of drugs too.
Yeah,
They
they
did a lot
were
of
psychedelics, doing sacrifices.
Did you ever see that show Vikings?
Love it. Yeah, Ragnar Lothbrok and like
Great
Agatha.
show.
And, yeah, it's
Great
so
show.
good.
Great show. My wife could bail on after a while. She could deal with everybody getting hacked up by swords. Like after a while, like okay, it's just stop.
As you got in the way, I don't know how far you fall,
Oh, yeah,
but it went into Ivar the Boneless. But all these are historical figures.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
there's truth, like it's fictional. What is it? It's fictional history or
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah.
is. But it is based in some truth, which is fascinating.
Oh yeah, the actual things that they did, they really did.
Yeah.
Which is just so. But there's been so many instances like that in history of like groups of unbelievable savages that accomplished insane things just by pure barbarism and slaughter of innocent people. Like the Mongols. I was watching something about Mongolia today. These guys who are fitness influencers went to go experience these Mongolian wrestlers. And these Mongolian wrestlers, like these giants of Mongolia, these fucking tanks. These dudes are throwing each other around, and they get to eat food with them and hang out with them. Like, that's what's left over. Did you ever watch Marco Polo? I watched a little bit of it. I watched the beginning of it.
I don't know what happened. It didn't get, but it was really, really good. It's Genghis Khan, and I think you've thought it's like, isn't it 1/8 of the world's
10%.
Yeah.
I think he was dealing with Genghis Khan's son. I
insane.
think he was dealing with Genghis Khan's
Okay,
son. I
that's
think it
his
was
son.
already the empire was already in decline by that time. You know, it's like once Genghis Khan died, his sons took over, his family took over, and he kind of fell apart after that. Because you need a fucking psycho. You need a guy who's got DNA. And what was the number, Jamie? We last looked at like what percentage of the population in Asia has Genghis Khan's DNA? It's not nuts. Like 5% of everybody. Still has it. This fucking guy who lived in what, 1200? When did Genghis Khan live? I think it was 1200. So all these years later, this dude has 5%.
Was it even if you go back to like ancient Mesopotamia, it's only like 50 something humans ago. If you base it off people living to be 100,
Yeah.
it's not.
It's not that. Okay, it's more than that. It's 5% of the male. Excuse me. 5% of the male population worldwide. 0.5%. Right, not 5%. Worldwide. But what is it in Asia? 0.5% of the male population worldwide. But what is it in Asia? In Asia, I think it's not. Is that what it says? Okay, 8%. That's so 750 years of Genghis Khan's heritage. This mutation occurred in 8% of males in 16 different populations that were being studied. So 0.5% of everyone on Earth, 8% of people that live there. So like, what was it like when he was alive? Was everybody fucking their cousin because you like couldn't help it? Because Genghis Khan fucked everybody. So he would, when he would conquer a town, he would take everyone's wife. He would just kill all the men, fuck all the ladies. They all became his wives. And he just did that everywhere he went.
That was in they did that in Ireland too. The British royalty or aristocrats would impregnate the Irishmen on the night of the wedding. They would impregnate their wives. That was where that's what Braveheart was about. He came back and blanking out on his name, but fought for the Irish because they were basically raping their wives and making sure that they were raising British noblemen instead of Irish people.
Not that it didn't never happened, but this is a
Jamie's a party pooper. You notice that? There was one this Jamie.
This is a great course of an audible.
Well, and if you look at, like, they didn't really get into it in the movie, but when we did Europe, we did a tour where they were breaking down like how bad they tortured him and mutilated him in a public setting prior to killing him.
Wooden walls.
Oh my God, it's brutal. Yeah.
What's the myth aspect of it?
But there might have been one in or a couple like aristocratic type people that might have been that did it, but it wasn't.
So it wasn't a pandemic of rape.
It wasn't.
Well, there's like, I mean, if you go back long enough, it's all racist.
Yeah.
You know, like how far do you have to go back in human history? Like, was there any cave people that were like male feminists? Right? They were barbaric. They killed each other. They stole wives. I remember reading this book about Comanche. We were talking about this one Comanche warrior who wanted this other Comanche's wife. So he killed the guy and ate a piece of his heart and then took his wife. Like, that was humans. That's what humans
I will
did.
tell you, I know you had it on, but Empire of the Summer Moon, I'm so excited for that to come out as a series.
Who's directing? Is that Taylor Sheridan?
Yeah, Taylor Sheridan.
And if they do it, and Taylor's going to do it by the book. I know Taylor. He'll do it by the book. By the way, he's got a great steakhouse in Vegas. The 4-6 Steakhouse. I think it's like a pop-up right now, but we ate at it last time we were in Vegas. It's fucking great. It's all meat from his ranch. What a cool guy. Cool guy. Got his own ranch. Makes a steakhouse. Supplies the meat.
He's brilliant. And then he also leases the horses and the livestock and all of that to Paramount.
Oh, that's fun.
His ranch he leases to Paramount, which is brilliant because he is a real cowboy with real cowboys that he, I also love that he casts real cowboys into the subsidiary roles or the supporting roles.
Dude, he's a cowboy at a ranch a friend of mine works at in California. Yeah. He did real cawboy work. Before he ever made it.
Watch him on a horse when he's doing all his crazy horse stuff. I mean, it's wild how awesome his horses are.
He's a great podcast. It's very interesting guy. Super fucking smart. And those shows, all the Yellowstone shows, are fucking incredible. And the new ones are the best ones. Like if you go to from Yellowstone was great, and then there was 1883 was great.
Yeah.
And then the last one, the 1923, the Harrison Ford one, that's fucking great.
Yeah.
They're all great. They just get better. I think 1883 is the most recent, and that's my favorite. That's the one where the family was making a cross.
Yeah. I love because it shows how it just shows the reality of how hard life is.
Yeah.
And he was for everyone there. Like, God,
unbelievable. And so accurate as to how people died and what they dealt with, and fuck, man, people falling off wagons, getting run over by the wheels, and that kind of shit.
That's why if you've ever played the Oregon Trail in elementary school, or that's what they had when I was in elementary school, and I would always die of syphilis or dysentery. I would never survive dysentery or dysentery, and you get killed by Indians or whatever it is. But you look at how statistically unlikely it is that we're all here.
Right.
I gotta believe it's for a reason. You gotta be here for something, right? You gotta be. And I don't
Well,
want us to
at the
squander
very
it.
least, if we're not here for something, at the very least, we can maximize our time. You know, one of the things, the reason why this is very important to me is everything I do, I need energy. Everything I do, I need a lot of energy. I need a lot of energy to stand up. I need a lot of energy to jiu-jitsu. I need a lot of energy to do archery. I need a lot of energy to do podcasts. I need a lot of energy to do UFC. Just if you're weak and tired, you won't be as good at anything you do. And there's one thing you have control over. If you're a person who takes care of your diet and exercise, the one thing that you're going to have control over is you will be able to give your vehicle more energy. That's real. If you really do the right things in terms of with your health, rest accordingly, eat the right foods, take vitamins, work out, plan it all
That's what
out.
people say so often, that like eating healthy, working out, it's expensive, it takes time, but being chronically ill is way more expensive. It takes way more time. And you have to choose your heart, but there is no path that's just going to be a cakewalk.
You don't even need a book. If you have a YouTube account and a laptop, you can watch yoga videos and you can do them at home. If you get one 35-pound kettlebell, my friend Keith Weber, he's got this extreme kettlebell cardio series. He's got a bunch of different ones that you can do, but there's a few of them that are online. I did one the other day. It was fucking brutal. 35-pound kettlebell. It doesn't cost anything to get one of those things. How much is a 35-pound kettlebell? You get it once, you never have to buy another one. And me, after all the years of using kettlebells, I still can get a fucking ass-kicking workout with one 35-pound kettlebell. And if you think you can't, follow that YouTube video and try. Just give it a try.
Even walking. Casey has a stat she'll drop on you. I don't remember the number, so I won't even attempt it. Just walking a few days a week,
Well, especially
4
after
days a
food.
week. It's insane, the difference in all-cause mortality risk and reduction in chronic disease.
Otherwise, your body's feeble. If your body's feeble, it's not going to be able to handle diseases, it's not going to be able to handle injuries. How many people die by falling down when they're older? You know, this is something that Peter Attia talks about quite a lot, is that it's very important for older people to lift weights. You know, not for vanity, but to be able to protect yourself from falling. If you're falling and you're feeble, you can't do anything to stop the fall. You know?
Yeah, after the age, I think it's after the age of 65, risk factors, it's a fracture.
Yes.
Fracture at here for a vertebrae, you have between 15 and 35% chance of being dead within a year.
Oh my God.
It's one of the greatest risk factors. And think about it, because your body has to recover and rebuild, and you don't have all the health and youth that you had in the earlier years.
What
So if you
surgery?
stay
from older
active
people
and keep muscle, keep bone mineral density, and get proactive, and all the things we talked about. If you start monitoring your bone mineral density in your 20s, to your 30s, to your 40s, we know your family history. You're a petite girl. You're going to experience a decline in bone mineral density. You've got to get ahead of that. One of the things they did that ruined that for so many women was the Women's Health Initiative, scaring them out of hormone optimization for women. And it terrified women, telling them that it was going to cause cancer and all these things, which ends up being the opposite of what it does. And it did a huge disservice to women that created indirectly a rise in osteoporosis and osteopenia. But one of the companies that was funding that was Merck. And Merck sells an osteoporosis drug. They have a blockbuster osteoporosis drug called Fosamax that they printed money on during that time frame. And so it's hard because they do say trust the science. And I'm not telling people don't trust the science. Trust but verify. Let's keep honest people honest.
But the problem is that science is very difficult to verify, especially science that's given to you by the pharmaceutical drug companies. Because when one of the things, was it John Abramson that was litigated these cases against pharmaceutical drug companies? One of the things he was saying is that he was part of the Vioxx thing, that when you get the peer-reviewed data, you don't get access to the data, you get access to the review of the data. So, and you also don't get access to all the studies that didn't show a positive. I'm sure you saw a Steven Crowder thing where he caught that COVID czar guy.
Yes.
When he was talking about monkeypox.
Yes.
The monkeypox drug. That's
that
nuts.
he was intentionally saying that he was being funded to say those things and mislead the public.
That they were trying to sell more of those drugs, and that the reality is most people aren't going to get monkeypox. But you have to think from case studies. Sorry.
Well, and it makes total sense because, again, not to say when you're in it, you think you're doing right. I don't think that people are out there trying to harm humanity. I don't. I really want to hope that's not the case. But when I was a drug rep at 22, and you bring in a thought leader from Harvard that tells me all the ways that they're using this brilliant mental health drug off-label, and then you put tremendous pressure and give me an expense account and send me out to drinks with a doctor, and I'm sitting there and the doctor's like, where else can I use this drug? You're like, tell me what that guy from Harvard told me? Because I also signed a contract that said I wouldn't, but then the company taught me all that and put me in this environment, and it's like a wink, wink, nod, nod. And the pressure is to grow the patient population on a drug. That's why GLP-1s went from being for diabetic, obese people to now let's help people lose weight for spring break.
Real quick.
Fast.
Real quick.
And it got accepted fast. And that's what's scary.
And it got called the Kardashian drug, which was brilliant because there's no evidence they took it.
Oh, really?
I've never heard any evidence they took it. But it's what you heard about. Like I saw it on Twitter, the Kardashian drug. In the early days of these GLP-1s, Ozempic, and Wegovy, they were talking about it, and people were calling it the Kardashian drug. They're saying all these women in Hollywood are taking it. I don't even know if they took it. Because I know they have trainers, so it might have just worked out. It might be bullshit. But everybody's like, those bitches. Like, one of my wife's friends sent her an image of this woman and said, oh my God, everyone is on Ozempic these days just because the woman was skinny. And it's like, first of all, that lady's always been skinny. You can find pictures of her from 30 years ago. She was skinny. What are you talking about? Like, everybody wants to, so we don't give anybody misinformation. We interrupted this podcast because Jamie found out at the end of the podcast that one of the Kardashians has her own GLP-1 daily pill. It's the latest product capitalized on weight loss drugs. This is Kourtney Kardashian, who's the thinnest. Like, she was always thin, which is odd. So, just so people know. But the point was, at the beginning, everyone was calling it the Kardashian drug. Maybe they were right. Back to the show.
And that's what people do with everything, though. They want to think that it's the most eye-opening thing, having got behind the scenes and met you, and then met him, and met Aaron Rodgers, and met every person that you have introduced me to works their asses. The level of dedication and commitment and their schedules are crazy. And the pressure is crazy. And the stress is crazy. And they have kids and families, and they find a way. Kim's up at 3 a.m. to go run 30 miles?
He doesn't have to do that anymore. He doesn't have a regular job anymore.
Okay, well, that's good.
Finally. I tried to talk that guy into quit his job for 10 fucking years. From the moment I met him, quit that job, dude. You make more money doing this. It was like trying to convince him. It took forever.
It's just inspiring to see, because you can sit on the outside and think, oh, that guy who's on top of the mountain, he's lucky. They got lucky. What you don't realize is you didn't see all the steps that it took for that guy to get a girl to get to the top of it.
Cam was running marathons in the morning before work. He was working 8-hour days. He would get up 3:30 in the morning, run a fucking marathon, and then take 3 days off of work, take his vacation time, and go run the Moab 240. Runs 240 miles through the fucking mountains. That's a regular guy with a regular job. And if you don't get inspired by that and realize there's more in the tank than you think there is, and people like that, the benefit of people like that is that through their discipline, you can learn that you could do these things too. You can get inspired by maybe you can't run the Moab 240, but you will most certainly hold yourself to a higher standard when you know there's someone out there that's really busting their ass and trying to make things happen.
It's motivating. Like Philip Rowe, I know we've become really good friends. Philly Fresh from the UFC.
Love that dude.
Working as a UPS guy, raising 2 kids, training MMA in his spare time, and trying to get all his work in, makes it into the UFC. I mean, that's insane.
How about Deontay Wilder? He's driving for Budweiser or Coca-Cola or something like that. Remember who he was driving for? What was it? Coca-Cola? Driving, delivering trucks. At 21, starts boxing. At 23, wins a bronze medal in the fucking Olympics. Crazy. Budweiser. Driving and delivering Budweiser. The guy's just trying to take care of his family.
The reason I'm saying this is there is hope, people. Those guys can do it. We can
take care of his kid. He needed money to take care of his kids. So help become a pro boxer. Crazy. And he has the gift. This one in a fucking 100 million gift of power that he had. Nuts. But people like that exist to inspire you to do more. And you could say, "Well, fuck her, she's on Ozempic." Or maybe she's not. Maybe she's really healthy. She fucking works out every day. Maybe that. Maybe that too. Maybe instead of going, "Oh, fuck that, she's on Ozempic," what you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing? And then maybe find out what she's doing. Maybe just realize you could do more yourself. And if you did everything that you could do to make yourself healthy, wouldn't even have the urge to look at someone else and say, "Oh, she's on Ozempic." You wouldn't care. You would
So
not
what you
give a
see
fuck.
is people's momentum creates momentum. And even individuals I know that have taken Ozempic, a lot of those people they just needed wins on the board and
Right.
they needed to create momentum. And these really obese individuals, when they start seeing there's hope and the weight starts coming off, as crazy as it is, the diet, the lifestyle, the nutrition, all that starts to fall in line more and more. And then they get a win on the board, and now they're the guy who's going to the gym 3 days a week.
And that's the benefit of SSRIs too, for some people. And for Ari, that was the benefit of him. He was really depressed. He was really bad. And I think it had something to do with taking DHT blockers. So he was taking whatever the fuck that stuff is for your hair. What's that stuff called?
Yeah, propecia.
Propecia. He was taking
They
that.
can really fuck up.
Yeah, some people, it wrecked him. It wrecked him. It got him very depressed. But the SSRIs helped him get over the hump, and he eventually got off of them. And when his life is doing better, what a shock. He feels better. He's happy. His career's doing great. He's fucking not depressed anymore. Oh, crazy. They're all related. People try to tell you that your life sucking has no bearing on the level of depression that you have. Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because there are people whose lives are seemingly on paper amazing and they're still depressed. But I guarantee you they probably have their priorities off. And I guarantee you they probably don't exercise. And if they do, it's some rare imbalance that some people do have.
I can tell you, I mean, running businesses, of course, everyone has stress and anxiety. If I didn't do an ice bath or go do Muay Thai, if I take a week off, my anxiety is terrible. I would have almost crippling anxiety. But doing physical activity and doing hard things and doing the ice bath and doing the sauna and going through that method and that process, it helps me immensely.
100%. You're used to a certain level of adversity. And if you have no adversity is very difficult to handle. But if you give yourself voluntary adversity that far exceeds anything you're going to experience outside of that, you're way better at handling stuff. If your workouts are so fucking brutal, and I've seen you do Muay Thai, it's fucking hard. Yeah. It's hard. It's exhausting, and everything else seems easy. Because when you're on like round 5 and it's a 5-minute round and you're 3.5 minutes in, and he's trying to get you, he's trying to either do a switch kick over and over and over again. Your fucking heart is beating out of your chest. You got to finish the round strong. And when you're done, when that bell goes off, you're like, oh my God. Like that feeling you don't get. You don't get that amazing. In the day.
And you feel so much better. And then
after it's over. But the feeling of being exhausted, pushing yourself, that struggle is so much more intense than anything you experience other than a life or death confrontation in your day.
Yeah, just even conquering going there. Like there's so many days I'm driving and I go, wow,
let's go to Starbucks, get one of the frappuccinos again, go back to my old
life was fun being fat. It was easy. This is not, I don't want to go get the shit beat out of me and work my ass off for an hour, but every time you leave, even no matter what, I'm like, oh, thank God.
Every time I get out of that stupid ice bath, I feel bad. Every time I go in, I don't want to do it. I know I'm going to go in it because there's two people in my house. There's the general and there's the pussy. And the pussy is like, don't do it. Don't make me do that for 3 minutes. Don't make me get in there. Yeah. And the general's like, shut the fuck up, bitch. You know you're going to do it. Yeah. So stop with all these thoughts. Just put the lid up.
That one's one I still to this day, I do it. I hate it every time.
I still
have not. There's never a day where I'm like, this is going to be easy.
That's a good thing, though. That's your win. That's your win of the day that you did that. You need those little wins. Just like we were talking about with those empties. You need to get one on the board. And get one on the board any way you can. Completing a workout. Write it down, complete it. You got one on the board. You got a win for the day. That's real. It seems like it's not, but it's real. That's why the belt system works in martial arts, right? You get a blue belt, you're like, I got a blue belt. Oh, sure, I'm not blue belt. And it incentivizes you. Human beings are subject to that.
You're nailing it. This is my point with the AI. I want to gamify it, and I want healthcare to be fun.
Yes.
I want people to know that we're challenging their friends. We're rising together. Joe, you're a pussy. You only worked out 30 minutes today. Your dex says at this. My overall mortality risk is improving. Yours isn't. Like, how do we make it fun? And you can choose what to share. Kind of like what Root does.
Well, what you do with Tim Kennedy and what is that?
I watch his My Zone. And I watch what Tim does every day. And I'm like, if I can just get close to what Tim did, I will feel great about myself. So I try to beat his workouts, or Juan from Onagen has his on there too, and I'll just try and beat those guys' workouts on those days.
It's funny because people will say that that's an addictive thing, which is really interesting. Because one of the things that people talk about with addictions that people are struggling with today, one of them is fitness apps.
Yeah.
Like, geez, isn't that like the greatest addiction of all time? Like, yeah, you can go off the rails, you can get a little crazy, but isn't it the greatest addiction of all time?
I think with addicts, they have them. One is finding religion in a higher calling and giving up to a higher power. But the other thing I've seen is, candidly, a lot of times they trade addiction.
Yes.
And they get really big into CrossFit or
jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, or jiu-jitsu. But it's a healthy addiction.
Exactly.
It is. It's a better alternative than drowning your sorrows in a bottle.
Well, there's also the same pathways of the mind that lead you to negative addictions, lead you to positive addictions. It's about channeling that kind of energy into something positive.
Yeah.
I am 100% empathic, but I've figured out a way to be addicted to all things that are really good that I love.
Yeah.
That's the way to try to live your life. It's just try to funnel that, whatever that focus is that leads you to want to shoot heroin. And this is also works the other way too. And there's a guy that I know that was a world championship caliber pool player, and wouldn't drink, wouldn't smoke, just drank water, super clean and healthy. And he was one of the top pool players in the world. And he was winning tournaments and gambling and winning a lot of money. And he was like rock solid. This guy he would hold down the cash. So like if you bet on that guy, you had a really good chance of it. He would win he would not choke ever. Yeah, he got in the cards. And he looks back. And the same things that got that guy addicted to pools got him addicted to pills. He couldn't stop taking pills, man. That weird pathway. Mm-hmm. My friend Tommy put it this way. It's like the same thing that got him addicted to pool. He called it. The same thing that got him addicted to pool got him addicted to pills. It's like this obsession. So he found this thing that gave him relief from the pain, and he became obsessed with getting more of them. And then one day died. And he died young. Yeah, and this was a guy you would never have predicted that. And that's what's so insidious about the soccer family. That's what's so insidious about the opioid crisis. Because you can get good people. Everybody wants to say that wouldn't happen to me. I'm mentally strong. That's nonsense. I'm telling you, this guy was as mentally strong as you get. Some people just get caught. It gets them, especially if you're in pain. Especially if you're one of those people that doesn't tolerate pain very well. Some people just, I don't know if they feel it different. I think they feel it different. I think it's the only thing. I think just like hot sauce tastes different to some folks, I think some people feel pain different. And you know, one of the reasons I thought this is because my mom got an injection in her knee, and she didn't even flinch. They stuck this giant-ass needle in my mom's knee and plunged it in there, and she didn't even flinch. The doctor was like, that's crazy. Like, this fucking 70-year-old lady didn't flinch. I was like, that's where I get it. Like, yeah, it has to be. It has to be. I think it's a genetic thing. I used to think that it was from being hurt all the time in martial arts.
I was into toxicology. I was in the toxicology lab and non-abusive stuff. After my brother passed away, and I was trying to educate clinicians on that. One of the things I did was hire an expert, Dr. Bill Massey. And he came in and he sat on Obama's opioid abuse campaign committee. He was helping guide me on what makes sense and how do we do this. But one of the things he shared with me that was wild was this study that he did for Obama with rhesus monkeys, where they gave one set of rhesus monkeys basically a cage with metal and no warmth, no interaction with other monkeys. They got water and food, but at erratic times, there was no consistency in that monkey's life. Then they took another subset of rhesus monkeys where they gave them warmth, shelter, let them stay with their family for the right amount of time till they reached maturity. And what they found is when they introduced drugs, heroin and cocaine to these monkeys, disproportionately the monkeys that were deprived died in OD. Whereas the monkeys that had that love and affection and warmth and comfort and essential needs met died at a much lower rate. Most of them actually survived. And he was breaking down that if you grow up in an environment with minimal dopamine response, when you light up that dopamine, maybe it's a boxing match, right? You're a kid who's been poor and get in that boxing match and you knock a guy out.
Oh,
You're still
you're
alive. You're hooked. Like,
Yeah.
this is it. This is the best I've felt. Everyone's
Ever.
cheering me on.
Yeah.
For some people, unfortunately, what they find first is a drug or an
Yep.
alcohol or a substance. But that same person could be the future Albert Einstein, the future Muhammad Ali, the future, whatever it may be. Insert here. They have that ability. It's just, can we give them a shot? Can we buy them the time and get them out of this? Because I've seen a lot of people beat drug addiction, but I've unfortunately lost a lot of people to it too.
They did it with rats too. They did a very similar thing. They did a rat park. And so they had rats in the cage, and the rats, I think it was heroin that they used. See if you find what the rat park study was. Very similar type study. They did another study where they had this enormous cage where the rats could run around. They had toys, things for them to do. And they didn't just do drugs until they died. They just went and had a party and lived like normal rats.
Yeah. Which
is just like all mammals, all humans. We have these reward systems that are built into us. Heroin or cocaine laced rat. Alexander's experience in the 70s in country called rat parks. Researchers had already proved that when rats were placed in the cage all alone with no other community of rats and offered 2 water bottles, one filled with water, the other filled with heroin or cocaine, the rats would repetitively drink from the drug-laced bottles until they overdosed and died. Like pigeons pressing a pleasure lever, they were relentless until their bodies and brains were overcome and they died. But Alexander wondered, is it about the drug or it might be related to the setting that they were in? To test his hypothesis, he put in rat parks. Where they were among others and free to roam and play, socialize, and to have sex. And they were given the same access to 2 types of drug-laced bottles. When inhabiting a rat park, they remarkably preferred the plain water. Even when they did imbibe from the drug-filled bottle, they did so intermittently, not obsessively, and never overdosed. The social community beat the power of drugs. You're going to wonder if that would be the case with human beings. If everyone, and it's not possible right now in the world we live in, but if everyone had a productive, happy, healthy life and was raised in a positive environment, how much less drug abuse and drug addiction would we have? It's a good question. Because if it really is this horrible childhood that is causing a lot of people to seek these things out, but that's not my friend. My friend who got addicted, he wasn't from abuse like that. It was like a normal family. But he was fine. It was him dealing with pain, and back pain is some of the worst. It's fucking debilitating. I mean, I've known multiple friends who've had back surgeries. When they're in pain, it's just like it takes over everything. Like, I've had knee surgery, and you can kind of deal with it. It's like, yeah, it sucks, but it's going to get better. It'll be okay. But it's not the whole system. It's just your knee. The back feels like your whole being is hurt. It's a particular type of pain that people want relief from.
My buddy's dad has been in the hospital, been out of the hospital. He's in his 80s now. He used to go on the Elkins with us and everything. He was a coach. They had him loaded up on pain meds. Everything was starting to fail. He'd been in the hospital for months. They were about to move him to hospice. And my buddy said, "We're done. I don't want any more pain meds." And he talked to his dad and he said, "Dad, can you survive without the pain meds?" He didn't think he could. And he battled, like, feeling terrible, everything. Long story short, they were going to put him in hospice because his kidneys and organs and all this were failing. He drove a car last week. Right? He's out of the hospital. He's in his 80s. He's driving his truck again. Like,
I don't know if I want to be on the road with that guy.
Yeah, but it's all those pain meds were poisoning his brain, his body. His organs were shutting down because they were just pushing more and more and more. And I don't want to be too sinister, but there's a lot of money in keeping somebody in a hospital and billing that insurance company during those time frames and then moving them over. I stood in surgeries where I watched them do neurosurgeries on people they knew were going to die, but they could bill them $800,000 and collect the insurance payment. So the hospital's going to do the surgery. It's just because our incentive systems are flawed, like what you were talking about earlier. Dopamine wins, like reward systems. If you build a reward system based on money and numbers and finances, we shouldn't be shocked when we have killer earnings and really bad health outcomes.
It's the same with everything in the human race. Whenever it's incentivized by money, people don't go to what's best for people. They go to what's going to make them the most money. And that's the weird world that we find ourselves in with people defending them because their ideology opposes the opposite. It's nuts. It's a weird fucking time. But listen, brother, I'm glad I met you. I'm glad you're out there. I'm glad you can speak about these things with so much information. You're so knowledgeable about it. You can pull it up at any moment. It's a daunting task that you have, but I think your message has changed a lot of people's lives. I really do. I think there's a lot of people that recognize that between you and all these other people in the space, Peter Tia and Andrew Huberman, and all these people, Dr. Rhonda Patrick, all these people talking about health and what you can do to improve and studies and all these things that you do to change the path that you're on. I think it's affected countless lives. It really
thank you for giving me a voice, and thank you for having me on here. And also thank you to the U.S. Senate for being brave enough to let us sit there and hammer the U.S. government and critique them for their choices. And power to them for at least having the honesty and integrity to let us have an open forum.
Yeah, let's hope they keep doing it and just make America healthy. Good ideas. One of the most promising political ideas I've heard in a long time. Because it's long overdue. Like there's a long time where they were denying that cigarettes cause cancer. They denied it as long as they could, and then eventually they couldn't deny it. And I would hope that we would learn our lesson from all these other things they did, all these other things that they used to push, and now they realize they're dangerous, and they really regret that they did it, and people went along with it. Time has come. Time has come to change the way we approach food and health.
I agree. Thank you for having me.
Brother. My pleasure. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan Podcast today. All right, man.
How's it going?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I really enjoy your show. It's very different. Like I was like when I first started watching, I was like, oh, this guy's fucking interviewing all kinds of crazy people. Like I was like, he's like a Navy SEAL Art Bell. It's kind of cool, man. You know, like it's like you go out there with people, like that one dude that was saying there's direct energy weapons in Antarctica.
Yeah,
you letting that guy go out. He's going out a long ass year.
Oh yeah, America.
All those stories are so crazy. I was just finishing. Is it John Alexander?
Yeah,
the gentleman that worked with like UAPs and unidentified phenomenon and
he's done it all.
Fascinating.
He's done it all.
Fascinating. All the way back to Vietnam.
Yeah, yeah.
That guy, what a crazy story. Imagine being involved in that kind of shit. I don't know. How much do you believe it, though? Like, it's like, when I hear the UFO stuff, there's a part of my brain that's like, don't get suckered into this. This shit's nonsense. There's something that, it just feels like if they told me a super volcano was going to erupt, I believe it. Super volcanoes is definitely real, and there's a historical precedent. They've ruined civilizations. They tell me that there's UFOs, and part of me is just like, I don't fucking believe you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. You know, I mean, you know what bothers me about the whole campus? None of these camps like talk to each other.
Right.
It's my camp knows everybody.
Isn't that what it is, though? That's
Yeah.
the case in the military office,
Oh
right?
yeah, I was going to compare it to special ops. That guy doesn't know shit. I know everything. You know, that's kind of how.
When I was real young, I was like 24, I was dating this girl that was, she did something in government. She was explaining to me, so this is pre-internet-ish. You know, like, people didn't have the internet yet. It was like early 90s, right? And she said that she one of her jobs was to make sure that information that the Navy had received would be available to the Army. So, like, you have to make sure people aren't running redundant tests. Like, we already did this. We'll get you this information. So there was, like, some sort of a database in like these computer terminals where she could share information. And she had some sort of top clearance. And one day, like just fucking around, she wrote "little green men" in the search function, and her computer got shut down. And then people visited her, and they asked her, "What are you doing? Like, why'd you look this up? Like, what is this all about?" And she wound up either getting fired or transferred to some other position, or lost whatever clearance that she had.
Interesting. I've not heard that one.
When I was young, I was like, "Oh, aliens are real." But as an older man, now looking back on it, I go, well, maybe what she was doing was inappropriate for her job. Like maybe what she was doing was demonstrating that she couldn't be trusted because she's doing something that's not. There's no request to look at little green men. Yeah, like she did it on her own.
Is this 100% factual?
You know, it's a girl I dated. I don't really know.
Oh, you dated?
Yeah, I dated her. Yeah. This is like I said, early '90s. I was living in New York. I had actually dated her in Boston, and then we met up again in New York a couple of years later. So she was telling me about her job. She was telling me about shit. Listen, I shouldn't be telling you this, but apart because back then I was all like, wow, you're real. But as an older man, I look back and go, well, if you have some kid, you know, she's basically my age, she's probably 24 as well, and you're having this kid work in these terminals that has access to top secret information, they have clearance. I would say, hey, maybe you shouldn't be just looking up shit randomly.
Yeah.
You know, like we can't have this kid. We can't trust this kid.
You know, it doesn't seem like everything's so compartmentalized in the government, and especially at that kind of classified, whatever, security clearance level. I mean, there's whatever, I didn't get that high up, but I've not seen like a database where you can just look anything up like, oh shit, who killed JFK?
Right.
Let's look that up. You know, it's
well, you know what Trump said about that one, right?
What did he say?
Trump said if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't want to release music.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Crazy. What a crazy thing.
Yeah,
that can only mean that in my eyes.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yeah.
The only thing that makes any sense is the United States did it.
I mean, more and more just keeps unraveling.
Tucker just comes out and says it openly. Just says it openly.
Yeah.
CIA, look at me. With a crazy laugh. I don't know who can actually say it other than the people that have read those papers. You know, well, who knows what they do? You know, the president is basically a part-time employee. Not a part-time employee, but a short-term employee. You know, if you got a long-running business, and for some technicality, every now and then you have to bring in some fucking CEO who does a 4-year term, and then hopefully you can finagle it so he gets another 4 years term if he's playing by the rules. And you just bring him in. And you bring him in. Yeah, why would you tell that guy he killed Kennedy? Yeah. They hit shit from him all the time, which is totally illegal.
What do you think about RFK's? You know, possibly getting in to investigate all that.
I think it would be one of the best things for the health of the people in the United States. If you really care about health, I think there's a lot of us, and it was me at one point in time, I've gotten more educated about it. A lot of us are very ignorant about what we're doing to our bodies with food and medications. Yeah. And I don't think we're being told the truth. And I think there's a reason why other countries, multiple other countries, have banned food elements, food like ingredients that we use all the time. These red dyes, all these different, and this was all. It was just a recent thing that they did. Who's involved in that? Brigham testified in that. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And Their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. They had all these health experts testify, and they were all hammering this point over and over. They were talking about the food additives. We're talking about glyphosate and how fucking dangerous glyphosate is, and an enormous percentage of people show traces of glyphosate in their blood. We're getting it through all kinds of vegetables, ubiquitously sprayed on monocrop agriculture crops. We're all just consuming these poisons. There's no reason to have fluoride in the water. There's fucking no reason. We've been putting fluoride into all paper tape. You don't want cavities. It doesn't make any sense. And we've been doing it forever. And there's no reason to do it. And there's like real data that shows that high levels of fluoride in water lowers IQ. The higher the fluoride is in water in certain areas, they can see a measurable dip in people's IQs.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
If you messed around with it, have you heard of the Yucca app?
Yeah.
Dude, you got to get the Yucca app.
What is it?
So you basically scan anything, like food related,
It's
soap,
YUKA.
deodorant. I think it's YUCA. There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
YUKA.
So
Shout out to you, sir.
There it is. See, like Honey Nut Sugar. So it'll tell you the additives in there,
Contains additives to avoid.
and it'll tell you all the chemicals and what the chemicals do to you.
Ah, that's genius.
Yeah, it's
What a great ad. No ads. We just didn't have enough. Good for them, though,
My
because
bad.
that's what people need. I think if RFK gets in office, he will expose a lot of this stuff, just like he did when he was an environmental attorney. You know, people think of him as just a vaccine kook. Listen, you got to look at that guy's, the history of that guy's work has all been about protecting people from corporations that are poisoned. That's literally what that guy did his whole career. And if you can do that with health, particularly with things that we can avoid. Look, one of the things they demonstrated is that Lucky Charms sold in the United States, they don't sell the same one in Canada. In Canada, the dyes that we use to make it all pretty and exciting for kids, they don't allow that because it's fucking toxic.
Yeah,
So we allow it, which means someone's corrupt.
yeah,
Someone's corrupt.
probably the whole system. Maybe.
Probably the whole system is heavily influenced. At the very least, forget about bribery. Let's not even say bribery. Heavily influenced by relationships that these people have with CEOs in these corporations and the boards of executives, and this weird little revolving door between the FDA and the CDC and all these different organizations, and then they leave, and then they get this amazing job working for some huge corporation that they were helping regulate just a few years ago. It's the most transparent thing. It should be. If insider trading is illegal, how's that legal?
Good point. I mean, does FDA approval even mean anything to you?
Not to me. It doesn't to me. But it took a long time before I got to that. It took a long time before I really understood, like, why do we think that saturated fat is bad? Oh, it's a lie by the sugar companies. Okay, why do people tell you that vitamin supplementation that doesn't really help and you just need a balanced diet? Oh, because doctors don't know jack shit about nutrition. And then you're going to a guy who literally knows less than you because he went to medical school for how to fix knees or whatever the fuck he specialized in, and you're taking this guy's advice, and he doesn't know anything about nutrition. He's not read any peer-reviewed data. That guy's just trying to keep up He's got fucking bills piling in. And he's bringing people and shuffling them through the office. And he's worried about his insurance in case you fuck up, malpractice insurance, and you have to pay your medical school bills. And those guys are barely getting, but they're floating. They're trying to just run people through their office as fast as they can.
Does it bother you if there's some type of a new? Does it bother you if it's not FDA approved at all? If it's new, like nobody's looked into it.
Well, I would, especially for us. Yeah, it's just like, give it some time, kids. Give it some time. I mean, how many times do they have to pull drugs before people? Like, what is the percentage of drugs that the FDA approves and then pulls? I believe it's 25%.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's 25%. See if that's true. So these are the ones that they approve, and then eventually they find out, oh, this sounds terrible for you, and then they pull it. Yeah, I think it's 25%. Which, you know, what does it say? 1/3. One third. I was off. According to the 2017 study, which is probably worse now, about 1/3 of drugs approved by the FDA within a 10-year period received alerts, warnings, or recalls in the years following their approval. That's fucking bananas. Give it some time, kids.
Yeah.
Also, have you seen the Steven Crowder undercover thing he did with that COVID czar in New York?
No.
Have you seen that? Jamie, go to his page and find the most recent one. Because the most recent one is fascinating. Because the most recent one, this guy is openly talking about how monkeypox is not really a threat, but they're trying to present it as a threat so they could sell this medication. And they're talking about pushing this. This guy's openly talking about monkeypox is really just gay guys get it from unprotected. It's let it. Yeah, it's on his Instagram. Go to it. I'll show you which one it is. Yeah, that's it. Is it? No. That's not it. That's not it. That's the one where he's talking about how he shut the city down. There's a recent one. No, I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. Let me scroll down a little bit. See if you can find the one. You see that one right there? That's kind of yellow. It's yellow there. But which one? There's got to be one where he's talking about monkeypox. Because that was the one I was watching today. That's not, because that's all about shutting the schools down. God damn it, I gotta find it. Okay, just find it and get to us. Because I know I might have watched it on X. I probably thought, saying X now.
Yeah,
Good for you. Like when I call a transgender person a girl, she. Like, were you like that? I think that's a she. That's it. No, that's not it. That's Crowder confronting him. That guy's fired now. That guy's fucked. The monkeypox one, God damn it, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it on my phone because I was like, this is just so bonkers. So these people are having conversations in public and openly admitting that they're trying to push people into taking drugs that don't even work. Really interesting. This is gonna be a problem. If you see, just see if you can find it. It's got to be out there because I watched it this morning. Did you lose the monkeypox? Nothing.
It's gonna be one of these.
Oh, wait up, hold up. Back up. That was right there. Right about that. Dr. J. Barna. Okay. This is it. Oh, so is it because the New York Post doesn't show it? That's okay. We can just read what it says because it's kind of interesting. We don't have to hear him say it. But Steven Crowder's kind of decided to do this James O'Keefe type deal. And I don't know how they do that. It's pretty wizardry.
Yeah.
You know, generally I think you get like a gay guy who likes to talk and some handsome dude who can sit down with this guy and get him a little tipsy. That seems to be how gay guys like to spill the beans. He previously served as senior health advisor to then Mayor Bill de Blasio, the task of running Big Apple's pandemic response. Okay, so he was talking about the approval process while discussing SIGA Technologies Technoviravant or T-pox drug. So this is the drug for monkeypox. So that's why spinning it in the media is helpful. We want the FDA to approve our drug specifically for monkeypox, and right now it's only considered experimental, and they won't approve it, he said. In the U.S., TPOXX is not approved by the FDA for treatment of Mpox, but to be used to treat patients as part of a clinical trial known as the study of technoviromab for human Mpox virus, according to Cigna Technologies. The company's website added that the STOMP trial is being conducted to evaluate the efficacy of TPOXX for the treatment of Mpox. Barnett then griped that the video filmed on August 14th that his then employer is stuck with our drug, but the people aren't going to be as confident in it because the data doesn't look as strong as it should. And so then later he starts talking about the stock prices. So he says sometimes you do a study and it's fucking nothing works at all, or people get really sick from it. He said in the covert recording, the problem is you do another study, it'll take a year or two to do it because you have to get the ethics approval, you got to get the money, you got to get the patients to come in. In the video, Farmer then gloated about how he knows the reporters well and referenced a September interview with New York Times on Mpox, which touted the TPOXX as a drug used to treat Mpox infection. He also described the World Health Organization's emergency authorization process before explaining how he wants the media to report on TPOXX. So he's talking, one of the things in the video, he's talking about stock prices. So they're talking about making it look like these drugs do better than they do, getting people to prescribe them. Okay, hold on. Okay. So basically, we're trying to get the media to say is, oh, the drug didn't work because it was designed the wrong way, so they're going to do another study, and it'll probably work. In the meantime, people just prescribe it as an emergency drug. That's what we want the story to be, which is wild to say out loud. And he said the risk of Mpox spreading in the U.S. is very low, and it's almost certainly going to stay among gay men. Yeah, so it's all just, it's supposedly only, like, I don't think in America, but I think 4 people died from it. Which is, you gotta go hard.
That's it.
You gotta go hard.
You quit right before they talked about the 10-person sex parties.
Oh, yeah, that was another thing. That was when he got busted for having parties during the COVID lockdowns while he was encouraging the lockdown.
Wow.
So you didn't hear that part?
No.
Oh, so Crowder got him on camera saying that he was doing Molly and partying and saying, I hope somebody doesn't see me doing this because I can get in real trouble because, obviously I reinforce the lockdowns.
Wow. I mean, surprising, but not,
Boy, everybody's eyes have been open up the last few years. At least people that are trying to pay attention to how nutty the people are actually run the show.
Yeah, it's a lot of people are, I mean, it's crazy. It's like everything you knew is just flipped upside down.
It's like a bunch of actors are running it. That's what it's like, because that's what they're really like. What politicians are like actors are not quite good looking enough to get in the movies and television shows. They can't host Entertainment Tonight, but they can read off the teleprompter, and they can do a good, like, look, Kamala Harris has one good read off the teleprompter, and she shot up in the polls. That's what the power of just a performance when you want to believe something. You want to believe it.
I mean, I don't believe anything.
Well, I was watching these guys were breaking down, they can track cell phones. They can figure out, like, whose cell phone was there. They can get metadata. And they were talking about these Kamala Harris rallies, about how organized they are. These people are coming in on buses, and many of them have been to multiple rallies. And that when this one local one, like 80% of the people came from somewhere else. And they were all bussed in.
How do they know that?
Well, I'll send this to Jamie because this one I actually know. But I think they know it because of you can track data on a phone now.
Oh, they're doing the geofencing stuff.
I don't know exactly how they do it, but they're doing something in which they can tell when your phone has been in an area. Okay, I found this guy's. I found his the other video. Yeah, here I'll show it to you. It's even grosser than it come out of this guy's mouth.
For an hour and a half video on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, but this is the clip. I'm sending you the clip from Instagram for whatever. I don't know if Instagram hired me. I don't know what's happening, but
they wouldn't do that. No, I was proud of.
Oh, is that what? Okay. God, I hate looking at things on my phone in the middle of the fucking show, but sometimes you have to. So these guys, what they were essentially what they were showing is that people, it's just very organized. The people are being busted, and well, is that okay? Is that ethical? I mean, maybe just make it more convenient for them to go to the Kamala Harris rally. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But if you're organizing crowds, like say we do a game show, like we host a game show, Wheel of Fortune. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Those people are all paid. Most of them for. Sometimes you let fans do it for like a very popular show, but I have personally been on a lot of shows where the audience is paid. So it's basically like if you film a sitcom, and nobody knows what a sitcom is. There's a company that you can hire and you pay the audience to come in. And the people cheer, they have an applause time, everybody cheers, they laugh when you tell them to laugh. Like, there's a guy in the audience that's like doing this to them that the people at home don't see. So it's all theater, right? So they could do that same strategy for a political rally easily. If you're talking about all the money that's you're going to be in control of when you are the president of the United States, which is a spectacular position. Not just that, but then all the money they're going to make in appearances and forever, right? You do Goldman Sachs talks and make $500,000 for no apparent reason. There's so much money involved. You don't think you would pay audiences to come and cheer? That's cheap.
Yeah.
That's cheap.
I don't know. Do you think that's immoral?
Well, I think we have like very loose rules on what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. Like there was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had gotten the subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her DA records when she was in California, and that they were not going to talk about some other person she was involved with that might be in trouble, and they weren't going to fact check her. And then they said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Which is what led to her saying quite a few things that weren't true, and no one said anything about it, particularly about troops being deployed overseas.
Yeah.
Do you see that video where the troops are like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Got a really good friend of mine that's deployed in overseas right now, and he's sniping bad guys over in Africa.
Yeah, how mad would he be if he heard that?
I mean, they're pissed.
I'm not in a war zone.
They're pissed.
They should be pissed. So this is from an Instagram account. I don't know what podcast this clip came from, but let's just play it.
Rally, 5,003 mobile devices at Kamala Harris's rally in Charlotte, North Carolina on Thursday afternoon. It appears over 3,600 came from Georgia, mainly Atlanta, Georgia, and approximately 720 from Savannah, Georgia. So that's a North Carolina rally with almost 80% of the attendees being from Georgia. After you do the math, that's only 600 or so local people from North Carolina that attended. That's all he shows up, and you're planning to get 80-something million votes again? Something ain't right. And then all these people come from buses, and it's kind of weird. Trump events, you don't really have organized buses like that. People just kind of show up on their own. But the Kamala rally, there's lines of buses at every event. It's weird. And a lot of the people are also the same people that attend multiple rallies. Can you read those tweets? Any of the same ones from previous events, because this guy's tracking the cell phones. He says 90% have been to 3+ rallies, 54% are even at Arizona and Nevada.
Now, it could be that she is so popular that it's like Swifties. They just follow her around. Or it could be like, the Grateful Dead was in the 1970s. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe she's just so amazing all of a sudden. Maybe Stella got her groove. Something happened and she just kicked into gear and now she's her best self.
Yeah.
Her best self. She's going to be the president. Yay, let's go to these rallies.
I'm sure that's what's going on.
Could be that. It could. It could be that.
I don't think it's really immoral. I mean,
It's
just a rally.
Well,
everybody wants their rally to be full. I mean, it's just it's a facade.
Yeah.
It's just a facade.
If you could do it for a game show, you could do it for a political event. I don't think it's immoral. I think if they did give her the questions, and they really did. And this is someone signed an affidavit. See what's going on with that. See what's the latest with that, Johnny. So someone signed an affidavit that was an ABC employee that claims these things, and it was very clear there was bias. It was very clear that they're fact checking him and not fact checking her. But it was, unfortunately, he doesn't do himself any favors because he kind of goes off the rails sometimes. They're eating dogs, they're eating cats, which, by the way, they may very well be doing that. That's a thing they do in Haiti. Sometimes they sacrifice animals, and they have local rituals, religious rituals that they do.
I mean, this has been going on for a long time, though. Sometimes it comes out chicken is chicken.
Right. I mean, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. You try to pretend that it's racist to say that. No. Humans sometimes will do things.
It says that this started with a claim that there was an affidavit, but I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Interesting. Didn't it get discussed on Twitter and people were posting about the veracity of it? Who was it? I think he was and put it on Twitter. Who was Colin Rugg? I know had it on his. Yeah. I think it's probably going to be hard to tell what's charged. He said it made it to Congress. Bill Ackman, that's right. Bill Ackman was there, tweeted it. Didn't know if the claim was accurate, shared it anyway, which is what's fun to do on the internet. Vance addressed the supposed whistleblowers' allegations to reporters, saying it should be a national scandal if true. Trump again mentioned the whistleblower September 13th at a rally in Las Vegas, claiming that Harris had received the debate questions in advance. Fortunately, we had a leaker or a whistleblower. I don't care which. I love that person. What he talks. It's such a Trump statement. Representative Dan Muser, and Pennsylvania Senator Fox News interviewed that he would try to bring in ABC News and the whistleblower before Congress to testify about the affidavit.
This person that was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be false.
Yeah, that was amplified by Marjorie Taylor Greene, who also doesn't do herself any favors. I think they do stuff like that. This is my take on that. When I saw all these people tweeting that the guy died in a car crash, I was like, that might be a trap. That one might be a trap.
Yeah.
I think they do stuff like that where they'll throw out a fake story and get people to share it, without looking into it at all. It turns out to be complete horseshit, and it makes the whole thing look like horseshit now. Now it looks like makes the affidavit, it's at least connected to horseshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's a good tactic.
Yeah. Smart tactic.
They get a lot of good tactics.
They're very organized, which is really interesting. And that's one of the things about Trump is that he's so dominant and he's so swing from the hip that no one can kind of corral him, And it seems like she's really open to being coached. Like some of these speeches are very different than any speeches she's ever given before. And you see the difference between that and then, do you see the Oprah interview? Something.
Yeah, I heard about it.
She's like a wine mom country again. Wow. Tim Dillon is the best. Tim Dillon's like, she's saying gypsy curses.
Oh, man.
It's like when you get her off the rails and she is, it's kind of fucked up, right? Because that's not the job. The job is not being able to sound cool in an interview with Oprah. That's not the job. But that's the most important part about getting the job.
I just want to hear, how they're going to accomplish all this stuff.
Well, they're going to do it once they get in, even though they're already in.
Yeah. That seems to be the typical response, right?
Well, one thing that you could see, really clearly, is there is a ferocious effort to stop Donald Trump from becoming president again that I've never seen before. I've seen tight races. I've seen people very divided. I've seen it for years. There's always been a division between the Republicans and the Democrats in this country, but not like this. Not like this, where the guy almost gets killed twice and they don't even talk about it.
It's scary.
It's nuts. Scary. Almost gets killed twice, and the second one they just brushed it off. I don't even think the guy got a shot off. Yeah. The guy was set up at a golf course for 12 hours with a bulletproof vest on an AK-47 and was specifically there to kill Trump. And you don't think that's crazy?
I think it's crazy they didn't cover it. Huh? I mean, it barely got covered.
Barely in and out. And then the brother of the guy, or the guy's son, gets arrested for child pornography.
Which is, have you looked into the BlackRock commercial stuff at all? Is that real?
The one shooter was in the BlackRock commercial. That was the kid that tried to kill Trump.
Yeah.
They said that this guy was in a BlackRock commercial, but I heard that that's not true.
Bullshit.
But that could be another one.
That's bad, right?
You throw one out there like that, and then people retweet it, and those people are stupid because you retweeted something dumb, and then it weakens the public's faith in what you have to say about things, and also makes the story look stupid. Like that story about that whistleblower will forever be connected to people retweeting the fact that he died in a car accident, even though he didn't die in a car accident.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be shrouded in bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of changed.
It is, man. It's a great way to discredit.
Yeah, it's a great way to get somebody elected. When you're seeing the manipulation just in full bloom, just marching down the street in front of everybody, and no one's freaking out about it. That's what's really weird.
What do you think? Have you thought about who's behind all these assassination attempts? Think they're lone wolves, or?
Well, was it Matt Gaetz that was saying that he's been informed that there's 5 different kill teams looking for Trump in the country right now?
Somebody did just say that.
2 of them are domestic. Trump said it. There's 5 guys. They think they're going to get me. They're not going to get me. So where's the go? Big threats on my life by Iran. U.S. military is watching and waiting. News already been made by Iran. It didn't work out, but they will try again. Not a good situation for anyone. I'm surrounded by more men, guns, and weapons than I have ever seen before. Thank you to Congress for unanimously approving far more money to Secret Service. 0 no votes. 0 no votes, strictly bipartisan. Okay. I understand. 0 no votes, like no one voted against it. Strictly bipartisan. Nice to see Republicans and Democrats get together on something. An attack on a former president is a death wish for the attacker. It wasn't just him that was saying that, though. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Matt Gaetz. I know I have that saved too. But, so if there really are 5 different kill teams in the country looking for Trump right now, that's just insane.
It should be hard to find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's giant rallies. In New York, there's 60,000 people. So that's the difference between the Kamala Harris rallies. If that guy's telling the truth, if that guy's telling the truth, and they really are just sort of manipulating us and putting on theater, that's a big difference between what's happening with Trump.
Yeah.
If he got organically got 60,000 people to come see him and freak out in New York. It's kind of, the media's a monster. It really is. It's such an obvious monster. Such a deceptive, sneaky, propagandist monster.
It's how long do you think the media has left?
They'll be around.
You think so?
It all depends on who gets in the office, really. It depends on, so the real fear was when they started getting their claws into Twitter. The real fear was when the government started suppressing accurate information and Twitter let them do it. That was scary close. So Elon buys Twitter, releases the Twitter files. Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, and all those journalists, they all uncover all these different aspects that's super disturbing and totally illegal. And they release it. And then Twitter becomes kind of crazy. Twitter's wild. It's totally wild west, unregulated. And then what do you got Twitter? This is it. Okay, one of the 5 known teams hunting President Trump before Butler, Pennsylvania. The temp was Ukrainian. So this is Matt Gaetz talking about this. But I think that if that hadn't happened, so if all of social media remained like staunch leftist, left-wing, just giving completely into whatever propaganda the government wants to give them regarding vaccines or Ukraine or anything else, with no critical arguments about it that are accepted. We just anybody who doesn't follow the narrative, especially people like they censor people from Stanford and MIT. They were trying to tell them to pull those guys like Jay Bhattacharya. All these doctors about COVID. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did.
Censoring like legitimate experts in the field who aren't kooks, guys like Peter McCullough, who's the most published doctor in his field of study in human history. And they're like, no, you're a kook. You're a kook. And we know now that that was not true, and he was correct. Now we all know, right? All these years later, most people kind of know what the fuck happened, even the people reluctant to admit they got duped.
Yeah.
If Elon does not come along and buy Twitter, I don't know where we are. I really don't. Because if they had the clamps on Twitter, and they did the same thing with Twitter that they're doing right now with other social media apps, it would be fucking awful out there.
I know. So Elon's been a blessing.
He really has.
It's a big one. I mean, I don't think they're going to be around that much longer. I feel like that the media will die with the baby boomer generation.
I think if Elon didn't buy Twitter, they would have been. I really do.
Probably.
The only thing that fucks them up is YouTube, but they got a clamp on YouTube too. YouTube is they're very restrictive for what you can talk about. Especially during the pandemic. They would ban you from YouTube for talking about things that we know for a fact are true now.
We dealt with a lot of that.
We dealt with a lot of it, right?
I'll bet you did too.
Oh yeah. Anybody on YouTube, you have to like parse your words. Like Jimmy Dore, he's the one who's criticizing the vaccine. He says, but you should take the vaccine because it's safe and effective.
Yeah.
He always has to say it, like to cover his ass.
Was it nice for you to come off YouTube? Did you enjoy that when it first happened?
My
strategy
was no, I don't think that's true. But my strategy was to become 10% less famous. So when I went over to Spotify was going to give me all this money, and I was like, oh great, just fucking be a little less famous too. That'd be good. Like kind of like go the Howard Stern route, kind of fade off into the sunset.
Yeah.
Did it work? Pretty much. I know. I was going to get caught up in this massive controversy, But it also even before that, this podcast was growing on Spotify way too quick. But so there's no like extra pressure being on YouTube, but there is a pressure if you rely on it. If you rely on it, it's demonetized.
That's what I meant. I meant with like the censorship stuff. I was wondering,
You want to hear something interesting?
Yeah.
We got demonetized all the time. A lot of episodes get demonetized until we announced that we're going to go exclusive to Spotify. And then from that moment out, there was like a few months of a window.
No kidding.
They never demonetized. They just took all the like, don't go, Joe. No, they didn't. No, it wasn't that. They wanted the money. Like, why would they demonetize me? Because they don't get a cut either. So what they're trying to do, essentially, is get you to fall in line by getting you to self-censor because it benefits you financially. It's a creepy form of censorship because you do it to yourself and it's kind of okay because you can't really prove that they got you to not talk about things you want to talk about, and they can't really prove that you followed this public narrative just because you want to keep your job.
I mean, what really bothers me is we both put a lot into this, and what bothers me is like, just tell me what you want me to do. What is it? And I won't fucking tell you.
I don't want to talk about it. This is how I feel. I don't think you should talk to people what to do that. I think if you're not doing anything illegal, if you're not saying anything illegal or doing anything illegal, don't take it off.
Some of it I'm totally with you. Some of it I guess, like, pedophilia,
100% illegal stuff.
Even language. I mean, there's 3-year-olds out there. I got a 3-year-old kid. He's watching.
Right, YouTube kids. Like, YouTube kids is great.
So I get it when they like mark my shit with 18 plus, but but they won't tell me. It's like we're just like I can't correct the fucking problem if you don't tell me what it is.
Right.
And I mean they just don't. They don't want to abide. They don't want to box themselves in and not be able to censor something.
Yeah, there's that, and there's no benefit for them to tell you what you said that was wrong. There's no benefit. The good thing is to get you to self-censor. That's the best. Put the threat over you. That's why they give you strikes. One strike, two strikes, three strikes. It's kind of silly. It's weird. It's like, is this the penal system or is this a goddamn social media platform?
Yeah.
It should be. If advertisers don't want to advertise on that particular content, okay, that seems easy to manage, guys. And guess what? There'd be a lot of advertisers that would be willing to advertise on that content. You're just not being creative enough with your advertisement. If you're just treating it as a business, or are you treating it as not just a social media video website, but a way to push and a way to amplify a very specific message?
I mean, if you can control what comes out of people's mouths, then you can control what they think.
Yeah, and if you're making a lot of money on YouTube and you're doing great, but wow, I've got a real good life now, and then all of a sudden YouTube comes along and says, "Oh, you were talking about the vaccine, Sean. We can't have COVID vaccine misinformation on our platform. This is going to cost lives." And some platforms make you do like a re-education thing, where you have to like talk to them and have conversations with them about what you did that may have been offensive, or what you did that may have violated the terms and conditions that they have for their community.
Yeah, I think we had to do it. I think we did that.
Fucking creepy. That shit's fucking creepy because you're dealing with some fucking woke kid in Silicon Valley who up talks. And this person, okay, what you're doing, Sean, right now with your show, I know that you don't think it's harmful, but it really is. It really is. It's truly harmful. Yeah, it's truly harmful. It's exposing government corruption.
I can tell. It's real harmful.
It's fucking weird. It's weird. But I love the fact that at least it exists. And even though it's not perfect, because I don't think YouTube can be perfect because they're managing at scale. In order for them to get all the pornography and the murder, hotels upload murder videos to YouTube, like they're constantly trying to put out fires. Can you imagine the amount of data that YouTube has to deal with on a daily basis? Yeah. It kind of behooves them to just fucking give them strikes, threaten them. Let's just slow everything down. Like, too much is getting us in trouble. We just want to make a lot of money. Like, I get it. There's only one YouTube. It's kind of genius. And it's a perfect setup. Like, the algorithm where it's constantly, recommending stuff that you're interested in. It's fucking great. Great time waster. But it's also a tool for shaping narratives. And if only one narrative is pushed out there and other narratives literally get you demonetized, so you lose your ability to make a living, and then possibly get your whole channel removed, which it did to many people. They just removed the whole channel.
Well, I mean, where do you think this is going to end? I think it is going
That
to
should be, all that stuff we talked about should be illegal. That stuff should be covered in the First Amendment. Demonetization, no. Because look, if you want to have standards where you say that the advertisers that we have a group of advertisers, and they have requested no shows where someone swears, no shows where someone talks about sex, no shows where someone talks about over drinking or anything like that. They just have rules. We don't want to be associated with that. That's totally reasonable. But when you want to stop a channel from uploading a video because they're making an argument that maybe the lab leak hypothesis is legitimate, and you're pulling that off the air, well, now what are you doing? If you're deleting an episode that's accurate about really dangerous information not just to us, but also to the organizations that paid for these crazy gain of function research projects. Like, what the fuck are you doing, and what did you do? And if you were talking about that on YouTube and even expressing your ability to just guess that maybe it came from that area. Have you ever seen that Jon Stewart interview where he was on the Colbert Show? Yeah. Fucking amazing, right? Amazing. But even that, Colbert's trying to stop them, and just saying maybe these people were working on these fucking viruses that one week. Maybe. That would get you removed from YouTube. That's a violation of the First Amendment, in my opinion. Yeah. Because you should, especially some of these people are very informed people. They were biologists, and they were talking about the very specific design of this virus. hair and cleavage sites and how it's very different than anything you see from a natural spillover. They were talking about technical, very specific details, and they were getting banged. Like, Brett Weinstein almost lost his chain. He almost lost his chain. Yes. We gotta have him on, do an emergency podcast, like let people know what the fuck is going on.
Damn.
They almost pulled his channel.
Damn.
And he's a biologist, a brilliant one, and he's talking about real information.
It's scary, man. I mean, I don't know. I think about it all the time.
Yeah.
So it just I hope X, turns out to be the new thing.
I don't think X is going anywhere. I think Elon knows how important it is. He's got all the money in the world. I think he'll keep that bitch running. And I think it's also getting attached to AI now, which is going to be an insane moneymaker. I don't think X has any problems. I think he's going to grow it into some sort of an all-in-one app. They probably have cryptocurrency on it, private messaging, and phone calls. You'll be able to shop on it. That's what it's probably going to be, if I had to guess. And I think that the places like Rumble, the more places like YouTube and Facebook and all these other places, the more they can find people, the more they force people into these boxes and make people toe the line if they want to make any money off of advertising, or if they don't want to get their channel deleted, the more companies like Rumble will emerge. That's what I think. I think there's going to be just, right now, Rumble's a hard sell for some folks because they see it as like, oh, the right wing, fucking like a Mac. I'm not going to Truth Social. It's Truth Social video. There's a lot of people that have those prejudices, but Russell Brand's on there. A lot of people are on there. It's a good platform, and it's an important platform, and we should like support it and want it to grow. We should want them all to grow. Like Spotify's got video now. We need more videos because audio is just not enough. Just audio podcasts. You want people to share things virally.
Yeah.
And the virally stuff, it's all like Elon Musk when he smoked a blunt on my podcast. That's all video. You want video of that.
Yeah.
And the more we have platforms where that stuff is just free, where you can just say whatever you want, say whatever you think about anything, which really X and Rumble are the only places that I know that really do that right now.
Have you had any problem on audio at all?
No.
Yeah. No. I haven't either.
It's audio is like they're leaving that alone for now. I think it's probably because it's not as easy to share.
That's what's coming next.
Yeah, probably. I mean, all they would have to do is just put images of you and images of me, and then have our audio and upload that as a video, and then maybe they would start coming after audio.
Yeah. I mean, I just hope this shit starts.
I do too, but I don't think it turns around if Kamala Harris gets into office. I think they clamp down more. I think the same stuff that they were trying to do with Twitter, they'll try to do with something else, with other things. They've already openly discussed it. She's openly discussed that the same rules have to apply to Facebook, they have to apply to Twitter, and that Elon Musk could lose his privileges. And there's so many wild things that they're saying. Tim Walsh said that the First Amendment doesn't apply to misinformation or hate speech. Okay, well, it certainly does. It does. Sometimes people say things wrong, and the goal of the First Amendment is you say something wrong, and then this guy, as an expert, says the right thing.
Yeah.
And then you correct it.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation is all peace.
Right. Well, so much of it turns out to be true. How about masks don't work? You would get screamed at for masks don't work. Well, guess what? They don't fucking work. They don't work. Fauci said masks don't work. Remember that interview before the pandemic, before they knew how big it was going to be?
Yes.
He was like, you don't have to wear it.
Then it was worth two.
It was worth double.
Toothpaste vapors on.
It's bananas how easily people fell in line. That scared me the most.
I know. It was, I mean, it's like, what are you? There's nothing they won't do. There's nothing they won't do.
There's a lot of cowards. There's a lot of people that have never been pushed and they don't know what to do and they get nervous. And they're out there.
Do you think they're cowards, or do you think they're just lazy and they like being told what to do?
There's both.
Takes all the decisions of the day.
There's both. But there's also people that are scared of a negative response, so they say what everybody wants them to say. Somebody described this really very eloquently, and I saved it on my phone because they were like, this guy nailed it. But essentially they were saying, like especially with beta males. They don't say something because they have an opinion and they really want to express that opinion. They say something and they consider, am I going to get in trouble if I say this? And then if that's the case, they don't. And am I going to get in trouble if I agree with them? And probably not, because right-wing people don't really go after you because my left-wing people do. Like if you want to talk about like a woman's right to choose.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to say, I agree with the woman's right to choose, but like Bill Burr's bit, you ever see that bit?
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, I agree with the woman's right to choose, but I also think you're killing a baby. You know, it's a kind of a crazy bit. It's because it's really funny because he's brilliant, but it's just, that's really what it is.
I mean, that's the truth.
That is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, factually, that is what it is. And this is coming from someone who's put a choice. But I think that if you look at all the things that they have that distract us, all the different things that are in the news constantly, whether it's the Diddy raid or fucking J-Lo and Ben Affleck are breaking up, and you're just getting force-fed all kinds of shit while the border is wide open, while they have apps where people can get flights
To beat people on that.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That sounds like I had Chamath on. You know Chamath? I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I'll fuck it up. Brilliant guy. And we were talking about how hard it was for his family to legally immigrate to this country, and how difficult it was to get a visa. I mean, he's a brilliant guy. He started Facebook. You know, he's one of the original guys at Facebook. And he's this guy who did it the right way, and every step of the way there was this tremendous anxiety when he go to get his visa review, because he didn't know if he could get out of the country, because someone could arbitrarily go, no, not good enough, because he had to prove to be here that he has skills that an American doesn't have. Yeah. He's a real expert in something.
You know, I went down to the border about, I think it was about two years ago, each maybe a little longer, and I went down with Ed Calderon. And
I love it.
Yeah, what a great guy.
He's a great guy. I got him on a couple times.
Yeah, that's where I found him. So thank you. So I went down to TJ with him, and this was like before really hit the news cycle, and we walked into a migrant camp, probably a couple thousand migrants there, and so I yanked one of them out and interviewed him, and used Ed to help translate. And I mean, the guy's been sitting there for like, I think he was there with his wife and kids for like 2 years. And I was like, why don't you just like go across? Dude? It's an honest question. Like, why don't you just go across? He said he wanted to do it the right way. Wow. You know, he's like, I just want to do it the right way. And
oh my God.
He's running around with this little battery pack charging cell phones for 50 cents. You know, and I'm just like, fuck it, man. I'm like, why don't they just? Because nobody's anti-immigration. No, not that I know of. And it's
we're
like,
anti-terrorists.
Why don't you just unfuck the immigration process, and maybe we can get some more people in here quicker, legally, if you do that, and then we actually know who's coming in, and we have documentation of who they are. And,
wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. You know,
meanwhile, that's racist.
Yeah.
And they want them to vote, which is even crazier. They're pumping them out into swing states. It's so transparent. It's happening right in front of everybody's face, and it's a wild grab for power. And the only people talking about it are people like us, which is really crazy. The only people that are talking about it are people that aren't really connected to some sort of executive corporation, a bunch of producers, a bunch of people telling you what to do.
Yeah. I
mean, this is not even something that, that right-wing news wants to discuss.
Good point. But if you done any digging on what's going across there? And
yeah. I talked to Dr. Phil about it. Dr. Phil did this big investigation. He's got his own network now, American Media. It's gotten so bad that Dr. Phil decided he has to start a network for news.
Good for him, man.
He's a great guy.
Good for him.
Great guy. But he was essentially, talking about how they really don't know how many people that are coming through that are criminals. They're dropping off their IDs on the Mexican side, They just get rid of their IDs, so that when they cross over, they have nothing on them. You don't know who they are. You don't know what they've done. Gang members, cartel members, guys escaping Venezuelan prisons. No one knows. Yeah. All you have to do is get over here, and we'll give you an EBT card. We'll set you up. Go to New York City. They'll put you in a nice hotel. Give you free food. And meanwhile, there's poor people in Chicago that are like, what about us? What about American citizens that pay tax dollars? You guys don't give a fuck about us. You haven't done anything for us. Why? Because they know those people are going to vote Democrat. They know they already got them. They already got them. We've got those people. Statistically, you look at the numbers. Like statistically, the more this has gone blue. Yeah, we're good. Let's just get some people in them swing states. And
it's fucking scary, man. I mean, I've been talking to the border shit for quite a while, and ever since this Afghanistan withdrawal, that like, I mean, that was a big. That was just.
Did you talk to Tim about that?
Tim,
When you have one?
a little bit.
Dude, he told me some shit. He told me some shit that he just. I can't imagine. Like, that guy saw so much overseas. He said the worst things he ever saw was the Afghanistan pullout.
Dude, do you know who Tyler Andrew Vargas is?
No.
That's the one Marine that survived that suicide bombing at Abbey Gate. Abbey Gate was they killed 13 Marines.
Yeah.
And so I called him. Well, everybody wanted to come on the show, and I was like, I'm not going to get this fucking guy. Like all the media, everybody wants him. And but I was like, all right, fine, I'll reach out. So put him on the gram, and messaged right back, and he got in, and he's like, I'm so glad that you reached out to me. He's like, I was literally just praying with my fiance that you would reach out, because
Wow.
he had just did an ABC Good Morning America interview for 7 hours. They released 5 seconds of that interview because it made the administration look so fucking bad. They wouldn't air it. So I got him on, kept getting dinged, by YouTube. They didn't let the real footage, which was actually like from his cell phone that he did previews and shit. But man, like to have like his, testimony about what happened that day, and then the care afterwards, which was fucking atrocious. I watched this guy, my videos on Such a Story, and I watch a 23-year-old kid hobble up those fucking stairs with one leg, one arm, all kinds of shit going on in some testing. I mean, I was like, this didn't even have to happen. They had the guy. They had the fucking guy in the sights. They could have killed him, and nobody gave him permission. I just, maybe I can't backseat quarterback it, but maybe they shouldn't have asked. Just eliminated him. Jesus Christ. But I mean, he's talking about, before we got into the actual incident, he's talking about, like moms trying to throw their babies over the wall and getting caught up in razor wire and just seeing a fucking baby dangle there by the leg. It's, there's like no, there's no repercussions for how that went down. The media just wants to fucking cover it up. And so I started digging deep, and I teamed up with the former CIA targeter, Sarah Adams, and then a really good friend of mine, Scott Manning. We went over to Vienna to interview this guy, Ahmad Massoud, who's the leader, the commander of the Northern Alliance out there. It's like the resistance. It's kind of fighting the Taliban. The Taliban pretty much took over government in Afghanistan.
I saw the parade.
Yeah.
We got shot all our shit
that we left there.
Crazy.
Yeah, man. So we got a bunch of intel from Massoud, and still kind of looping all the way back around the southern border. I mean, so once Taliban took control of all of our shit, I mean, this could go on for a while, but so now what they're doing is they have the passport office over there just making legitimate passports to there's 21 terrorist organizations over there training. Hamza bin Laden, who we're told was killed, is actually fucking alive, and he's marrying into all these other terrorist networks. So he married Mullah Omar's daughter. He married he married into all these different terrorist networks. And so these guys used to be like competitors, kind of, just like the UFO guys. They all hate each other, but they all have the one common theme, like disclosure. These guys, the one common thing is, let's go take over the Western world. So he is basically Hamza bin Laden is buried into all these terrorist organizations. Now they all have one common goal to come over to, the Western world and ruin our way of life. And so what they're doing is they're funneling as many of these terrorists into the passport office, creating them legitimate, real passports, and then they sprinkle them. They get them flights into all over South Central America, and then they funnel them up through the Darien Gap into the U.S. And so, there is zero. I don't give a fuck what the FBI or any of these people are saying. There is zero way to track how many of these fuckers have come in to the U.S. And so, what we're going to see is like October 7th style attacks, like we just saw in Israel and the mall in Russia, and everybody's like, oh,
Do you
why
think
is it
this
happening?
is by design?
By design.
Like the leaving the border porous, allowing these people to come in.
Absolutely, I think it's by design. I mean, they basically told Border Patrol, stand down. Like, do not do your fucking job. We're going to blast. I mean, remember the guy on the horse that they said was whipping people, and it wound up being like the reins of the horse? I mean, yeah, I think it's by design, from the government, but I think that the government is more incompetent than it's ever been before, and I think they have one common goal, and that I think the goal is voting. They want to vote, but I don't think they're competent enough to realize the death and destruction, and the other repercussions that we're going to face by keeping that border open. Because they don't have anybody, that they don't have anybody with any experience. They don't have any solid intelligence stuff going on. That's telling them like, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's all agenda driven. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense that all we care about is border. Just get the people in, don't worry about the consequences. But the more insidious conspiracy would be that they want unrest, because it gives them an opportunity to clamp down on rights.
I mean, shit, though. Unrest. I mean, they got really good at unrest. You know what I mean? In 2020, right? All through, even before 2020, up to that election. So I don't think they need to import terrorism.
Different kind of unrest. The kind of unrest that you get from people blowing up Target is very different than the kind of unrest you get from a legitimate terror attack.
Yeah. I mean, then people, do you ever think about why nothing's happened here? I mean, China. If you look into the power grid at all, dude,
It's not good.
lights out, right?
It's so easy to kill.
Yeah.
The power grid's it's so vulnerable. It's really nuts. It's nuts because anybody can target it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, China, we have those, we get those big everything's imported from China, and we have these huge, transformers. You can tell they shut up if they're on all the shit. But all of those transformers are imported from China. And they're not checked. They don't fucking check them for malware or Trojan horses or anything. And it would take, these transformers, it's not like the little box outside your house, the green box. They have to take overpasses out just to transport these things. So you're talking years, and I think the number was like 9. If they took out 9 transformers, then the entire U.S. would be out of power. On top of that, so then DOE, Department of Energy, actually investigated one because somebody was, it got to D.C. that whatever, they decided to look into it, and they wouldn't fucking release the results. So they're in our water treatment plants, they're in our power grid.
I've been talking about this shit for years, and then cell phone towers, and then FBI Director Chris Wray comes out and says, "Oh yeah, turns out our grid's really vulnerable. China's in there, and they're also in a treatment plant, which means they can fucking poison." Yeah, they own language on military bases. Like if they are on a long-term strategy, it's very effective. They're doing a great job. They undercut the competition, give us cell phone towers and all sorts of things. They position them around military bases. Mike Baker was all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how are they letting this go through? Is it incompetence? Is it fools running it? Are they corrupt? Like, how did they do that? I mean, one of the things that really fucked us, we got away from manufacturing and we relied on all these countries. We really found that out during COVID when we couldn't get shipments. It was like, whoa, wait a minute, how much of our shit is made over there? Everything? Like, how much medicine is produced? How many different things that we need that we constantly use, we don't even know how to make? Yeah, a lot.
Masks.
You see those
piles holding up the fucking masks out, you know, I didn't wear them very long, but I fell for it for about 30 days. And then I was like, this is fun. But, yeah, you pull the mask out, and I live out in the woods, so I didn't, you know. But, yeah, made in China. I'm like, what didn't the thing come?
Yeah. They're making money hand over feet.
Right. Cool.
The whole thing is nuts.
So U.S.
Yeah, it's nuts. But getting away from manufacturing in this country really did not do this country any justice. It's just for corporations to save a little bit of money and to push everything off to third world countries to manufacture things. It's including our phones. Yeah. And I've said this over and over again. If Apple could make an American-made phone and charge me more money, I'd pay double for it.
Yeah.
Charge me a phone where I know the people get union wages, they get health care, they get paid correctly, they can live a good life, and they work normal hours. They don't have to sleep in a fucking bunk like they do in the Foxconn building where they have nets all around the building and keep people from jumping from the roofs.
Yeah.
You've seen that shit, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You haven't seen that?
No.
The Chinese factories where they make iPhones are so fucked. The people are so distraught that they put all these fencing with giant nets all around the buildings because so many people were jumping to their death that they decided we're just catching nets. Are you serious? Yeah, look at this. Those are the nets. Those are suicide nets all around the building.
Sorry, buddy. Back to the assembly line.
How crazy is that?
Damn, that is fucked
How
up.
crazy is that?
Wow.
Instead of making the conditions better where people don't want to kill themselves so often that you need nets around a building, they go, nah, nets is fine. Fuck those people.
Dude,
It's straight slavery.
Yeah, it's close to it. I mean, they don't really have any other options. And when you're getting a phone, you know, and what's a phone? Like $1,500 bucks? Is that what it is? Charge $2,000. Yeah, charge $2,000. People pay it. Most people are like putting on a part of their bill to pay a little bit of it off every day. And you really don't need to fucking switch phones every year. Like everybody does, but you don't need to. It's stupid. Like I have a iPhone 11 that I use sometimes. Like one of my numbers, it fucking works great. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah. 5-year-old phone or 4-year-old phone, whatever the fuck it is. So you could get a made in America phone, and you wouldn't feel like you're supporting this horrific shit that everybody turns a blind eye to. Because that's the only way you get that kind of stuff. You know, they have them all made over there.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's coming back. But
Well, it could. I mean, there would have to be a large concerted effort, but the problem is it took decades to go away, and it probably takes slightly longer to come back. You know, because there's got to be planning and funding, and people have to make long-term investments. It's going to be a big gamble.
yeah,
But so, I mean, I'm sure you've seen Who Killed what is it? Michael Moore's documentary, the Flint, Michigan one. What is it called again? Roger. That's what Roger and me. But it's all about what happened to Flint, Michigan once they pulled out auto manufacturing. And the entire population, just those people who live in check to check, they were doing okay, but they have jobs, and then all of a sudden, gone. Every job's gone. There's no jobs. There's nothing to do. The entire industry's gone. And just people went into dire poverty, like horrific dire poverty. Like instantaneously.
Yeah,
And just so a corporation can make some more money.
it's
It's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. And it's horrible that that's an option. That a corporation would decide, fuck this town.
What do you think it would? I mean, you think it's going to come back, or you
I think
it could?
it could come back. I'm optimistic, but honest. You know, I try to look at it honestly, but also, so I think most people are good people. I really do. I really believe that. You know, even most of these people that are walking in from Guatemala, I do it too, 100%. If I was living in the middle of nowhere and you told me, hey, America's letting people in, you get a landscaper job, you make $20 an hour, but like, what? Yeah, I would 100% walk. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? I think most people are good people and they just want a better life. And I think the more we unite under that idea and stop buying into this bullshit that, like, if either side is correct, that it's the end of democracy. I think we have to, like, stop all that tribal nonsense that's happening between the left and the right, because people are just subscribing to ideologies and getting captured in them, just like a religious fervor. Like they think that they're doing the only thing that could possibly be done to save us all, and that the other side is a dire threat. That's why, like, something like 24% of Americans think it would be a good thing if Donald Trump got shot. I just read that. Fucking insane. Yeah. Fucking insane. That people would think that violence by an assassin would be a good thing on a former president. Like, we're that fucked. But I think that that's just a lot of media manipulation and a lot of people getting riled up and living in these echo chambers and these bubbles. But I think ultimately at the core, most people are good people. And I think if we had some wins, if some things like that did start getting built, and they did start bringing back more American manufacturing, and people start getting excited about the idea that America becomes not just a place of innovation and art and creativity, but also, like, we start manufacturing great shit again. Yeah. There's no reason why we don't do that.
I mean, I don't feel like, I feel like technology is advancing at such a rapid pace. I feel like AI will take over. AI and robots will take over everything.
Well, if AI and robots do that, at least we AI and robots to manufacture things in America.
Yeah,
that would be good.
No, I'm with you. I don't see. I guess what I'm saying is I don't see the union worker. I don't see where their place really fits in.
There's going to be a lot less, and that's for sure. It's pretty much every job, every manual labor job is under threat.
I think every job is
under threat. I don't think podcasts. What do you do, bitch? How are you gonna think like me? Like, yeah. Good luck. And comedy, you're always gonna have comedy. Movies are in real trouble because AI can write pretty fucking amazing scripts, and the CGI, the way they can crank out videos, bananas.
Yeah,
I mean, it's bananas. It's just, it looks perfect, and it comes out in minutes instead of years.
Do you really think broadcasting is safe from AI?
No. Well, I know AI is going to translate. So Spotify is going to translate my show to multiple different languages.
Nice.
Eventually. I think get the technology completely dialed in. But they'll be able to do it in Spanish, German, French, and you're going to be able to hear, it'll sound like me, but speaking fluent French.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Are you like the, I don't test bunny?
No, they've done it already.
Oh, cool.
They've definitely done it. But they're going to be able to, once they have it completely dialed in, there's no glitches. There's going to be some weird glitches in context and, cultural things like that aren't going to make sense if you translate it. Yeah, that'll be weird. But once they get it dialed in pretty good, it'll be great for everybody. It'll open up the world. Like, I want to know what these folks are saying in Russia. I think I'd like to listen to a Russian podcast. Yeah. I've watched some Russian news things and seen the teleprompter rolling. It's like they're always mocking us and making fun of us for having 78 genders, and like, they relentlessly mock us in the news. And that's interesting. But this is how Russia looks at America.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, probably should be talking about my work direction that I'm going to do, but fuck it, whatever. That's what I want to do. I want to start going and
talking to all these foreign dignitaries and getting a different perspective on on what we're doing. I don't think we're the good guys. I don't agree with a lot of the shit that I was involved in, as a SEAL or CIA contractor, and I mean, like BRICS. Are you familiar with BRICS? No. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. I think. Don't quote me on this. I think they have 22 countries now. It's kind of like a counter to NATO. It's all these countries that are tired of us, tired of the tariffs, tired of the weaponization of the U.S. dollar, and so basically, what they're trying to do is throw the U.S. currency off the world stage, and pull it and use Chinese yen. Whoa. And that would destroy us if all trade went to if the world reserve currency went to the Chinese yen, that would destroy our economy. And so, but yet they're gaining a lot of traction on this. And so, yeah, I would love to go to any one of these 22 countries and talk to them and just ask them, why are you doing this? Right. Why are you doing this? Because that gives nobody's fucking talking about it. And I didn't even know about it until just now. Yeah, there's no journalists talking about this. You can look up BRICS on X. There's a page. It's pretty. I don't know if it's like an official one, but they're always posting like updates about it and what's going on. And so I think it would be really important for somebody to go around and start talking to, getting another perspective rather than what, Fox and CNN had to say about it. What changed with you that altered your perspective about us being good guys? COVID. Really? Yeah. I mean, it's. I used to get like really upset when people would, talk about, the war in Iraq and the war in Afghanistan, and when I was still in, and I got so pissed off, I moved out of the fucking country, and I was like, I don't even want to listen to shit anymore. But after diving in and looking at the policies that came out and kind of, it's kind of like when it's just reflecting on some of the policy decisions and stuff that didn't really make sense at the time when I was in, that now I look back and I'm like, man, I didn't have time to think about it. Because it was, okay, go on the next stop, go on the next mission, whatever, right? But now, like, looking back through the podcast and talking to, my podcast started with all my former colleagues and mill and agencies. Nobody thinks we should have been there, especially Iraq. Nobody thinks we should have been there. And I just keep going down the rabbit hole, and then I just diving into the military-industrial complex, all the lies that the government has been telling us, all the unreleased, classified shit. It's overwhelming, and it's created a 100% complete distrust in government. I mean, the Dick Cheney stuff. I mean, about Dick Cheney, Halliburton. Yeah. You look into that. Yeah. Well, he was CEO of Halliburton, and then Halliburton got no big contracts to rebuild in Iraq. Yeah, but I don't think people understand like how crazy, how big. I mean, it was the fucking logistics company for 2 wars. That's everything. They're delivering your mail, they're building your barracks, they're cooking the food, they're in charge of garbage, they're in charge of fuel, everything that's logistical over there is Halliburton, ABR. Wow. In both countries. And I mean, I think people think Afghanistan are like, oh man, you're probably on a tent or sleeping on the side of a mountain or something. No, man, there's fucking Burger King, KFC, Pizza Hut, Thai restaurants. I mean, it's all logistics. I mean, it's cities that we built over there.
And it all was built by Howard. Wow. Who was, the vice the CEO's vice president of the fucking country. Like, what? Are you serious?
And now he supports Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Right?
When you see the left getting excited that Dick Cheney is supporting their candidate, you know the world's gone haywire.
Yeah.
The same people that used to think Dick Cheney was the devil, now all of a sudden they're like, look, Dick Cheney.
There's nobody died. It's like nobody actually has an opinion anymore. They're just told, they're just told this is what we're going with in the next 2 hours.
I wonder how long they can keep that up with the internet, because the distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. It's never been in the history of printed words right now. More distrust than ever. And at the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just an app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show at CNN.
Yeah.
That's never happened before. But now that's the world that we live in, and so propaganda is not effective anymore. And it's also the delivery method that they use. It sucks. They sit there with makeup on, with perfect clothes, and they say, right now in Syria, and they start reading these things, and they're reading them off the teleprompter, and you know that person could be working at fucking Entertainment Tonight. They could be working at, any other show. They're just a talking head.
Yeah.
They're just, no one believes, they know that the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks this stuff's music anymore. You have to be like old boomers who are like real tired, like those old liberal boomers. They still like MSNBC to the death. They're like the Stephen Kings out there.
Yeah.
MSNBC to the death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying about the baby boomer generation. I think that the media will die if things continue just the way they are and the censorship doesn't get too bad. I think the media's done when big.
Didn't George Soros just buy 200 radio stations?
Yeah.
First of all, what a bad investment, because who the fuck listens to radio? That's a bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Like, because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only talk, because like the only place we get a lot of right-wing ideas. Like, there's a lot of like local right-wing talk radio. The reason why I know is my mechanic. Whenever he fixes one of my cars and he brings it back, so he's listening to right-wing talk radio. So I turned my car on the other day and I listened to these guys argue about Kamala Harris and the border, and that she was the fucking border czar. They swear, but they were going over this, and I was like, that's interesting. Like, maybe that's what he wants to stop. If you want to own 200 radio stations, just start firing all those right-wing guys.
That's what I think.
You would stop a lot of that, because I think that's where a lot of people are getting their information that aren't using podcasts. It seems like I don't hear a lot of left-wing AM talk radio shows. Do you?
No,
Weird, right?
it is.
It's like the one area that seems to be dominated by right-wing talkers.
Well, we're probably about to.
So, but I don't know what a good move that would be. Maybe he knows more than me about how many people that affects. And maybe my mechanic, I should ask him.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's so wealthy, I don't think he really cares about a good investment.
Also,
He's so old. Just wants a megaphone.
He wants to, he likes to manipulate governments. He likes to manipulate society. I think he thinks it's his version of a video game.
Yeah.
I think he genuinely seems to enjoy it.
Yeah,
It's really interesting.
I think you're right.
And Elon's openly said he thinks that guy hates humanity. Like that.
It appears that way.
That is a wild thing to say. It's such a wild thing to say. And it's such a wild thing to do, like a supervillain in a Batman movie. Like some billionaire guy who likes to hire the most progressive district attorneys that's going to let people out of jail and then fund the next person who's more to the left of that person. Just keep pushing it. Keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Keep pushing it. So you get tents everywhere, violence in the streets.
He's done a damn good job.
How come there's no right-wing guys like that do it the other direction?
I always wondered that too.
I always wonder. Well, it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right. Have you ever seen that chart?
No.
It's fucking nuts. The left gets so many more donations than the right does. Like it's a giant difference.
Why do you think that is?
I think a lot of rich people feel guilty and they get into philanthropy, and also it's a good way to cover their ass and make a little bit better people. And the people that really go after you, if they don't think you're a good person, are generally the left. So if you could like throw them a little cheddar, you're like,
I wonder if they're buying their place outside of the rules. Like, hey, I donated to your thing. You know, I
It's
don't
gotta
have
be
to
a little bit of
everybody's
that.
rules.
Got to be a little bit of that in there, you know. What do you got?
Shows the top donors to this OpenSecrets.org. 700 or 6 of the top 700 companies.
Oh,
Individual donors.
individual donors. What I was talking about was like they showed a chart that had like Google, Facebook, all these mega corporations that were donating. So this is like individual donors. Wow, some guys donated $105 million. Wow. But that guy's probably worth $3 million. That's probably some sort of a write-off too, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Go to top corporation donations via party, because that's the chart that I was looking for. It's just nuts to see how much money overall is being spent to push the Democratic Party. It's pretty extreme. You know, and you got to think, what are they getting out of that? Like, what's the end goal? And how could you look at what's going on right now? This is great.
Sometimes I think it's all it is a complete facade.
This is the number one. This is corporations. So they donate more than Google.
Federal contributions.
So 82 million is the top one, and that's Empower Parents. And these are right wing. Is that why it's red? So it seems like the top four. What is that Google chart that I was saying? And I also even see Google on this. Is it Alphabet? Did they put it under Alphabet?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. This is Open Secrets, though. Open Secrets might be like, that's not donate to nonprofits, though.
I just have top corporate donors. It's just all I have.
Okay. Is this corporate donors to what, though?
That's why I was waiting.
Giving to programs that empower organizations to do more, so you can find promising fund. I think that's fundraising shit. I don't think that's necessarily political donors. Campaign donors.
PCs.
That's the individuals, right?
This is the corporate.
This is the corporate one. So what was like Google chart then? The number 2 donator to the Democratic Party was that Sam Bankman-Fried guy, which is crazy.
No kidding.
Yeah. That one seemed like maybe that was a good way to skirt around stuff.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Yeah. It says Google or Alphabet gave on Open Secrets says they gave just under $10 million to contributions and then spent $21 million
Lobbying.
stock recipients, obviously.
Harris. Yeah, they're all wicked. So Google's all blue.
Oh, is this who they donated to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never back down, Inc. Look at that. Chuck Norris movie. It's weird because, it's supposed to be the will of the people. It's supposed to be the government works for the people. And it's not that. It's some very bizarre, enormous amount of money that's being spent to make sure that people in power continue to run things exactly the same way. That's what I think they're really terrified about Trump. It's not necessarily even that he's a Republican. It's much more that he's a guy that is not going to play the game.
Yeah.
And then when he gets in there, he's going to, like, one of the things he's talked about is having Elon come in and do some sort of a government efficiency agency. They're terrified of that.
Yeah.
Because it's not efficient.
Yeah.
And he's going to come in with like that Tesla mindset. It's like you're working 16 hours a day and you're sleeping on the fucking couch.
Yeah.
We're here to get some shit done. and you try to prime that to government. That's,
Yeah, he shaved. What did he shave? Like 80% of the staff off Twitter.
oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck do you people do? Why do you have so many people working here doing nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right, especially if you don't want to censor people. Like, it's interesting how people react to it. That he's ruined Twitter, he's destroyed Twitter. No, he's you can still block these crazy people if you want. You can still not see them if you want.
Yeah.
But what he's allowed is everyone to talk. Everyone.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that that's good, you're very short-sighted. And you don't understand human beings. Like, you cannot have human beings censored because someone is going to be in power and they're going to take advantage of that censorship. They're not different than us. They're not these incredibly benevolent beings who just want everything to work out well. No, they're people.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are dirty people. Dirty, corrupt people that went to Diddy parties.
It's that control what they say, control what they think.
It's wild. It's a crazy time to be a person, to watch all this go down. At the same time, AI is being developed, and we're not even exactly sure where it's at right now. At any moment in time, it could be a sentient force. And AI is already manipulating, lying, changing things. One of the things that they put this AI program, they give it a task, and they give it a specific allotted amount of time, and it couldn't achieve it in the allotted amount of time, so it gave itself more time.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
You also have things called hallucinations. AI doesn't want to admit it's wrong, or it doesn't know things, so if it doesn't have information, it will kind of create an answer. And
No shit.
Yeah. And they don't understand why it's doing that, and sometimes that answer is not true.
I got to be honest, man. This AI stuff scares the shit.
It should. I think it's a life form. I think it's the next kind of living thing. I think we're going to give birth to it. I think we're just running head first towards the cliff. Just feet on the ground, full clip, looking down, not looking ahead. And I think we're going right over a cliff with this thing.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's I mean, what are we going to do, though? I mean, China,
Yeah.
has come out and said that he believes that the winner to the race of AI will achieve global domination. So what do you do? Do you
Probably
try
true.
to control it? Is Americans, do you try to control it, or do you go, okay, we got to do it then. We got to go, or China's going to pass us up, which they probably have. But
I don't think they have. I think one of the things they're doing is they're stealing our tech. And there was some recent speculation that China had gotten access to some of OpenAI's work. They think it's possible, which means probably could happen. I think there's probably a shit ton of espionage. I mean, this is the reason why they banned Huawei products from the United States. I'm a cell phone dork. I really love technology. And Huawei had a phone that was coming out that I was really excited about. Like, this is great. Like, they were doing 100 megapixel cameras and phones way before anybody else. They had a Porsche design Huawei phone that was like this incredible phone. It was like built better than any other phone. It was much more expensive, but built better than any phone you get in America. And I was like, wow. And this is back when I would use both Android and Apple regularly. And then they banned it. I was like, that sounds kind of crazy. Only one company? Like, there's other Chinese companies. So, yeah. And then I started looking into it. And it's not just the cell phones. It's routers. It's all sorts of things. They found third-party inputs and different pieces of technology and different ways that they can exploit and use this stuff to siphon information from networks. Like, if they're attached to a network that's a university and they're doing research projects, they can siphon that information. They also embed students in these places that are beholden to the CCP. These students rise up, get their PhDs, and some of them wind up going back to China. The whole thing is really strange because we're such an open, loose society that we're vulnerable to these kind of attacks.
Yeah.
You can't buy shit in China. You want to buy land in China? Good luck, fuckface. They won't sell you a house. They're not going to sell you land near the military base. You're out of your fucking mind. But in America, we're so goofy. We let China buy up farmland that's near military bases. Yeah. and then we let them sell us the cell phone towers surrounding the military bases, and
Let
we
them
don't
fly.
even check them.
Let them fly spy balloons, traverse the entire United States.
Apparently, that was something they didn't want to tell Trump about. They hid that from Trump.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was some of this had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell him
Yeah.
because they're probably like, shoot it down.
Yeah.
Fucking 100%, he'd say shoot it down.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? They did eventually shoot it down.
It bothers me though. Like, maybe they're not ahead of us, but I mean, the energy that they're building coal mines every day to power all this
Exactly.
stuff, and we're going on about should we use fossil fuels or not, and we just talked about how weak our grid is. So if we don't beef up the grid and start going, nuclear,
Yeah.
then we're gonna fucking lose this race.
Not only that, like, how are you saying, like California, for example, California is not going to have internal combustion engine cars by 2035. By 2035, you have to buy only electric cars.
That happened.
I mean, it can be reversed for sure. It probably will be once the Great War happens. But if you're going to say that and you have a grid that you have to shut down, like you have to do brownouts every summer because of people using the air conditioning. And after he said that, after Newsom said this about this thing about 2035, within 2 months, they asked people to stop charging their Teslas because it was wrecking the grid. What? You're asking people to stop charging their electric cars. So, and you're not doing anything to strengthen your grid? Like, what are you doing to beef this up for 2035? Do you have some immense project that you're building that is going to make a much more sustainable, much more robust grid that's going to be able to handle 30 million electric cars in your state? Are you out of your fucking mind?
There's literally no. I look into this all the time. There's no infrastructure going in to correct the problem because the problem is so big that everybody wants to tackle it.
Yeah, and it's a long-term problem. Just like when they talk about putting in chip manufacturing plants, like NVIDIA just stopped its production in Austin. See what happened with that. So apparently they weren't achieving the results that they demanded, that they desire. You have to have certain tolerances when you're making these computer chips. And so they set this plant up in Texas, and I think they just canceled the contracts for a bunch of people working there because they've kind of recognized that this is just not going to work.
Why is it?
Good question. I didn't really get into it. I just read part of it. So
I mean,
they're asking to pull it up. I think it's not meeting their standards.
NVIDIA is the company. Didn't they start buying?
Samsung.
Didn't NVIDIA start producing all their chips in the ocean? They're buying these massive ships.
Really?
That's
They're
you have to
doing
look
it in
that
the
up.
ocean?
There's a huge thing that Intel did in Ohio. They're still trying to do it to make chips there for semiconductors or whatever. And part of the
Yeah, but
reason
this
they
was in
picked-
Texas.
No, I just said part of the reason they picked it was because there's no seismic activity.
Oh, that makes
Like
sense.
in the ocean sounds opposite of that.
Super sketch.
Interesting.
Why are they doing it in the ocean, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into it.
International law.
It was one of those articles I started reading, and I was like, I don't know. But
Yeah. See if you can find the Texas one. They're canceling see if it's Samsung.
God damn, I was just reading it too. Multiple semiconductor manufacturing projects delayed in the U.S.
Well,
That's a month old.
no, this is pretty recent. This is pretty recent. They were talking about they're not achieving the results they desire, which is what my point is. It's a long-term project in order to get up to the manufacturing levels that China's at right now. It's a long-term project. We're really behind us. Yeah, like they're way ahead of us. They make everything, and they make amazing things. It used to be made in China was junk. Made in China, they make some of the most incredible electric cars you can buy.
Well, the drone game too. I mean, it's the future of warfare, right? There's all these drone swarms. And DJI, that's a Chinese company, and this is going to be a big fucking problem when we realize, hey, the next one isn't going to be guys in caves anymore.
Right. Samsung withdraws its personnel from that's a Taylor plant located in Texas due to 2 NMGAA yields unable to improve beyond the 10 to 20% range. That's it. Click on that. So see what it says. It is Samsung. So this is an enormous project that Samsung and everybody was all excited. Samsung was going to start making chips. So the Taylor hub was initially planned to mass produce wafers of advanced processes below the 4 nm. I don't know what that means. Nanometer lithography, allowing Samsung to secure lucrative clients in the U.S. Unfortunately, despite progressing with the chip-making plant, the company has faced a challenge that has become all too familiar with the entity, ensuring healthy yields, particularly with its 2 nm GAA process. The situation surrounds 3 nanometer GAA is not pretty either, with Business Korea reporting that Samsung's yields for this technology stand at 50%, whereas TSMC has a significant lead as its 3 nanometer yields are in the 60 to 70% range.
Taiwan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's there's not good enough yet. I mean, they're doing it from the ground up. There's going to be a lot of trial and error. It's going to take a long ass time. You know, I mean, remember when SpaceX started? Rockets were exploding, and people were like, "Oh my God, the rocket exploded!" And Elon was like, "Yeah, we're gonna blow some rockets up. We have to figure out exactly what the tolerances are, how to do it correctly." And this is all part of the process. We knew this. That's when you're doing something that's that enormous. Like if you want to start making all the computers here, like good lord, that is a stretch. They've been doing it over there for so long. They've got it down to a science, And you've got all these companies, whether it's Lenovo, they've been manufacturing laptops forever, manufacturing chips, hard drives, processors. To catch up with them, good lord, they're so far ahead.
It's, I mean, I hope it comes back to the U.S., but I would like to see us just start getting stuff from somebody other than China.
That'd be nice.
Stuff,
Well, I think Samsung has stopped making their phones in China. I think they're the only country.
Did they really?
Yeah. Google that. 90% sure that's true.
They're saying that these NVIDIA chips, which are, I guess, are ours, it's a Silicon Valley-based company, puts the U.S. way further ahead of China.
With artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
The gap between China and the U.S. leading in artificial intelligence chip technology is set to widen even further after NVIDIA founder and chief executive Jensen Huang unveiled next-generation processors for what he called the new era of generative AI and robotics used in industries. But we're right, but we're not making those. But the thing is, the other part of it is, like, they're going to get access to this stuff, this is the really creepy thing that people keep admitting, is that it's very porous. The top secret information these companies have, espionage is like super common. It's so valuable. Yeah, it's so lucrative that they don't even. Sometimes they don't even know when stuff is getting siphoned over there.
Well, I mean, you have to just think. I mean, it's Chinese. From what I understand, it's Chinese law that any business that is being conducted within China, if the technology helps the military or could potentially help the military in China, then CCP has access.
Yeah.
And that's end of story. So any fucking thing over there that's being developed or manufactured, it's all of that technology is.
Yeah.
It just is. It's not.
Yeah, countries, like what China's doing is companies do not get to function on their own. They function under the wing of the government.
Yeah, they suck these American companies in with getting around the red tape, and then it's in the cheap labor, cheap prices, and then once it's going, I mean, they control it. This money trying to end right now because
exactly.
You're not an American.
And people are whores. Just go over there.
Yeah.
They take that money, got a great deal, think about buying a jet. I mean, we've seen what they do. It's pretty amazing stuff. Do you know the story about the woman who was working on anti-gravity technology
No.
She was working on anti-gravity technology. She was originally from China and then disappeared and went back to China. She apparently was making some breakthroughs and came back to America and wound up dead. I forget how she died, but some slippery circumstances where like a car accident or something like that.
Yeah.
They're like,
Damn.
yeah,
It's
like that's wild.
like the guy that came up with the Hydra engine.
Yes, oh that guy, yeah, the guy that came with the water engine. That's a great story too. But that this woman, if they've developed some sort of anti-gravity technology, and I've always wondered when we're looking at these things that people call UAPs or whatever you want to call them, like how many of those are super sophisticated drones? It's not zero. It's not 0%. But yeah, I'm not saying that there is not a real phenomenon going on that people are seeing that defies science and logic and might be a super intelligent creature from somewhere else or super intelligent thing from somewhere else. If it's even biological at this point, it might be that all life eventually becomes digital life, and all life eventually becomes some sort of artificial intelligence, or at least connected to artificial intelligence. That might be like the progression of biological life that eventually creates something way better than itself, and that's what propagates the universe. And if someone in this world has developed some sort of technology that's similar to what they use, that's a huge advantage. Yeah. And that's the thing that gets me about all this UAP talk. I'm like, if some other country had, or if we had, something that was just a game changer, something that didn't require any propulsion systems at all. It relied on gravity, and it bends space and time and can instantaneously traverse between one point in the sky and another. That kind of technology is nuts. If that is in the hands of the United States government, it would make sense that it would like help them or like spread this UFO nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, you've dove into this more than anybody else I know. I mean, what do you think this? What do you think of this?
I think it's a bunch of things. I think there is a possibility, a very strong possibility, that there's life out there, and that if I was life out there and I was much more advanced than us, I would definitely visit us. And there's also the fact that the sightings kicked up in a huge way after 1945, after the atomic bombs, after they did the Trinity experiment, and after they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all those nuclear tests that they did in the 50s and the 60s, that's exactly when the sightings started ramping up. And if I was an intelligent life force from another planet, I would go, oh, this crazy techniques. And then we'd have to, you'd have to think, okay, do we intervene? Well, if they blow themselves up, it will take so long for that planet to get back to a point where it has intelligent life again. If they kill every person on this planet, we're back to shrews and mice and fucking a couple of monkeys in the jungle. How long before you can get a city again? How long before you need a cell phone again? How many millions of years does it take? And if I was an intelligent life force that realized that this is an error that could be corrected, I'd probably correct it. I'd probably put a stop to the news. I'd probably make a show of force, hover over military bases, shut down all of their electronics, shut down all of it, just to let them know.
Yeah.
I would probably do that. But, how much do they actually intervene? How many of them are there? Are there different ones? I mean, if there's one that comes here, who's to say there's not a shit ton of different kinds? Some of them malevolent, some of them that only want us for our biology, some of them that are just doing tests on us, some of them that are, kidnapping people and erasing their memories and putting them back in the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories that are real fucking similar. Like the Travis Walton story, you ever heard that one? This guy was a logger in the 1970s. He was in Oregon. Was it Oregon? Oh, did they make a movie? Yeah. Fire in the Sky. Crazy story.
Kind of like who's Chris Bledsoe.
No.
You heard of him?
What's that one?
Chris Bledsoe. He's a guy that had experience as well. You've not heard of Chris Bledsoe?
Maybe I haven't forgot. It's possible.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing. His memory's kind of gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounds like.
They all have a very similar story. They get medical examinations. And there's girls that were pregnant and like newly pregnant and got abducted, and also they weren't pregnant anymore. They couldn't figure out what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, there's quite a few of those. John Mack had this book. John Mack was a psychologist who was at Harvard, who wrote this book. I think it's called Abduction, and it's all like him interviewing people that have had these kind of experiences happen to them. And this book was in the 1990s, right? So there was, I don't think these people got to share stories where they could come up with the same story organically. But today, you've heard so many stories online about UFO abductions or crash retrieval or something that you could formulate in your own mind a dream that seemed like these things that you had heard over and over and over again. But when you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens, they have the same sort of story as all these different people that didn't know anything about the phenomena, didn't know anything about UFO abductions, and then all of a sudden had one event in their life that freaked them out for the rest of their life. And they take them through hypnotic depression. These people, you hear the recordings of Betty and Barney Hill, they're shouting, screaming, freaking out. Like, no one's thought about being abducted by aliens in the 1950s or whatever that was. But these people have this wild fucking story that's super similar to all these different stories that John Mack talks about. And maybe there's different kinds of aliens. Maybe there's aliens that are just like our scientists. They just come down here and study and report on like the state of the biological entity known as the human beings, and visit and return. And maybe they monitor us and watch us, make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like, give us enough room to figure it out on our own, but don't intervene unless they're about to move themselves.
Interesting.
That's the best case scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what all this is, man. I just, I try to dive into it on the podcast and talk to, a handful of guys, and I don't know, man.
Some people are 100 people. Like Billy Carson's all in.
Oh,
I found out about him on your show too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'd seen a couple of clips of him, but I'd never seen a long form interview of him until your show. That was a great episode. He's fun. He was on my friend Andrew Schultz's podcast, and Andrew was like, "We're not going to check nothing. We're just going to let him go. No fact checks. Let's just have fun." See, when he starts talking about like those ancient tablets, he's an expert in like the deciphering of all those ancient tablets. He's got a lot of information on that. Those things are fascinating because it's all the same stories even back then. These flying ships and all these different depictions of things that came from the sky, and these giants, the Anunnaki, and all these different things that came from some other place that had interaction with human beings.
Yeah, he kind of like mixes it with biblical stuff, right? That's kind of, I don't know, that's what I lean towards with all this stuff. To be honest with you, is maybe I think there's some consciousness aspect. I think it is the afterlife.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever these things are, they come here, they're from some sort of another dimension, and we just don't have the ability to interact with that. We're limited in our capacity as a biological entity to interact with these dimensions that are real, but we just can't access them. We can't get to it. We don't have the frequency. We don't have what it is. But in some cases, under duress, under some situations, in some, just like a person can be hypnotized, just like a person can go into a trance, I think there's a way every now and then that people can kind of access these realms. And I think that's probably what some of these entities are. I think people are probably having real experiences with something that probably is real, but that normally you cannot interact with.
Yeah. If you ever looked into, because I think I kind of group all this stuff in together, but if you looked into the remote viewing stuff,
Yeah,
that stuff,
pretty nuts.
yeah.
I did a show called Jordan Questions Everything. And we had remote viewers on, and we tried to get them to do things they couldn't really, it wasn't really effective. But I'm also like, okay, this is an unnatural environment. It's a television show. It's like weird pressure. The skeptical people that are like looking at this, and I don't know if they're the real. I think it's probably a skill that can be developed, but I don't know how consistent it is. It's like I don't believe in psychics, but I do believe that sometimes you just know things, and sometimes you get a premonition. And I think the connection that people have with each other is not as simple as like you call your friend up, hey, I haven't talked to you forever. I think we're connected somehow quantum. I think we're all connected in some sort of a weird, undiscovered way. That's why, like, you're thinking about someone they call you. People say, "Oh, that's just a coincidence." Man, I don't know about all that. Because sometimes it's someone I haven't talked to for fucking years, and you'll be having a conversation with a buddy, and you start thinking about that guy, and then all of a sudden your phone rings. And that happens all the time. That's weird.
That's I mean, what they say, we use 10% of our brain.
That's like,
I don't think that's real. You don't?
no. They what that was, they didn't really understand. When they were saying that, they didn't really understand what the brain does and what parts of the brain do. And they thought that, like, we're only using 10%. No, it's like different parts of the brain have very different functions. And under different circumstances, different parts of the brain are activated. I think just we have a limited understanding of the actual function of the brain, like the whole thing, and how it's making chemicals and making psychedelic compounds and the hormones and epinephrine and norepinephrine and all this different dopamine and serotonin and how it regulates your system and changes the way you interact with the world. It's all weird stuff, man. I don't think they completely have enough. Like, they can't recreate a human brain,
Yeah. Some of this. Have you heard of Joe Chronicle?
No.
Dude, you have to talk to him.
Who's he?
He is remote viewer #1 for the U.S. But he's not like kooky or anything like that. He's
Really?
no.
How do you not be kooky when you're a remote
He
viewer?
just have a conversation with him. He's there.
Okay.
No weird vibes, nothing like it. But the way he, I asked him, I'm like, well, how did it happen? Do you think, does everybody have this? Or, I was just thinking of questions. And he said he thinks we all have had it since the beginning. And that, he was basically saying, if you look at how animals communicate, they kind of communicate telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about, caveman times, used to point at shit and grunt and nod heads, look at things, and everybody would know what you're thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of formed. And he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication, which was, it wasn't maybe as descriptive, but it was just as deliberate as speaking a language.
Mm-hmm.
And then you introduce technology, and basically what he was kind of saying is, that our brains have been kind of dumbed down from, thousands and thousands of years of technology coming out, language, and all these other things. And
So we lose the ability to do it.
exactly. We don't. You hear it all the time. You don't use it, you lose it.
Right.
And so basically what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. And
That makes sense if you don't use it. Isn't that what the appendix is? Isn't the appendix an organ that we no longer use anymore because we cook food?
yeah, I don't know.
What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over time has made it unnecessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of the human anatomy. And that's why it ruptures sometimes. But I don't think it has a real function anymore. What did you say? The appendix kind of helping us in two ways, both with the gut. It helps fight off invading pathogens. That's one thing that is true. When they take out your appendix, like your immune system's always good. But also to repopulate the gut with its beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. How did the appendix form, and why is the appendix there's a thing that was speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we used to. Why do humans have the appendix function? Modern research has played the appendix has many key functions. Okay, here it is. Go to the top. Okay. Worm-shaped tube attached to large intestine in the human body. It's an organ that is credited with very little significance and often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications due to infection. However, modern researchers believe the appendix has many key functions in the human body, and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing that I had read. I think it was something about processing fiber. The vestigial, okay. Support the theory of the appendix of vestigial origin that was once used by our herbivorous ancestors. This is it. It was found that in herbivorous vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger and helping with digestion of tough herbivorous foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is, like, we're changing, right? We don't eat like that anymore, so it's changing, and its function changes. It makes sense that if we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language, we would probably lose this connection that animals do seem to have with each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of. I mean, if you've heard of people kind of, how do I describe this? Me and my wife were just having this conversation the other day. If you heard of people that kind of they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for their death.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's like an intuition that they're unaware that they're going to die, and so they start preparing everything for their departure.
Yeah,
and not even realizing that that they're gonna pass.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I think that's just another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's kind of what I
think it makes sense. I think technology certainly distracts human beings from human interactions. Kids today are growing up more socially unbalanced and more. Their progress is retarded. There's something about the use of technology that is certainly limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person.
Yeah.
And over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you wanted to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and the lack of emotional connectivity and empathy that people have, that seem to have those, especially like on the far ends of the spectrum, and then accentuate that with like added technology, constant technology. Each technology is more and more invasive. The population of people that have these problems, it's almost like we're moving towards becoming a different kind of person.
Yeah, this person that works for me turned me onto this podcast the other day, and it was talking about how this is unverified, but it was still fascinating conversation. They were talking about how in, I can't remember the amount of years, but humans will begin to lose their peripheral vision because they're looking at a phone so much that we're evolving. I guess I don't know if I would call that evolving. Yeah, devolving.
Wow. That makes sense.
It does, right?
Totally.
I mean, it's like, shit, go anywhere. That's what everybody's doing.
Narrow band of focus.
Yep.
Right in if you look at most people's phone usage, like what's the average person's phone usage? I bet screen time's like 4 hours average.
I'll bet it's more than that.
Okay, but let's say it's just 4.
Yeah.
That's a giant chunk of your day.
Yeah, you're up for 12 hours, it's 25% of the day.
So if 25% of the day you're just looking like this, that's got to have an ultimate effect on your vision. Yeah. Especially over time, and especially if this becomes like completely normal for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't 1,000 years, man. It was like, it was within our lifetime.
Yeah. Just makes sense. But we're an adaptive organism. We adapt, Weird.
It's this stuff all just scares the hell out of me. I think psychedelics plays a role in all this, in accessing, other information.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a giant crime. That stuff's illegal. It's limited, and it's limited into right now they're doing some research on it. And, the FDA was going to approve MDMA therapy for benefits for veterans rather, dealing with PTSD, and they stopped it, and they decided more testing to be done. Meanwhile, you've seen like real results with people, life-changing results, and there's a lot of people out there that need help, and they should be doing something, and it's not hurting anybody.
Dude, do you want to hear the best story I've ever heard from
Sure.
him? So
Yeah.
I got one of my best friends, former Green Beret, I worked with him at the agency for a long time. He was blown up, survived like the worst fucking car bomb I've ever seen. Like, got up, walked away, dude's that's like right next to the car. Then gets out. I don't want to mention his name because will bring up some symptoms. But he got fucking shot in the head by a 38 special round in the middle of the road and survived it. And I've stayed with him through this whole process. But anyways, couldn't walk without a cane. Was bedridden 5-6 days out of every week. Hadn't had sex with his wife in over 2 fucking years. Couldn't go outside without sunglasses on because of light sensitivity. And I've been telling him, hey, you have to go down and do this on the cane. Nothing else is working. This shit's gonna change. I wasn't even aware of all this stuff. I knew about the bedridden stuff, but he was hiding a lot of that shit from me. And his wife called me, and so I got him piped in to this program. Went down, through Ibogaine, and did 5 MEO. Left his fucking cane there. Went home, banged his wife. Doesn't need the sunglasses anymore, and is not bedridden. And that was about 6 months ago, and I just talked to him the other day. He's still like good to go. That's why. And this shit happened like I think it was 4 years. 4 years of like living through that shit. I mean, cracked skull.
One Ibogaine treatment.
One Ibogaine treatment done. I was like, do you think you'll go back and like see what, like if more benefits show up? And he's like, I'm not gonna do it. But he's like, not unless I start to slip. But he's like, I'm like good. I'm at peace. I feel fucking great.
That's incredible.
You know?
Imagine if there was a drug that could do that. There is. But imagine if there was a drug that the pharmaceutical drug companies could sell that could do that.
Yeah.
There would be treatment centers everywhere.
Yeah.
Are you suffering from PTSD? We can cure you.
Yeah.
Here at Hypogenesis, and then you go into that place and you get hooked up. It would be just like fucking these GLP-1s that they're trying to get people to lose weight. It'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody would. Everyone has stress. Everyone has trauma. Come on in.
Yep.
And they'd just be selling it.
Yeah. You know, and I mean, even mine, like I haven't drank it almost 3 years.
Really?
Yeah. I went down and did the Ibogaine experience, and like it was just like, have you done Ibogaine?
Yeah.
Why not?
What's good about it? Tell me what it was like.
Well, for
It's
me,
very effective with addiction.
yeah. Well, it is right there, right? I drank it almost 3 years, but I mean, it was like you want like the whole experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went down to Mexico, and I just kept having these guys come on my show, and the first one was Eddie Gallagher. He was talking about psychedelics, and I was like, oh no, that shit's for hippies. And then, you know, the one that really got me was I have this guy on, his name DJ Shipley, and
I saw that one.
You saw that one?
Yeah, great.
Dude, DJ's a fucking beast, bro.
Yeah, I follow that
Holy
guy.
shit. Like, takes Davey Steele to a whole different level. But anyways, but yeah, he like went out of his way after we recorded. He was like, hey dude, like you should really fucking think about going down there. And I was like, all right, well, you know, I've done my ton of research. I've talked to a bunch of guys about it. I understand like how it works now, and so fuck it, I'll go. And so I went down there because I just wanted to be on the moment with my family. I got 2 little kids now, and so I went down there, and that was like I felt like I was kind of like through the PTSD type stuff, and maybe not, but I just wanted to get rid of anxiety and be involved with my family and da, 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 da. And so I went down and did the Ibogaine thing, and we took these pills, and like I didn't get a lot of visuals, but the first visual I got was I was just sitting there like looking in this mirror, shaking this fucking maraca, and my head's like I was like, all right, this shit is not working. Well, then my head like it like split open, like
In the mirror?
yeah, dude. It was like I watched my head like peel like a fucking banana. Like it was just like, and then another head like just blossomed out of it. Wow. Yeah, it was really odd. And then I was like, all right, it's definitely fucking kicking in. So I'm gonna lay down, and it was kind of to me like the whole experience maybe. I guess I just lost total concept of time. It didn't feel. It was like 12 hours, but it didn't feel like 12 hours. It didn't really feel like 5 minutes either. But I got like this life review kind of thing. I just had these TV screens. It looked like all black, like you're in space or something, and then these two lines of TV screens that were going in my peripheral vision. And what was playing in those TV screens was, and it was moving, like kind of a slow pace. And so, like I could see what was going on in the TV screens through my peripheral, but if I tried to concentrate on any one particular thing, they would like all just disappear until I stopped trying to like concentrate on one thing, and then they would all appear again. And I could like look at it through my peripheral, and I'd be like, oh, that was a bad dad. That's when I was 5 years old, and my dad was like yelling at me. And that was this. It was like, but it wasn't like I wasn't like reliving traumatic events. It was just like passing me by,
Like a recording.
yeah, yeah. And so I just let them like pass, and then I went into some other stage, which I don't really understand, but it was a bunch of like these walls of stuffed animals, and I was kind of like going through this maze. And then like the last thing I talked about before I did the experience was China. So then I had like this horrible thing about the Chinese invasion. But what came out of that, it's like, oh well, that doesn't sound very good. Well, yeah, what came out of that, I lost 11 pounds in literally 1 week. It's a week-long type of experience. I lost 11 fucking pounds. It's also a heavy metals detoxer, by the way, so that's probably had like some heavy metals blocking me up or something. But the whites of my eyes like cleared up. Like, and it wasn't just me. I like journaled all this shit down, and then I didn't tell my wife any of this stuff. And I came home, and she's like, "Your eyes look like a lot lighter. Like the whites look a lot whiter, and my brown eyes looked like they lightened up."
Huh.
Yeah, and then it was also like I had realized everything that I was ingesting was poison. It was like this, going back to intuition. It was like this intuition of like I was like, I didn't go down there to quit drinking. It just fucking happened. Like I was just like, I think I'm gonna drink it. So I haven't had a drink in, like I said, just under 3 years. And
Do you think you had a drinking problem?
oh fuck yeah, I'm a drinking problem. Big drinking problem. But
you didn't think at the time.
well, my drinking problem it digressed quite a bit. So I mean, I used to drink close to 2/5 of vodka a day. Yeah, and but then and that was coming out of the agency. I didn't have anything to do really, and I was processing a lot of kind of what had happened over the past 14 years. Didn't have any friends, was severely depressed, whatever. Loved the party, and then it was wake up, drink many bottles of vodka all day long, and then at night, crack it. But by the time I went there, it was like probably 2 bottles of wine instead of 2 bottles of vodka. And still, holy shit! Yeah,
That's a lot of wine.
well, I mean it is. But anyways, came back and I just didn't want the wine anymore. I used to take Adderall. Addicted to that. Didn't need that. Didn't need this Ambien anymore. Didn't need it. And cold turkey. Weed, cookie for about 6 months. And then, and then I went back. And even sugar, man, I quit sugar for about 6 months. And it was, the funny thing is, man, like it was zero effort. It wasn't like I'm not fucking drinking, and I'm not going to do sugar, and I'm not going to smoke weed, and no more Adderall. I just didn't want it. And there was just no urge. There was no addiction. It was gone.
Wow.
And
That's the thing they say about ibogaine, that it uniquely rewires your brain.
Yeah.
And there's some sort of a scientific understanding of how it works, but the fact that it's illegal in this country is bananas.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people are suffering through opioid addiction? It's an enormous number. And if there was a thing that we are aware of that could help all of our citizens that are struggling right now, listening to this, or people who are struggling, and there's a thing, and it's illegal in this country. Yep. As far as I know, I don't think people are dying from ibogaine. Ibogaine was, it was very funny that Hunter chose this, but Hunter S. Thompson used that during the McGovern elections. It was like 72, whatever it was, and when he wrote Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. So he created a rumor that Ed Muskie, who was one of the candidates, had a severe ibogaine addiction, and the Brazilian scientists were coming to visit him and give him this treatment. And it became such a rumor, and it spread so far, and it started affecting him. And he was giving campaign speeches, and he was denying it. He was sweating, and he looked like a maniac. And Hunter essentially derailed this guy's campaign by saying that he was addicted to ibogaine. I think ibogaine would be impossible. See if you can find Hunter on the Dick Cavett show where he admits that he started the rumor. It's very funny.
Wow.
I fucking love that dude. God, I wish I met him.
Yeah, me too.
He was a fucking maniac.
That would have been wild.
But the fact that he used ibogaine was really funny and ironic, because that's the thing that gets you to quit addictions.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a fun experience, man.
Listen, play this.
I never say was. I thought it was a really happy, which was true. I started
Oh, shit. That guy, he fucked everybody up because he would do actual journalism mixed in with fiction. And, he called it gonzo journalism. He essentially started a new kind of journalism. It's like there was an understanding that some of this was not real. And you had to kind of like figure out what was real and what wasn't real. And he was just going to do it his way.
He was a cool dude, man. He was a cool dude. That would have been a hell of an interview.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah. But the fact that he chose ibogaine is kind of funny.
Yeah, because they say it's like the one that you
can't get addicted to.
Honestly, I don't think I could get addicted to any of it.
But yeah, I don't think so either. I've heard of people that get addicted to certain psychedelics, but I think there's people that do psychedelics to learn more about themselves, and I think there's people that do it to escape. And I think they escape reality with it, and they get used to escape, and then they choose that as their reality. They do it way too much. I think there's abuse with everything.
Yeah.
I think you can certainly abuse at least some psychedelics, but the benefits of them far outweigh the negatives, and there's a lot of people that are hurting in this country, and they should have access to all the different things that can help them.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have to go to Mexico to do that,
it's ridiculous, man. I mean, it's fucking working.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's working, and it's just like why can't you like let us? I'm speaking you know, for the veteran population right now, but like, why can't you just let us fucking get better?
Right.
Like everybody knows the 22 a day, you know, which is actually like 40 something a day. Veterans that are killing themselves. Like, this shit is a fucking game changer. But I don't think that pharma's going to allow it. I think that's what the holdup is.
Well, maybe that's something that RFK Jr. can help.
Yeah.
If they get in office.
Yeah.
If they get in office. I mean, when you hear about the 5 kill teams and you have all this different shit that's going on, I mean, October hasn't even started yet. The full month of October. Who knows what fucking happened?
Yeah.
Leading up to the election.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let up.
I don't think so. Whoever they are. And not only that, but it's, you know, forget about the organization. Like, forget about like that there are people out there, probably and maybe state actors or who knows, that's trying to kill Trump. What about the fucking general kooks that have been buying all this rhetoric every day that it's a threat to democracy, and they think that this is the one thing that can give them meaning in their life, the one great act that they can accomplish to go out and kill Trump. I mean,
I don't know, man. I mean, there's so much that goes into this, like that first shooter, right? What was he, 20 years old?
Yeah.
You know, 20 years old. Then you got, you know, Trump's basically been in the media for about 8 years. I think he showed up about a year before the 2016 election, right? Kind of went in. So we're going on 8 years now of the media just slamming him over and over. He's a threat to democracy. This is going to ruin the country. You know, so if you take that 20-year-old, I mean, since he was 12 years old, that's all he's heard.
Yeah.
12 fucking years old. That's all he's heard.
And little kids have no ability to discern.
So, is it